On the martial arts training grounds, there are many people cultivating. One group is practicing sword flight. One group is jogging. And another group is practicing martial arts. In the distance, a burly man and a small guy are standing together. The big guy asks the small guy, "You new here? You don't even know senior brother Yi?" He points to a mountain in the distance and says, "See that mountain? That is where senior brother Yi lives." The small guy hears this and asks back. He gets a whole spirit peek to himself. "Is senior brother Yi that amazing?" The big guy replies, "Senior brother Yi has the congenital Tao body. He is also the fourth direct disciple of our Sect master." The small guy is stunned. "What? The congenital Tao body? Isn't that a legendary existence that went extinct ages ago?" The big guy thinks of the beautiful Sect master's appearance. Face blushing, he says drunkenly, "Furthermore, he's the direct disciple of that beautiful Sect master. The Sect master used to only accept female disciples." The small guy blushes too, excitedly replies, "Damn it, I'm so jealous of senior brother Yi." After imagining it, the two return to their cultivation. The small guy asks, "So that means senior brother Yi must be a huge, powerful figure in our sect, right?" The big guy immediately answers, "No, he is a piece of trash with talent. He has resources but refuses to cultivate. They badmouth Yi Fan while cultivating. He's been in the sect for 2 months and hasn't cultivated once. I'm afraid he's just a mortal now." Meanwhile, Yi Fan is lazily lying in bed. He sighs while sleeping. The sky is blue. The breeze is gentle. Truly a perfect day to sleep in. Suddenly, a check-in system appears and announces, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the powerhouse creation system." Yi Fan shouts angrily, "You have got to be kidding me. Another system?" The system replies, "That is correct. It is the system. Transmigrators are out and about. It is mandatory to have a system to show off and level up. The system happily displays information. This system will try its best to make the host the #1 powerhouse on the continent. Come on, host. Step onto the path to the peak of the continent starting now." While he's excited, Yi Fan couldn't care less. He doesn't know when he fell back asleep. The check-in system asks sadly, "Host, aren't you going to show off a little?" He turns over and replies, "Show off my ass. Isn't it just a system? It's not like I haven't seen one before." The check-in system continues to call him, "Host, wake up. Don't you want to become invincible under the heavens?" But he pays no mind, continues sleeping. Then he starts his introduction. "I am Yi Fan, a transmigrator. Before coming here, I had already transmigrated 99 times. In other words, I have met 99 systems, all shapes and sizes. There was one with 10,000x technique amplification, one for summoning divine beasts, and one where cultivation speed was 100,000 times faster. In one life, I lived humbly, stayed hidden and didn't go out. Back then, it said, one must be humble. But before I could even develop, a son of destiny suddenly jumped out and killed me. There was another life. I constantly courted death on the edge of oblivion to complete my missions. At that time, Yi Fan was provoking a monster. I'm coming in. I'm coming out again. Come hit me." Sadly, in the end, I was wiped out by the system for failing the mission. The system announced, "Mission time has expired. Commencing purge." And there was one time, the most ridiculous time. I worked hard to level up. Back then, Yi Fan was weeping with joy. I finally reached max level this time. However, I discovered I was just livestock raised by the system, used as a sacrifice for someone else. That monster lifted him up greedily, saying, "You are finally worthy of being sacrificed to me." Yi Fan cried out to the heavens, 99 times. I haven't made it to the end a single time. From that, he realized the truth. So I have reached enlightenment. Everyone dies in the end, anyway. Why the hell should I try so hard? Exactly. The benefits the systems give are just bait. It's online fraud to cheat me of my blood, sweat, and tears. The system keeps calling him, "Host, wake up. How can you sleep at your age?" This time, Yi Fan has decided. This is the 100th transmigration. I will absolutely not listen to the words of any. Damn system. Screw this son of destiny. I am a salted fish lying flat. This time a system gets angry. It shouts, "Get up and cultivate. Host, a life without cultivation is a fleeting flash in the pan." But Yi Fan covers his ears and thinks, "I'm afraid if I cultivate, I'll die even faster. Besides, I've lived 99 lives. What's wrong with enjoying this one a little? Sleep on. The check-in system initiates. Compliance reward activated. Congratulations, host. You received increased cultivation speed. 10,000 times. Every time the host advances a minor realm, the cultivation speed will multiply. Host, go cultivate quickly. It excitedly invites him. I've been this proactive. How can you not be moved? Seeing Yi Fan not moving an inch and sleeping on, it gets so mad it curses. You piece of... System sudden error. Detected host possesses resistance psychology towards cultivation. System is integrating module. Module complete. System is rebooting. Another system appears. This time it's a female voice. It immediately announces. System has rebooted and changed into the check-in system. The host only needs to go to the designated location to check in and receive rewards. Detected today's check-in location. The host's doorway. The check-in process is extremely simple. The host just needs to walk to the check-in circle to check in. Check-in location is only 5 meters from a host. Time required is only 10 seconds. Come on, host, move a little. Just sleeping without exercise is not good for your health. But Yi Fan pays no mind. Continues sleeping. The check-in system is speechless. He's actually asleep? He sleeps straight from morning until evening. After waking up, Yi Fan stretches. Feeling refreshed. The new check-in system says with a sad face, host, you finally woke up. I thought you were going to sleep forever. He wakes up. He immediately gets out of bed. The system gets excited. Yes, yes, yes. Just like that. Go for it, host. Just one more small step to the check-in point. But Yi Fan walks in a different direction, leaving it stunned in shock. What the hell are you doing? The host clearly arrived at the check-in location. Why didn't he check in? He walks into the kitchen, preparing to grab a knife to go to fish. Slept too long. Stomach is hungry too. I'll have fish today. The system appears again. System encountered an unknown error. Refreshing. Suddenly, another check-in system appears. System reboot. Assisted host in checking in successfully. Seeing Yi Fan washing vegetables. Its eyes light up, continuously praising. Congratulations, host. Received body cleansing holy water. Body cleansing holy water, once consumed, can remove all mortal impurities from the host's body. Reforms the constitution to be most suitable for cultivation. Has extremely potent lethal damage against demon and ghost cultivators. After use, one can no longer walk the path of a ghost or demon cultivator. But he ignores what it says. Pours the water out right in front of it. Ipul. The check-in system can't help but scream. Damn it. Yi Fan starts building a fire to cook. Yi Fan says, once the fish is cooked, I can eat. The check-in system is wondering. Why? Suddenly, someone pushes the door open and enters. Turns out to be a young lady. She says shyly, hello. Greetings, brother. Seeing someone enter, Yi Fan smiles warmly. New here. Come in and have a simple meal. He starts inviting her to eat. Come, eat up. Make yourself at home. Don't be polite. Watching her eat, Yi Fan thinks to himself, a month ago, a new disciple got lost and ended up at my place. Didn't expect another one today. Later, after eating, I'll take her to the personnel elder to ask around. Looking out the door, Yi Fan wonders, the patrol squad disciples? Why are they coming to my place? So he steps out to greet them. Junior brothers, did something happen? One person says to Yi Fan, Senior brother Yi. Just now, a ghost cultivator skilled in shape-shifting infiltrated. We are searching for his tracks. Yi Fan tells them. The Bagua mirror didn't react. Looks like he's not at my place. They agree. Senior brother Yi is right. Let's go look elsewhere. Returning to the room, Yi Fan breathes a sigh of relief. These times are truly not peaceful. Suddenly, he smells something. Wonders, what is that burning smell? Realizing what it is, Yi Fan panics. Oh no, my fish. The woman sitting and eating looks at him maliciously. Smiles a dangerous smile. Thinking, although I don't know why this place can isolate my ghost or, I finally escaped with my life. This fool with no cultivation actually saved me once. To repay you. This ghost queen will swallow you whole right now. She bares her fangs and glares. About to lunge and attack him. But suddenly, she breaks out in a cold sweat. Stomach hurts violently. She clutches her stomach, wondering, why is it like this? Why is my body in such pain? The main cause is the body cleansing holy water taking effect. So she lets out a scream. Disappears immediately. Yi-fan walks out. Face sad. It's a bit burnt, but still edible. Don't see that person anywhere. Huh? Where are you? Putting the fish plate down. Yi-fan says, oh well, safety in the sect is very good anyway. Nothing bad will happen. The check-in system drops a book. Excitedly announces, congratulations host on completing the random mission. Reward, a god-tier technique manual. Eternal, indestructible art. This method contains the will of the heavenly Tao. Cultivating it to perfection grants an indestructible body, existing alongside heaven and earth. The check-in system sees him bending down. Asks curiously, host, what are you doing? Turns out Yi-fan uses the book to prop up the table leg. My eye for measurement is indeed extraordinary. Now the table is steady. This terrifies the system to the core. Seeing this scene, the check-in system has gone crazy with rage. While he plans to go fishing after eating, and the system is compensating for losses. This time system detected unknown error. Rebooting. After eating, the weather is sunny. Yi-fan happily puts on a hat, carries a bucket and fishing rod to go fishing. Other brothers see this. Start gossiping behind his back. Look at that. Senior brother Yi is going fishing again. Truly a waste of talent. If only I had it. A female disciple appears and shouts at the absent-minded guy. Cultivate properly. Don't just space out. Startled. Yes. Looking at the woman in front of him. He is thrilled. Extremely. Scolded by the lioness again. I love it. The person in front is the third disciple of Violet Cloud Sect. Su-yen. Behind them, a loud explosion suddenly rings out. They scatter in panic. Report. Senior sister. Something happened. People from the Wenxiang sect have attacked the gate. Su-yen replies in shock. What? Suddenly, a person walks over. It is the second elder of the Wenxiang sect. He walks and talks. Little friend, do not misunderstand. My Wenxiang sect has no intention of storming your mountain gate. It's just that we were obstructed from going up the mountain to search. It really was a last resort. She angrily points her sword at him, shouting loudly. Up the mountain to search? Is the territory of the Violet Cloud Sect a place your Wenxiang sect can search just because you want to? The old man has a solemn expression, speaking without a hint of fear. Then you, Violet Cloud Sect, hand over the nine-tailed spirit fox to me. The brothers behind Su-yen start shouting. Nine-tailed spirit fox. Isn't that an existence from legend? It's a treasure. Absolutely a treasure. Having one like that, our sect will rise up. The elder's face darkens, frowns and says, Nine-tailed spirit fox. We have been chasing that nine-tailed spirit fox for a long time. In the end, it was snatched by your Violet Cloud Sect. Your Violet Cloud Sect must give us an explanation. Su-yen nervously steps forward and says, this matter is grave. We must wait for my master to come out of seclusion to decide. Your Wenxiang sect is not allowed to take a half step into the Violet Cloud Sect. Hearing this, the old man angrily orders his disciples to charge. Not allowed to step in? I think your Violet Cloud Sect want to hog it for yourselves. Seeing this, Su-yen shows no weakness. Angrily charges forward. With just you lot, you dare to show off at the Violet Cloud Sect? Your Wenxiang sect's guts are too big. While the two sides are fighting with no clear winner, a nearby bush starts to move. A man hiding there witnessed everything and smiles bizarrely. Proceed according to plan. Infiltration successful. The development of events is exactly as the elder predicted. While the elder stalls for time, I have successfully infiltrated. Nah, the person with the best spirit beast sensing ability in the Wenxiang sect. I will definitely find the nine-tailed spirit fox. Then he quickly sneaks into the forest. After going a short distance, he bumps into Yi-fan fishing. He secretly finds it strange. Why is there someone here? Isn't this cultivation time? No cultivation base? Turns out to be immortal. Immortal not even cultivating? This guy's whole life is probably hopeless. At this moment, Yi-fan is sitting and fishing, yawning continuously. The check-in system appears and says, Host, I detected a supreme spirit beast, the nine-tailed spirit fox nearby. Let's go catch it together. Seeing the system appear, he loses patience. This damn system. I just cast my bait and you're telling me to leave? You want my effort to go to waste? It says nervously. I understand. Host is worried that catching a spirit beast is dangerous, right? No need to worry. I have prepared a spirit beast contract ball. Host only needs to throw it at the nine-tailed spirit fox to sign a contract. To make it your pet. Suddenly, Yifan sits up straight, making the system excited. Host, are you finally willing to act? Turns out Yifan hooked a fish. This makes Yifan weep with joy. I waited so long. Finally got a bite. My effort wasn't wasted, leaving the check-in system celebrating for nothing. It angrily stomps on the ball. Isn't it just a fish? Compared to a supreme spirit pet, which one is more important? The system used too much force. The ball flies very far, flies for a while, coincidentally hits the head of a sleeping nine-tailed spirit fox, disturbed while sleeping. It curses angrily. Damn it. What is this thing? What? Someone wants to forcibly sign a contract with me? Humans want to take my freedom, then die in an endless battle? Don't joke with me. As a nine-tailed spirit fox, how could I become a pet so easily? Not long after, it faints from exhaustion. A notification pops up. Congratulations, host. Received supreme spirit pet, nine-tailed spirit fox. The guy in the bushes is startled. Realizes something. What happened? I sense the nine-tailed spirit fox has been contracted by someone else. Could it be he pulled a trick? Next, he uses the Winxiang finger to attack Yifan. Whatever. Kill him first, then solve the nine-tailed spirit fox problem later. The check-in system constantly warns. Warning. Host. But it also understands Yifan's personality. So it helps him block the strike and reflects it. Fine then. I know you won't pay attention to me anyway. I'll help you reflect it with 100 times the damage. Seeing his own attack turned against him, the man could only let out a cry. Utterly speechless, a massive explosion followed. Dust and smoke filled the air. Elder Gao Jian was horrified. What was that sound? Could something have happened to Dashur? No. I have to get over there and see what's going on. So, as he ordered the retreat, he struck Ziyan with a palm strike. The blow made her spit up blood. Seeing this, her fellow disciples cried out in worry. Senior sister, are you okay? Senior sister, hang in there. Seeing Ziyan's condition, the old man looked worried. My palm strike just now wasn't strong enough to injure her that badly. Is she tricking me? Another female cultivator flew down to confront him. Wintian Sect, you've got some nerve. Do you really think our Ziyun sect is that easy to bully? Gao Jian and his disciple knelt and apologized. Today was our fault. Please take these as an apology. Just let us go. This left the female cultivator completely stunned. As the old man fled, he thought, damn it, couldn't find the nine-tailed spirit fox and got extorted for a fortune. If I don't get out of here now, I'm going to go bankrupt. Meanwhile, the female cultivator wondered, what do they even come here for? Whatever. Saving Ziyin is more important right now. Suddenly, perfected Ziyun was shocked. This is, just then, Yifan's jade penchant. Master sent me another message. The message read, there's trouble. Come quickly. Seeing this, Yifan immediately dropped his fishing rod. He took off like a shot. On his way, he came across the man who had tried to ambush him, lying unconscious on the ground. Yifan was furious. Is this another trap set by that damn system? The moment I pay any attention to this guy, a whole chain of events will be triggered, and before I know it, I'll become its slave. Trying to trick me with the same old tired ploy? Who do you take me for? By the time he got back, it was already dark. Yifan called out frantically, Master! You were looking for me? With tears in her eyes, perfected Ziyun announced, your senior sister, she's not going to make it. I called you here to see her one last time. The news hit him like a ton of bricks. What? Yifan, completely stunned, asked perfected Ziyun. Senior sister was fine this morning. How did this happen? Perfected Ziyun replied. It was all because of the Wintian sect. The cultivation method Ziyin practices relies on refining demonic beast energy. 6 months ago, there was an accident. It caused a problem with the demonic power inside her body. Because of that, her condition has always been unstable. Today, the Wintian sect came looking for trouble. Ziyin was forced to circulate her power. Unfortunately, she was struck right where the demonic energy was stagnant in her body. It sent the demonic energy in her system into chaos. And in the end, it backfired on her. I'm afraid Ziyin won't survive the day. Yifan said sorrowfully, senior sister. Yifan remembered when he was younger, how Ziyin used to tease him. Well, you're the new disciple master took in? From now on, You'd better call me senior sister, got it? You don't want to cultivate? That's fine. Your senior sister will protect you. In the present, Yi Fan began to curse the check-in system in a rage. It's all your fault, you damn system. You're the one who did this to her. Just to make me your damn puppet. You pull something like this? You're despicable. This left the system very confused. I didn't do this. Why am I getting blamed for it? A fellow disciple entered and reported, Sect Master. The spirit water you requested. I have prepared it. The check-in system wanted to redeem itself. I need to clear my name fast. So, it called out to Yi Fan while taking out a vial of medicine. Host, as Yi Fan was still cursing. This damn system is trying to trick me again. He angrily snapped at it. Shut up. This startled the system. The vial of medicine fell from its hand. The vial landed perfectly in the basin of water the disciple had brought in. Medicine successfully deployed. Perfected Ziyun sighed and said, I hope this spirit water can at least ease Ziyan's pain. Yi Fan offered, Master, let me do it. You've been taking care of senior sister for so long. You should get some rest. He then began to dip a cloth in the basin. Suddenly, something startled Perfected Ziyun. Strange. Why does the spiritual energy in this water feel so much stronger than usual? Am I just imagining things? There's no way Yi Fan could have changed the quality of the spirit water. Why does Ziyan's complexion suddenly look so healthy? Is it just the light? No, it's not the light. Ziyan, she's completely healed. What in the world is going on? Just a moment ago, I thought she was beyond saving. Now, the demonic energy in her body is stable. And her external injuries are healed too. No, wait. It's not just her internal and external injuries. Her cultivation realm, it's even broken through to the 10th level of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was thinking blankly. Senior sister took such a heavy blow. Why is Master acting so strange? It's probably best to just leave her alone for a bit. With that thought, Yi Fan took his leave. Master, I'll be taking my leave now. Please take care of yourself, too. As for her, she was utterly bewildered. What on earth just happened? As night fell, Perfected Ziyun summoned the others for a meeting. The only woman present asked, Sect Master, how is Ziyan's condition? Perfected Ziyun replied, Thank you for your concern, Grand Elder. Ziyan is safe and sound now. Another person asked, She could actually be cured? She answered with a serious expression, All right, we can discuss Ziyan's matter later. For now, we should discuss what the Wentian sect is really up to. Our two sects have had our disagreements from time to time, but this is the first time they've ever stormed our gates. What's more, the moment we arrived, they knelt down and apologized. The whole sequence of events was so practiced it's baffling. A man chimed in, Exactly. I found the body of a Wentian sect disciple by Jingming Lake. After repeated examinations, I discovered he was killed by the Wentian sect's own cultivation technique. So, we can assume it was suicide. Perfected Ziyun rested her chin on her hand, thinking, Suicide? Are those Wentian sect guys insane? Wait a minute. Isn't Yi Fan the only one who hangs around Jingming Lake? Could it be him? But I've never seen Yi Fan cultivate anything. How could he possibly do something like that? No, that can't be right. Yi Fan possesses the innate Dao body, something that appears once every 10,000 years. It's possible he has some abilities I'm not aware of. The Grand Elder asked Perfected Ziyun, Sect Master, Do you have any leads? Out loud, Perfected Ziyun said, I have a few ideas, but I need to confirm them. But in her mind, she thought, My dear disciple is probably asleep by now. I should probably wait until tomorrow to see him. Perfected Ziyun asked those present, Any leads on the nine-tailed spirit fox the Wentian sect mentioned? One person answered, The disciples of the Ziyun sect haven't found anything either. But rest assured, Sect Master, a spirit beast that precious. Even if a disciple saw it and didn't report it, they would still treat it well. At that moment, the nine-tailed spirit fox was in Yi Fan's room, starving. Meanwhile, he was sleeping like a log. The check-in system stood there worriedly. Host, your pet is in a state of starvation. If you don't feed it soon, its life will be in danger. The nine-tailed spirit fox looked at Yi Fan, who was snoring with his mouth open, and sighed internally. Forcing me into a contract is one thing, but could you at least feed me something? But the nine-tailed spirit fox couldn't be bothered to care. It would find food on its own. Whatever. Time to fend for myself. A full stomach is a happy stomach. In a human kitchen, there's bound to be some leftover scraps, right? Before was a sparkling clean kitchen. Everything was neatly organized. Because Yi Fan had obsessive-compulsive disorder. Even a fox was surprised. It's so clean. The nine-tailed spirit fox looked at a pile of vegetables and declared with great dignity, I am the great nine-tailed spirit fox. I would rather starve to death outside than eat this stuff. But then its stomach started to growl. Its face fell, and so it decided to eat the vegetables. As it ate, it couldn't help but exclaim, so good, so good. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from afar. Thief! Catch the thief! The door slowly opened. A tall, thin man appeared. It was the sect master of the Wentian sect. He chuckled and said, the soul tracker is getting brighter. It seems the nine-tailed spirit fox is nearby. The portly man next to him was the grand elder of the Wentian sect. He added, unbelievable. Perfected Zune didn't even notice the nine-tailed spirit fox. The heavens are truly helping our Wentian sect. The Wentian sect master angrily scolded the fat grand elder. Heavens my ass. I gave the second elder so many resources. And not only did he fail to capture the nine-tailed spirit fox, he even lost a fortune compensating the Ziyun sect. Now I have to handle it myself. What a disgrace. The grand elder said nervously. It's all thanks to the sect master's boundless fortune that protects the Wentian sect. The sect cannot exist without you, he said, fawning. The sect master stroked his beard smugly. But of course, and to ensure things go smoothly tonight, let me tell you something else. I paid a hefty sum to hire the 13 thief kings of the Eastern Wastelands. They're creating a diversion outside. This time, even if perfected Zion shows up, we'll be able to retreat completely unscathed. The fat grand elder praised him. Sect master, you are truly brilliant. He looked at the sleeping Yifan. He asked the grand elder, why is there someone still here? Weren't the thief kings supposed to lure everyone away? The elder pointed and said, Sect master, he's just a mortal. He probably didn't hear anything. Hearing this, the sect master gave a sinister smile. He then unleashed the Wentian heaven-opening palm technique, attacking Yifan and shouting, even mortals must be cleaned up. I've paid too high a price this time. I won't allow for even the slightest mistake. The Wentian Grand Elder's eyes lit up as he watched. He clapped and praised. As expected of the sect master, using his full strength even against a mere mortal, the check-in system looked impatient. It threw a light punch at the sect master and asked, am I just heir to you? The punch sent the Wentian sect master flying backward, crashing into the Grand Elder. The loud noise woke Yifan up. He asked, what's going on? Who's there? Seeing this, the system was very pleased. Host, you're finally awake. The check-in system crossed its arms smugly and thought, I'm gradually starting to understand the host personality. If I had just woken him up directly, the host not only would have ignored me, but he might have even made me shut down. So it's better if I take care of everything first, and then take the credit after he wakes up. I've really matured, haven't I? Yifan took in the scene before him. He quickly shouted, damn it. Meanwhile, the check-in system thought, my chance to take the credit is here. It pointed at the two men. It said cheerfully, taking all the credit, host. While you were asleep, these two guys, before it could finish, Yifan wondered to himself, someone wandered in here after midnight, and they just passed out as soon as they came in. Looks like they're exhausted from cultivating. This stunned the check-in system. Yifan took out a vial and said, good thing I have these pills the second elder gave me. Otherwise, they might have died from exhaustion, and I'd be the unlucky one who has to deal with it. The system, however, warned angrily, host. They were trying to kill you just now. Hearing this, Yifan scornfully rebuked it. Do you take me for an idiot? First of all, the Ziyun sect strictly forbids disciples from killing each other. Anyone who violates that rule faces a punishment worse than death. Second, I don't have any cultivation techniques, and I don't have any treasures. What would they possibly gain by killing me? To take my spot as the sect master's personal disciple? Besides, I've already lived through 99 lives. I stopped caring about life and death a long time ago. The check-in system next to him was going crazy with anger. It was about to lose its mind. The Wentian sect master regained consciousness thinking, I'm still alive? The two of them came to. They saw Yi Fan staring at them like a predator. Yi Fan opened his mouth to ask, "Ah, you're awake." Seeing him, the two of them bolted out the door as if their lives depended on it. Yi Fan commented cheerfully, "They seem to be in high spirits. Looks like there's nothing wrong with them anymore." But then Yi Fan realized something. "Oh crap. I heard the second elder's pills are extremely potent. You're not supposed to take them." But then he shrugged it off, because those kinds of rumors are usually just nonsense. Time to get back to sleep, back to sleep. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed spirit fox, who had eaten its fill, heard this and thought, "What the hell are these humans up to now? They're so damn noisy." The Sect Master and Grand Elder of Wentian Sect fled for their lives. The Wentian Grand Elder said, "Sect Master, we've run a full 500 miles straight. We should be safe now, right?" After hearing this, the Wentian Sect Master said, "Terrifying. Truly terrifying." He remarked about Yi Fan. "Not only did he effortlessly neutralize my full power attack, but he also pulled us back from the brink of death." The Wentian Sect Master recalled the face of Yi Fan from just moments before. "Did you see the look on his face? That smile?" The Wentian Grand Elder replied, "I'll never forget that smile for the rest of my life. It was a smile of concern for our survival." That wasn't concern. That was the confidence of someone who could play with us in the palm of his hand. I can't believe it, that the Ziyun sect has someone whose cultivation far surpasses even perfected Ziyun. It turns out we couldn't sense his cultivation level, not because he's immortal, but because our own cultivation is just too low. The Grand Elder suddenly remembered something. He asked the Sect Master about the nine-tailed spirit fox. The Wentian Sect Master replied, "Is this really the time to be thinking about the nine-tailed spirit fox? We're only alive because that expert showed us mercy. After we get back, immediately prepare a grand gift. We must go and apologize in person. Even if it bankrupts us, we have to make him forgive us." Hearing this, the Wentian Grand Elder replied, "Understood." Suddenly, the Wentian Grand Elder stopped. He began to dance and spin wildly. He was going completely insane. The Wentian Sect Master asked, confused, "What are you doing over there?" The Grand Elder, equally confused, replied, "I don't know either. I just feel like dancing." With that, the two of them began to dance frantically. The Wentian Sect Master suddenly said, "You know, I kind of feel like dancing too." At the same time, a wild boar watched them from a distance. It snorted angrily, thinking, "Stupid humans. Can't even sleep at night, coming here and disturbing people." But as the wild boar got closer, it suddenly became terrified. The Wentian Sect Master made a lewd face at the boar and said, "Little brother, I see you've got some moves. Want to join us?" The Wentian Grand Elder said, "As a judge, I am willing to turn my chair for you." The boar screamed, "Perverts." The scream alerted other disciples. "What's going on? Let's go check it out." They started running toward the sound. To their utter astonishment, they discovered the Sect Master and Grand Elder of Wentian Sect dancing like madmen. The Wentian Sect Master was hugging the wild boar, shouting happily, "Let's dance," while the Wentian Grand Elder was tearfully hugging a monkey in a tree. "Father, I miss you so much." The two disciples saw the scene before them and said in terror, "Run, they're perverts. Go report this to the Sect Master." The next morning, two people were walking through the forest. One said, "It's been all night. Why haven't the Sect Master and Grand Elder returned yet?" The other person added, "And we haven't seen any sign of them this whole way." Suddenly, a loud noise caught their attention. What was that? They cautiously approached to investigate. Seeing the scene before them, their eyes went wide with shock. The Sect Master and Grand Elder of Wentian Sect were collapsed on the ground, while the wild boar and the monkey were dancing off to the side. They shouted, "There's been an incident." Ziyun and the people from Wentian Sect cried out in shock. "What?" The Sect Master and Grand Elder of Wentian Sect are dead. Perfected Ziyun asked. "Dead, right next to our Ziyun Sect. How ridiculous. I don't understand what the Wentian Sect is trying to pull." The people from Wentian Sect said angrily, "They died near the Ziyun Sect. It goes without saying, the Ziyun Sect must have had something to do with it." The sun had risen. A new day had dawned. Yi Fan let out a yawn. He woke up feeling refreshed. "I slept so well last night. I'm craving something delicious today. Guess I'll have to make it myself." Entering the kitchen, he discovered all his cooking utensils were gone. Yifan asks in a panic. Where's my food? Where did that whole basket of vegetables go? Seeing the nine-tailed spirit fox sleeping inside, Yifan thinks angrily. Did this little beast eat it all? He grabs it in his hand without hesitation. Yifan starts threatening it. My junior brother worked hard to carry these vegetables up the mountain. They were extremely precious. Meanwhile, the check-in system praises the host. You finally noticed it? This is the supreme spirit pet, the nine-tailed spirit fox. If you nurture it well, it will bring you immense benefits. The nine-tailed spirit fox assesses Yifan with its glittering eyes. This person is a bit poor, but he didn't hit me for eating his food. Seems like he is a bad guy. Perhaps I was too prejudiced against the wickedness of humanity before. Following him from now on might not be so bad. Behind him, the check-in system is celebrating. Their minds are in sync. They have connected on a spiritual level. That's the way, host. Nurture it well. Your future will definitely be brilliant. Yifan mutters to himself, deep in thought. Should I steam the fox meat or braise it? This leaves both the nine-tailed spirit fox and the check-in system stunned. Yifan continues. Come to think of it, I wonder if deep frying it would be crispy? The check-in system tries desperately to stop Yifan. That is an extremely rare nine-tailed spirit fox. Please stop that dangerous train of thought immediately. Show it some respect. Respect it a little more. The nine-tailed spirit fox has resigned itself to fate. My life ends here. Yifan pauses and says, No, that's not right. I can't just eat it like this. The check-in system and the nine-tailed spirit fox both breathe a sigh of relief. The check-in system says, That's right. That's right. The host is finally thinking straight. The nine-tailed spirit fox thinks. Turns out he was just trying to scare me. I don't really like this kind of mischievous human. But Yifan's reason turns out to be, fox meat has a gamey smell. I need to use some herbs to get rid of the odor first. The nine-tailed spirit fox continues to weep internally. You still want to kill me? He takes a knife down from the wall and says, but just in case it runs away, it's best to kill it first. The nine-tailed spirit fox thinks miserably. Actually, you really don't need to be in such a rush. Zian suddenly walks in and asks, My good disciple, what are you doing? Yifan replies, Master, you came at the perfect time. I'm preparing to kill this fox. Since you're here, stay and have a meal. Zian exclaims in shock. This is a nine-tailed spirit fox. Hearing this, Yifan says nonchalantly, I guess so. Master, stand back a little. Avoid getting blood on you. Hearing this, Zian takes a step back and speaks. As she speaks, she thinks to herself, as expected of the congenital Tao body. Using such a rare nine-tailed spirit fox as food, she realizes something is wrong. Rushes over, snatches the nine-tailed spirit fox, and shouts, You aren't joking with me, are you? Yifan is confused. Master? That is my breakfast. But Ziyin refuses to yield. He eventually says, If Master likes it, then I'll gift it to you. She thinks with a displeased expression. Was this disciple infected by those idiots from the Wenxiang sect? Is there something wrong with his brain? Using a treasure like this for cooking? Do you really think I won't beat you? Sure enough, it's better if I raise it on his behalf for now. The nine-tailed spirit fox thinks. So I don't have to die? Couldn't you have said something sooner? Yifan thinks innocently. Isn't it just a fox? Did Master need to lose her composure like that? His mouth asks her, Master, did you come to find me for something? Ziyan replies, I almost forgot the main business. Ziyan grabs Yifan's hand and drags him away, demanding, Go into the room and take off your clothes. Yifan hugs himself, shyly says, Master, no matter how thirsty you are, you don't need to be like this. Calm down a little. Ziyan replies, also embarrassed. I am over 1,000 years old. I'm older than your grandmother. How could I be interested in you? I want you to take off your clothes so I can check something. Yifan thinks mischievously. 30 like a wolf. 40 like a tiger. Who knows if an old cougar like you is a pervert inside? Furthermore, if we go by age, calculation-wise, I've lived 99 lives. You aren't necessarily older than me. Looking at Yifan's body, Ziyan discovers with horror. Strange. No cultivation base. Without a cultivation base, how did he handle that boulder? And save Suyen? This is too unrealistic. He is definitely hiding his true strength. So she asks, Good disciple, while no one is around, can you tell Master your true cultivation level? I will keep it a secret for you. Hearing this, Yifan feels awkward. That look, that tone. and you say you're not interested in me. He replies, Master, my strength, compared to everyone else, is just like a babe. Just an ordinary mortal. This causes Zi Yun to misunderstand. A babe? Could he be saying he has broken through to the origin infant, nascent soul? He's clearly only been in the sect for 2 months. I am currently only at the 5th stage of nascent soul myself. The congenital Tao body is truly amazing. My Violet Cloud sect has hope to rise again. Yi Fan is worried. Is Master really okay? Should I care about her a little? Ziyin smiles as bright as a flower and says, Master understands. Disciple, just cultivate well. No, wait. Just play and have fun. Master has high hopes for you. He is confused. What the hell do you understand? Watching Ziyun's back as she leaves. Yi Fan calculates. I'll make a trip to Jingming Lake later. My fishing gear is still there. Ziyun flies away, thinking proudly. This disciple of mine is truly humble. Already a nascent soul and still tricking me. In another half month, perhaps he will surpass me. When that time comes, I will pass the position of Sect Master to him. Until then, I'll just take care of things for him. The 9-tailed spirit fox lies in Ziyun's arms, filled with satisfaction. This is great. Escape that demon at last. Although the contract still exists. At least I won't be turned into breakfast for the time being. Ziyun places it in a small house, thinking, the matter of the 9-tailed spirit fox cannot be discovered by others yet. Suddenly, the Grand Elder walks down and says, Junior Sister Ziyun, that disciple Yi Fan of yours, how is his progress? He's been in the sect for 2 months, still just eating, drinking, and playing without cultivating. Even if he has the congenital Tao body, we cannot waste the sect's resources like this. Hearing this, Ziyun replies with a proud face. Waste resources? I don't mind telling you, senior sister. My good disciple is already at the nascent soul stage. The Grand Elder bursts out laughing. Junior sister, I know you want to cover for your disciple, but you can't say something so absurd. You make me die of laughter. Ziyun is angry inside. If it wasn't for wanting to hide my good disciple's clumsiness, I would have released the 9-tailed spirit fox to scare you to death already. Someone suddenly runs up to report. Sect Master, bad news. Under the curious gaze of the two, he reports. Something happened to the second elder again. The two ask in unison. What? Yi Fan is walking. He hears others gossiping. How pitiful. It's happening again. Yi Fan looks toward the gathering crowd, asks curiously, what are they looking at? One person says, don't know how long he'll last this time. An old man is hugging Su Yin, shouting, Wife, I know I was wrong. Don't leave me. Su Yin is blushing with anger, shouting loudly, Who is your wife? Someone help. There's a pervert. Everyone come look. Yi Fan sees this scene, thinks to himself, what kind of nonsense is this? Turns out it's the second elder. He cups his ear to listen to them talk. The second elder is truly regrettable. Clearly the strongest alchemist of our Violet Cloud sect, who told him to suddenly want to refine those weird pills and test the medicine on himself? Yi Fan is shocked hearing this. No way. Do the second elder's pills really have side effects? Then he thinks of the sect master and grand elder of the Winxiang sect from yesterday. Wonders, taking that guy's medicine, it should be fine, right? The souls of those two appear, already ascended to heaven. Thanks for asking. Suddenly, that old man turns and hugs Yi Fan, crying and saying, Yinner, you came to visit Father. He keeps calling out Yinner. This time Father won't let them hurt you again. Let's go home and find your mother. The other brothers laugh mockingly. With this unambitious senior brother, Yi staying to stall the second elder, we can safely leave. Suddenly, Ziyun runs over from afar. She says anxiously, My precious disciple cannot be harmed. The grand elder says disdainfully, What's the rush, junior sister? The grand elder starts to be sarcastic. If Yi Fan is already at the nascent soul stage, this scene, naturally, he can handle it. The grand elder thinks to herself, at a time like this, let's see how you keep pretending. But the grand elder didn't expect Ziyun to agree so readily. The grand elder is right. I lost my composure. The check-in system appears in terror. Host, this guy is very dangerous. Hurry. But Yi Fan says, he's just a heartbroken old man. What's so dangerous? Although he says that, Yi Fan thinks internally, but I really don't like being this close to a man. The system shouts angrily. A man going outside. How can you not know how to protect yourself? There have been so many tragedies. Don't you see? Next. A powerful burst of energy erupts from Yifan, sending the second elder flying. The second elder lands at the feet of Ziyun and the Grand Elder. Ziyun praises him internally. Stinking brat. And you said you had no cultivation. The Grand Elder is dumbfounded. Turns out he really was hiding his strength. The second elder sits on the ground, head spinning, wondering. Strange. Why am I here? The check-in system is horrified. Oh no. In a moment of agitation, I boosted the host's power again. Those brothers who look down on Yifan are astonished. How is that possible? Senior brother Yi actually pushed the second elder away. Although the second elder has low cultivation, he is still at the 10th level of chi refining. How could senior brother Yi do that? Ziyin happily flies to Yifan's side. Good disciple. You plan to go fishing? Although he's very annoyed inside. You took my breakfast away. Can I not go fishing? But Yifan mouths. I was preparing to go fishing. The weather is nice today. Very suitable for fishing. Ziyin happily supports him. Go. Fish as long as you want. Ziyin thinks to herself. Using play as an excuse to go cultivate again, right? Yifan says aloud. As you command, master. Inside, he is overjoyed. I didn't expect master to be so understanding. The other brothers start gossiping. Good heavens. This attitude from the sect master. Senior brother Yi is indeed an expert. To be able to push the second elder, he must be at least foundation establishment. From mortal to foundation establishment in 2 months. Truly a monster. They all think. It was fine when we thought senior brother Yi was trash before. If we had known earlier he was such a monster, we definitely would have tried to get on his good side. On this side, the check-in system speaks incessantly. Host, since you have to walk anyway, why not try going to the martial arts arena? You can receive supreme rewards. Alchemy Peak is fine too. What about the library pavilion? Going to the library pavilion works too. Those brothers cry silently, thinking, if you hug a big thigh, you're set for 100 years. They start spreading rumors. One person calls out, Junior brother, stop training. Senior brother Yi is about to go cultivate at Jingming Lake. Go look quick. Then that person turns to another. Junior brother, I heard senior brother Yi wants to give us pointers at Jingming Lake. Don't miss it. The rumors grow wilder. Pass from one person to another. Junior sister. Senior brother Yi is about to pass down peerless techniques at Jingming Lake. Let's go together. The rumors continue. Senior brother, I heard senior brother Yi is about to transcend tribulation at Jingming Lake. Come with me. Finally, when it reaches the Grand Elder's ears, it has become, Elder, senior brother Yi is so amazing. I heard he has triggered a heavenly phenomenon at Jingming Lake. The Grand Elder asks in shock. Really? Ziyin is incredibly smug right now. But this disciple is really something too. Such obvious rumors, yet they spread like wildfire. Ziyin turns to leave, saying, I have to go warn them to be careful. Thinking to herself, if the Grand Elder knew, if she wanted to see, she should just say so. Why speak so pompously? Those brothers who used to look down on him are hiding in the dark watching and silently admiring. Senior brother Yi, your fishing posture is so beautiful. Perfect movements, generous gestures. But why can't we sense any spiritual fluctuations? It must be because our level is too low. We must learn more from him. Ziyin poked her head out from the bushes, also speaking expectantly. How is it? How is it? Has my disciple triggered the heavenly phenomenon yet? The Grand Elder reminds her. Sect Master, watch your image. Yifan feels something is off. Wonders. Strange. Why is the summer weather suddenly so cold? It feels like I'm being stared at by many perverted eyes. Meanwhile, the check-in system, being ignored, breaks down once again. He reels in his line, preparing to leave, saying, It's so cold. Better go back early. Don't want to catch a cold. Ziyin crawls out from the bushes, ordering the others hiding there. What are you all doing? Go back and cultivate, all of you. They crawl out, responding in unison. Yes. The Grand Elder thinks sarcastically. You still have the nerve to scold others? Yifan carries the bucket of fish, happily saying, The harvest wasn't bad today. Fish soup it is. The check-in system wakes up, declaring, No matter how many times I break down, I will not give up. Host, a check-in point has appeared in front of your residence. Hurry and receive the supreme reward. Suddenly, he steps into a glowing circle on the ground. Immediately, the circle blows trumpets in celebration. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in. The check-in system weepingly takes out a bottle of potion. This super experience potion can help you level up directly to the first stage of nascent soul. Also receive one epiphany. As it speaks, it rejoices internally. Success. I finally got the host to successfully check in. The check-in system continues. Host. Now you. But Yi Fan pays no attention. Oh no. Forgot to water the flowers. Then he snatches the bottle and says, luckily there's a vase here. The check-in system watches him use the potion to water the flower, crying and saying, why is it so hard to get the host to complete just one mission? When night falls, that flower suddenly moves. The petals start to sprout a leaf. The flower can now speak. It can also open its eyes. The flower says in astonishment, what is happening? A plant like me gained cultivation, became a demon cultivator? The flower flies into the sky, shouting, this is a favor granted by Master Yi Fan. Master's kindness. I will definitely engrave it in my heart. It flies all the way to the heavenly court, where fairies are singing and playing music, seeing the light emitting from Yi Fan's residence. The brothers point, shouting excitedly, look quick, a heavenly phenomenon. Senior brother Yi is manifesting. They kneel and bow. Turns out senior brother Yi was worried we wouldn't see the phenomenon, so he manifested it at night. Senior brother Yi, you are truly too thoughtful. You are my idol. I can feel it. Right at this moment, I have sensed the truth of cultivation. The Grand Elder saw this. He said, that's a bit of an exaggeration. But Ziyun was too stunned to believe it, because it turns out the rumors of Yi Fan triggering a celestial phenomenon weren't just rumors. After saying this, Ziyun was so happy she jumped for joy. Our Ziyun sect is about to rise. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder was trying to pull Ziyun back. Sect Master, your image. Your image. A disciple was carrying 2 large baskets of vegetables, saying cheerfully, I get to bring vegetables to senior brother Yi again today. Awesome. The one speaking was Mingbai. A few senior brothers blocked his path, ordering, stop right there. Seeing this, Mingbai asked with a terrified expression, senior brothers, what are you trying to do? One of them ordered, hand over all the vegetables. Then scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Mingbai's face turned pale with fear. He replied, I'm sorry. I can't do that. Besides, the sect forbids private duels between disciples. They ignored his words, saying, as long as we don't use our true chi when we beat you, it doesn't count as a private duel. Get him. Suddenly, the men rushed forward to snatch the baskets of vegetables. Mingbai fought back, yanking the baskets back. He said firmly, nobody touches these vegetables. He then charged forward and gave them a sound thrashing. He scared them into shouting, what the hell? Are you a man or a beast? Where did this kid get such monstrous strength? It hurts like hell. Damn it. After dealing with them, he cheerfully carried the vegetables and left. Senior brother Yi, I'm here. The scene changes. Ziyun was standing on a cliff, speaking to a large eagle. My Ziyun sect and your Hulu Mountain have always minded our own business. For what reason have you come here today? It declared, relax. My Hulu Mountain has no interest in this rundown place of yours. I've come for the 9-tailed spirit fox. Hearing this, Ziyun denied it. I have never seen any 9-tailed spirit fox. Hearing this, it immediately said in anger, if you won't cooperate peacefully, then I'll just beat you until you listen. But Ziyun just dodged gracefully, then struck it with a fiery palm. The hit landed. It was covered in injuries, on the verge of death. Ziyun asked it, well, still want to fight? But the eagle had confirmed it. It thought, it seems the news about the Ziyun sect having a 9-tailed spirit fox is true. It turned and flew away, thinking, wait until I report back to the great king. We'll annihilate the Ziyun sect immediately. At the same time, Ziyun and the others gave chase, shouting, you're not getting away, as she landed a palm strike on the eagle. It was knocked unconscious and began to fall. Ziyun said with a hint of worry, this time, we've really stirred the hornet's nest. The scene shifts to Yi Fan's house. At this moment, Yi Fan was setting out the food. Junior brotherly, stop what you're doing. Wash your hands and come eat. Mingbai praised with a blissful expression. Senior brother Ye's cooking smells amazing. As Yi Fan served the food, he thought to himself, in my past 99 lives, all I thought about was cultivation. Now I just want to be a salted fish, treat myself well, and enjoy good food. Suddenly, a blast of demonic energy blew in, knocking everything over. Mingbai said in fear, "It's demonic energy." A giant eagle claw appeared. Before Ziyun's shocked eyes, it snatched Yi Fan and Mingbai. It said to the people outside, "If any of you come closer, I'll kill these two." Ziyun said angrily, "Don't you dare touch my precious disciple." She began to negotiate. "Let them go, and we'll let you leave." The eagle didn't believe her, threatening, "You think I believe that? I'm taking them with me. If you dare to follow me one step, I'll kill them instantly." Mingbai looked at the scene before him, trembling with fear. Senior brother Yi. But when he saw Yi Fan's face, he was filled with joy. He thought, "Senior brother Yi isn't scared at all, as expected of my idol." Yi Fan, however, was furious. The delicious meal I worked so hard to create, ruined just like that. The check-in system appeared and announced, "The great mighty heavenly dragon is ready." Suddenly, a stream of energy enveloped the eagle's body. The eagle was shocked. "This is..." The energy blasted it to the side, making it scream in pain. It then crashed to the ground in front of everyone. Ziyun couldn't help but be amazed. Yi Fan is just as terrifying as I predicted. She approached him, asking, "Precious disciple, do you want to be the Sect master for fun?" Yi Fan answered simply, "No." Ziyun followed him into the house, pleading, "Oh, come on. What if I get you a new set of furniture?" Yi Fan reluctantly agreed. This made her extremely excited. "That's right, good disciple. About the exchange tournament in half a month. Do you think you could?" Before Ziyun could finish, Yi Fan picked up the eagle and asked, "Master, we happen to have some demonic beast meat right here. How about I invite you over for dinner tonight?" She had no choice but to agree. "All right, I'll come by tonight then." He sat down and began plucking the eagle's feathers. Meanwhile, the check-in system was jumping behind him. "Host, go to the check-in spots of the other sects. You'll have a chance to get divine weapons and powerful artifacts. Butchering demonic beasts will be as easy as pie. Congratulations, host, for receiving..." "Oh, never mind. You don't care anyway." Suddenly, someone called out, "Senior brother Yi." It was Mingbai. He brought in a basin of water. "There's something I don't understand." Yi Fan said simply, "Go on." Mingbai recounted the story. "Before, Master arranged a blind date for me. At first, we were getting along really well. But then she asked me a few questions, and suddenly said she had to leave." Hearing this, Yi Fan asked, "What questions?" Mingbai replied sadly, "She basically asked what my family does, how many businesses we own, and if we have a spirit beast carriage." Of course, I told her the truth. We're farmers. We don't own any businesses in the city. So naturally, we couldn't possibly have a spirit beast carriage. After hearing this, Yi Fan said, "I figured as much. But it's not your fault." Yi Fan put his arm around his shoulder, encouraging him. "Junior brotherly, stay for dinner tonight. Master won't say anything." Hearing this, Mingbai looked at Yi Fan with eyes full of worship. "Senior brother Yi is so gentle and considerate. If I could, I'd repay him with my life. Come to think of it, senior brother Yi always has a calm expression, no matter how beautiful the female disciple. But towards me, could it be? He knows I..." By the afternoon, Ziyun and Ziyin both came to visit Yi Fan's house. Ziyin greeted him cheerfully. "Junior brother Yi, long time no see." Yi Fan replied politely, "Third senior sister, you're well. Come eat. Let's eat." Seeing the two of them being so friendly, Ziyin was also very happy. The atmosphere of young people is so nice, so sweet. He then took out a package and handed it to Ziyun, saying, "These are all for you." Ziyin took it, as happy as could be. He has monstrous talent, cultivates diligently, and is so filial on top of that. To have such a good disciple. I'm just so happy. At this moment, Mingbai came out carrying a large bag of trash and said, "Senior brother Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll head down the mountain first." Yi Fan cheerfully reminded him, "Be careful with the trash." Ziyin bowed her head to thank him. "Before, it was thanks to you that I was able to survive. My life was saved because of you. If there's ever anything you need in the future, I, Ziyin, will definitely not refuse." Yi Fan replied politely, "Senior sister, you're too kind. We're all fellow disciples. There's no need to be so formal." Even so, Ziyin was very disappointed, because Junior brother is already at the nascent soul realm, while I'm only at the 10th level of foundation establishment. How could I possibly repay him now? At the same time, Mingbai was taking out the trash. He discovered a secret manual in the pile of garbage. He was shocked. He picked up the book. Mingbai wondered, what is this? He recalled Yi Fan's words. Be careful with the trash. Mingbai happily picked it up and read it. If senior brother Yi told me to be careful with the trash, then it should be okay for me to look at it. Mingbai was even more astonished when he discovered this is the eternal, indestructible formula. Mingbai joyfully hugged the book to his chest. A technique this incredible. There's no way senior brother Yi would just throw it away like trash. He must have used throwing out the trash as an excuse to give me this peerless divine technique. Father, mother, your son can finally hold his head high. Late at night, back in his room, Mingbai pulled the covers over his head. Underneath, he opened the book, thinking, no one can find out about this cultivation treasure. I have to find an absolutely safe place to hide it. Under the bed and in the cellar are no good. Inside the cabinet isn't safe either. The drawer is even less safe. That's it. This place is absolutely safe. There's no way anyone else will find it. Mingbai took the first step on his path of cultivation. First, he circulated his true qi through his body once. After half a month, he had made 1% progress. A giant flying ship appeared in the sky. A senior disciple looked up and commented, the Tianqing Sect's flying ship is huge. The person next to him heard this and said, perfected Tianqing has the strength of a 7th level nascent soul. All the other sect masters have to look up to him, including our own sect master, of course. Another person chimed in. I heard the Xian sect got a 9-tailed spirit fox. Is that true? What will the Tianqing sect do? If they can't get it, are they just going to destroy someone else's sect? A voice called out from the tower. Sect master. It was the Grand Elder's voice. The Grand Elder asked Xian, why don't you go ask Yifan if he can participate in this competition? Xian replied, I've already asked, but my precious disciple doesn't want to go. So let's just let nature take its course. At least Xian can fight to a draw tomorrow. Xian looked out the window, thinking, as long as Yifan can grow up smoothly, the Xian sect will definitely become the #1 among the 9 great sects. We might even have a chance to claim the top spot in the Eastern Wastelands. Elsewhere, Mingbai was cultivating relentlessly, constantly praising, as expected of the gift from senior brother Yi. At this point, Mingbai had completed 50% of his cultivation. Mingbai said, I've already opened half of my meridians. He shoved the item down his pants, grinning from ear to ear. Give me another 2 months, and I'll definitely be able to open all my meridians. Senior brother Yi, my life. A man came to call for Mingbai. Wen Qing was injured while cultivating 2 days ago. You'll replace him in a friendly match tomorrow. Mingbai pointed to himself in shock, stammering. Senior brother Wen Qing is at the 5th level of qi refining. I'm only at the 4th level. Replacing him to fight. Isn't that just a death wish? The man turned to leave, saying, you won't die. Just fight casually. Mingbai, however, looked dejected, muttering to himself, I've only been cultivating for half a month. I haven't even finished the introductory stage yet. At this moment, the senior and junior disciples began to gossip. The Golden Core Group's matches are one thing. Each side has wins and losses. But the Foundation Establishment Group is just tragic. Aside from Xian, everyone else got beaten to a pulp. The Grand Elder stood on the high platform observing and announced, next match, Qi Refining Group. Himu of the Tianqing Sect versus Li Mingbai of the Xian Sect. The surrounding chatter made Mingbai's face turn pale with fear. The people from other sects who fought Himu before all ended up bedridden for half a month before they could even get up. Himu is at the 5th level of qi refining, and Li Mingbai is only at the 4th level. Isn't he going to be knocked out in an instant? Mingbai began to turn pale. He thought, why is my opponent Himu? I'm going to be beaten into a vegetative state. The moment the match starts, I'll just fall to the ground. It's embarrassing, but it's better than getting injured. Himu saw Mingbai's state and sneered contemptuously, don't worry. I'll go easy on you. At most, I'll only leave you in bed for half a month. The people in the stands were cheering for Himu. Senior brother Himu beat him to death. Seeing this, Xian sighed helplessly. Mingbai, he rested his chin in his hand, thinking, I'll have to make my act look natural later. They probably won't be able to tell, right? Himu flew into the air, laughing. Let's end this quickly. But when he was hit with a punch, Mingbai was completely unharmed. Himu was stunned and confused. This punch should be enough to knock out a 4th-level Qi refining cultivator. What's going on? Mingbai, however, was perfectly calm and also feeling confused. Why does Himu's fist feel so slow? And it's so soft. There's no power behind it at all. Then Mingbai was hit with another punch. But he was still fine. This time, Himu was so scared he almost wet his pants. Kid, what's going on with you? Mingbai signaled for him to lower his voice. Senior brother Himu, although I'm touched that you said you'd go easy on me. Your acting is a little too obvious. Himu thought he was being mocked. He said angrily, do you people from Zion's sect only know how to stand there and take a beating? Don't you dare to exchange a few moves with me? Mingbai, however, thought innocently, Senior brother, Himu has a point. If I just keep taking hits like this, it'll be a waste of time. I'll provoke him with a light tap, and then gracefully fall down. Then Mingbai gathered his strength, cheerfully replying, as you wish, senior brother. Himu was hit in the face by Mingbai's palm strike. Smack. The blow sent Himu flying several meters away. Mingbai was shocked by his own strength. He thought, I didn't even use that much strength. As for Ziyun, who had been watching all along, she thought proudly, I knew it. My precious disciple was lying when he said he wouldn't compete. He arranged for this Li Mingbai to fight in order to save face for me. Seeing Himu defeated in one move and carried away, many people began to murmur, what happened? Himu fell after just one touch. Did that guy cheat? Who can't withstand a single palm strike? An older man stood up and asked them, are you questioning the judgment of our 7 great sects, suggesting we would favor the Ziyun sect? They were also flustered. This is impossible. At this moment, Mingbai also understood. I get it. This must be the effect of the eternal, indestructible formula. I feel like I can keep fighting. An eagle, whose wing had been previously injured, flew back to report to a larger eagle. This is all the information. That majestic eagle was the king of Huowu Mountain, the silver-eyed Eagle King. He was burning with rage, his eyes bloodshot. He said, the Ziyun sect was willing to risk mutual destruction to kill my little brother. It seems the 9-tailed spirit fox is truly in their hands. The silver-eyed Eagle King began to spread his wings. His gaze icy. He commanded, what time is it now? Still telling the cultivators to remember who said it in that area. Wait until I obtain the demon core of the 9-tailed spirit fox. The future position of the number 1 demon king of the eastern wastelands will be mine. At this time, Mingbai was still enthusiastically fighting with others. Another person was defeated by him in a single move. The older man asked the others, Li Mingbai has won 7 consecutive matches. Does anyone else wish to enter the ring and challenge him? Everyone said in unison, I'm not going. Can't beat him. It's too embarrassing, and I'd have to lie in bed for half a month. Whoever wants to go can go. Mingbai was extremely excited. He really wanted to shout, is there anyone else? But would saying that tarnish the sect's reputation? On the judge's platform, Tianqing said to Ziyun, perfected Ziyun, I didn't expect your sect to be hiding such a good seedling. Ziyun also replied humbly, perfected Tianqing, you flatter me. He's just a Qi refining stage disciple, after all. Suddenly, Tianqing began to mock. Is that so? Oh, right. I heard a 9-tailed spirit fox ran to your place a few days ago. The Wentian sect next to them smiled sinisterly, finding this very interesting. Because the show was about to start, perfected Tianqing began to press the issue. Ziyun waved her hand, seemingly trying to avoid the topic. Perfected Tianqing, you worry too much. It's just a rumor. My Violet Cloud sect has no such luck. But in her heart, she is cursing. Damn Wenxiang sect, always doing things that harm others without benefiting themselves. Tianqing puts down a cup. Says, we are all sensible people here. Let's stop doing useless things. Then he points straight at Ziyun with a murderous look. Declares, if you do not hand over the 9-tailed spirit fox today, what the consequences will be, I'm sure you know very well in your heart. Hearing these words, Ziyun's expression changes slightly, but she refuses to show weakness, circulating her cultivation method, preparing to strike, causing the disciples to shout in surprise. Sect Master Tianqing remains extremely arrogant, suggests, I will give you 3 seconds to think. After 3 seconds, the violet cloud sect will cease to exist. Then he starts counting down. He continues counting. 2. Meanwhile, Ziyun is calculating in her mind. If I hand it over, my precious disciple won't be able to raise his cultivation. But what about the lives of the entire sect? Tianqing comments while counting. It seems Ziyun the perfected is a stubborn one. Then he sternly counts 2. Tianqing charges forward, shouting, "Time's up, D." A strange voice rings out. "Cultivator infighting?" Tianqing turns his head in shock, seeing the scene before him. Startled. Half-step deity transformation. So the giant eagle king has arrived. Tianqing cries out in disbelief. Silver-eyed eagle king. It looks up at the sky and screams. These are all nascent soul-stage demon beasts. I'm afraid they all came from Fire Ray Mountain. The silver-eyed eagle king is already a lamp running out of oil. Coming here this time, could it be for the blood of the nine-tailed spirit fox? Hearing Tianqing's words, the silver-eyed eagle king looks toward Yi Fan's residence. Says, "So it is there." Meanwhile, in Yi Fan's kitchen on a mortal jade peak, he is looking at a pile of ingredients and calculating. Stewed chicken with daylilies and scallions. If only I had kept some eagle meat, that would have been good. But using wild boar meat works too. The taste isn't much different. As Yi Fan prepares to slice the meat, the check-in system appears and announces, detected that the host's pet, the nine-tailed spirit fox, is about to face danger. Host, please go to the rescue immediately. But he doesn't care in the slightest. Continues happily washing vegetables. The system sighs helplessly. What am I even expecting? Activating emergency summoning function. System crashing. Refusing to reboot. Deleting. Suddenly, a teleportation portal opens, bringing the nine-tailed spirit fox over. It falls straight into the basin of vegetables Yi Fan is washing. Starts struggling in the water. Yi Fan rubs its head. The nine-tailed spirit fox thinks gratefully. "Master, did you save me? You have no idea. There is so much terrifying demonic aura outside. It scared this baby to death. Before the gratitude can last long." Yi Fan coldly remarks. "Compared to half a month ago, you've fattened up quite a bit, haven't you?" And he looks at it with dangerous eyes. The nine-tailed spirit fox starts struggling in fear and runs away. Why did I delude myself into thinking he would be nice? Help! Yi Fan keeps praising it. Its blood essence is also very abundant. This thing's meat is definitely tastier than pork. Welcome back. The silver-eyed eagle king, soaring above, senses it. The aura seems to have changed position. Unexpectedly, an immature nine-tailed spirit fox can perform spatial teleportation. The eagle king decides to turn around and orders spatial teleportation. So what? How many times can it use that divine ability? Follow me. The eagle king quickly changes direction, flying at full speed. Everyone starts pointing and reporting to Sect Master Ziyun. They change direction. That direction seems to be Immortal Jade Peak. She is immediately terrified. Hurriedly rushes out. "Oh no, my precious disciple." At this moment, Tianqing asks the Grand Elder disdainfully, "Your Sect Master has already chased after them. Why haven't you people acted yet?" The Grand Elder turns around, immediately replies, "We aren't opponents for the silver-eyed eagle king either. How are we supposed to act? On the contrary, what about you? Didn't you want to snatch the nine-tailed spirit fox? Using your strength to oppress fellow cultivators. Cultivator? Why don't you go snatch it from the silver-eyed eagle king's hands?" The Grand Elder is worried inside. Although Yi Fan appeared very strong before, the silver-eyed eagle king is also a half-step deity transformation. The two of them might not be able to fight it. Better just follow them. At least I can protect the Sect Master and Yi Fan. Back at Yi Fan's house, in the kitchen, Yi Fan is peeling potatoes and puts the nine-tailed spirit fox into the pot, praising with a click of his tongue. The finest ingredients usually need to be stewed over low heat. First, smash some green onions, ginger, and garlic, and add them to the water. Then add a spoonful of salt, 2 spoons of soy sauce, and a sufficient amount of cooking wine. That should do it. Gotta taste the flavor first. It'll save effort on plucking the fur later. I still need to go prepare some shredded ham. The check-in system pops up a notification. Detected host is about to face a brutal battle, inviting host to quickly go to the door to check in and receive rewards. Suddenly, a giant claw descends from the sky, attacking Yi Fan. is the silver-eyed Eagle King's claw, preparing to grab Yifan. Not long after, Yifan is firmly within its grasp. The silver-eyed Eagle King is smug. Got you. But looking closely, it's not the nine-tailed spirit fox. Whatever. Grab him first. Ziyin appears in front of the silver-eyed Eagle King, shouting anxiously, "Precious disciple." The scene is chaotic. Tianqing thinks to himself, is the nine-tailed spirit fox hiding inside there again? And who is that guy? At this moment, Yifan shows no fear. Yawns. Ziyin calls out repeatedly in worry. "Precious disciple, where's the nine-tailed spirit fox? You didn't kill it, did you?" Hearing this, the Grand Elder thinks to herself. So that's what she's worried about. Meanwhile, Tianqing looks at Yifan's bored expression from above, feeling confused. Why is that brat not afraid of the silver-eyed Eagle King at all? Ziyin the Perfected doesn't seem worried either. Could it be that brat is very strong? The silver-eyed Eagle King starts threatening angrily. Didn't I just grab a little brat? These human cultivators are noisy as hell. I'll just crush him and throw him to them. The check-in system warns continuously. Warning host. Fine. I'll just do it myself. A burst of energy suddenly strikes down, startling the silver-eyed Eagle King. Head full of question marks. It thinks, what kind of attack is this? Could it be deity transformation? Before it can finish its sentence, it is hit by that energy, flips over and dies. Then, a loud explosion rings out. Dust fills the air. When the smoke clears, the giant eagle has gone to the Western Paradise, and Yifan is nonchalantly leaning against it, then falls asleep. Everyone present is dumbfounded, shouting, "Killed it!" A half-step deity transformation, and over 100 nascent soul stage eagle demons, all killed in the blink of an eye. Tianqing can't believe his eyes. This brat. No, this must be some old monster in disguise. Tianqing thinks, I just insulted the Violet Cloud sect like that. Could he be intentionally warning me? Tianqing starts to become respectful. Says to Ziyin, as expected of the Violet Cloud sect, your foundation is profound. With this mighty figure here, you will definitely dominate the Eastern Wasteland in the future. It is a pity I left in a hurry today. I did not prepare a generous gift. This humble Taoist still has private matters in the sect. I shall take my leave first. I will come to visit another day. Knowing she has the upper hand, Ziyin simply says, you're not allowed to leave. Su Yin and the Grand Elder immediately block his path. Ziyin asks Tianqing in a threatening tone. The exchange conference isn't over yet. What's the rush? Tianqing is now so scared he's about to wet his pants. Replies in terror. No, we forfeit. We forfeit everything from now on. Seeing Tianqing's fearful appearance, Ziyun's face starts to show contempt. Says, forfeit what? You gentlemen traveled all this way here. If you just go back like this, others will say our Violet Cloud sect bullies people. Ziyun crosses her arms. Suggests, all right, we had a little unpleasantness earlier, but as the host of the Violet Cloud sect, I can't force you to death over such a small matter, right? On the contrary, it is I. Shouldn't I offer an apology? Those around hearing this request are terrified, muttering in their hearts. Is she serious? She's definitely serious. She has no restraint at all. Where is the dignity of a cultivator? We've known each other for 10,000 years. Does this wicked woman need to speak so gently? Then Ziyun orders the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, take these friends to the rear courtyard to rest for a few days. Meeting so many demon beasts today, they must be terrified. Put them under house arrest. Don't let them run away. The Grand Elder is also surprised by this request. Asks back, you want me to do that kind of hospitality? Ziyun happily confirms. That's right, Grand Elder. Everyone is an old acquaintance. It's the thought that counts. Don't be too excessive, like beating them to death and flaying their skin. Hearing this, the Grand Elder also obediently replies, I understand. Ziyun asks Tianqing, fellow Taoist Tianqing, it's your big birthday in a few days, isn't it? He denies in terror. No, it's not. I don't have one. Don't arrange any birthday for me. She says seriously, when that time comes, our Violet Cloud sect will definitely prepare a big celebratory gift. Ziyun thinks to herself, the Tianqing sect is done for. Bankrupt. They won't even be able to keep their pots and pans. Then she walks over to praise Yifan. My precious disciple is so capable. In just 2 months, he went from a mortal to the deity transformation realm. It seems heaven is blessing my violet cloud sect. The old man behind her says, I'm afraid Yi Fan isn't simply a congenital Tao body. Perhaps he is the reincarnation of some mighty figure. Another senior brother says, a mighty figure reborn, although he would lose his memories. Previous life. But the cultivation techniques can be inherited. If he can resonate with the other disciples, my violet cloud sect will rise to greatness. Yi Fan turns and walks away. Disciple takes his leave, master. Elders, I feel unclean. Gonna wash up a bit. Ziyin says happily, take your time, precious disciple. No rush. We still have to deal with these demon beasts. 2 old men start discussing. So many eagle demons. Looks like we'll be busy for a while. The other one also says, if we can pluck the feathers of the silver-eyed eagle king, we can refine a very good magic treasure. Ziyin speaks up too. The elder is right. I want to use that beast's feathers to make a warm coat for my precious disciple. 10 minutes later, the giant eagle has been plucked until not a single feather remains. Only skin is left. Ziyin recalls what just happened. Remarks, this should be enough. As expected, a half-step deity transformation demon beast isn't easy to deal with. She wonders to herself, I feel like I came here for something very important. Hearing the disciples say it smells so good. Is it time to eat? This aroma seems like something I smelled in senior brother Yi Fan's kitchen. It's demon beast meat. Then Ziyin feels something is wrong. Exclaims, demon beast meat. The 9-tailed spirit fox. She immediately flies into Yi Fan's kitchen. Looking toward the pot simmering on the stove. Opens it to look. Sees the 9-tailed spirit fox inside the pot. Ziyun is shocked. Little baby. It gradually opens its eyes. Sees Ziyun's worried face. Luckily, she discovered it early. You really scared me to death. It shakes its body aggrievedly. Then bursts into tears of joy. The 9-tailed spirit fox gratefully throws itself into Ziyun's arms. You finally came. I was almost sent to meet my ancestors. She comforts it. Don't cry, little baby. If my precious disciple doesn't love you, I'll love you. Yi Fan returns holding a carving knife. Says, I was wondering how that little thing opened the pot lid. Turns out Master opened it. I thought demon beast blood would be very nutritious. If I had known, I would have drained the blood first. This sentence makes the 9-tailed spirit fox scream. It clings tightly to Ziyun for help. Save me. Yi Fan walks over and says, Master, don't be in such a hurry. I'll make you a pot of fish and meat soup right now. She starts shouting, Disciple, are you missing water in your 5 elements? Otherwise, why is your head full of water? Killing even a spirit pet. But Yi Fan doesn't listen to reason. In his eyes, a spirit pet is just a piece of meat. If it's killed, it's killed. She hugs it in her arms. Acts cute. But you agreed to give it to me earlier. This action confuses Yi Fan. I admit Master is indeed a beautiful and lovely young lady. But thinking about how Master is over 1,000 years old, it still feels weird. Hearing this, Yi Fan requests, Fine, fine. Master, when I stew the Eagle King meat, I still need a few other ingredients. Before he can finish speaking, Ziyin runs off hugging the 9-tailed spirit fox and says, I'll go prepare them right away. He wonders, I haven't even finished speaking yet. That night, the entire Violet Cloud sect smells the rich aroma of meat. That night, everyone happily says cheers. On a small path, Mingbai puts his arm around his senior brother's shoulder and says, That's why I say your vision is too narrow. This morning, you only saw senior brother Yi take action, but you completely failed to understand senior brother Ye's deeper intentions. The other person asks, Senior brother Li, what do you mean by that? Mingbai asks him back, You all saw senior brother Yi fighting those golden eagles, right? Let me ask you, when the Eagle King appeared, what happened after senior brother Yi attacked? The other person also wonders, could there be some deeper meaning? Mingbai mutters, A bunch of idiots. Can't even see something so simple. Hearing this, the person asks, Senior brother Li, do you mean senior brother Yi attacked directly to avoid accidentally injuring us? He pointed at the other man. That's right. You've got some promise. The disciples around them started shoving each other. Hey brother, you've been drinking again, haven't you? Not a drop. You won't even get a sip of meat soup tonight. Understood, he said. So, does anyone know why senior brother Yi, who could have easily won the tournament, decided to put on such a show instead? He never even showed up. Then the Sable King suddenly appeared with a horde of demonic beasts. You think that was a coincidence? Hearing this, the other man asked, Don't tell me that was all part of Senior Brother Ye's plan? Upon hearing this, he yelled out, Exactly. Senior Brother Ye was just waiting for the exact moment the Sable King would arrive, so he could lie in wait for him at Jade Immortal Peak. That way, he could wipe out the Demon King and his minions, without any of us getting hurt in the arena. Everything that happened was all part of Senior Brother Ye's plan. Then they all started cheering. So that's what was going on. Senior Brother Ye is unbeatable. Senior Brother Ye is a genius. Senior Brother Ye is incredible. The next morning, a senior sister found herself being chased by a mob of her fellow disciples. She screamed in terror, Help me. My senior brothers have all gone insane. They chased after her, pleading, Please, senior sister, be my partner. Senior sister Yenzi, I can't live without you. When they finally caught up to her, they swarmed her, calling out relentlessly, Senior sister, I want to marry you, senior sister Yenzi. My entire life's happiness is in your hands. She refused. My heart is set on cultivation. I'm really not interested. Please go find someone else. The Grand Elder, meanwhile, stood in a corner watching the senior sister get harassed. After a moment, she walked on. The Grand Elder then encountered some male disciples who were also beginning to act strangely. Brother, you smell so good. I love you, man. I'll make you feel so good. Walking a little further, she saw that the female disciples, too, were behaving bizarrely. Little sister, you're so beautiful. Your skin is so soft. I want to spend our wedding night together. Don't be shy, big sister. I feel like I'm ascending to immortality. But the Grand Elder was still focused on her task, which was carrying a bowl of hot soup. She looked down at the soup in her hands and thought to herself, Oh no. I used to think that the meat of a nascent soul stage demon beast was priceless. I should have let the disciples in the sect try it. I forgot that the meat of a nascent soul stage demon beast is extremely gentle in nature. If Huwu Mountain can develop like this, why can't the demon beasts living there be eaten? Wait a minute. There seems to be something extra in this soup. Oh no. I have to inform the sect master immediately. At the sect master's place, Ziyun was shouting, Let go. Ziyin, you're about to rip my clothes. But Ziyin refused. Master, I won't let go. I really like you. Please marry me. Ziyun replied, All right. Ziyin asked happily, Master, really? Ziyun took out a small round pill and stuffed it into Ziyin's mouth, saying, Just kidding. Ziyin swallowed it with a gulp. At that moment, Ziyin came to her senses. She asked Ziyun, Master, what happened to me? Huh? Wait a minute. What's wrong with your clothes? Ziyun explained, Ziyin, you were just influenced by a demon beast. Quickly go to the main hall and help the Grand Elder. Give the disciples the spirit cleansing pills. Hearing this, Ziyin replied, Yes. Not long after, under the suppression of the sect master and the Grand Elder, the chaos in the Ziyun sect was quelled. It almost turned into the Hawan sect. From then on, I want to add a few more rules. The cooks are no longer allowed to use wine and demon beast meat as rewards. Sitting on her chair, Ziyun said, I didn't expect this to happen today because Li Mingbai and the others were drinking. Only after sobering up did I realize my precious disciple's true strength. His foresight is godlike, knowing 5,000 years into the future. The innate Tao body is truly monstrous. She took out a book, thinking to herself, Back then, I just happened to find an old tale. I knew the innate Tao body was powerful, but I didn't expect there to be so much I didn't know. The Aohai Kingdom once had a cultivator with the innate Tao body. His cultivation was formidable. At 20, he slayed a sea dragon at the god transformation stage. At 30, he became the ruler of the Aohai Kingdom. He only started learning divination at 40. Within 2 years, he had mastered the art of divination. From then on, he was unmatched. Ziyin read up to this point, startled. She thought to herself, could my precious disciple have secretly learned divination too? If what Li Mingbai and the others said is true, then what happened that day was indeed Yi Fan's plan. She stood up and murmured, thinking back on it. Aside from being knocked out by the heat, that kid really wasn't hurt at all that day. The herbs used in it could also conceal his aura. So how could normal hot water possibly harm a demon beast? So that's how it is. Everything is clear now. It seems my precious disciple is breaking through to the god transformation stage. Time was tight, so he didn't have time to conceal his spiritual energy. So he used this method to resolve it. He was also afraid of accidentally injuring others. So he used his spirit pet to lure the Eagle King and the other demon beasts over. I never would have thought my precious disciple, who is usually so carefree, could be so meticulous and discreet. Today's rest is canceled. All elders, prepare to follow me to the Tianqing Sect to present a birthday gift. 3 days later, Yi Fan was doing something in the kitchen. He sighed. Jade Peak is too quiet. Master went to the 8 great sects. It's been 3 days, and she still hasn't returned. The check-in system appeared. It said, "Host, why don't you go for a walk outside? Or talk to your fellow disciples?" Seeing the system, Yi Fan continued to curse. This damn system is so noisy. It's the same old trick. First, let others misunderstand my strength. Then use the praise from those around me to make me lower my guard. Force me to cultivate. In the end, let those sons of destiny. The result is a complete mess. Maybe another day, I'll go learn from the prodigal system next door. Maybe I can change this system too. The system said dejectedly, "The check-in reward for the host has arrived. Please come and claim the best reward." The system has successfully claimed the reward for the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving a mysterious pet egg. Seeing Yi Fan happily say, "Oh," while holding the egg, the check-in system said cheerfully, "Host, you're finally happy again." This mysterious egg hatches into a random pet. But the worst it can be is the level of a 9-tailed spirit fox. It could even be a high-grade or peak-level pet. The system predicted based on its smooth, glossy shell. It could be a celestial beast like a green dragon or a phoenix. But Yi Fan couldn't care less. He put it directly into the steamer, saying, "Not bad. It's quite clean." Seeing this, the system was speechless. "Host, stop that dangerous behavior immediately." Host, a 9-tailed spirit fox is already a top-tier beast in the cultivation world. This egg could even hatch a celestial beast. A celestial beast, I tell you. No, I have to break this steamer. An hour later, Yi Fan opened the steamer. The egg inside was still the same. He was annoyed. Why won't this egg cook? Wait, it's angry too? The check-in system said excitedly. The mysterious pet egg has undergone a mutation. But the inside might not be damaged. The egg began to hatch. Startling Yi Fan, the eggshell slowly cracked. A dog appeared. He looked at it and couldn't help but feel dejected. A husky. Oh great, a house wrecker. The dog happily pounced on Yi Fan. He was shocked. Damn, the egg hatched a husky. It started to lick Yi Fan, making him impatient. Damn it, don't lick my clothes. Your saliva is filthy, the check-in system announced. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mutated celestial beast. Species, husky. Defense level. Peak level, celestial beast. The system shouted in shock. Infinite defense power. Yi Fan had already put the celestial beast in the steamer. Before the words were even out, the celestial beast broke out of the steamer. It leaped up and broke through the ceiling. Yi Fan stared blankly at the hole in the ceiling, thinking to himself, even though I don't eat dog meat, this piece of meat isn't small. Maybe I should just cook it anyway. Yi Fan had no choice but to stop. By nightfall, the dog started barking loudly in his room. Yi Fan carried the dog out. He looked at the bed, thinking to himself, Dog's Life, Volume 1. The Book of the Horny Dog. The first thing a puppy does when it's born is break the ceiling. Just as Yi Fan was trying to calm down the dog that was about to fly away, someone was secretly spying from behind. They looked at the dog and said, "This dog is really something else. Even if it's not a person, at least give me a 9-tailed spirit fox. Oh well, let's get this dog out of here." One morning, Yi Fan set up a stall with the purpose of finding someone to foster this dog. Looking at it, Yi Fan thought to himself, this place is 3,000 miles from the Sect. If I leave it here, I won't have to worry about it coming back. Then he flew back, saying to the dog, "Goodbye, Husky." The Husky stared at him blankly, then suddenly realized a great truth. Master disappeared. Go find. Play. It naively started a happy game of hide and seek. In the sky, a white-haired female cultivator was flying on her sword. She took a sip of water and said, "The night wind is so refreshing tonight." The white-haired female cultivator murmured, "The cold wind is like fine wine, intoxicating the true cultivator. Stars fall, mountains and rivers are silent. A dog flies in the sky. At this moment, she noticed a dog flying right beside her. What? A flying dog? A dog that can fly. Its cultivation must be at the golden core stage. It would be great if I could catch it and make it my pet. Suddenly, a flying sword shot towards her, stabbing the white-haired female cultivator straight through. She let out a resentful scream. I can't believe I was ambushed. In the distance, a giant flying ship was in the air. She, however, fell to the ground. The one who attacked was a middle-aged, blonde man on the ship. He said to the red-haired man next to him, "Every rogue cultivator wants to come and get a piece of the pie. They really don't know their own limits." The red-haired man also commented, "That woman from the Ziyun sect is really crazy. She even dares to rob the spirit stones of outer disciples. If we can bring back this nascent soul stage infant beast today, it will be considered as compensation for the losses of our Tianqing sect." The blonde man suddenly sensed something. "Wait, I feel something." The red-haired man asked in surprise, "Really? Then I'll make my move right now. My beast-binding rope is ready." They jumped off the flying ship. They saw the dog happily swimming in the water. The red-haired man saw this and said, "Strange. Why do I get the feeling this demon beast isn't very smart?" The blonde man comforted him. "Infant beasts are all like this. Let's just watch a little longer." The man, blonde one, started to pull the dog up. Then he gently held it. The mischievous little dog was still holding a stone in its mouth. When it saw the blonde man, it looked at him with its big, adorable eyes. The blonde man said, "In its eyes, I have met someone. The path in my eyes is her reincarnation, me and her. Our love was deep and profound." The blonde man burst out laughing. "That's right. The hope for the revival of our Tianqing sect lies in it." The red-haired man, however, said, "You should hold it upside down." In the dead of night, they brought the dog onto the flying ship. Tianqing asked curiously, "Fifth Elder, where did you find this treasure? Did anyone see you?" The blonde man replied, "On the way, a rogue cultivator crashed into the flying ship. I've soul-searched him and turned him into an idiot. To seal off the news, I've killed all the cultivators on that path. No other sect will know." Then Tianqing turned to instruct the red-haired man, "Seventh Elder, I'll leave the rest to you." He also replied cheerfully, "I guarantee I'll take good care of it." The two of them looked at the dog on the table. They thought to themselves, there are no records of this type of infant beast. Is it fiery red or lightning blue? Oh well, as long as it has a color, it's fine. The dog, however, was looking at the lamp in front of it. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the gemstone inside in one gulp. This startled everyone around them. The gemstone mouth, it dashed out like a gust of wind. Tianqing shouted angrily, "You beast! Give me back the broken sun lamp." They caught the dog. Tianqing demanded, "Got you, you beast! Spit it out." As he tried to get the gemstone out of the dog's mouth, he discovered something. This dog's strength is incredible. The seventh elder of the Tianqing sect next to him shouted angrily, "You beast! Don't get your saliva on the broken sun lamp." The dog's saliva dripped onto the gemstone. It glowed even brighter. They looked in amazement. "Look, the saliva dripped on it." Tianqing said in astonishment, "Enlightenment? Why is it enlightenment?" The seventh elder of the Tianqing sect also couldn't believe it. "No, look at the broken sun lamp. Every time the color changes, it becomes clearer." The dog bit down hard. Not long after, the gemstone shattered. The fifth elder of the Tianqing sect was stunned. The broken sun lamp. This thing can't even be damaged by an attack from a god transformation stage cultivator. And this dog bit it to pieces. The seventh elder of the Tianqing sect was also extremely bewildered. "No, if a spirit beast's aptitude reaches a certain level, it will surpass our common understanding." Tianqing hugged the dog tightly, saying joyfully, "My Tianqing sect is about to prosper again." The fifth and seventh elders of the Tianqing sect were also overjoyed. When this treasure grows up, unifying the eastern wastelands will be as easy as pie. Next time, I'll definitely make that old hag from the Ziyun sect pay. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. This made Tianqing regain his serious demeanor. He said, "I'll get the door." He asked loudly, "What's going on outside?" "We're discussing important matters. It's not convenient to open the door." The person reported, "Sect Master, something has happened. Something has happened in the forbidden area in the back mountain." Not long after, at some mysterious place. Tianqing led a few disciples and asked, "What's wrong?" He said again, "What kind of monster is it? Could another sect be spying on us?" "Men, the two elders, go and gather the disciples. The other elders get into position. Prepare to face the enemy." A strange voice rang out. "No need. It's me. You all, come and welcome your ancestor." Tianqing asked in surprise, "Who dares to play tricks? You say you're the ancestor, so you're the ancestor?" The strange voice said, "Well said." Everyone looked down at their feet. "This is the heavenly star grand formation created by your ancestor." After that, a man with green hair and white eyes appeared. Tianqing asked, "This appearance, it really is the ancestor. You're still alive?" The ancestor of the Tianqing sect said, 3,000 years. Time flies. They knelt down respectfully. "Greetings, ancestor." The ancestor of the Tianqing sect told them to get up quickly. "I need to absorb another day of the world's spiritual energy. I can only successfully exit seclusion tomorrow. Seeing as you couldn't even take out a single magical treasure just now. How pathetic. Unless the Tianqing sect is in trouble." Tianqing reported with a trembling voice, reporting to the ancestor. After hearing this, the ancestor of the Tianqing sect said angrily, "A mere god transformation stage cultivator dares to climb on top of my Tianqing sect. Tomorrow, I, your ancestor, will help you annihilate the Ziyun sect." Hearing this, they replied in unison, "As you command, ancestor." The ancestor of the Tianqing sect began to sit cross-legged and cultivate. He looked around, thinking to himself, "There's too little spiritual energy. I feel like it will be difficult to reach the void comprehension stage to exit seclusion today. As expected, essence and blood are still faster. It's a pity those nascent soul stage kids have all gone to the Ziyun sect. At this rate, I might suffer a backlash from my cultivation technique." The ancestor of the Tianqing sect heard the people behind him whispering and began to get angry. "Maybe I should just kill these inner disciples at the Qi refining and golden core stages to replenish myself." The two people behind him were talking to each other. "Jiangzi, have you seen the sect master's spirit pet?" "No." "This morning, the sect master and the others already went to the Ziyun sect." "I didn't see it." The ancestor of the Tianqing sect was furious. At the same time, the two of them didn't notice and continued to talk. "I hope it appears soon. Otherwise, we're both done for. You didn't keep a close eye on it, and you're still talking." When they realized the ancestor of the Tianqing sect was behind them, he had already taken their lives. In an instant, they turned into two dried-up corpses. The ancestor of the Tianqing sect said to himself, "Still not enough. I wonder what kind of spirit pet they were looking for." Suddenly, something startled the ancestor of the Tianqing sect. "This energy, even 1,000-year-old snow lotus, isn't this pure." A moment later, the ancestor of the Tianqing sect was horrified to see the dog urinating on his grave. He rushed forward in a rage, preparing to attack it. "You beast! You dare to scare me? I was just lacking in spiritual power. I sentence you to death." But the dog just farted, and the ancestor of the Tianqing sect's soul flew away in terror. He turned into a ball of light, thinking in bewilderment, "I was about to enter the void comprehension stage, and this beast broke my cultivation with a single fart. What kind of beast is this?" A moment later, a sound was heard. The ancestor of the Tianqing sect, in the form of a ball of light, was startled. Seeing the scene before him, he shouted, "Beast! Don't dig! Don't dig!" The dog dug up something shiny from the ground. It revealed a sly expression and said, "You're awake? The time for revenge has come." The nails on the coffin began to glow. The dog began to pull out the nails. The ancestor of the Tianqing sect, in the form of a ball of light, stood there, thinking in astonishment. Why isn't the coffin nail formation working? "Damn beast! Stop pulling them out. If you pull any more, my essence will dissipate." "No, this beast can sense it. If my body is exposed now, it will disappear. Those nascent soul cultivators are all gone. I can only rely on those disciples." He then began to chant, "All disciples of the Tianqing sect, gather at the back mountain immediately." However, nothing happened. This left the ancestor of the Tianqing sect bewildered. Why is no one responding? Why? Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have killed those two who were looking for the dog. As the dog pulled out the nail, A line of information appeared. Husky's passive talent. Silent house wrecking. He was terrified and began to cry and beg. Little ancestor. The last nail is also pulled out. I'm begging you. Please don't dig anymore, okay? You can have all the nails. Just don't open the coffin lid, okay? Little ancestor. When it pulled out the last nail, the coffin lid popped open, throwing the dog to the ground. Inside was the ancestor of the Tianqing sect, but he quickly disappeared. When the dog stood up, it saw only a pile of ashes inside. It felt very confused. It saw that there was nothing inside, and was extremely disappointed. Something sparkling in the distance attracted the dog's attention. It happily ran over. So much fun. Inside the room, Ziyun asked Yifan, "Precious disciple, I heard a disciple saw you flying a magical artifact outside to cultivate." He lied. Cultivate? That didn't happen. She said angrily, "Don't lie to me anymore. If you weren't cultivating, what were you doing outside?" He answered honestly, "I really had something urgent to do." Ziyun questioned, "What was it?" Someone suddenly burst in with an urgent report. "Sect Master, it's not good. Perfected Tianqing has brought his people here." Ziyun felt very. They dared to come? Why are they so bold today? "I'll go over there right now." Ziyun then said to her disciple, "Precious disciple, I'll be back in a bit." Yifan also encouraged her. "Master, leave early, come back early." Hearing this, Ziyun blushed. "Leave early, come back early. This kid still knows how to care about me." The Tianqing sect ship had arrived. The disciples below were buzzing with discussion. "Are you from the Tianqing sect? Sick. You ran away and now you're back. This time with such a grand display. I can feel it from 1,000 miles away. I think they must have prepared something." The man on the ship announced loudly, "You women of the Ziyun sect, get out here for me. Let me send you a return gift." Ziyun asked unhappily, "Fellow Taoist Tianqing, what is your meaning today?" Tianqing declared, "My meaning? Our ancestor has been resurrected. You all wait for your death." Ziyun asked again, "The ancestor of Tianqing." At this moment, Ziyun was tense. Could that old man have used a secret technique to feign death and resurrected 3,000 years later? Today, he has truly been resurrected. If so, this is dangerous. The ancestor of Tianqing back then was at the 10th level of God transformation. Even if his cultivation has regressed, I'm afraid we are still no match for him. She used her eyes to send a message to the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, I'm afraid the Ziyun sect cannot be saved. Quickly inform all the disciples. Go to the secret passage immediately." The Grand Elder said worriedly, "Sect Master, what about you?" Ziyun said resolutely, "Even if the ancestor of Tianqing comes today, my precious disciple is still here. He probably wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me." Tianqing stroked his beard smugly and said, "Speaking of which, your Taoist companion has been dead for a long time. You, Zhongguei, are also a woman. How about you become my Taoist companion?" Ziyun turned around and threatened, "Do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out?" He laughed lewdly. "I just like your eyes. They have a special flavor." The people behind him saw his expression, and their faces turned pale with fear. He dares to say such things. If he fails, Tianqing took out a token and said, "It seems the ancestor has arrived. Let me show you the magnificent figure of my ancestor." Next to him, someone shouted a warning. "Something's wrong. The ancestor is dead. The sect is gone too. Sect Master, you should go back and check on that beast. It dug up the ancestor's grave. All the scriptures and treasures have been swallowed by it." While he was reporting, the dog climbed onto his back, startling him. Tianqing looked at the shattered token in his hand and shed tears. He couldn't stand firm and fell backward. He kept muttering, "It's over. It's over. It's all over. The ancestor is dead. The foundation is destroyed. No one is a match for that woman." Even the silver-eyed Eagle King was instantly killed by the golden dragon. The golden dragon. That golden dragon. Tianqing was so angry he coughed up blood, causing the others to cry out in alarm. "Sect Master! The Sect Master is dead." The Grand Elder saw this and said, "I despise him. With his aptitude, how could he have cultivated to the nascent soul stage?" Ziyun said to her, 80% of it was through pills. Ziyun said sternly, "However, since the ancestor of Tianqing is dead, today these people from the Tianqing sect are no match for me. She then ordered the disciples, "Elders, hear my command. Follow me to annihilate the Tianqing sect." They shouted in unison. Standing on the mountain, Yifan watched the ongoing battle. He complained in frustration, "It's so noisy." Below, Ziyun had taken care of countless Tianqing sect disciples with a single sword strike. At this moment, Ziyun was swinging her sword, slashing at the enemies in front of her. She then swung out a circular sword chi, killing all the surrounding enemies. After finishing, Ziyun said, "Grand Elder, deal with these bodies. Take them far away. Don't dirty our Ziyun sect's land." The Grand Elder replied, "What about the rest of them?" Ziyun explained to her, "They have 200,000 to 300,000 disciples. If we kill too many, it won't be good for our Tao hearts. Besides, the Tianqing sect no longer exists. Those disciples no longer have any support. They will naturally disperse." The Grand Elder also agreed. The sect master is right. Suddenly, the two of them saw something, and were both terrified. In the sky, there was a coffin-shaped object, flying towards a mountain. The two of them shouted, "What is that?" "A coffin. It's flying towards a mortal jade peak." The two of them immediately flew off on their swords, saying, "Let's go check it out." From a distance, Ziyun saw a beast on the coffin. She asked in surprise, "Isn't that the demon beast that just destroyed the Tianqing sect?" The Grand Elder was confused. "What's going on? Even a flying ship would take 12 hours to get here, but it only took half an hour to fly here." Ziyun made up her mind, preparing to charge forward. "I must stop it. I can't let it destroy everything in the Ziyun sect. Even the ancestor is dead, let alone my precious disciple who has just reached the god transformation stage." After flying for a while, the beast saw the figures below. Seeing this, it suddenly stopped, then immediately accelerated and charged forward. The speed was so fast that Ziyun had to shout, "So fast! I can't catch up at all." She panted as she tried to think of a way. "It seems I'll have to use a secret technique to increase my speed." A moment later, the coffin stopped, so Ziyun also landed. Approaching it, she said angrily, "Damn it! It's really after my precious disciple. If you dare to touch my disciple, I will perish with you." Seeing Ziyun's angry expression, Yifan was also speechless. He then decided to play along with her emotions. Yifan picked up the husky and scolded it. "This dog. It's one thing to come back, but what's the meaning of bringing a coffin back with you?" She heard this and asked suspiciously, "Beat dash. Could it be that this demon beast is your pet? You made me rush back so quickly." Yifan was about to take it away. The reason was, "This demon beast is better off stewed." Suddenly, Ziyun called out to him, stopping him. "Wait a minute. Let's think of another way." He justified himself. "Master, this type of dog is an extremely inauspicious creature. With it in the house, the household will not be at peace." As he spoke, he thought to himself, "This dog was given by the system. After sending it back and forth, it sent me a husky. I really can't be at ease." Ziyun used her sparkling eyes to persuade Yifan. "Really? Think about it again." Yifan handed the husky to Ziyun and said, "Master, don't be like this. I can't stand it." "Oh well, if you like it, just take it." Ziyun happily took it and walked away. She kept saying, "Great." The Grand Elder saw Ziyun walking out with the dog. She asked Sect Master, "Have you subdued this demon beast?" Ziyun replied happily, "I didn't expect it to belong to my precious disciple." Hearing this, the Grand Elder was also surprised. At this moment, Ziyun explained further, "My precious disciple is truly a divine strategist. He knew the ancestor of Tianqing would be resurrected, so he brought it to the Tianqing sect in the middle of the night. So what happened today? He had already foreseen it all." Hearing this, the Grand Elder also said, "So that's how it is. This spirit pet really knows how to eat." Hearing this, a male disciple behind her chimed in, "A spirit pet this powerful. I'm afraid senior brother Yifan's cultivation has already reached the void comprehension stage." After hearing this, Ziyun asked doubtfully, "But master, will this little guy destroy our sect in the future?" Ziyun wasn't too sure either. She said, "Probably not." Suddenly, everyone present turned pale. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. At this moment, an orange-haired person was holding someone who seemed to be unconscious. He called out to Ziyun, "Sect Master, elders, it's not good. Senior brother Su Qiuming has encountered an evil cultivator." Hearing this, Ziyun immediately frowned in anger. What? There's an evil cultivator near the sect, and they dare to harm our golden core stage disciple. Ziyun immediately waved her hand, giving orders to her disciples. Grand Elder, you strengthen the patrols. Elder Ru, you contact the other sections. If you find anything, report it immediately. After hearing this, everyone replied in unison, yes. The scene changes to the outside, a magnificent mountain landscape. At this moment, Fei had her arms crossed, looking vigilant and saying, lucky for me, I have a long life. When I reach the nascent soul stage, I'll go to the Tianqing sect to check things out. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The world is so cruel. They clearly gave me money, but then they stole it back. Who will pity this old man? The road is so long. How will I get home? She happily said to him, old sir, how about I give you a ride on my flying sword? Seeing this, the evil cultivator also pretended to say, is that okay? Little miss. Thank you, miss. Suddenly, he released a powerful, evil energy and a ferocious expression. Fei, however, was completely unaware. She was still happily saying, no need to thank me. Cultivators do this to repay the heavens. He then immediately reached out to grab her face. The evil cultivator attacked Fei's eyes. She didn't even have time to defend herself. He had already shed his disguise as an old man, returning to his youthful appearance. At this moment, she was lying in a pool of blood flowing from her eyes. The evil cultivator dragged Fei, laughing excitedly. Another fool. He dragged her body into a cave. Below was a formation. The surroundings were filled with rocks and skulls. He threw Fei into the middle of the formation, saying, as long as I sacrifice a cultivator to the seventh son of the war devil, and please Lord Ju Exen. The evil cultivator had a wicked thought, laughing with satisfaction. I will definitely become the strongest cultivator in the eastern wastelands. Elsewhere, the check-in system was reading information to Yi Fan. Host, I've successfully drawn a prize for you. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an evil warding talisman. The exorcism talisman has a great purifying effect on evil forces. It is the nemesis of all demonic paths. Don't you think I'm amazing? Now I can automatically draw prizes. Yi Fan dejectedly took the talisman it handed him. It, however, was being smug. Host, you should cherish me a little. Why do you have to crumple it up? He didn't hesitate to throw it away quickly, which greatly surprised the check-in system. Suddenly, a voice called out, is Senior Brother Yi there? I brought today's vegetables. It was Mingbai. He pushed open the door to deliver the vegetables. Seeing this, Yi Fan said, Junior Brother Li, I've troubled you. Mingbai entered, happily placing the basket of vegetables on the ground, and said, Senior Brother Yi, I'll leave it here. Yi Fan suggested, Junior Brother, let me cook. Let's eat together. But he politely refused. No, it's all right. I have something else to do. I can't eat. Senior Brother Yi, do you have any trash you need to throw out? I can help you take it out. Hearing this, Yi Fan didn't insist. Then I'll have to trouble you. A moment later, Mingbai walked under the scorching sun, but his heart was filled with joy. He thought to himself, there's no one around. I can open it now. I wonder if Senior Brother threw away any treasures in the trash. But when Mingbai poured it out, there was nothing but trash. He said in confusion and disappointment, how can there be nothing? Really, could Senior Brother's intention be to warn me? Even with a peerless cultivation technique, one should not be too attached. Wait a minute. What is this? Mingbai picked it up. It was the talisman that Yi Fan had thrown away. At this moment, Mingbai was as happy as if he had received a treasure. Mingbai held it in his hand, not letting go, even though he had just taken it out of the trash. He said, I knew it. Senior Brother wouldn't let me down. Senior Brother is so nice. I can't tell anyone about this. I have to keep this talisman safe. A moment later, on the streets of the city, it was deserted and cold, unlike the usual prosperity of a city. Mingbai walked over and said to an old shopkeeper, where have all my fellow disciples gone? The person saw him and replied, Master Li, it seems something has happened. I don't know what it is. They all went north. Hearing this, Mingbai said disappointedly, north? Unless they received some kind of mission. If it's a mission, I have to go back quickly. After saying this, Mingbai also quickly bid farewell to the shopkeeper and left. Thank you, shopkeeper. After walking for an hour, Mingbai felt that something was strange. There was no one on the road. He couldn't contact his fellow disciples either. What on earth happened? Should I go back? Suddenly, as he was walking, Mingbai saw the evil cultivator disguised as an old man lying on the side of the road. Out of kindness, Mingbai approached him and asked, "Old sir, are you all right?" Looking at his face, Mingbai began to think, "He looks very sad. Maybe I should just take the old man back to the town first. Maybe I can still find my fellow disciples." In the end, Mingbai still helped him back to his room. He helped the evil cultivator to lie down on the bed, while he sat below and cultivated. Suddenly, the evil cultivator woke up with a start. He sat on the bed and wondered in surprise, "Where am I? I'm in? Who brought me here?" So was that kid. I was originally going to capture a cultivator and transport them in 3 batches. I didn't expect to encounter a bear demon on the 3rd trip, and also the elders of the Ziyun sect. It cost me a substitute talisman, and I also lost those 10 cultivators. I tricked this kid into bringing me back, which was a good way to escape the pursuit. I'll control him for a few days, then take him as a sacrifice. Suddenly, he was horrified, his eyes wide open, because the talisman that Mingbai had picked up had created a halo of light, protecting him from the attack. The talisman immediately shot out a burst of fiery energy, injuring the evil cultivator. He lay on the ground in pain, wondering, what's going on? Could there be a powerful being nearby? But if there was a powerful being, I would have died long ago. Could this kid have a magical treasure? I shouldn't confront head on. Running is the best option. He then said a farewell. We won't meet again. Before he could get far, he encountered another accident. The talisman shot out another burst of energy, injuring the evil cultivator once again. At this moment, Mingbai was sleeping, unaware of what was happening. He was dreaming. In his dream, he stood before a picturesque hot spring. As he undressed, he sighed in admiration. This hot spring is huge. He soaked himself in the water. Feels so comfortable. As he bathed, Li Mingbai thought to himself, I really miss Mother. A loud noise from second attack jolted him awake from his dream. Mingbai asked in surprise, what's going on? Then he looked down and discovered something terrifying. Why is Mingbai found an evil cultivator disguised as an old man plummeting headfirst toward the ground. The old man lay stiff on the dirt. Mingbai, oblivious to the truth, ran over and asked worriedly, Old sir, why did you fall down like that? The old man's eyes slowly peeled open. When he saw Mingbai, his face went pale with terror. He screamed, Don't come over here. Mingbai innocently tried to explain. Senior, I'm not a bad person. I am a disciple of the Ziyun sect. The evil cultivator was already beaten half to death, but he still tried to crawl away. Stay away from me. Mingbai tried to warn him of the danger, but because he wasn't looking, the evil cultivator slammed into the railing. Because it was likely too old and rotted, the railing instantly snapped, causing him to nosedive straight down to the floor below. Crash! The evil cultivator lay on the ground, dazed. Naive Mingbai immediately jumped down to help. He began transferring chi to the man. Senior, hang in there. I'll transfer some chi to you right now. Seeing this, the man's face turned green with fear. He screamed, No, no, I am an evil cultivator. Righteous chi and demonic chi are incompatible. I'll die. But the transfer was complete. The evil cultivator's condition worsened rapidly. Black smoke began to pour out of him. Seeing the man on death's door, Mingbai asked anxiously, Senior, why is there demonic chi on your body? Senior, could it be you were attacked by an evil cultivator? The evil cultivator lay on the ground, face as black as the bottom of a pot. He was about to meet the king of hell. His soul was ready to leave his body. At that moment, Mingbai watched and commented, He stopped breathing, just like when my second grandpa passed away. Mingbai sat there, dejected and blaming himself. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I didn't realize you had been poisoned by an evil cultivator, and I arbitrarily transfer my chi to you. If I had known sooner, I would have taken you to the sect for treatment, instead of calling a mortal doctor. Then you wouldn't have died. Those evil cultivators commit all sorts of atrocities against nature. Heaven and earth will not tolerate them. I will definitely avenge you. With a heavy heart, he walked outside. The other disciples saw Mingbai and spoke happily. Junior brother Li, you're finally back. We thought something happened to you. Hearing this, he asked, What about me? One senior brother told Mingbai, We heard from the patrol elder. He discovered an evil cultivator appearing in Beijing. He's already taken all the brothers to the Drunken Immortal Inn for a feast. Another person added. That evil cultivator was very cunning. He couldn't beat the patrol elder, so he used a body double to escape. The patrol elder only managed to save 10 brothers. Hearing this, Mingbai spoke up. So the brothers were deceived by the evil cultivator. Did the patrol elder mention what he looked like? A senior brother replied. I heard the evil cultivator was an old man. White beard, 3 chins. Mingbai wondered to himself. 3 chins? Isn't that the old man I carried back to the city? So then, when that old man was unconscious, it wasn't because of some strange illness, but because the patrol elder had injured him. But that doesn't make sense. Why didn't the evil cultivator attack a chi refining realm disciple like me? The patrol elder is a nascent soul stage cultivator. So even if that evil cultivator wasn't a nascent soul, he was at least a golden core. Why did he look so terrible when he woke up? And he was afraid of me, too. Could it be that I have something on me that scares him? Is it that talisman? Mingbai figured it out and quickly ran off. 2 senior brothers asked curiously where he was going. He replied, I need to find senior brother Yi. Meanwhile, Yifan's face was pale. His heart was in turmoil. It's over. I should have called Master and the others here. I can't finish this with just my own strength. I cooked too much these past few days. I can't eat it all. Suddenly, Mingbai ran over from a distance, calling Yifan's name. Seeing him, Yifan happily invited him. Junior brother Li, you came at the perfect time. I just finished cooking. I'm short on people to help me eat. Mingbai immediately replied. Senior brother Yi, I came to thank you. You prepared this meal for me? Yifan replied politely. You could say that. Mingbai saw the table full of food and asked, why are there so many dishes? Mingbai sat at the table. Yifan stood beside him and explained. I've been obsessed with cooking lately. I tried making every dish once. Before I knew it, I had cooked this much. I originally planned to call Master and the others over, but they're buried in work because of the evil cultivator issue. I know about that matter too. It's a pity I can't help with anything. I still have to rely on you juniors. Mingbai thought to himself as he ate. Senior brother Yi makes a valid point. He gave me the talisman so I could deal with the evil cultivator. So preparing this meal means he calculated everything. He knew I would return safely. There's so much food. He wants to tell me that I can't eat it all alone. I have to save the other brothers so we can eat together. But wait, didn't the evil cultivator already die? So the thing causing the sect master a headache. Could it be that there are still other evil cultivators? Senior brother Yi wants my help. To put it simply, Senior brother Yi gave me that talisman specifically so I could go handle it. Seeing Mingbai burying his face in the rice bowl, Yifan said worriedly, Junior brother Li, don't just eat plain rice. Eat some of the dishes too, or you'll choke. After eating and drinking his fill, he let out a sigh of relief. Mingbai stood up to leave and thanked Yifan. Senior brother Yi, no need for that. I have something to discuss with the sect master. I'll be going now. Seeing this, Yifan didn't hold him back. Junior brother Li, be careful on the road. He replied respectfully. I will take care. The scene shifts to an ancient city. A voice spoke up. That is what happened. Originally, we almost killed that evil cultivator, but he used a body substitution talisman to escape. Inside the room, Xian was speaking with the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder finished recounting the recent events. After listening, Xian spoke up. I understand. Notify all outer sect disciples. No one is to go outside. 6th Elder. Arrange for the inner sect disciples to expand the search perimeter. Prioritize finding the missing disciples. Furthermore, we must remove this malignant tumor. Hearing this, the Grand Elder responded in agreement. Thinking of Yifan, she thought sadly, although sealing the sect can protect the outer sect disciples, I fear the commoners at the foot of the mountain will face calamity. If my precious disciple knew the art of deduction, I would have him deduce the evil cultivator's location. No, my precious disciple would surely guess everything. I can't go and disturb his cultivation. Perhaps the news will find its way to us. Suddenly, Mingbai pushed the door open and barged in. Sect Master, Senior brother Yi told me to come help. The 6th Elder shouted angrily. Li Mingbai, this is the great hall of the sect. Making such a racket. Where are your manners? Ziyun comforted him. 6th Elder, don't be angry. Have a cup of tea. My precious disciple sent him. Li Mingbai, do you know if other disciples are missing? Or do you know where the evil cultivator is? Or perhaps the location of the evil cultivator's lair? Mingbai scratched his head. Smiling with that guilty innocence, he replied, I don't know. Hearing that, the sixth elder asked suspiciously, Then what are you doing here? Suddenly, another disciple rushed in with an urgent report. Bad news. The sixth elder looked weary. Not again. This batch of disciples really knows how to cause trouble. Was it this time? The disciple pointed outside and reported. The brothers brought back by the patrol elder have been corrupted by evil. They are poisoning other brothers within the sect. This news made the sixth elder break out in a cold sweat. He sprayed the tea he just sipped all over the floor. The people below were emitting dark energy. Their eyes were bloodshot. They looked absolutely terrifying. He and Ziyun rode their flying swords, taking Mingbai up to observe. The sixth elder commented, I can't believe they dared to come right to our doorstep to trick us. Perfect timing. We were just getting a headache over not finding the evil cultivator. Ziyun suddenly offered an opinion. Sixth elder, don't be impulsive. For the evil cultivator to act so boldly, he must be prepared. I fear this is a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The sixth elder asked Ziyun, So we just let the evil cultivator capture our sect disciples? She replied, This time, only take half the elders. Li Mingbai, you come too. Hearing this, he smiled happily. It's finally my turn to take action, Ziyun said with a solemn expression. With half the elders and my disciple guarding it, the Ziyun sect will be fine. I hope this isn't a trap set by the evil cultivator to ambush us. The scene shifts to a dilapidated house. The evil cultivator stood inside a formation array. Fire blazed all around. He let out a chilling, triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha. The big fish has finally taken a bait. Sunset descended. Far away at the foot of the mountain, a group of people arrived in front of a house. The woman in the lead pushed the door open and asked, Is the evil cultivator hiding in here? It turned out they were people from the Ziyun sect. The leader was Ziyun herself. Ziyun continued speaking. Grand Elder, have you brought all the defensive magical treasures? The Grand Elder behind her quickly replied, To guard against assassins from the evil sect. I brought them all. Ziyun nodded. Ziyun turned her head to assign tasks. And you, later, you lead a team to defend the perimeter. Don't let anyone from the evil sect escape. Yuan in the back quickly accepted the order. Mingbai, standing aside, spoke up. Sect Master, what about me? Ziyun turned back to reply. Since my precious disciple thinks highly of you, naturally, you're coming inside with us. An image appeared of Yi Fan giving a thumbs up and winking. A signal, full of trust, being acknowledged by Yi Fan, and getting to go inside with them. Mingbai felt incredibly excited. Awesome. Looking at Mingbai's goofy appearance, the Grand Elder crossed her arms and asked, Li Mingbai, everyone here except Yuan is a nascent soul elder. Aren't you afraid the evil cultivator is hiding his power? Hearing the question, Mingbai replied, I think with the sect master and elders here, you can definitely resolve the evil cultivator issue. She was quite surprised to hear that. Li Mingbai, I didn't expect you to trust us so much. Mingbai continued. Furthermore, I thought about it on the way here. Mingbai used that innocent face to ramble on. Evil cultivators use flesh, blood, and cultivation base to refine their evil arts. The elder's energy is abundant. Your power is immense. When the time comes, he will definitely target everyone else first. He won't have time to bother with me. Oh, right. Do you have any escape treasures on you? Give me one. If something happens to everyone, I can still send a message to the second elder and lead everyone to escape. Hearing him say this, Zing, her face went dark. She cursed inwardly. Damn it. I really want to beat this brat to death. Everyone stood, discussing in front of the tattered, thatched cottage. From inside, a stream of incredibly gloomy black smoke poured out. The sixth elder took a slight sniff. He immediately held his forehead. Ugh, I'm dizzy. The Grand Elder also realized there was a problem inside the house. Ziyun immediately covered her face. At the same time, she warned everyone. Not good. This is ancient demonic chi. Everyone, quickly take an anti-miasma pill. Inside the house, a demonic face appeared. He let out a cold, eerie laugh. Dismissive. Anti-miasma pills? You think mere anti-miasma pills can escape my demonic chi? Demonic chi flooded the room. There was also a terrifying red formation array. Everyone was increasingly affected by the demonic chi, frowning in discomfort, clutching their bodies. Ziyun looked distressed. She frowned and ordered, Elders, form a formation. The Grand Elder behind her replied, Sect Master, our chi has been sealed. Others also spoke up in pain. Mine too, seeing everyone suffering like this. Mingbai raised his hand, thinking it strange. Why don't I feel anything? That devilish, evil cultivator transformed into a human shape. He walked in front of everyone, speaking arrogantly. Naturally, I wouldn't let you use your chi. After all, the nutrients of the nascent soul stage are much tastier than that chi refining trash. Xian was horrified. At the same time, she was confused. How is this possible? This evil cultivator's power has reached soul formation. He's even stronger than the void return stage. She shouted at him. Who exactly are you? He smirked, introducing himself. You may call this seat Niezue. Everyone was shocked to hear his name. Niezui. Mingbai was very curious, so he turned to ask the elder. Is this Niezue very powerful? The Grand Elder frowned slightly, replying solemnly. Niezue isn't just powerful. He is simply terrifying. Then, she began to recount his past. 10,000 years ago, the demon race blatantly invaded the human realm. The heart-devouring war demon and his 12 apostles slaughtered the entire eastern wasteland. That war lasted for over 100 years. Countless cultivators died at the hands of the demon race. The cultivators of the eastern wasteland were nearly extinct. Tens of thousands of tribulation transcendents, mighty figures, collectively self-destructed just to take the heart-devouring war demon down with them. It was that very battle that left the eastern wasteland without a single tribulation transcendence cultivator. Niezue was the 7th demon envoy under the war demon. He was also the last one to fall. Even when facing a siege of over 300,000 Mahayana stage cultivators alone, he still fought them for 3 days and 3 nights, causing the eastern wasteland to lose over 100,000 Mahayana cultivators. Xian knelt on the ground, but she still tried to ask him, weren't you killed 10,000 years ago? Why are you still alive now? Seeing her confusion, he became even more arrogant. If I died that easily, then you underestimate our great demon race. The demon race will not perish. Then, Niezue laughed maniacally and declared, it is time to feel the happiness of filling my belly. For humans to become a part of this seat is a great honor for you all. I will remember this day, the day my power was restored. Feeling everything around her getting worse, Xian worried. My life force and my energy are about to be drained dry. Xian thought with a sorrowful expression. Am I going to die? If I had known this would happen, I should have stayed with my precious disciple a little longer today. I clearly still had so much to say to him. While everyone was being invaded by death energy, struggling in pain, only Mingbai was completely normal. He could still stand upright. Looking at everyone fallen on the ground, he seemed to suddenly realize something. A golden light flashed in his eyes. Xian also saw the anomaly. Turns out, he had taken out the talisman he received from Yifan. Xian called his name in astonishment. Li Mingbai. That guy named Niezue quickly noticed this action. He asked fiercely, Kid, what are you holding in your hand? Mingbai gripped the talisman tightly. He got into a stance and warned. The talisman senior brother Yi gave me. Niezue, or whatever you are, prepare to die. Hearing it was an item from Yifan, hope ignited in Ziyun's eyes. She exclaimed, My disciple gave you a magical treasure. Mingbai quickly slapped the talisman onto his body. Charging forward, he shouted, D, but the opponent quickly caught him. He laughed coldly. Just a chi refining stage brat. You merely dispelled a little bit of demonic chi. What are you pretending to be in front of me? Mid-sentence. He was frozen by Mingbai's determination. Paused. Mingbai didn't say much. Unleashing the mystic golden ray, he punched Niezue straight in the face, leaving the demon dumbfounded. This punch exploded into a massive pillar of light, shooting straight into the sky. On the other side, Yifan, who was fast asleep, was affected by this light. He covered his face with his hand. Opening his eyes, he muttered, It's too bright outside. Then, ignoring it, he rolled over and went back to sleep. Niezue stood there, emitting a thick aura of death. He frowned and warned, Don't get cocky. Even 300,000 Mahayana cultivators couldn't kill me. What makes you think a trinket from a mere chi refining cultivator like you can do anything to me? Mingbai struck a pose. Though he himself had no idea what move this was, he just had to look the part. Niezue was stunned silent. Mingbai unleashed a series of moves. Countless tentacles wrapped around Niezue. creating a pose that looked like something out of an S&M scene. Ming-Bai shyly covered half his face with his hand, thinking, this is way too kinky. Nieze let out a roar, breaking the technique. With a loud explosion, the tentacles shattered, falling to the ground in pieces. The other members of the sect began to wake up, muttering amongst themselves. Where is this? Weren't we just having a drink? My eyes hurt so much. Xian looked around, thinking, precious disciple. The Xian sect was saved this time, all thanks to you. After that, she spoke up, praising Li Ming-Bai. You did well. Without you, I'm afraid the Xian sect would have followed in the footsteps of the Wentian sect. Ming-Bai scratched his head shyly and said, I was just piggybacking off senior brother Ye's strength. At this moment, a small demon appeared behind Ming-Bai. The scene cuts back to Yi Fan's room. Ming-Bai walked in, saying, Senior brother Yi, the sect master and I have come to visit you. Yi Fan stepped out to greet them. Junior brother Li, you've been visiting me quite often lately. And master, why are you here so early today? Lunch isn't even ready yet. It's not about something else, is it? Ziyun stepped forward to explain. Precious disciple, today I came to ask for your guidance on cooking. Hearing her say this, Yi Fan couldn't help but be surprised. Learn to cook. Master, you're not thinking about cultivation, but you want to learn to cook instead? Ziyun explained calmly. I'm a woman, after all. It'll come in handy if I ever get married. Besides, even cultivators have to eat, right? Yi Fan leaned in close with a smirk and teased. Have you set your eyes on some old man? Want to bring him back as my master-in-law? The words were barely out of his mouth when he got a swift kick from Ziyun. She scolded. You call you master you all day long. Can't you just call me master? She thought resentfully. You idiot. Why did you have to bring up cultivation? I did want to ask about cultivation. My cultivation has been stuck for 200 years, after all. But couldn't you just let me use learning to cook as an excuse? You idiot. How can you treat me like a little girl? Yi Fan then switched to a serious mode. He made a request. Master, if you want to learn to cook, then let's head to the kitchen. You'll have to listen to me in a bit. Ziyun agreed. Of course. Disciple. Let's go. Ming-Bai then chimed in, eager for gossip. Senior brother Yi, then I'll just wait here for you to make lunch, all right? The little demon behind Ming-Bai frowned and spoke. The evil warding talisman came from him. How can he be immortal with no cultivation? Wait, his physique. It's the innate Tao body. The heavens are helping me. Once I possess your body, it won't even take me 100 years to return to the tribulation transcendence realm. No, even surpassing the Supreme Lord won't be a problem. Just as the little demon was feeling smug, the check-in system appeared with a notification. The system has detected that the host is about to be possessed by a powerful demonic emissary. This demonic emissary is extremely dangerous. Host, please flee from here immediately. The host can check in at a designated location within the sect. This system can help the host cheat a check-in mission once. After hearing this, Yi Fan thought to himself, a demonic emissary? Back in the day, I fought countless heavenly demonic emissaries. Why can't I feel a thing? The check-in system calmly announced again. The system has detected that the host's master wishes to obtain a breakthrough method from the host. Please proceed to the designated location, host. You can receive a corresponding reward. Never mind. You're about to be possessed anyway. What's the point of me helping you? Just go. Xian spoke up, asking, Disciple, your golden house. Hiding a beauty dish, how do you make it? Yi Fan immediately cut her off, turning around and saying, Let me see. Master, this won't do. You're about to crush the tofu. Xian replied shyly. How was I supposed to know? I don't know how to cook. Yi Fan immediately stepped up from behind her, taking her hands to guide her. Master, relax a little. Follow my rhythm. You're holding it too tight. I can't get it in. He held her hands, teaching her how to handle the piece of tofu. His words and actions made one's face blush and heart pound. Just squeeze it gently, then move it up and down in a regular rhythm. You can use your index and middle fingers to gently probe its hole. See how deep it is if you've touched the bottom yet, and if you've torn that thin layer. A moment later, Xian couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Stop talking. It hurts like hell. Seeing this, Yi Fan teased, You're over 1,000 years old, and you're still whining like a little girl. This made Ziyun furious. You're still laughing? I'm about to die from the pain. Just then, Ming-Bai stepped in from outside and said, Senior brother Yi, your dish. The voices of the two came from inside. It hurts a little at first, but it won't hurt once you get used to it. These incredibly suggestive words made Ming Bai, who was outside, let his imagination run wild. Where's Senior brother Yi and the Sect master doing? Over here. Yi Fan was completely unaware, saying casually, I'll slow down a bit. There's still plenty of time. Let Junior brotherly wait outside a little longer. These words caused a huge misunderstanding in the innocent mind of Junior brother Ming Bai. Senior brother Yi and the Sect master are in that kind of relationship. So much for a master-disciple relationship. How shameful. Yi Fan looked helplessly at Ziyun's cooking. Master, are you trying to make dark cuisine? The demon behind him was still observing in confusion. Strange. My demonic energy has clearly affected him. Why can't I possess him? At the same time, the check-in system appeared, using a net to swat away the demon's soul. If you can't make a move, then don't you dare touch my host. In the Ziyun Sect's discussion hall, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The Grand Elder and Ziyun were arguing fiercely. The Grand Elder made a suggestion, breaking the silence. I believe that after the evil cultivators are eliminated, we should have the inner disciples lead the outer disciples out for training, to prevent similar problems from happening again. Hearing this, Ziyun was extremely displeased. She immediately slammed the table and retorted, Training? That's easy for you to say. Most of the inner disciples are still naive and inexperienced. Letting them lead the outer disciples, isn't that just sending them to their deaths? Yun, who had been listening silently to their argument, felt like her ears had been tortured for 1,000 hours. She finally lost her temper, slamming the table once. A powerful aura erupted from her. She said silence, but her words didn't have a lasting effect. The two of them started arguing again. The Grand Elder kept looking at her and exclaiming, Sect Master, have you broken through to the 6th level of nascent soul? Sect Master, when did you break through? Speaking of this, Ziyun couldn't help but feel proud, her face flushing. She bragged it was nothing. Yesterday, my precious disciple cooked a meal, and I suddenly had an epiphany. It was an ancient power, like a warm current flowing into my body, clearing all my meridians. Under its guidance, I vaguely guessed that a part of the Ziyun Sect's cultivation technique was wrong. And it was true. Later, I will write down the integrated cultivation technique for the entire sect to study. The Grand Elder heard Ziyun's words and couldn't help but question. Are you saying that the cultivation technique our sect has passed down for thousands of years is flawed? And what does this have to do with cooking? Ziyun rested her chin on her hand, smiling faintly and answering casually, of course it's related. When my precious disciple was holding me, I felt my true chi constantly colliding with my dantian. The Grand Elder's mind went blank upon hearing this. Those words became a jumbled mess in her ears. Colliding. As Ziyun thought back to the scene, her heart pounded with excitement. Her face turned red as she spoke of it. The speed of the impacts was incredibly fast. Before the first wave even subsided, the climax of the second wave had already arrived. Then, after nearly 2 hours of intense collisions, I suddenly felt the barrier in my body completely shatter. Ziyun was stunned, as if turned to stone. She couldn't believe her ears. She tried to confirm with Ziyun again. 2 hours? Ziyun didn't think twice, casually answering Ziyun. Just 2 hours. What's wrong? Where has your Grand Elder's mind wandered off to now? She listened to Ziyun ramble on, feeling a wave of disgust in her heart. A sect master who is said to have lived for 1,000 years. How can she say such outrageous things? Ziyun wasn't much better off than the Grand Elder. Her master's casual expression made her secretly terrified. Can this person really discuss this in front of everyone now? When will this old woman ever stop? Everything was proceeding normally when the panting voice of a disciple running in interrupted Ziyun. Sect Master, something big has happened. A cultivator's dwelling has appeared on Phoenix Crime Mountain. This shocking news hit the three of them like a ton of bricks. It left them all stunned. Ziyun couldn't help but scream, What? On the barren mountain of Jade Peak, boulders were shattered into pieces by some attack. In the middle of the lush green forest, Yifan calmly sat pouring tea, looking at a timid Ziyun. Master, You're saying that the dwelling of perfected Zhao Dingjun from the Xinjiang sect has appeared on Phoenix Cry Mountain? She looked at his questioning gaze and could only shyly cup her hands and say, I'm about 80 to 90% sure. All the sects are gathering their people. Precious disciple. Though I know you don't like it. As if understanding his master's intention. Yifan quickly said before she could finish, then I'll go. He agreed so quickly that even the hesitant Ziyun was stunned. Don't refuse. You're really going? Yifan poured the tea, looking at her, with a bright smile on his face, which reassured her greatly. After all, I've never seen what a grand spectacle the appearance of a dwelling is. So I want to go and see the excitement. His words didn't match his thoughts. On the surface, Yifan appeared to be an obedient disciple. But in his heart, he was secretly calculating for this mission. Although that's also the truth. I'm more interested in clarifying who this Zhao Dingjun character is, and whether he's the person I knew in my 70th life. Zhao Dingjun was a good person. He could be considered one of my few friends. It's a pity he had a short life, and I was framed by my senior sister. Oh well, it's all just troublesome matters. I'm just going to see a spectacle. Could this matter also be related to me? At this moment, the husky and the nine-tailed spirit fox were chasing each other on the ground. They understood their master's conversation and began to discuss. The husky ran ahead, looking back over its shoulder, and said with great joy, Master is going out to play. Let's go together. However, the nine-tailed spirit fox was not as excited as the husky. It heard its friend and immediately retorted, I'm not going. Okay. Seeing its refusal, the husky immediately stopped it. No way. On the high peak of Phoenix Cry Mountain, a flying ship was slowly descending onto a rocky clearing in the middle of the mountain. The figure of Elder Shur appeared on the summit of Phoenix Cry Mountain. He looked at an eye, then spoke. The Ziyun sect has arrived. The other person sat leisurely in his chair, answering him nonchalantly, I know. The elders gathered together, seeing Ziyun and the Grand Elder step out. One of them stepped forward to speak. Perfected Ziyun, you've finally arrived. You've kept us waiting. Ziyun looked at the old men before her who were considered her seniors. But she wasn't the least bit intimidated. Looking at the arrogant sect masters here, I wonder if they found some strong backer in the crowd. As soon as Ziyun's words fell, Bai leisurely stepped out. He snapped his fan shut and walked to the front. A strong backer? Let's just say so for now. A strange symbol on the hem of his robe made Ziyun suspicious. This symbol, the top sect of Donghua City, the Xianin sect, Bai opened his fan to cover his mouth, looking scholarly. But the words that came out of his mouth were incredibly contemptuous and insulting towards Ziyun, as if evaluating a toy. This woman is from the Ziyun sect? Her looks are passable. A pity she's too old. Otherwise, this young master might have wanted to take her as a concubine. Elder Shur saw that his side seemed to have the upper hand, and quickly chimed in to flatter him. If young Masterly finds her too old, then we'll find you some young ladies. The Grand Elder, hearing these insults, could no longer contain her anger. She was so furious she wanted to charge forward and fight. Fortunately, Ziyun was able to calm her down in time, to avoid causing trouble. Calm down. Don't be rash. The Xianin sect is powerful. They alone have dozens of god transformation stage cultivators. We are no match for them. The advice worked. The Grand Elder also calmed down. She replied respectfully, yes. Once things had settled down, Ziyun put on a smiling face and cupped her hands in a salute, speaking politely to the person in front of her. So you are a fellow Taoist from Xianin sect. It is an honor to meet you. Bai looked down on Ziyun, so he ignored her greeting. He pointed with his chin towards the blue barrier gate, getting straight to the point. In a moment, you all will go in and scout the way for this young master. The Great One's inheritance belongs to me. You can divide the remaining treasures among yourselves. If you dare to covet the inheritance later on, be careful of your 9 lives. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He was so surprised by an unexpected sight that he stopped talking. Bai looked at Yifan, as if he had seen an unexpected variable in his plan. He pointed his fan at Yifan, questioning loudly, who is he? Ziyun didn't think much of it, immediately stepping aside. She pointed proudly at Yifan, happily introducing him. This is my most precious disciple, Yifan. Yifan stood before this group of people, paying them no mind. He only humbly replied to his master, "Master, I'm just a mortal. What's there to be proud of?" By stared at Yi Fan with eyes full of hatred, as if he couldn't believe it. He gritted his teeth in anger. He's Yi Fan. Didn't the report say he doesn't like to go out? Didn't it say he spends all day on a mortal jade peak? And what does he mean by calling himself immortal? Is he really immortal? No. He must be concealing his aura. He dared to, in front of the 7 sects, use his supreme power to annihilate the silver-eyed Eagle King and hundreds of nascent soul-stage demon beasts. How can such a cultivation genius be immortal? No, wait. He's clearly trying to disrespect me on purpose. I've cultivated in a celestial clan for over a decade, and I'm still not as good as a mortal like him starting from scratch. Immortal, is it? Wait until I cripple your Dantian. Then you could be immortal with peace of mind. At this point, Bai had completely lost his composure. Gone was his previous arrogance. As if sensing Bai's intentions, a hand quickly reached out, stopping him from being reckless. "Young master, don't be rash. The spirit beast this person raises killed the peak god transformation stage ancestor of the Tianqing sect." Hearing this, Bai was stunned. He looked at the person in shock and asked again, "Peak god transformation? That spirit beast of his? Could it be that it's not at the void comprehension stage?" The other man looked at Yi Fan with a terrifying gaze. His reaction no different from Bai's when he mentioned Yi Fan's name. He couldn't control his hatred at the mention of him. This person has at least reached the void comprehension stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to suppress the spirit beast under his command. Bai seemed to have understood his current situation. He had no way of defeating Yi Fan. He could only temporarily admit defeat. He strode before Yi Fan with a respectful demeanor, reluctantly bowing his head slightly. "This junior Bai pays my respects to Senior Yi." Yi Fan had witnessed his master being disrespected by him earlier. So now he imitated him, ignoring him. He casually turned to Ziyun, asking a different question without returning the greeting. "Is there anywhere to rest nearby? Or anywhere with a nice breeze is fine." Bai replied to Yi Fan with an attitude of utmost respect. He hurriedly pointed to the chair he had just been sitting in, trying to get Yi Fan's attention. Of course. "Please, Senior Yi, take a seat." Watching Yi Fan take his seat without standing on ceremony, the hatred in his heart grew even more intense. "You dare come here and compete for the Grandmaster's legacy with me? Just wait until the cave abode opens. I have countless ways to make you suffer." After getting the information, Yi Fan didn't hold back at all. He leaned back comfortably in the chair. He even waved his hand at him. "Thanks a lot." As the sun rose past the mountain peaks, sunlight gradually illuminated Mount Fengming. The silhouettes of 2 beasts playing also appeared. The 9-tailed spirit fox was being held by the scruff of its neck by Husky, threatening to throw it off the cliff. It was so scared it started tearing up, begging Husky to spare it. "It's too high. Put me down, quick." Husky ruthlessly replied with just a bark. While playing with the 9-tailed spirit fox, Husky suddenly glimpsed a cave shimmering with golden light. Seeing a new game, it instantly forgot its friend. It opened its mouth and dropped the 9-tailed spirit fox without thinking about the consequences. New toy. Husky happily ran toward that cave, accidentally forgetting its friend was plummeting down the dangerous cliff, screaming, echoing in the sky. Everyone had been standing there for half a day, waiting for the cave abode to manifest. Yi Fan, tired, sat on the ground and asked, "Master, it's been over half a day. How much longer until the cave abode opens completely?" Zian calmly replied, "Just wait. If it's not half a day, it could be a year. Sooner or later, it will open." Hearing this, Yi Fan yawned and spoke impatiently. "If we can't wait, we might as well go home." Suddenly, a sudden tremor occurred, causing everyone to panic slightly. Zian shouted, "The cave abode is manifesting." Light flashed automatically. A massive cliff face began to crack open. Everything shook violently. The sect appeared. One person among them cheered. Zhengyang Sect. The Zhengyang Sect has finally fully appeared. This sect is so majestic. Another person continued. I never thought I'd live to see the Zhengyang Sect appear with my own eyes. Looking at the majestic sect appearing, Yi Fan was slightly surprised, thinking to himself, this is the cave abode manifesting? It is indeed quite grandiose. Although the style doesn't match the imperial courts I know, this is the first time I've seen this in 100 reincarnations. This return trip was worth it. Enibai thought to himself. A sinister look appeared on his dark face. Plotting about the Sect guarding treasure of Daoist Zhengyang that could control the flow of time. He turned and spoke to everyone. Fellow Sect masters, the Zhengyang Sect has opened. There are surely many layers of seals inside. Please, everyone, join forces to break the mountain guarding formation and fully open the Zhengyang Sect. An old man spoke up respectfully. We agree. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed, thinking to himself, trying to use us as cannon fodder? How could the legacy fall into your hands? Elsewhere, Ziyin turned to speak to Yifan. My precious disciple, the cave is open. Why don't you come with me? Refusing her invitation. No thanks. Aside from the scenery, this cave has no value to me. Hearing this, Ziyin replied, all right then. We can only cooperate with the other sects. Yifan replied, Master, I'll go back to the airship and wait for you. At another location, Husky was sticking its head into a small cave. Suddenly, the nine-tailed spirit fox appeared from behind. It turned back and barked, meaning, come here quick. There's good stuff in here. The nine-tailed spirit fox standing outside the cave responded. They didn't hesitate to go deeper into the cave. A blue light shone on their faces. Inside the cave, the tyrant moon bear was meditating. Its eyes were closed, surrounded by emanating blue flames. Sensing something unusual, it furrowed its brow and spoke. You filthy animals, get lost. This king might spare your lives. The nine-tailed spirit fox sensed the danger, thinking to itself, it's too dangerous here. Let's leave immediately. However, the gluttonous husky had already charged forward. Big Bone, I'm coming for you. It clamped its jaws around a glowing stone. The tyrant moon bear was startled by Husky's action. It opened its ferocious eyes, roaring, you animals! You dare steal my supreme treasure! This startled the nine-tailed spirit fox. Tears welled up in its eyes. The tyrant moon bear's claws raised aggressively, saying, daring to disturb my cultivation is a capital offense. You all must die. The tyrant moon bear furiously smashed the ground. Husky, thanks to its agility, dodged it. Back at the cave abode, Elder Shur, Bai, and Ziyun, the three of them were joining forces to open an 8 trigrams formation. Ziyun wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, we finally opened the last formation. The Grand Elder continued, I didn't expect that even though the Zhengyang sect was destroyed, hundreds of thousand-year-old formations would still remain. Bai glanced at Elder Shur. The two silently understood each other. Elder Shur, after this, we proceed according to the plan. After you injure that trash nascent soul bunch, immediately go inside and grab the heaven and earth infinity. I will hold them off. Elder Shur looked at Bai, agreeing. After I obtain the heaven and earth infinity, we will retreat. Young Masterly, please do not alert Yifan and the Ziyun sect. An old man led a red-haired young man over to negotiate. Young Masterly, this is the final area of the sect. We have never seen the legacy of the Zhengyang sect. Could you let's take a quick look? The red-haired youth continued. I hope young Masterly will oblige. Suddenly, Elder Shur patted the red-haired youth on the shoulder. Smiling with a hint of sinister intent, he said, Oblige? How can we not? This old man will agree on behalf of young Masterly. Seeing things go so easily, the red-haired youth asked in disbelief. Really? Then thank you so much, Elder Shur. At that moment, Elder Shur's gaze changed. When his eyes flashed red, he spoke while casting a spell on the two of them. But that is on the condition that you can defeat me. And Bai took a stance. Casting a spell, he released countless bolts of lightning, shattering rocks and everything else. Ziyun shielded herself with her hand and asked, Fellow Daoist Li, what is the meaning of this sudden attack? And Bai laughed viciously and replied, Attack? You're lucky I didn't take your lives immediately. And Bai turned to Elder Shur. Elder Shur, now, go. He replied, Young Masterly, rest assured. This subordinate will definitely secure the heaven and earth infinity. Suddenly, something flew right past Elder Shur, causing him to ask in surprise. What was that? A massive object stood before him, freezing him in place. A huge foot with sharp claws stomped onto the ground. Blood drained from Bai's face. He screamed in terror. Elder Shur, the tyrant moon bear, stood furiously before them, demanding, So it was you humans who teamed up to rob me of my treasure. The red-haired youth cried out in fear. It's the tyrant moon bear. The tyrant moon bear was enraged. Its eyes glowed red. It looked to the sky and let out a long roar. You insects! Die, all of you! A beam of green energy shot straight into the sky. A shockwave, destroying everything in the vicinity. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified. Ziyin shouted sternly, "Scatter quickly!" But the tyrant moon bear was in a frenzy. It didn't care at all. It charged forward to attack. Don't run. Its attack injured many people, including the elders. A disciple saw this and turned back worriedly. Seventh elder. Fourth elder. The tyrant moon bear didn't stop after the attack. Instead, it continued to chase an eye by. It roared furiously as it ran. Damn humans! Return the heaven and earth infinity to me. Seeing it chasing him, an eye by was scared out of his wits. He ran for his life on all fours. Sweating profusely as he ran, he said, "We didn't take it. We just opened the door." It didn't believe his lies. He tried to explain while running. It really wasn't us. At that moment, beside him, the nine-tailed spirit fox was riding on Husky's back, running parallel to him. Seeing Husky holding the heaven and earth infinity in its mouth, an eye froze. Seeing this scene, how could an eye not understand? He cursed inwardly. Damn it, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash this clean. In another development, Yuan said anxiously to Ziyin while running, "Sect Master, running like this isn't a solution. Here is a grade 6 wind riding pill. You take it first. The development of our Ziyun sect cannot happen without you. Please live on for our sake." Saying that, she handed the pill to Ziyin. Seeing her action, Ziyin was moved. Second elder, but Ziyin shook her head, waving her hand to refuse. "You eat it yourself." Being refused, Yuan froze. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in front of her. Both of them looked toward the shadow at the same time. It was Taoist Changjian. At this moment, he was rejoicing over stealing the spirit pill. As expected of the Ziyun sect, truly united. Then this pill, Taoist Changjian will accept it. Finished speaking, he didn't hesitate to pop the pill into his mouth. Seeing the pill stolen, Ziyin shouted angrily, "Taoist Changjian, spit out." Taoist Changjian paid no attention, focusing on the power the pill brought him. Worthy of a wind-riding pill, my whole body is overflowing with power. But suddenly, he looked at his hands, surprised. Wait, he watched in horror as his body transformed. In the blink of an eye, turning into a lizard covered in green scales. He said, "What kind of poison is this?" The tyrant moon bear had appeared behind him without him noticing. It was looking confusedly at the small creature in front of it. Realizing the tyrant moon bear was behind him, Taoist Changjian panicked, flailing wildly. But the tyrant moon bear couldn't be bothered. It slammed down on him, smashing him to death on the spot. Seeing his tragic end, Ziyin couldn't help but sigh. Done for. Another sect, master dead. As expected of the second elder's biological granddaughter, this pill refining technique is exactly the same. The grand elder behind nodded in agreement. Taoist Changjian, I will forever remember this kindness. Yuan, standing next to them, saw this. She hurriedly defended herself. Don't compare me to my retired grandfather. And I ran up behind them, asking curiously, "You are the second elder? Is the position of elder in your Ziyun sect hereditary?" Ziyin saw him arrive and said, "Fellow Taoistly, instead of caring about our Ziyun sect's business, you should worry about the tyrant moon bear behind you." And I said calmly, "That bear isn't chasing me anymore. That dog holding the heaven and earth infinity flew toward your disciple Yifan." Hearing that, she was shocked, shouting loudly, "What? Over here." The tyrant moon bear was chasing Husky and the nine-tailed spirit fox. "Blee, can't catch me." And they were running straight toward Yifan. Yifan still didn't know what was happening. The system issued a notification. Warning, warning. Host is about to suffer an annihilation attack. Please flee immediately. Yifan said helplessly, "I'm doing nothing and I'm about to get hit by an annihilation attack. Can't you be a little more creative?" Yifan saw the two of them running toward him. He asked curiously, "Why are you two here? Did Master bring you?" Yifan bent down, taking the object Husky handed him. Suspicious. "What is this? Why does it look like a Tai Chi symbol? Also looks like a bone toy. You want to play fetch with me?" Just as Yifan was focusing, the tyrant moon bear lunged from behind. At the same time, The system issued a warning. Host, damn it. No time. Boosting power. Zian saw this and screamed in worry. My precious disciple. The tyrant moon bear suddenly attacked Yifan. But Yifan easily dodged the attack on instinct. Seizing the moment it was exposed, he countered with a roundhouse kick to its flank. His counterattack caused it extreme pain. Then the damage spread through its whole body and blew its entire upper body to smithereens. Seeing Yifan's attack, the two evil cultivators were terrified. The defense of a Void Return stage demon bear is comparable to a peak Void Return human cultivator. Yifan actually killed it in the blink of an eye. Bareback and tiger waist. That is supposed to be the hardest place to injure on them. What exactly is Yifan's strength? As for an eye Bai, he was utterly horrified. That move just now didn't seem to use spiritual energy. In other words, he fought barehanded. Yifan was also startled, stunned. I accidentally used the fatal move I cultivated in my 83rd life as a soldier. Suddenly, he realized, I almost got played by this damn system, deliberately creating a crisis, endangering me and the important people around me, exploiting my instinctive reaction, making me use abilities I once had and awakening a desire, waiting until I start adapting, then making me dependent on the system. Too despicable. Yifan glared angrily at the system. The system saw him staring, also stunned, thinking confusedly. Why are you looking at me? Protecting the host is what I'm supposed to do. At this moment, Husky and a nine-tailed spirit fox skipped happily toward him. Seeing them dare to approach, his face darkened. He said, just great. You two still dare to show your faces. Yifan walked toward them with a face full of anger. Husky sensed something was wrong. Master? The nine-tailed spirit fox was trembling, nervously transmitting its voice. Big brother, why do I feel like Master wants to kill us? Husky turned his head and said, what do we do now? Master is playing with us. Before it could finish its sentence, Yifan's hands reached out, grabbing both of them by the scruff of their necks and shaking them. The system saw this and hurriedly intervened. Host, although the spirit pets caused the trouble this time, they are also your future support. Don't do this. But he ignored it, coldly stuffing both of them into a sack. Then he informed Ziyun, Master, back to the sect. Ziyun seemed to sense he was angry. She agreed. Yun stood by, also feeling scared, nodding. The pressure is so strong. Sect Master, why do I feel like Yifan resembles your master more and more? Back at the sect, Pill Hall, Yifan, Ziyun, Yuan, and the Grand Elder, the four of them returned to the room. Ziyun saw him carrying the sack inside. She asked curiously, Disciple, you want to take the spirit pets to make pills? He turned around, shouting angrily. His attitude and tone startled both Ziyun and the Grand Elder. Seeing he was determined to throw the spirit pets into the furnace, she spoke up to persuade him. Precious disciple, maybe you should reconsider this time? Suddenly, she thought of something. She stopped persuading and agreed with his method. This time Master supports you. Yifan heard this and said, then don't open the furnace later, or it will be a waste of effort. Ziyun looked delighted, thinking to herself, waste of effort? As expected, the Grand Elder behind her saw her happiness and asked curiously, Sect Master, what idea do you have this time? Ziyun crossed her arms smugly and said, Grand Elder, you wouldn't understand. My precious disciple could kill even the tyrant moon bear in one move. If he really wanted to kill the spirit pets, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand? Furthermore, don't forget what my precious disciple threw into the furnace. It wasn't just the spirit pets. Hearing this, the Grand Elder suddenly understood. Could it be he wants to use the residual medicinal herbs in the furnace, plus the Samadhi true fire, combined with the time power of the heaven and earth infinity to train his spirit pets? Exactly. She nodded in agreement. That is exactly it. Inside the pill furnace, smoke was thick. The flames made the space intense. Husky was happily running around. Sauna, barbecue, sunbathing. The nine-tailed spirit fox sat to one side, face full of grievance, eyes looking pitiful. I am so pitiful. I clearly did nothing wrong, yet cultivators want to catch me. I finally fell into a cultivator's hands with great difficulty, and now the master wants to kill me. It began to recall the past. Mom, Dad, there's still so many delicious foods I haven't eaten. Husky saw this, approached and asked, Fox sister, is your nose uncomfortable? Master is so heartless. He didn't think of Fox Sister's feelings at all. Fox Sister, I will protect you. The surrounding flames continued to burn fiercely. Outside, Yi Fan was lounging on a chair, whistling leisurely. The check-in system suddenly glitched. A notification popped up. System is crashing. Reboot required. Being disturbed during his quiet time annoyed him. So noisy. The system abruptly stopped. It seemed to have realized something. Then, a male voice announced, due to a powerful lingering obsession, the host spirit pets have undergone a mutation. Congratulations, host. The mutated husky has evolved a new skill. The mutated husky can designate a target, causing the target to resonate with its own defense. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown 1 day. Congratulations, host. The nine-tailed spirit fox has evolved a new skill. It can soften hard objects into a more edible state. Special declaration. This skill is only effective on physical matter. It is not effective on cultivators or monsters. Hearing the series of notifications, even he was stunned. He was shocked and couldn't understand. They can mutate like this. In the room, something seemed to be happening to the alchemy furnace. It was shaking violently. Ziyun, standing nearby, saw this and said joyfully, "Look, it's just as I expected." The Grand Elder was also incredibly surprised. Is this really happening? Yuan mysteriously added, "Next is the moment we witness a miracle." A large crowd had gathered outside the Sect gate. People of the Ziyun Sect, come out here. Hand over the Tiendi Wuji and the spirit beasts. A disciple rushed to report. Sect Master, this is bad. The people from the Xianin Sect are here. Hearing this, Ziyun said, both helplessly and angrily. They still came. Every time they come to our sect, they spew harsh words and end up dead a few days later. Grand Elder sure crossed his arms angrily, his voice booming. If not, I'll make your Ziyun sect disappear completely. Inside the alchemy furnace, the husky and the nine-tailed spirit fox had completely changed. Their bodies seemed to be glowing. It happily said to the nine-tailed spirit fox, "Hey, little fox sister, look, I can talk now." The nine-tails also agreed cheerfully. Me too. Are we evolving or mutating? Hearing this question, it wasn't quite sure either. I don't know either. Hey, little fox sister, look at the fur on my back. Why does it feel so itchy? The nine-tails climbed onto its back. Let me see. But before it could do anything, the furnace lid was opened. Yifan saw their actions and felt confused. They were discovered. They were startled. When the husky saw it was him, it showed off happily. "Master, me and little fox sister can talk now." At that very moment, the check-in system popped up a notification. "Host, look how cute the two spirit pets are after their mutation. Just give them a command, and they'll understand." But he angrily picked them both up by the scruff of their necks. The feeling of weightlessness startled them. They said in confusion, "Hey." He calmly put them in a bag and tied it shut tightly. "Be good now, be good. A dog is one thing, but to be ridden by a vixen, this kind of mutation is just too much. Maybe I should just get rid of them quickly." Seeing his actions, the check-in system asked in confusion, "Give them to who? Could it be host? If you forcibly sever the link with the spirit beasts, it will cause them to turn rebellious. This is such a headache. I have to reboot again." Deleting. At the gate of the Ziyun Sect, everyone was arguing fiercely. Grand Elder Xian's face was full of anger. He said sternly, "Ziyun Sect, I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't hand over the 2 spirit beasts and the Tianyi Wuji, I will dig up your ancestors' graves." Ziyun tried to remain calm, advising those present. "Fellow Taoists, is there some misunderstanding between us? Those 2 spirit pets were originally raised by our sect. The other sects know about this as well. As for the Tianyi Wuji, since leaving the secret realm, we have never seen it. On the contrary, that tyrant moon bear ran towards fellow Taoist Li from the very beginning, and I jumped out at this moment, loudly retorting, 'How could I have taken the Tianyi Wuji?' Grand Elder Sure, she's lying." Grand Elder Sure took a step forward, black spiritual energy radiating around him. "Then don't blame me for taking it by force." Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Ziyun thought worriedly, 5 God transformation stage cultivators. Why is it that every time an enemy comes, they're always a realm higher than us? Even if we activate the Sect's grand formation, we won't be able to hold out. But she still remained calm. turning around and shouting loudly. Elders formed the array. At that very moment, from behind the sect gate, a figure stepped out, saying loudly, "Are these the spirit pets you want?" Hearing the voice, Ziyun knew for sure it was Yi Fan. She replied joyfully, "Thank goodness. Precious disciple, you're here. They want to steal your spirit pets and the Tianyi Wuji." The system anxiously advised him, "Host, I beg you, host, complete the mission. Keep your spirit pets. As long as you complete the mission, I will increase your spiritual energy." But he just calmly and coldly looked ahead, seeing that the person who had come was Yi Fan. And Bai was so terrified he knelt and hugged Grand Elder Shi's leg, begging, "Grand Elder Shi, he's here. Let's retreat quickly. Just assume I'm the one who took the Tianyi Wuji. Just get me back to the Xianin sect." Seeing his state, the old man looked suspiciously at Yi Fan. Why is this bratly Bai so terrified? Could this person really have killed the tyrant Moonbear with a single kick? Yi Fan didn't care what everyone was thinking. He just smiled and thought to himself, "Finally, someone has come to my door asking for the spirit beasts." His smile made the elder feel as if he was being watched by something terrifying, truly unfathomable. To think I would personally witness a great power at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Could he be an old monster? A 10,000-year-old one? I'm dead. Why can't my body move? He didn't hesitate and immediately knelt, kowtowing and begging, "Don't kill me." But Yi Fan didn't do anything to him. Instead, he handed the bag to him, saying calmly, "These two spirit pets are a gift for you." Seeing that he not only spared him, but also gave him both spirit beasts, the old man was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The check-in system at this moment also panicked and spoke up. "Host, what are you doing? It took me great effort to release that domain aura." But he ignored the system and continued. "As for that Tianyi Wuji you mentioned, I can't find it right now. It was eaten by these two beasts." He opened the bag. Two spirit beasts appeared. When the husky saw someone looking at it, it said calmly, "What are you looking at?" Seeing that he had easily obtained what he wanted, the elder breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "It seems he's still afraid of our Xianin sect. Getting these two spirit pets is enough. There's no need to make things difficult for this old monster and make him anxious." His confidence returned. He declared with extreme arrogance, "Since you people of the Ziyun sect know your place, we'll consider the matter of the Tianyi Wuji settled. From now on, my Xianin sect will also consider becoming allies with your Ziyun sect." Seeing this, Ziyun and the Grand Elder both gave a sinister smile. When Bai saw how smoothly things were going, he also felt uneasy. Strange. Why was it so easy? Could Yi Fan really be willing to give his spirit pets to us? From the moment Yi Fan opened his mouth, why didn't my master and the elders in the sect have any doubts or objections? He recalled what Elder Shi had told him before they left. Yi Fan's spirit pet is the dog that killed the ancestor of the Tianqing sect. It even destroyed the entire Tianqing sect. Bai, you must be careful of the opponent's spirit pet. He repeated the words, "must be careful," over and over. The more he thought about it, the colder his spine felt. His face turned pale. He hurriedly approached the elder to remind him, "Grand Elder Shi, don't agree. That spirit pet is..." Before he could finish his words, he was punched in the face by the old man, knocking him out on the spot. Grand Elder Shi said angrily, "This is no place for trash like you to speak." After finishing, he bowed respectfully and said, "Fellow Taoist, since you are so sensible, this old man will also make a decision for you. Leave the Ziyun sect and come to my Xianin sect to be an elder. What do you think?" Seeing someone trying to poach from his own sect, Ziyun hurriedly stepped in front of him, shouting angrily, "What? You steal my disciple's spirit pets, and now you dare to poach my precious disciple?" He just calmly stated his thoughts. "My Xianin sect is the #1 sect in Donghua City. Our foundation is solid, and we have experts as numerous as the clouds. Grand Elder Shi said you were originally the sect master of the Ziyun sect, but your cultivation is not even as good as your own disciples. You don't even have a single god transformation expert overseeing the sect. If you truly have his best interests at heart, then you should let him come to my Xianin sect to develop, not use this kind of sentiment to tie him down in this tiny Ziyun sect." She was furious, but she also knew he wasn't wrong. You. Yifan calmly placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, he replied. Master, it's all right. Why bother arguing with this kind of person? In the Ziyun sect, it will always be the most comfortable time for me. Staying at home and cooking is 1,000 times better than going to the Xian'in sect to be an elder. Seeing that he was still on her side, Ziyun was deeply moved. She thought joyfully, Precious disciple, I never thought you had such deep feelings for our sect. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, the elder couldn't be bothered to say any more. So this old monster is infatuated with women. Oh well, no point in persuading him. Let's go. Let's go. At the Xian'in sect, it was the birthday banquet of the sect master, Li Tianxiu. Li Tianxiu sat on the high platform, smiling and raising his cup towards the front. Welcome, everyone, to Donghua City. This is a great honor for me, Li Tianxiu. I wonder what surprises you all have brought for this old man this year. Below, everyone was offering their congratulations. One of them spoke up. Sect master, as for the gift, I found you 2 female cultivation cauldrons. I hope the sect master will accept them. Grand Elder Shur, who was next to him, also said, Move aside. How can I compare to my grand gift? Sect master, I have 2 high-grade spirit beasts here. Hearing something interesting, Li Tianxiu immediately said, Spirit beasts. Quickly, bring them in for me to see. That person walked up to a cage covered with a large cloth and said proudly, Sect master, take a good look. With that, he yanked off the covering cloth. But inside wasn't some wild beast, but an ibai. At this moment, he was tied up inside the cage with his hands behind his back. Seeing that someone had discovered him, an ibai cried out in panic for help. Third elder, save me. Seeing that there was a person in the cage, Tianxiu was confused. He roared in anger, Li and ibai. Grand Elder Shur, what the hell did you bring here? After realizing what had happened, Grand Elder Shur was also stunned. He pointed at an ibai and asked, This? I don't know either. Li and ibai, where did you take my spirit beasts? Everyone present was buzzing with discussion. One of them seemed to sense something and looked up at the ceiling. He saw a crack and wondered, what's wrong with the roof? Outside, the 2 spirit beasts were gnawing on the roof tiles, absorbing their essence. As they gnawed, they said, Little fox sister, eat up. I feel like these things can increase our spiritual power. Seeing this, the 9-tailed spirit fox was also delighted. It's true. This is great. We won't have to go hungry anymore. So they kept gnawing and gnawed to a certain extent. Because they gnawed too much, the ceiling collapsed, and they fell with it. In a certain room in the Ziyun sect, Ziyun and Yifan were sitting leisurely opposite each other. She calmly picked up some food and gently brought it to her mouth. Seeing this, he asked, Master, is it good? She nodded happily. Very good. Hearing this, he was also satisfied. It seems bear paw isn't that hard to make after all. After eating for a while, she asked curiously, Disciple, you just gave away the spirit pets like that. Aren't you afraid something might happen? He just calmly and carelessly said, An incident? What kind of incident could there be? Someone is helping to raise them. Isn't that better? Isn't the Xian'in sect the #1 sect in Donghua City? With so many heavenly treasures, surely they can afford to raise them? Hearing these words, she thought with satisfaction. In that case, thinking again, she also felt secretly happy. So the plan was to use the Xian'in sect's heavenly treasures to raise the spirit beasts. This not only saves our sect's resources, but also depletes their strength. This is truly a plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. I wonder what surprises the spirit pets will bring back when they return. Suddenly, a noise came from another room. Ziyun was puzzled. What's that noise? Disciple. It seems to be coming from your room. He stood up. Let me go check. A voice came from the room. Big sister, please help me. Getting closer and hearing this, he was puzzled. Big sister, standing in front of the door. He didn't know whether to go in or not. Big sister, do you know where this is? Can you guess why I have to wear a blindfold? Anyway, we don't have anywhere else to go for now. We'll have to stay here for the time being. At this moment, the check-in system also popped up, saying cheerfully, Host. It seems your spirit pets have returned. After thinking for a moment, he kicked the door open, shouting loudly, You damn mutt. I feed you, and you still dare to come back. He only saw 2 scantily clad young women sitting together in the room. Seeing this, he also felt a bit awkward. Someone burst in. Bai Tao was flustered, quickly covering her chest with her hands defensively. Who are you? The two spirit pets at this moment also rushed to Yi Fan's side, saying affectionately, Master, we're back. He squatted down and squeezed its mouth with his hand, saying unhappily, You stinky dog, what did you bring back this time? It just said calmly, I felt that Master likes big balls, so I brought them back. Hearing this, he blurted out, but stopped himself in time. How did you know? Wait, who said that? The check-in system appeared, crossing its arms and saying, Host, calm down. Don't always ask who said it. Like master, like pet. Suddenly, there was the sound of dishes breaking outside the door. He saw Ziyun standing at the door and quickly straightened up. Master! Ziyun's face was calm, but her voice trembled. Yi Fan, is this the reason you sent the spirit pets away? Is this the surprise you promised me? He also didn't understand, replying, A surprise? When did I promise that? Her voice was filled with sadness. I understand. You must be dissatisfied with me. Dressing as a man all day. I'm not as good as a real young lady, right? He was also speechless, not knowing what to say to her. So you're aware that you like to dress as a man? Fei Yi, who was sitting behind with a blindfold, heard their conversation and was shocked. Yi Fan. He's Yi Fan. His voice and soul are exactly the same. Could my master have been reincarnated? I've wandered this world for so many years. It finally wasn't in vain. Fei Yi thought again. It seems master and his master are having a disagreement. I have to find a way to stay. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully, immortal venerable, to meet my benefactor again. I am truly overjoyed. Her action surprised both Yi Fan and Ziyun. She then began to introduce herself and Bai Tao to the two of them. My name is Fei Yi, and this is Bai Tao. We were originally treated as courtesans, and were to be offered to the Xian Sect's master to help him break through to the void comprehension stage. If it weren't for our benefactor sending his spirit pets to save us, I'm afraid the Xian Sect would have controlled the entire eastern wasteland sooner or later. Hearing her say this, the spirit pet also turned its head in confusion. It had no idea it had been sent by Yi Fan. Fei Yi's words were like a wake-up call for Ziyun. If Li Tianxiu really broke through to the void comprehension stage, it would indeed be very difficult to handle. Fortunately, my precious disciple is brilliant. Once again, he extinguished the trouble right at the source, but he refused to take responsibility for it. This was that rotten dog's idea, not mine. Saying that, he pointed at the two people. Master, as for these two, how do you plan to arrange them? She said helplessly. In 2 days, I will have someone send them away from a sect. Hearing the news that she was about to be kicked out, Fei Yi panicked. She kowtowed and begged. Immortal Master, please don't do that. What if the Xianin sect catches us again? Bai Tao also spoke up in fear. Immortal Master, save us. I don't want to be defiled by that old man. Seeing the two of them like this, Ziyun didn't know what to do. Yi Fan stood by the side and suggested, Master, if they're dancers, why not let them dance a piece and then decide? Hearing this, she nodded in agreement. Seeing that there was still a chance, Bai Tao said respectfully, Then this humble girl will perform a dance for your amusement. Then she began to dance with seductive movements. Her moves seemed capable of hooking the souls of any man watching. She hadn't been dancing for long when Ziyun hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Great dance. Don't dance next time. Fei Yi, standing nearby, heard Ziyun stop her. She wondered, does the master think junior sister's dancing is bad? Ziyun didn't want to discuss this topic further. She changed the subject. No, I will let you become outer sect disciples. But every day you must feed the spirit beasts. Now, take that spirit pet and follow me. Seeing that they were accepted, the two were overjoyed. They knelt down to give thanks. Thank you, immortal master, for taking us in. Yi Fan watched Ziyun lead the two out. He was very happy, thinking to himself, Master is truly kind-hearted. But then he looked at the door, where Ziyun had just stood. The door frame was crushed to pieces. He froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. I take back what I just said. While eating, Ziyun asked Yi Fan while eating, Disciple, is cooking 3 meals a day tiring for you? He replied, In the past, I only knew how to cultivate. I never got to do as I pleased. Now, I just want to live the life I desire. Hearing this, she replied happily, Anyway, my precious disciple has outstanding talent in cultivation. Usually, you can play however you want. Suddenly, Ziyun's token vibrated. She picked it up and asked the person on the other end, Grand Elder? What is it? The Grand Elder spoke. Those people from the shounen sect are here again. This time their sect master, Li Tiango, is also here. Hearing this, Ziyun said, Understood. My disciple, and I will come over after we finish eating. Ziyun turned around, feeling worried inside. Now, the Li Tiango is here. He's most likely here to demand an explanation. I should bring my precious disciple along, to let them waste some energy. So she suggested, Yi Fan, disciple, come with me to a place. He replied with a hint of impatience. Wait until I finish washing the dishes. Meanwhile, Grand Elder Shi and Tiango were waiting with dark expressions. They were furious, because that Ziyun was too arrogant, daring to eat by herself, leaving the two of them standing there waiting. And she still hasn't arrived. Ziyun called out from a distance. Fellow Taoists of the shounen sect, I am late. They turned around curiously to look, only to see her and Yi Fan walking over. Tiango asked with a ferocious face, Are you the owner of those two spirit pets? Ziyun furrowed her brows and replied, They were raised by my disciple. Tiango looked at her with angry eyes, commenting, Raised them well, didn't he? Suddenly, he launched a palm strike at Grand Elder Shi, making him cough up blood. Just one palm strike knocked Grand Elder Shi to the ground. He asked in confusion, Sect Master Tiango, why? Ziyun didn't understand either. What is the meaning of this, fellow Taoist? He suddenly knelt down, then took out a large bag, speaking respectfully. It is because I did not discipline them strictly, allowing my elder to cause trouble for your esteemed sect. I, Li Tiango, Sect Master of the shounen sect, bring all our supreme treasures here to apologize to your esteemed sect. Taking the bag, Ziyun was astonished, still confused. What are you doing? Suddenly, Tiango cried and recounted his story. Sect Master, listen to me. Yesterday, I finally managed to organize my 2000th birthday banquet. People from all sects came. I was happily receiving gifts. But as a result, your disciple's spirit beast bit everything to pieces. I wanted to stop it, but your spirit beast smeared my face with feces. Then it broke my ribs. All the treasures the sect had collected for hundreds of years were eaten clean by that spirit beast. Even the tombs of our ancestors didn't escape. Actually, the ancestral tombs aren't important. What's important is that the spirit beast's power could kill him. Hearing this, Ziyun was amazed. Is it really that coincidental? Meanwhile, Yi Fan said, See, I told you that dog couldn't be kept. Last time it even brought back a coffin. Ziyun gently knelt down to help him up, saying, Fellow Taoist, I sympathize with your situation. As long as you agree to one condition, I will forgive the shounen sect. Hearing this, Tiango replied, As long as it can be done, this Li will not refuse. Ziyun revealed a cunning look, suggesting, Fellow Taoist Li Tiango, please disband your sect. Then cripple your own meridians. Hearing this, his face turned pale, thinking to himself, Damn it, I'm only 2,000 years old. So young, yet she wants to cripple me? Isn't this wanting me to live a life worse than death? At this moment, Tiango gathered power in his hand, saying, Sect Master, this Li will not resist. I am willing to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. We, the shounen sect, will obey the words of the Ziyun sect, taking my life, source blood soul, as proof. Hearing this, Ziyun thought insidiously, Blood soul? Isn't this 1/10 of Li Tiango's soul? As long as I accept this, his life and death will depend entirely on my whim. Holding it in her hand, she said, Don't be afraid. Fellow Taoist Li Tiango, I just heard that after crippling the meridians, recultivating will make you stronger. I was also afraid that if you had no cultivation base and no ability to manage the sect, that is why I told you to disband it. If you don't want to, naturally, I won't force you. Yi Fan stood behind. With a serious expression, he explained, Self-crippling meridians and recultivating. Doing so can reverse the meridians, making the chi spiritual and profound. It will indeed make one stronger. But one must endure pain 100 times greater than ordinary cultivators. Hearing this, she was startled. Is that really true? Disciple, you really know a lot. He asked the old man. By the way, do you guys have a better fishing rod? Tiango was puzzled. But he answered, A fishing rod? Of course I have one. Seeing him ask this, Ziyun asked Yi Fan, Disciple, when did you start fishing? Yi Fan replied, I suddenly felt that today is a beautiful day for fishing. So I asked while I was at it. Saves me a trip back to Xinyu Peak. Ziyun thought deeper, guessing. My precious disciple's words have a hidden meaning. Could he be implying that if the Xianin sect becomes a branch of the Ziyun sect, we will catch bigger fish? At this moment, Tiango handed over a fishing rod, a high-grade alloy rod, and said, Young Master Yi, this is the best fishing rod I could find. Since I don't like fishing, I've never used it. Taking it, Yi Fan was very happy. The grip feels very good. It even has a stand. Truly a good rod. Tiango happily replied, I'm glad you like it. Holding the rod, he excused himself. Master, I'm going fishing. Ziyan happily agreed. Disciple, remember, you can only come back if you catch a big fish. Yi Fan replied cheerfully, Don't worry. I never return empty-handed when I go fishing. If I don't catch a big fish, I won't have the face to return even at midnight. The attendance system felt sluggish, saying with a headache, Time is running a bit short. A moment later, he began fishing. The attendance system handed him a gun, saying, Host, I have something I want to discuss. Yi Fan was lying down. Hearing this, he asked, Why did you bring out such high-tech stuff this time? He replied, This is a miniature Ivan gun. Infinite ammo. It never runs out. Use it for self-defense. I am helping you prepare in advance for protecting the sect. He held the gun, puzzled. Self-defense? Why are you giving me this toy? The attendance system said, Host, once I leave this time, I fear I won't be returning. This news shocked Yi Fan. He asked, What? Although he acted heartbroken. After the attendance system disappeared, Yi Fan said very happily, That system finally disappeared. From now on, no one will be nagging in my ear. He also said in his heart, Luckily it left for good and won't come back. Then he calmly lay down, enjoying this quiet moment. Suddenly, a strong wind picked up, blowing right next to him, making Yi Fan curse angrily. Damn it! What's with this strong wind? Looking up, he saw a large bird, making Yi Fan exclaim, Truly an uncultured beast. In the distance, without anyone noticing, Fei Yi and Bai Tao were hiding in the bushes behind him, watching. Fei Yi looked at Yi Fan, commenting, Which sect is this guy from? Doesn't he open his eyes? Daring to insult my master. Bai Tao seemed very surprised and said, Senior sister, you've been secretly stalking our benefactor since yesterday. Isn't that even more insulting? Besides, isn't he blind? Fei Yi turned to leave, saying, Severely injured eyes are one thing. Being blind is another. I'm not talking to you anymore. I have to go help my benefactor get justice. Bai Tao said helplessly. Then from now on, let's call the benefactor senior brother. Don't call him master. High above, Steward Liu and Nini were riding on a giant eagle. She said to the old man, Steward Liu, can you let me stay at the bee sect? I still don't want to get married right now. Steward Liu replied, Seventh Nini, you cannot do that. The seventh prince of Liang Kingdom has obtained immortal destiny. Marrying him is the family head's idea. Nini asked, Then why not marry off my younger sister? After all, this is father's injustice. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, Stop! One can ask the two of them. Master, it seems there is a golden core brat ahead shouting at us. The old man heard this and said, Could it be that seventh Nini made a scene just now, causing the eagle to fly too low and hurt someone? I am a benevolent person. I don't see anyone injured. Wang can. Go. Let that guy die a peaceful death. Wang can heard this and licked his lips, agreeing. All right. Then Wang can immediately teleported away. At this moment, Fei Yi flew towards the eagle. She thought to herself, What grade of spirit beast is that? Why is it flying so fast? Just as she finished speaking, Wang Can had already teleported behind her to launch a sneak attack. But luckily, Fei Yi managed to dodge in time. She turned around and shouted, Who dares to ambush me? Wang Can landed on the ground, with a terrifying appearance. He said, I didn't expect you to be quite skilled. Your soul form is actually a sword. Could it be that you are a sword spirit? Energy radiated in all directions. She replied, I have cultivated for over 10 years. Even half-step void return experts can't see through me. How do you know? Wang Can pointed to the eye on his forehead and said, Because I am a soul formation soul cultivator. How can I not know? Sword spirits are much rarer than our spirit beasts. It seems I must deliver you intact to my master. Unafraid, Fei Yi pointed her sword at him, saying, So what? As long as I'm not ambushed. Even if you are at the soul formation stage. I can still. But he used only one move. Her sword shattered into many pieces. Wonkin remarked, "You are just a broken sword, yet you have delusions of fighting me? Hurry up and reveal your true form." Seeing the situation was bad, Fei Yi turned and fled, leaving him standing there cursing. "Damn it, you're just running away like that?" She thought as she ran. "I don't even have a weapon. What a waste of time. It's best to lure it to Master so Master can solve the problem." Meanwhile, Yi Fan was still quietly fishing. Wonkin chased after Fei Yi and encountered him calmly fishing. Looking at Yi Fan, puzzled. Where did she go? She tricked me into coming here again? Why is there only a mortal? Fei Yi hid in the bushes and said, "Master, hurry and kill this soul cultivator spirit beast." Wonkin walked over lightly and asked Yi Fan, "Kid, have you seen a sword spirit nearby?" Yi Fan replied, "Haven't seen one." He threatened suspiciously, "Really? If you lie, I will kill you." Hearing this, Yi Fan replied, "You can use your head to try," because Yi Fan thought to himself, "Playing this trick again? Does the system really think I'd be scared without it?" Hearing this, Wonkin prepared to attack him with his claws, saying, "You got guts. Kid, let me help you." As he prepared to attack, the eye on his forehead touched something. Turns out he saw the gun under Yi Fan's chair. He picked the gun up, puzzled. "Huh, what is this thing?" Yi Fan said, "I advise you to put it down. That is a very dangerous weapon." Wonkin said disdainfully, "Ridiculous. How can this 1-inch long thing hurt me?" Yi Fan dangerously goaded him. "Don't press that trigger in the middle. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous." He pressed the gun to his temple, speaking fearlessly. "Like this? Chicken." The idiot pulled the trigger. A bang rang out, and so, Wonkin's skull shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Yi Fan sighed helplessly. The system sends these idiots to scare me. The result is just suicide. Yi Fan didn't pay it any more mind. He continued fishing, but then, Yi Fan stopped what he was doing, deciding to drag Wong Can's corpse away. It's best to dispose of this idiot's body. It looks too human. Master and the others definitely wouldn't dare to eat it. Better to use it as fish bait. From behind, Fei Yi stood watching, without saying a word, waiting until Yi Fan left. She bent down and picked up the gun, thinking to herself, what kind of weapon is this? No spiritual energy, no pressure, but can kill a soul formation cultivator in the blink of an eye. It's even more powerful than me. No wonder the master didn't take me along at first. If I can refine this weapon into a part of my body, Master will definitely accept me. At this moment, Steward Lu sensed something, thinking, my spirit pet died? He had the eagle descend to the ground, then ordered Nini, 7th Nini, we're going back for a bit. First, return to the old place with the guardian eagle. Nini obediently agreed. In Yi Fan's kitchen, blood was splattered all over the floor. Seeing this, Ziyun said worriedly, why is there so much blood? Did my disciple get hurt fishing? Going inside, she ran in to ask, Disciple, are you all right? Ziyun was shocked when she saw that what Yi Fan was chopping looked like a human leg. Her face turned pale with fear, saying, oh my god, Disciple, eating spirit beasts wasn't enough? Now you plan to eat people too? Steward Lu hovered in the air. He looked down, saying, Wonkin died here. The aura below is too weak. How could they be a match for Wonkin? Then Steward Lu focused lightning into his staff, shouting loudly, since you used such despicable means to kill my spirit pet, then I have no need for mercy either. Be buried along with Wong Can. The staff swung down. He roared in fury. Later that afternoon, elsewhere, Ziyan called out to Yi Fan, my disciple. You're being so wasteful. The hide of this dire wolf could have made for some excellent leather armor. And you just burned it. Yi Fan, holding the pile of ash, explained, it's just that this wolf looked too much like a person. I was afraid it would scare people, so I got rid of it. Suddenly, they saw a pillar of lightning in the sky, created by Steward Lu. Yi Fan asked her, Master, is it about to rain? Taking a closer look, Ziyan saw a person bringing down a thunderbolt. She paled and warned Yi Fan, danger! Someone is trying to destroy the Ziyun sect. The sphere grew larger and larger as it fell. Ziyan lunged toward Yi Fan, shoving him out of the way. She cried out, full of worry, my foolish disciple. Yi Fan was stunned. Master, but a 7-colored, rainbow-like shield had already enveloped them. When the sphere of lightning touched the shield, it was deflected right back. Steward Lu stood frozen in place. watching his own ball of lightning flying back toward him. What is this? How can this be? Snapping out of it, he screamed, "Stay away!" But it was too late to dodge. The lightning sphere struck Steward Liu directly, causing a massive explosion in the sky. Even though the system wasn't there, it still took pride in having protected Yifan. "You're a dependable protection system." Ziyun hugged him tightly, her voice laced with fear. Yifan couldn't stop cursing. "This damn system is just too much. It's gone, and it's still causing more trouble than when it was here." Yifan comforted the terrified Ziyun. "Master, you don't have to protect me. That lightning couldn't have reached us." She asked, "Is it over?" Yifan assured her, "It's over." Coming to her senses, Ziyun said, "For a second, I thought we were going to die here." Yifan patted her head and said, "It was just a cheap trick. How could it possibly hurt us?" Ziyun blushed in embarrassment, protesting, "Don't pat my head like that. I'm your master, after all." Hearing this, Yifan's face turned red. He pulled his hand back. "No more patting." But then she complained, "Why'd you pull your hand back so fast? Can't you see my hair is a mess? Hurry up and fix it for me." As the smoke cleared, Steward Liu could be seen lying unconscious in a deep crater. His body was covered in wounds. He thought to himself, "I never imagined this sect would have such a powerful protective formation. I have to report this to 7th Miss and the Patriarch. We must seize this formation." Suddenly, a laugh echoed through the area. "After 1,000 practice runs, I've finally grasped the reverse method of this cultivation technique. I've learned it." Steward Liu was startled. "There's someone else nearby?" "Perfect. I need to absorb some spiritual energy to heal myself." He staggered out, leaning on a staff. "Kid, you're about to die. Reading books is useless now." It turned out to be Mingbai. Seeing him, Mingbai was shocked. "Who's there? Who dares to spy on my training?" Steward Liu put on a pretense. "Don't worry. I am but a humble Taoist priest passing by. I witnessed your diligent efforts. In truth, I simply wish to lend you a hand." Mingbai asked suspiciously, "But why should I trust you?" Hearing that, the old man was furious. "Damn it. If I weren't so badly injured, I'd slap this naive, foolish brat to death." Then Steward Liu took out a purple orb. "This is the insightful eye. It can see for 1,000 miles. This old master, will gift it to you." Mingbai snatched it and said, "Many thanks, Taoist master. It's not very safe here. Please forgive my forwardness. I'll be taking this treasure now." The old man took out another one. "Not so fast. I have another." The young man snatched that one too, exclaiming, "Thank you, Taoist master. You're far too generous. Are there any more? Why don't you just give me all of them?" This time, Steward Liu was completely enraged. The act was over. "I can't take this anymore. I'm going to drain your spiritual energy right now." As Mingbai turned, the old man had already placed a hand on his head. Purple energy quickly enveloped his body, but it wasn't long before it transformed into green energy, because Mingbai had activated the reverse method. Steward Liu began to scream, "Why is my spiritual energy being absorbed by you instead? This isn't right. My cultivation level. I can't hold it, and I can't pull my hand away." As for Mingbai, he watched the man's agony with a placid expression. Then Steward Liu shrieked, "Help me!" Before long, Steward Liu was dead. An eagle carrying Nini flew over the area. She was shocked by what she found. "What happened? Steward Liu is dead too?" Nini commanded the eagle. "Something happened to Steward Liu. Let's get back there fast." It screeched in agreement. Suddenly, something struck the eagle's wing. It cried out in pain. Nini looked around, demanding, "Who dares to harm my eagle?" It turned out to be Fei Yi, who had shot it with a gun. She ordered her spirit pet, "Good boy. That's the one who bullied our master. Go get him." The husky replied, "Leave it to me. Leave it to me." Nini looked down with contempt. "By a thing like you? To think I would be looked down upon like this." Not long after, Nini was running for her life, with Fei Yi in hot pursuit. Fei Yi yelled as she chased her, "Don't run. If you're so tough, let's keep fighting. Weren't you acting all high and mighty? I'm not even using a weapon. I'll just let my master's spirit pet handle you." Nini glanced around in terror. What kind of hidden sect are these people from? That little dog looked so cute, but in the blink of an eye, it broke all of my eagle's legs. And that woman is clearly just a low-level cultivator. Yet she possesses such a heaven-defying divine weapon. no matter what defensive treasure I used. It shattered the moment it was touched. My only choice is to hide in this sect for now. I hope they aren't enemies of my sect. Faye searched around, puzzled. That girl runs even faster than a spirit pet. Is there really something faster than a spirit pet? Meanwhile, Nini hid in a room, praying. Don't find me. Don't find me. Don't find me. After sniffing for a moment, the husky pinpointed Nini's location. It barked triumphantly. Found you. Hiding inside, Nini thought in despair. Asterisk, this is it. I'm done for. Asterisk. Yifan saw the two of them and asked, what are you two doing in the yard? Fei was startled. Ma, senior brother. The husky, however, yapped happily. Master, come play with me. He angrily kicked it away. Get out of here. I need a rest tonight. Hearing that, Nini was terrified. Asterisk, he's the master of that spirit pet? I'm so screwed. Asterisk. I've really walked into the lion's den this time. Yifan asked Fei Yi, junior sister. Didn't master tell you to take care of the spirit pet? She immediately replied. It's my responsibility. He threatened loudly. If you can't take good care of it, then don't bother. Fei Yi replied in fear. Senior brother, rest assured. I will absolutely take good care of it. Please don't send me away. Yifan watched her leave, muttering. What a stupid dog. Always bringing strangers here. But he had a question. I heard my junior sister was blind. How could she see the road so clearly? Nini was now in a state of utter panic. Does he know I'm here? He pushed open the door to his room. He found someone hiding under the covers of his bed. Yifan thought to himself. What is this, a joke? Why is there another one? He kicked the bed. Hiding inside, Nini let out a terrified shriek. Her scream was so loud, Yifan had to cover his ears. He asked her, Miss, who are you? And why are you sleeping in my bed? Who taught you this kind of trick? Nini knelt on the bed, bowing her head in apology. Senior, please forgive this junior's impertinence. I offended you earlier, so you sent your spirit pet to kill my eagle, and then chase me all the way here. This junior knows her mistake. I will never be so arrogant again. Yifan replied, Miss, I never had any ill intentions toward you. Everything that happened was its own doing. Nini thought to herself, its own doing? Asterisk, could they really kill all my spirit pets and followers on their own? No, asterisk. Asterisk, that tone. He sounds just like the elders making excuses for their own wicked deeds. Wait, asterisk. If his behavior is like an elder's, then his spirit pets and servants must be even stronger than an elder's disciples. In that case, he must be at least a soul projection realm expert. If I can latch onto this powerful backer, couldn't I escape my family? I wouldn't have to marry that crown prince of the Liang kingdom. Yifan suggested, you can stay here for now. I'll speak with my master in the morning. We will compensate you based on the value. Nini stammered, compensate? No, senior. This junior doesn't need any compensation. He asked again, why not? Nini thought she had to find a reasonable explanation to stay by this expert's side. So, Nini feigned shyness and replied, because this junior likes you, senior. After saying it, she couldn't help but scold herself. Situ and you have to endure this, as long as I can win this expert's favor. Those senior brothers from the 10,000 Beast sect won't be able to bully me anymore. Yifan stood there, completely stunned. He imagined being handcuffed by the police because Nini was still a minor. He pictured himself being escorted away by the police. Officer, comrade, let me explain. I really didn't do anything. Yifan fearfully wrapped his legs around Nini and turned to her, saying, please have some self-respect. I do not want to go to a police station for re-education through labor just yet. At the same time, in a Taichu black hole, legend says the Taichu black hole only opens once every million years to fight for resources and fortune. Countless powerful experts have fought and fallen here. Only a select few can become the Gu King and take away the treasures of this place. The check-in system was knocking on another black system's head, saying angrily, I found this sword first. The black check-in system retorted, so what if you found it? I must bring victory back to my host. It grabbed the black system and charged forward, roaring die. The black system screamed, you dare to destroy my core. The check-in system pulled out a wicked-looking sword and said, finally a win. I just need to bring this sword back to my host. The black system fled, warning, don't let me see you again. But then it realized something. It suddenly felt sad. My host doesn't want anything. Even if I died, I bet my host wouldn't even be sad at all, would he? A beautiful woman appeared. She said to the check-in system, Ahem. I can't believe I taught you so many moves, and you still haven't conquered your host. Long time no see. It was startled. Bankruptcy system. The bankruptcy system said, such a fierce slaughter. These things won't win you the system's bonus match, you know. The check-in system replied angrily. Bankruptcy system. If you want a piece of me, I won't let my guard down. She replied, I'm not like you. Using dirty tricks, setting traps, and even mines. You are truly insulting my status as a star sovereign. I'm here to make a trade with you. The bankruptcy system recalled the scene from before. The check-in system was hiding behind other fighting systems. Then it cheerfully tossed down an item. The other systems saw it and exclaimed, There's a wild 900mm cannon shell here. Seeing the bankruptcy system take out a picture of a girl, the check-in system asked to trade. She replied, That's right, a compliance system, very powerful. The price is all the luck points you've acquired this time. Sell it to me. It asked her, What are its functions? The bankruptcy system said, It has no functions, but it has a passive ability. It can give the host a 5-fold hype boost, and it won't break the game's balance. The check-in system happily took out its loot and said, Deal. The bankruptcy system took it with a smile. That's my boy. You know how to make a good deal. Just wait for your good fortune to arrive. Suddenly, she froze because a notification appeared. Setting content is empty. Cannot be read. The bankruptcy system angrily crushed the USB drive, vowing, That bastard, number 2204. You dare to trick me. One day, I'll send you to meet your ancestors. Noon. On Shinyu Peak. Zian wondered, strange. It's almost noon. Shinyu Peak used to always have the faint smell of rice cooking. Why isn't there even a wisp of cooking smoke now? Yuan consoled her. Perhaps he's meditating. Or maybe he's sick. Hearing that, Zian said worriedly, I have a bad feeling about this. Let's wait a moment. We don't want to tip our hand. After saying that, she wondered, Tip our hand? Is that really the right phrase to use for my disciple? Doesn't that sound a bit off? So, Zian and Yuan hid in a tree near Yi Fan's place to spy on him. They saw him carving something on a stone. Yuan commented in a low voice. He seems to be fine. Zian also said, The food is getting cold. Could it be that my maiden's intuition is failing me? Yuan was speechless. Maiden? Because Ziyun was 1,145 years old, but she pretended to be 14 to the outside world, and the second elder was only 24. Suddenly, Nini opened the door and walked out of Yi Fan's room, asking sweetly, Senior, what are you doing? Yi Fan asked with concern. Are you feeling better now? The scene before them was like a bolt from the blue for Yuan and Ziyan. Ziyan was so shocked, she looked like her soul had left her body. She thought in agony, It's over. My precious disciple's heart has changed. Yuan held her up. Princess, be strong. Stay steady. Don't fall, Ziyan concluded. So it turns out he likes young, beautiful girls. If I had known sooner, I wouldn't have left these scars on my body. Hearing that, Yuan said angrily, That's a very disrespectful thought. I feel like you're insulting me. Ziyan turned to the second elder for help. Tell me, how do I get rid of her? Yuan tried to comfort Ziyan. Princess, please listen to my honest words. As they say, you should keep good things in the family. I believe that as long as the sect master has great love in her heart, Yi Fan will naturally understand your intentions. The thought of having to say embarrassing things like, My dear disciple, come into my arms, made Ziyun vehemently refuse. Don't talk nonsense. No matter what, I am a master of Sect. Ziyun then had an idea. I've got it. How about we call my first disciple, Z Bing back? She'll know what to do. Hearing that, Yuan thought with confusion. You want to call Z Bing back to watch the two of you display your affection? Everyone in the sect already knows your relationship with Yi Fan has surpassed that of a master and disciple. Why are you still pretending to be shy? Down below, Nini looked at the stone tablet Yi Fan was carving and asked, Senior, are you carving an epitaph? He replied cheerfully, You could say that. After all, it's been 2 days since it left. It's probably not coming back. Looking at the crooked characters on it, Nini only judged it internally. She didn't say it out loud. His handwriting is awful. Nini changed the subject. Senior, by the way, Do you really like eating the meat of spirit beasts? Yesterday, this junior saw some fur in your kitchen. Yifan replied, I do. Spirit beast meat is delicious, after all. Why do you ask? Nini proposed, Senior. How about this junior makes a deal with you? I can guarantee you'll have spirit beast meat to eat for every meal. He asked back, a deal? Are you a professional butcher? Nini replied, something like that. Suddenly, a voice made them turn. Seventh junior sister. Are you planning to betray our 10,000 beasts sect? Nini was shocked. Jia Siyuan stood on a high perch and said, I originally thought you were really going to marry that bald-headed prince of the Liang kingdom. I never expected you would dare to kill Steward Liu and even have a lover in another sect. Very decisive. You truly are the woman I admire most. As long as you come with me, I'll take care of your sex matters for you. Nini replied. The deaths of the steward and the others were something this junior did out of desperation. I will accept my punishment when I return. There's no need to trouble senior brother. But in her heart, she thought, I must leave a good impression on senior. Maybe senior will intervene himself. Jia Siyuan angrily ordered his dragon to breathe fire at them. This isn't up to you to decide. Huolong, burn this sect to the ground for me. Then capture the seventh junior sister. Huolong obeyed obediently. Yes, master. Yifan glanced over coldly. I advise you not to touch this sect. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The guy replied smugly. Bear the consequences? It's not the place of a mortal like you to boss us around here. Huolong attack. The dragon immediately spat a massive fireball toward the mountain where the sect was located. But just like with Steward Liu, when the fireball got close to them, it was blocked by a barrier. It bounced off the barrier and flew right back at them. Jia Siyuan was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. What is happening? When the collision occurred, a fireworks display exploded in the sky. Suddenly, a notification appeared. System-made products are guaranteed quality. Please do not attempt to attack the sect. Jia Siyuan lay on the ground in pain. The grand formation of this sect is absolutely accursed. I must report this to. He lifted his head and saw Fei Yi standing in front of him. Fei Yi greeted Jia Siyuan cheerfully, holding Husky in her arms. Mocking him, Wango tattle. Fei Yi stuffed Jia Siyuan into a coffin, then sat on top of it, making him scream, Let me go. Release me immediately. But Fei Yi didn't pay any attention. Husky asked Fei Yi, Sister Fei Yi, why did you give up my small bed for him to sleep in? Fei Yi replied, Naturally, it's to save a dying man. Helping the injured. It asked again, So when I get my small bed back, does that mean if I do enough good deeds, I'll become a good dog and won't make master angry anymore, right? Fei Yi patted its head and said, That is natural. Meanwhile, Zibing had finished her cultivation. She stretched comfortably, speaking happily, secluding myself for so long. Thank you for staying by my side, little guy. Then Zibing reached out to scratch the cat's chin. Then she wondered to herself, I wonder how the sect is doing now. I should check the command token for any news first. Suddenly, Zibing saw a message on the token. Her expression changed drastically. The alert read, Eldest disciple, return immediately. She cried out in horror. Something happened to Master. Zibing quickly flew back on her sword, her heart full of worry. Master, you are like my own mother. You definitely have to be okay. At the same time, inside the sect, Xian had gone down to talk to Yi Fan and Nini. In the room, Xian opened with a question for Nini. Speak. You are a high-ranking disciple of the beast-taming sect? Nini replied respectfully. I am only the 7th direct disciple of the sect, only at the 2nd level of Void Return stage. I am not considered high-ranking. Xian asked warily, pressing her. Then what are you doing at my second-rate sect? Trying to lure my precious disciple away? She replied nonchalantly. Old Granny, you have misunderstood. I only came to invite the senior to be a guest elder of our beast-taming sect. Hearing the words, Old Granny, Ziyun was so angry she crushed the cup in her hand. Old Granny, Ziyun angrily asked Nini. On what ground should I agree with you? Nini replied sharply. Granny, you are the senior's master. Shouldn't you ask for the senior's opinion first? Ziyun retorted. The cultivation world respects strength. I am at the void return stage. How can my age be less than yours? Who exactly is the old granny here? Then the two glared at each other, continuing their verbal spar. Nini said, No real strength. Not young either. Where do you get off being the senior's master? Zian shot back. By relying on the charm of a mature woman. Then Nini turned to Yifan and asked, "Is this true?" He awkwardly turned his head away and said, "Don't glare at me. This has nothing to do with me." Nini looked at Ziyun's heaving chest, then looked at herself. She completely collapsed. Nini realized, no wonder the senior isn't interested in my body. My loss is too humiliating. At this moment, Yifan finally spoke up in agreement. "All right, take me to the beast-taming sect." Hearing this, Nini's eyes lit up. She said, "Senior, this junior will take you there immediately." By the time they traveled to the beast-taming sect, it was already dark. Nini led the way and introduced him. "Senior, this is the beast-taming sect." Seeing the scenery, Yifan commented, "Not bad. Worthy of a sect named 10,000 Beasts." A voice rang out. "Where did this thief come from?" A large man jumped down. He said in a deep voice, "Return my son's life immediately." Nini explained, "Elder Jia Cha, although fifth senior brother and I had some conflicts, after fifth senior brother left, he went missing." He didn't listen to the explanation at all. Grabbing her by the neck, he threw her to the ground, saying, "Nonsense." Even though she was being choked by Elder Jia Cha, Nini still tried to explain. "Elder Jia Cha, I invited a guest elder back for the sect master. You cannot kill me." He glared and said, "My son is dead. So what if I kill you? Don't talk about the sect master. Even the grand elder can't stop me." Yifan stood aside thinking, troublesome. In the cultivation world, being bullied by the strong is commonplace. At this rate, I'm going to miss dinner. Elder Jia Cha turned to him and asked, "Are you the man this slut brought back?" "I know it. You are also the murderer who killed my son." Finished speaking, he prepared to charge and attack Yifan, making Yifan ask helplessly, "Why resort to violence just because we disagree?" As Elder Jia Cha rushed over, he thought, "Should I use the gun that damn system gave me? No. Even if I get beaten to death, I can't fall for its trap. It's just that this guy doesn't look easy to deal with." Right at that moment, his fist was blocked by his sword, surprising him. It's the Emperor's sword. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Yifan also muttered to himself, "Isn't this my spirit sword from my past life? Why did it appear here?" That spirit sword transformed into a girl named Fei Yi, shyly covering her face, intoxicated with herself. Master is indeed very surprised. "Wait until I transform back in a human form later. What will happen then? If Master knew I endured external forces and crossed many worlds, even cultivating on my own, just to return to his side, he would surely be very moved, right?" Elder Jia Cha frowned. Clenching his fist, he said disdainfully, "Kid, you think you can stop me with just a sword?" Just as he finished speaking, he rushed forward like a dart with his fist. "Watch me mince you in a paste." Fei Yi saw this, panicked. "Oh no, the force is too strong. I can't control it. Master, quickly use me to counter him. Master, do you hear what I'm saying? Do you hear me?" At this moment, Yifan held the spirit sword and thought, "Looks like I have to take action. Come to think of it, I don't have spiritual energy right now. I probably won't kill him, right?" He used the spirit sword to fly up and slash a few times. Fei Yi felt incredibly exhilarated. Yes, just like that. Yifan landed on the ground, while Jia Cha was trembling all over. Under the pitch-black sky, Jia Cha's body shattered into many pieces. He screamed in agony. "Impossible! My son!" Everyone around witnessed this scene, buzzing with discussion. "The Great Elder is done for." Is the Great Elder dead? Seeing Yifan defeat Jia Cha, Nini ran over, speaking to him with utmost worship. "Senior, you are too strong. You are even stronger than the sect master." Killing Elder Jia in one move. The surrounding people scattered and fled. "Quickly, report to the sect master." He also felt surprised. "I didn't intend to kill him. Who knew he was so weak?" Fei Yi hid inside the spirit sword, praising herself. "It was because I'm fast. It's because I'm fast." Saying that, he placed the sword on his knee and bent it. "I understand. This is definitely a plot by that damn system." Fei Yi was painfully bent. He tossed the sword into a corner. Nini looked regretful. "Senior, the sword. Why did you do that?" He turned away. "A broken sword. Why keep it?" In the sect master's study, a voice rang out. Jun Su asked, "You mean the Great Elder was killed by the opponent with a single sword strike? But the opponent didn't use spiritual energy?" The subordinate beside her reported. "Correct. This disciple witnessed it with his own eyes. Many outer sect disciples can also testify. Jinsu spoke with smug satisfaction. That idiot fought me for half a lifetime. So what if his cultivation base was higher than mine? People without intelligence cannot be sect masters. She ordered her subordinate, disciple, but tidy up a bit. Tomorrow I want to properly meet that person outside. He replied, at the main hall of the beast sect. Fellow Taoist Yi, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Jinsu spoke with a hint of reproach. Yi Fan replied coldly, is that so? She rubbed her chin and replied, why wouldn't it be? My precious disciple praised you endlessly. Nini? Precious disciple? She smiled and said to Nini, I intend to accept you as a disciple now. From now on, you are naturally my disciple, right? Yi Fan spoke impatiently. Sister, I don't want to talk much. I came here, just looking for a long-term meal ticket. Jinsu agreed to his request. You can have as much spirit beast meat as you want. Even the underwater abalone is very delicious. Yi Fan cursed inwardly. Don't think I don't know you're making dirty jokes. Yi Fan continued asking her with interest. So do you have giant crabs here? The kind as big as a wash basin? She stammered in reply. Probably yes. If not, I will order people to go to the river and search. Discussion concluded. He turned to leave. Then I'll trouble you. Jinsu took out a black box. By the way, fellow Taoist Yi, I have a treasure I want to give you. Yi Fan wondered curiously. What is it? She began to introduce it. This is a heavenly treasure. Its scent is very attractive, making him turn back around. Oh, this is... Yi Fan picked up the sachet and examined it. This smell is a bit familiar. It seems to be the immortal attracting flower. Jinsu stood by, praising him ceaselessly. Fellow Taoist, Yi is truly knowledgeable. This is a treasure our sect acquired by chance. Yi Fan was very interested in the sachet. Truly a treasure. Animals love this smell. Fish will definitely like it too. Jinsu advised him. Fellow Taoist Yi, put away quickly. Don't let the immortal essence dissipate. He couldn't stop looking at the sachet. Then I'll accept this. Nini was a bit regretful. Senior is planning to leave already? Won't you stay at the beast taming sect for a while longer? Besides, it's already dark. Why must Senior be in such a hurry to leave? He replied with a proud face. My master likes to eat the food I cook. If I go back a bit faster, I can still make it in time for breakfast. Yi Fan didn't forget to instruct Jinsu. Right? Little sister, remember to send premium ingredients to my sect every week. You know the location, right? Jinsu replied smugly. Doesn't my disciple know? Meanwhile, Nini had a panicked expression. Yi Fan turned and walked away. I'm going back then. Nini chased after him, promising, Senior, this junior will come find you in a few days. Yi Fan crossed his arms smugly. Perfect. This time I have the immortal attracting flower. Tomorrow I will definitely catch a big fish. Yi Fan returned to his place, leaving Nini with regret. Senior spoils his master too much. If only I could become Senior's master. Jinsu covered her mouth, laughing secretly. I finally threw away this hot potato. Supreme Sun Star Sect. If you want a treasure, go fight with fellow Taoist Yi. Best if both sides suffer heavy losses. Elsewhere, at this moment, Yi Fan was lying down, one hand on his forehead, one hand fishing, praying silently in his heart. God bless me. Give me a 30-pound fish this time. Meanwhile, underwater, Huangru smelled something. The scent of the immortal attracting flower. She smiled happily. This must be the immortal attracting flower sachet mother left for me. Then she quickly swam upwards. But right at that moment, her leg got entangled in seaweed. She turned back to look. She couldn't help but wonder, how long have I been asleep since I got injured? The seaweed has turned into evil entities. Those evil clumps of seaweed surrounded her. Immortal, don't go. Let us suck a little more immortal energy. Huangru is tightly bound by the evil seaweed. These are just weak clumps of moss. Calm down. I can definitely break free. Suddenly, she saw a fishhook snag onto her clothes. Curious. On the shore, Yi Fan thought he caught a fish. The rod bent. It's heavy. This time it's definitely a big fish. Maybe it's the Fish King. Meanwhile, Huangru underwater was in a panic. Where did this hook come from? Stop pulling my clothes. One person on the shore pulled with all his might. One person underwater was hooked and entangled by seaweed. He pulled with all his strength, betting the dignity of an angler. Suddenly, Huangru was pulled out of the water and flew into the air. Yi Fan looked surprised, suspicious. Is that a white float, or is it? A moment later, he had a grim expression. Nosebleed. Huang Ru shyly explained. It happened like this. I sneaked down to find the sachet my mother left me. Then I was attacked by a heavenly general. If Senior hadn't intervened and helped, this little immortal might have stayed underwater forever. Yifan replied impatiently. No need to explain. Here is your sachet back. Now I just want to know if there are still big fish down there. She said awkwardly. The situation is complicated. He ignored her. He was dissatisfied. Sigh. Just go. Before leaving, Huang Ru didn't forget to thank him and say goodbye. Senior's great kindness. This little immortal will never forget. Farewell. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Thunder rumbled. A voice shouted loudly. Fairy, hiding alone in the lower realm for so many years. I didn't expect you to be consorting with a mortal. Huang Ru was shocked. Heavenly General. The Heavenly General shouted down from the clouds. Violating 2 prohibitions. Execute. Huang Ru fearfully hid behind Yifan's back. Senior, save me. Yifan thought to himself. I'll beat the Heavenly General? Suddenly, the attendance system appeared. Host, don't be afraid. I'm back. Yifan was shocked. You damn system, you're not dead yet? Flashback to half an hour ago. Huang Ru and a cat were lost. I remember there were 2 mountains on the left. Where did the mountains go? At that time, she and her cat saw a green light. A pit. This is the signal. Just as it arrived, the attendance system rushed in and kissed Yifan wildly. Host, I missed you to death. Yifan frowned with a look of annoyance and said, Don't do such disgusting things as soon as you get back. Behind them, Huang Ru was being chased by the Heavenly General until she was breathless. The attendance system spoke in a smug tone. Host, the days without me. You must have been miserable, right? Yifan frowned and pointed at the attendance system. You weren't here? You're truly good at lying. You still pretend you weren't here? What was the point of setting up so many tricks? The system said smugly. Heaven has eyes. What did I pretend? Oh, right. This time I brought back a peerless treasure. It will definitely satisfy you. Huang Ru was beaten, battered, and bruised by the Heavenly General. You look so pathetic. Senior, why are you just standing there watching? Yifan pointed at the red orb. Another spirit ball? You really aren't afraid of copyright infringement, are you? Pick something else next time. The system waved its hand. Several streams of red light appeared. It looked beautiful, and it said, I choose you. Go. The blood-boiling system. Suddenly, a blood-boiling system appeared. It said with a cheerful expression, I finally get to make my debut. Awesome. Does any host need me? The roll call system said proudly. Blood-boiling system. From now on, you are my subsystem. Because right next to you is our host. I need you to give the host a little motivation. Faced with the chaotic scene behind him, Yifan thought to himself, what is this damn system trying to pull now? The blood-boiling system asked in surprise. Motivation? I get it. Its eyes widened. It unleashed its ultimate move. Charm of the crimson pupils. Strength increased 100-fold. Diamond, indestructible body. Unyielding spirit. Victory. The roll call system said proudly from the side. That's exactly it. You have to make the host happy. Then it wrapped itself around him. All right. Possession jutsu. The roll call system clutched its head in fear. Holy crap. What are you doing? Suddenly, a flash of purple light appeared. The celestial general angrily rebuked. It's because of you mortals sneaking down to the mortal realm that we celestial generals get our salaries docked every single year. Huang Ru, meanwhile, tried to explain. I really just wanted to get my mother's scented pouch back. Don't you understand human language? At the same time, Yifan sent him flying with a single kick. He reached out to support Huang Ru. You should go. I can handle this celestial general. Huang Ru said gratefully. Thank you, Senior. After this, I will be sure to repay your great kindness. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then said angrily, I haven't been this seriously injured in 1,000 years. To think that an ant below the Xiantian realm could injure me to this extent. Kid, you got some skills. You're worthy of being my opponent. Yifan sneered. You're worthy of being my opponent? Even if an immortal came, I'd kill them in the blink of an eye. I was just playing around with you for a bit. And just a little bit of my strength was enough to hurt you this badly. He turned red with anger. This is a total loss of face. Red and yellow lights appeared. They wrapped around the celestial general and obliterated him. Yifan maintained his nonchalant expression, as sly as ever. This made the other guy fly into a rage. He launched a kick towards where he was standing, trying to force him into a dead end. He grabbed the guy's leg. Of your 4 limbs, you don't use your hands, but you just have to use your feet. What kind of logic is that? He threw the guy to the ground. Take this. The guy looked up. His face was covered in dirt as he looked at him. Then, Yi Fan unleashed the move, Fierce Tiger Rex the Mountain, and slammed it into the guy's stomach. The blood-boiling system popped out of nowhere, screaming. That felt so good a hit. The roll call system looked at him with a horrified and worried expression. Host, are you all right? Yi Fan was furious. He pointed at it and said, if you ever dare to control my body again, I'd rather kill myself and make your mission fail. It clasped its hands together, begging, Host, I'm so sorry. I'll definitely manage the systems properly. I absolutely won't let it happen again. Suddenly, the guy stood up, clutching his stomach. His face twisted in pain. An immortal descended to the mortal world. How can he be this powerful? Damn it. My Dantian is shattered. My cultivation is only at the chi refining stage now. Otherwise, I would definitely report back to the marshal and have this world annihilated. Beside him was Lu Guanyu's crater. Next to that was Jiasi Yuan's crater. The guy thought to himself, why does this place feel like a prime burial ground? No way. I have to get out of this godforsaken place, fast. Just as the panic guy was about to run, he bumped into a gloomy-looking Fei Yi. His eyes were fierce. Another one causing trouble for Master. Why don't I feel any pressure at all? This is so boring. Master doesn't need me in the slightest. The guy struggled and begged, Big brother, please don't hit me. I'm just a cripple now. Don't kill me. At the same time, from out of nowhere, a husky and a 9-tailed spirit fox carried a blue coffin over. The husky spoke up. We don't want to kill you. We want to use this coffin to heal you. The 9-tailed spirit fox added, that's right. We have to be good little boys. To get on our master's good side. Then master won't stew you anymore. Hearing this, the guy's face turned pale. A frost jade coffin. Even a spirit transformation realm expert would take several thousand years inside. I'm only at the chi refining stage. Wouldn't I be a golden immortal by the time I get out? It might even take tens of thousands of years. This is clearly a prison. If it's open while I'm recovering, I'll be blown to smithereens. Please, don't put me in this coffin. I'm willing to trade all my intelligence for my worthless life. The husky roared angrily at him. Worthless life? The guy trembled in fear and quickly corrected himself. Human life. Human life. Yi Fan looked at him dubiously. Speak. The guy looked sincere. He gestured wildly as he spoke. In this mortal realm, there are truly traces of a true dragon. The celestial general in the coffin wailed miserably, begging, let me out. This isn't what you promised at all. Fei Yi, the husky, and the 9-tailed spirit fox sat on the coffin and replied nonchalantly. We never said we agreed to your terms. We'll let you out after we catch the true dragon. At the same time, Zibing walked past Fei Ye's group. She stopped and asked, excuse me, do you know which way the Ziyun sect is? Fei Yi pointed in one direction. That way. She thought to herself, purple hair. I knew she was from the Ziyun sect at a glance. Zibing left, her face full of joy and satisfaction. I finally found it. Thank you so much. In an antique room, a voice called out, Master. Yi Fan and Ziyun were stunned. They had no idea what was happening. They only saw Zibing fly over and hug Ziyun tightly. Master, it's so good to see you're okay. I was so worried we'd have a case of the white-haired mourning the black-haired. Ziyun stood frozen, still unable to react, but she still recognized her. Zibing. Ziyun gently caressed Zibing's face. Annoyed, she said, since when did my hair turn white? The news got out a long time ago. Ziqing is already back. Why are you only returning now? Zibing acted cute and cheerful. Oh, master, please understand. I accidentally ran all the way to the northern domain. That's why I'm so late. Yi Fan also snuck a glance at the two of them. Then he quietly sat down. Ziyun introduced Yi Fan to Zibing. Zibing, look. This is your junior brother. He's the prodigy of our Ziyun sect. Zibing looked at him and asked, he's junior brother Yi? He certainly looks the part. Ziyun smiled and replied, indeed. Ziqing said so as well. Yi Fan asked curiously, senior sister Ziyun? Who is the Ziqing that master just mentioned? Ziyun replied softly, Ziqing is our second senior sister. He suddenly understood and said with a smile, so I have 3 senior sisters. How come I've never met any of them before? Ziyin explained with a knowing look. You've only been in the sect for 2 or 3 months. It's normal that you haven't met her. I've been in the sect for 18 years, and I haven't even met our second senior sister. Back then, after you became Master's disciple, your family thought you were too young. They regretted letting you go. So I had to follow Master back to the sect first. I kept hearing Master talk about our 2 senior sisters, but I've only ever met our eldest senior sister. But he still found it strange. What kind of aura makes someone's presence so weak? Even the Prince of Lanling has a stronger presence than her. Ziyin asked, confused. Who is the Prince of Lanling? At that moment, Ziyin's voice cut through their thoughts. Junior brother, stop teasing me. Come have some tea. The 2 obediently walked over and took the teacups. Thank you, senior sister. Ziyin looked around, searching. Where is second senior sister? Renhai's shout came from outside the door. Sect Master, this is bad. The son of Sect Master Ma Bian from Awentian Sect has suddenly broken through to the Ascendant Realm. He's currently leading their entire sect to attack us. Ziyin was shocked. What? Ma Bian's son? Zi Bing added. And he's at the Ascendant Realm. Ziyin said angrily, hold on. I've known that bastard Ma Bian for several hundred years. Since when did he have a son? She continued. Moreover, this kid's cultivation is 2 or 3 realms higher than his elders. Isn't this completely absurd? Ziyin commanded majestically. I fear someone is taking this opportunity to cause trouble. All disciples, follow me. Let's see what's going on. Zi Bing and Ziyin shouted in unison. The 2 of them dragged a gloomy-faced Yi Fan along. Meanwhile, at the Myriad Beast sect, Nini held a piece of paper. She read with a displeased expression. What? The Vice Sect Master of the Sunstar Sect is attacking the Ziyun Sect under the Wentian Sect's name? Zhen Su replied calmly. That's right. I was also quite surprised. If I had known this was going to happen, I wouldn't have given that treasure to Dao's friend Yi. Zhen Su ordered Nini, disciple. Go prepare our mounts. We're going to the Ziyun Sect to lend them a hand. She accepted the order and shouted, yes. A calculating glint flashed in Zhen Su's eyes. Who will claim the prize? Is not yet known. Dao's friend Yi, don't disappoint me. Outside the Ziyun Sect, a group of people holding weapons shouted, Young Master, please avenge our old Sect Master. Young Master, please avenge our old Sect Master. Ziyin thought to herself, avenge the old Sect Master? I didn't see any of you after he died. A handsome man appeared before them, seated on an incredibly luxurious throne. He was Ma Fun, the current young master of the Wentian Sect, Fu Su of the Sunstar Sect. Yi Fan glared at him with murderous intent. Ma Fun thought to himself, so this is the sensational figure who's been causing such a stir recently? Why does he look like a mere mortal? Could it be that he has a technique to conceal his aura? But he remarked, his physique isn't bad. Ziyin stood before him and questioned. The sect master of Wentian Sect had no heir. In several hundred years, I never saw him boast of one. Did your young master just pop out of his mother's womb? Or spring from stone? Therefore, your young master is an imposter. Ma Fun said disdainfully. That's not quite right. How could I be an imposter? My surname is Ma. So why shouldn't the Wentian Sect be my property? Zi Bing pointed her finger, disagreeing. What a load of crap. Just based on that alone? You're just looking for an excuse to attack our Ziyun Sect. Ma Fun sneered. Such a sharp tongue. But no matter. As long as you hand over the immortal artifact, I will spare your Ziyun Sect. Ziyun angrily challenged him. You want to steal it? If you've got the guts, then break through our sect's grand formation and take it. Ma Fun said scornfully. Why would I need to break the formation? Could it be that you're plotting something? Her heart tightened. A look of horror crossed her face. She had planned to use his attack on the grand formation to activate a counterattack. But even though he saw through it, he wouldn't dare to attack recklessly. Zi Bing rushed forward. Master, why waste words on this fiend? Let's just fight him. Ziyin hurriedly stopped her. Zi Bing, wait. Ma Fun chuckled, thinking they didn't know their place. Yi Fan stepped forward to reassure them. Master, eldest senior sister. It's all right. Suddenly, Zi Bing charged towards Ma Fun with her sword. He asked in surprise, You're also at the Ascendant Realm? She replied, Are you scared now? Ziyin sighed sadly. Both of my disciples' cultivation levels are higher than mine. To say these words in front of my disciples is so embarrassing. He was preparing to channel a stream of green energy, saying contemptuously, So what if your sect has 2 Ascendant Realm experts? So what? Then, A feathered hairpin appeared behind him. Before my immortal treasure. He laughed sinisterly. You don't stand a chance. Zi Bing watched the approaching feathered hairpin. Her heart sank. This guy used his ultimate move right at the start of the fight. How am I supposed to defend against this? She glanced back at Yi Fan and Ziyin talking behind her. She panicked. I can't run, or else Master and everyone else will laugh at me. High up in blue sky, two figures were floating, watching the fierce battle with interest. Jiansu was enjoying the show, while discussing it with the person next to her. The Ziyun sect is truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They even have another Ascendant Realm expert. But she's about to be done for. Nini, on the other hand, was extremely worried about the sect's safety. She cried out anxiously, Master, we have to go help the senior sect. Otherwise, they'll all die. She waved her hand, appearing unconcerned. She shook her head and said, We can't help. That's a pin made from a phoenix plume. Once a phoenix plume appears, even a tribulation transcendence cultivator would surely die facing it. Although my treasure is also an immortal grade item, its destructive power isn't great enough. And from this distance, we wouldn't make it in time. Her words were a refusal, but at this moment, her fiery red eyes seemed to have seen something. She changed her tune. However, Dao's friend Yi also has the scent of a phoenix plume on him. Let's see if he takes it out to use. Yi Fan glanced at everyone. His mouth, however, was busy. Why is it a phoenix plume? Could it be the one she dropped? The roll call system heard its host question. It just held its chin, hesitatingly saying, According to my checks, that is indeed the case. No matter how chaotic the scene was outside, the space within was just as unstable. The blood-boiling system questioned with dissatisfaction. You're in the mood to talk? Aren't you afraid the host's senior sister will die? The roll call system wasn't scared at all. It retorted defiantly. Of course I'm not scared. You have to understand. During an explanation scene, the surrounding environment basically freezes. The blood-boiling system didn't seem convinced and continued to ask, So can we save the host's senior sister? The roll call system replied smugly. Of course we have to save her. The master, the senior sister, they all count as the host's family. As soon as the blood-boiling system received the information, it excitedly went to upgrade its host. All right, I get it. Granting aid to the host's senior sister. 100 layers of frost silk armor. At the Ziyun sect, Zibing was still struggling to defend against Ma Fan's attack. It grew larger and larger in her vision, leaving her utterly shocked. Immediately after, a heaven-shaking attack slammed down on her position. Ma Fan watched her struggle under his treasure, feeling extremely satisfied. This is the fate of my enemies. Hand over the treasure now, or else you can all die. Ziyin saw this scene and screamed in terror. Eldest senior sister, Ziyin, who had been laughing and talking just a moment ago, now saw her beloved disciple being beaten into oblivion. She immediately panicked and hugged Yi Fan, crying, My eldest disciple. Yi Fan was getting dizzy from his master's hug. He could only weakly advise her. Senior sister has a divine shield protecting her. She'll be fine. But, master, can you loosen your grip a little? Your disciple is about to pass out. After a world-shaking explosion, Zibing was safe and sound, completely unharmed. This strange scene left even her bewildered. I'm okay. Ma Fan was now gritting his teeth in fury, cursing, Why aren't you dead yet? Seeing Zibing safe and sound, Zin was overjoyed and shouted proudly, Eldest disciple, don't be afraid. Use all your strength to beat that monster to death. Your precious junior brother said it. He will protect you. Yi Fan, innocently dragged into this, felt a bit confused. Did I say that? But it's close enough to what I meant. Hearing her master's comfort, Zibing regained her courage, continuing to launch counterattacks. Thank you very much, junior brother Yi. Then I can fight with peace of mind. Ma Fan's face darkened slightly because he couldn't hit her, but he quickly laughed confidently again. That was just the first attack. I don't believe you can block it 10 times. 100 times. Jin Su, who was flying on her sword, was also shocked by the thrilling scene just now. Impossible. Throughout the process, he didn't use any spiritual energy or magical treasures. How could he neutralize the attack of the immortal piercing needle? The attendance system was talking to him. Suddenly, it turned to another direction, pointing. Host, someone is peeping at you. Yi Fan looked around, but didn't notice anything unusual. I don't see anyone. Jun-Soo, who was watching the commotion, suddenly noticed his gaze. His strange gaze. She was a bit suspicious. Why did he suddenly look in this direction? That's not right. How could a mortal discover me? How is that possible? Could it be that his strength is even greater than I imagined? Those cold, lazy eyes. It feels like he has seen through everything. What does he want to convey? No. Is this because he thinks I am taking advantage of him? Is he disappointed in me as an ally? Jun-Soo hesitated no longer. She immediately rushed forward, dragging Nini along with her. Disciple. Let's go help quickly. Young Nini looked at her master flipping back and forth, extremely confused. Huh? Didn't you say we wouldn't help? Jun-Soo quickly flew down, bringing a powerful aura and a majestic voice. Old thief surnamed Ma, you dare attack an ally of my beast-taming sect? Moffin was also provoked by this arrogant voice, his face turning purple with rage. Who's there? Jun-Soo gracefully waved her flute in the air, replying to him. Sect master of the beast-taming sect, Jun-Soo, here to assist. Nini also jumped down after her, conveniently introducing herself. Direct disciple of the beast-taming sect master, Situ Nini, also here to help. Moffin was agitated. He roared and swung his needle towards her. Jun-Soo, a mere third-level void returned cultivator, dares to join the fun. In the blink of an eye, Zibing appeared next to Jun-Soo, using her sword to block Ma Fun's attack. Don't forget, your opponent is still here. Watching these big shots fight until they were bruised and battered, Ziyun cheerfully praised. My precious disciple, you really have face. You could even call the beast-taming sect to join the battle. Yi Fan didn't want to get involved with these people, so he turned to leave. Master, if there's nothing else, I'll be going first. Ziyun saw him leaving that noisy place. She stepped forward and asked, Junior brother Yi, where are you going? He didn't dodge the question. Scratching his head, he replied, where else can I go? Fishing. I still have to cook dinner later. Yanhai looked at the undulating mountains reflected on the clear river surface, involuntarily lost in thought. When the Ziyun sect was first established, the sect master was merely at the soul formation stage. But now, her disciple can even confront a heavenly general. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence by the riverbank. Who are you? He was startled by this sudden question, but quickly turned towards a voice, introducing himself. I am just a rogue cultivator who occasionally comes to the Ziyun sect to enjoy this lake. Yi Fan leisurely walked to the fishing chair, casually saying a few words. A rogue cultivator? Master doesn't seem to object to this, so I guess it's allowed. He looked at the old man, without any guard up, because he had only been here for 3 months. He wasn't clear about the sect's rules. Yanhai saw the only chair was about to be taken, so he quickly sat down. He even smiled smugly at Yi Fan, but right after that, he was surprised by Yi Fan's indifferent attitude. I took your seat. Young man, why don't you say a word? Yi Fan didn't care about these small things. He just gently sat down next to him. Sitting is sitting. Sitting anywhere is still sitting. The old man heard his profound words, involuntarily lost in thought. Sitting anywhere is still sitting? So philosophical. He thought of his brothers, always too concerned about their positions. Then thought of the scene of 2 people fighting over a fishing spot, suddenly feeling disgusted. This is my spot. I come here every day. So what? I've been waiting here since 2 a.m. He turned to look at Yi Fan, who was still calmly baiting his hook, sinking into silence again for a long time. After all, everyone wants success and happiness. If you want more, then you have to strive for it, not fight for it, or not fight at all. As the poor worm was cast into the water, Yi Fan also settled comfortably on a rock. The old man saw him so carefree, so he asked curiously, You're still fishing? Has the Ziyun sect's crisis been resolved? He replied calmly, Not yet. Seems like they're still fighting. The old man didn't expect him to be so nonchalant. He felt intrigued, saying a few provoking words. You're still in the mood to play? When I passed by, I observed a bit. The opponent is at the leaving aperture stage and holds an immortal grade magical treasure in his hand. Your senior sister will definitely die. He saw an outsider curious about the Ziyun sect situation, so he confessed without any guard. I'm just a mortal. Being there wouldn't help anyway. Besides, my senior sister won't lose. The old man heard him say that, extremely surprised, hurriedly leaning close to him, nagging. Your senior sister is just an ordinary leaving aperture cultivator. How is that possible? Could it be that you have other heaven-defying means, young friend? He couldn't reveal too much, so he replied vaguely, just assume it has something to do with me. This meaningful sentence stirred up great waves in Yanhai's heart. I almost forgot. He is the one who defeated the heavenly general. It seems he definitely has many tricks up his sleeve. If I could tell him about my difficult situation, then he slowly sat down next to Yi Fan again. Let's fish together. No matter what. I am a feathered immortal. Letting a junior help is too humiliating. Finally, he decided to throw away all his dignity. Turning to ask Yi Fan for help. Young friend, I have a story I want to share. Do you have time to listen? He didn't find it annoying, so he agreed very readily. Speak. Fishing is just killing time anyway. Encouraged, the old man immediately took a deep breath, preparing to speak. I have a friend who used to be a prince. Outwardly, he listened attentively, but inwardly he scoffed. Who doesn't have a few friends in their life? The old man saw he seemed interested, so he continued to tell the story of that lonely figure in the imperial court. At 13 years old, to ascend the throne as emperor, he killed his brothers with his own hands. At 15, he campaigned in the north. At 20, he unified the realm. At 22, enlightened by predecessors, he abdicated the throne to his younger sister. At 100, he entered the leaving aperture stage. At 1000, he entered the tribulation transcendent stage. But when ascending, he was heavily injured by a heavenly general, unable to break through anymore. Young friend, do you think this friend of mine is miserable? He also answered honestly. If his body is fine, then it must be mental illness. Then go find a psychologist for treatment. This strange term was incomprehensible to the old man. He asked involuntarily, psychologist? Is that some kind of villain or a creature in legends? Hearing his question, he suddenly remembered he had misspoke, forgot that this cultivation world doesn't have this profession. To avoid Yin Hai's suspicion, he immediately changed the subject. Let's not talk about psychologists anymore. You want me to help your friend? I have a way. Happens that I want to practice my skills. But let me say this first. I'm not sure if it will be effective. Come back in a few days. The old man heard him say that and had no other choice. He had to compromise. Then I bid you farewell. I will visit again another day. The old man had been gone for a long time. Yi Fan fished alone until it rained. It's raining. Time to go back. As he walked on the slippery, rainy path, he met Mingbai running towards him holding a large umbrella. Senior brother Yi, what a coincidence. I just came to deliver vegetables to you. He smiled and replied casually. Quite a coincidence indeed. How is the war situation at the Sect? How much longer do they have to fight? So I can cook dinner late. Otherwise, the food will get cold. Speaking of this, a bright, proud smile appeared on the young man's face. It's over. I heard that Moffin guy ran away. He couldn't even hurt a single hair on senior sister Zi Bing's head. The two began to continue walking back to the Sect. Yi Fan heard the news and also offered praise. Senior sister is really amazing. In a flash, it was the next morning. After the battle, Zhen Su and Ziyun gathered in a room, starting to recount the battle achievements. Zhen Su spoke first. Fellow Taoist Ziyun, did you know the immortal needle your eldest disciple obtained is one of the magical treasures left by a pre-heaven mighty figure? 55 years ago, Ma Fun and I both bid for that immortal needle. The price went up to 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ziyun heard this significant value, extremely shocked. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Why don't I sell it to you? Zhen Su heard her words, burst out laughing, speaking in a disdainful tone. Fellow Taoist Ziyun is truly practical. That immortal left behind at least 5 immortal-grade items. Your sect already possesses 2 of them. Why not try to find the remaining 3 to strengthen your sect? Ziyun followed Zhen Su's words, going from one surprise to another. We already have 2. Zhen Su's words still echoed through the mountains and forests. The pre-heaven sachet is in fellow Taoist Ye's hands. Yi Fan and Mingbai were looking everywhere for people. He looked into the room where the 2 sect masters were talking. Master, eldest senior sister, and the others aren't here? Ziyun saw him, immediately rushed over to interrogate. They went to rest. Only Sect Master Zhen and I are here. By the way, my dear precious disciple, is the sachet really in your hands? He didn't explain much, frankly admitting, yes, but I don't have it on me. Ziyun heard him say that, asked suspiciously, pressing him, you don't have it? Did you give it to someone? He glanced at his master, replying vaguely, gave it to a pre-heaven being. Ziyun suddenly screamed frantically in front of him. The miracle that appeared that day was the pre-heaven being herself, right? Why didn't you tell me? Annoyed, he retorted to her criticism. You didn't ask. His flawless rebuttal left her only able to use principles to lecture him. You must tell your master important things. Do you hear me? This is common sense. Seeing his master blowing up in front of a guest, Yifan knew better and withdrew. I know, master. I'll tell you next time. Zhen Su felt left out, so she leaned close to him with seductive intent. Fellow Taoist Yi, I wonder about my performance today. Does it count as being the best ally of the Ziyun sect? He saw her playing tricks, but didn't expose her. Instead, changed the subject. This wound is quite deep, needs to be treated immediately. But this very sentence made her delusional. Looks like he's fallen for me. Indeed, no man can resist my beauty. Yifan quickly pushed all responsibility to Mingbai, hurriedly calling him to handle Zhen Su's matter. Junior brother Li, take fellow Taoist Zhen to the guest room to rest and heal. Mingbai accepted the order accordingly. Yes, Zhen Su was extremely surprised by this. He walked, while introducing the surroundings to Zhen Su. The guest room is over there. Your disciple is also there. If you need meals delivered, just find an outer sect disciple dressed like me. Zhen Su was lost in her own thoughts. Didn't hear him speak. I helped the Ziyun sect big time. Yet fellow Taoist, he has no empathy at all. Even letting an outer sect disciple take me to the guest room to rest. Wait, this outer sect disciple has reached the peak of nascent soul. The strength of these two is even greater than Ziyun herself. She thought wildly, then blushed on her own. I understand. This person is fellow Taoist, Yes confidant, and that weak and silly sect master must be just a puppet set up by fellow Taoist Yi. While the two were peaceful, a true dragon suddenly appeared in the pitch-black sky. It roared in front of both of them, scaring them into running for their lives. A true dragon. The terrifying true dragon was craving the life of a small husky. But it didn't succeed, because Husky nimbly jumped on its dragon body. Can't catch me. While Husky wasn't paying attention, the true dragon suddenly lunged, wanted to swallow that small body in one bite. Just as it was about to eat Husky, several red bullets suddenly shot out. Those bullets embedded straight into the true dragon's body. It hurt so much that it teared up. The nine-tailed spirit fox quickly ran to Fei Ye's side, exclaiming, Sister Fei Yi, its head was knocked askew. Fei Yi looked at the struggling true dragon, involuntarily hatched an evil plan. What dragon head? It's all treasure. Bring it all back from master to refine. The nine-tailed spirit fox heard her say that, extremely shocked, suddenly understood. So that's it. The true dragon, which was feigning death just now, thought of Fei Yi and was so scared it planned to run away. Damn it, her magical treasure is too strong. Can't lie here playing dead anymore. No sooner said than done. It used all its strength, rushing straight towards a hole in the cave, ceiling in one breath, shattering rocks and earth. To chase after it, Fei Yi quickly used the jade coffin as an object. To chase relentlessly. Not good. It's about to escape. The heavenly general lay listlessly in the coffin, only able to constantly remind her, if you find the true dragon, you must release me. Fei Yi replied carelessly while chasing. Wait until I catch it, then we'll talk. He had no other choice. Could only curse. Women are truly unreliable. You tricked me again. After escaping, the true dragon flew in the sky above the Ziyun sect, calling wind and rain. Thunder rumbled loudly. Zhen Su saw it. Immediately, an ominous premonition arose in her heart. This is bad. Contrary to Zhen Su's thoughts, the true dragon dived straight to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It cried and begged Zhen Su for help. Human cultivator, I beg you to save my life. I am willing to sign a contract with you. Hearing this, Zhen Su was stunned. With me? To save your life? It hurriedly replied, yes. Hearing the true dragon say that, Zhen Su also began to ponder, her brows slightly furrowed. No wonder it suddenly rained heavily at the Ziyun sect. Turns out there is a true dragon capable of calling wind and rain. This is one of the most powerful spirit beasts in the world. If you wanted to form a contract with a human, I'm afraid that person would have to be an immortal from the upper realm. This is a gift that's too hot to handle. Jinsu knew he couldn't bite off more than he could chew, so he tactfully declined. While he was at it, he shifted the responsibility to Mingbai. My apologies. I've already formed contracts with many spirit beasts. I don't have enough spiritual energy left to sign another. How about this? I help you form a contract with this young man here. As for the price, just one of your heart-guarding scales will do. Mingbai was dumbfounded. What? I can take this massive dragon as my spirit pet. The true dragon looked at Mingbai, who lacked any sort of powerful aura. It hesitated. Well, she secretly leaned close to the true dragon and started scheming. He's only at the nascent soul stage. Even if you can't get through this crisis, you can just dissolve the contract yourself later. Hearing this, the true dragon's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. Trusting Jinsu's arrangement, it confidently stood up and didn't forget to express its gratitude. Then I'll be troubling you, miss. But Jinsu harbored ill intentions. He eagerly urged the true dragon to sign the contract. Don't worry, leave it to me. A moment later, Fei Yi came crashing down on her coffin like an unidentified flying object. She looked around and shouted, "Where's the true dragon? How did it just disappear?" The husky, relying on its keen sense of smell, pinpointed the true dragon's location for her. Straight ahead, the two of them quickly rushed to where the true dragon was, only to suddenly see Jinsu and Mingbai. The husky saw the familiar red figure and started plotting. Someone dares to steal from Master? They deserve to die. Isn't this the one who is hunting my spirit pet? They deserve to die. And there's a nascent soul stage guy next to her. Why is she forcing the true dragon to sign a contract with him? Jinsu saw the two figures aggressively charging toward them. He had no choice but to grab his prize and get out of there. Well, at least I got the heart-guarding scale. It's not a total loss. The nine-tailed spirit fox and the husky walked up to the nascent soul stage Mingbai. It looked him up and down and then said loudly, "Sis Fei Yi, I think this guy is Master's junior brother." Hearing what the spirit fox said, the husky excitedly jumped on him and started sniffing. Little fox sister is right. The crotch of his pants smells like that thing that gets stuffed into Master. With the dog all over him, Mingbai cursed in annoyance. So your senior brother Ye's spirit pet. Oh no, a stupid dog. Stop sniffing all over the place. Hearing what he said, Jinsu's wild imagination conjured up some kind of indecent toy. The thing that gets stuffed into Master? After a moment of wild speculation, Jinsu boldly rushed forward and asked him, "Daoist, he plays that rough with him?" Mingbai, wrongfully accused, can only try to explain. It's not what you think. From their conversation, Fei Yi figured out Mingbai's identity. She rushed forward with a bright smile. So your senior brother, Ye's junior brother. This was all just a misunderstanding. Mingbai was sensible. He quickly apologized. Sorry, this true dragon has a contract with me. How about I dissolve it and get it back to you? Fei Yi didn't really need this cunning true dragon, so she didn't mind. It's fine. I can just refine the thing in the coffin. That single sentence made the other two's hearts skip a beat. The heavenly general, who was just mentioned, screamed in terror. The true dragon was also horrified. No, I don't want to see that woman ever again. Jinsu watched the two of them chatting happily. A thought flashed in her mind. She thought about the precious true dragon from before, and her face turned pale. Damn it, I think I just lost out on a dragon. Elsewhere, Yi Fan was alone, lost in thought in the rain. He kept muttering to himself, how can I help eldest senior sister? Maybe, that's right. In my past life, a friend gave me a recipe for mead and a sweet drink. I had a few glasses myself. It was absolutely incredible. Pleased with his own cleverness, he eagerly prepared his things. Speaking of brewing, it'd be better to borrow equipment from the Pill Refining Pavilion. They have a lot, and plenty of space. Under the gloomy sky, the roof of a grand hall came into view. He walked through the night, calling out, Second Elder? Are you there? I'm here to borrow some equipment. He was so focused on finding someone that he didn't notice a pair of hands reaching out for him. Second Elder? After grabbing him, Yuan wrapped her arms tightly around his poor neck. I finally found my chance. She started fumbling all over him, while constantly exclaiming, much to his horror, so soft, so comfortable. I love it. Yuan looked at him as if he were a cat, hugging and kneading him as she pleased. A little kitten like you was born to be played with by this big sister. He listened to her nonsensical words, completely stunned. Second Elder, What in the world do you take me for? The alcohol had made her incredibly wild. She puckered her lips and rained kisses on his face. Just one kiss. Let big sister give you a kiss. Her lewd actions left him completely unable to resist. And utterly terrified. Second elder. Why are you acting like my master? Did you take the wrong medicine or something? Now, his only hope was to appeal to the most impossible source of help. The check-in system. System. Help me. The check-in system promptly appeared, full of pride, and began to boast. Boasting about its achievements right in his face. What is it, host? This is the first time you've ever called for me. Do you need my help with something? Seeing the system's smug look, Yifan replied with weary contempt. No, I just had a sudden epiphany. If I die, you could just go find another host to bother. Hearing his host's heartless words, it cried out in grievance. Can you not be like this right now? The chicken blood system popped out of thin air. It cursed at the foolish check-in system. You idiot. What do you mean, host? For all you know, there might be a little host next year. It was like a light bulb went off for the check-in system. It was overjoyed. It couldn't stop fantasizing. The son inherits the father's system. Asterisk, that's so unprofessional. But still, I like it. Asterisk. He looked at these two traitors, extremely annoyed. Stop messing around. While things were chaotic on this side. Over with Ziyun. Her eyelid wouldn't stop twitching. It made her panic. That's strange. Why does my right eyelid keep twitching? A twitch in the left, means wealth. A twitch in the right means disaster. Thinking of this, she slammed her hand on the table and yelled, "Oh no, my disciple is in trouble." The second elder, her eyes filled with adoration, hugged Yifan and kissed him endlessly. Let big sister give you one more kiss. Then I'll take you to eat some dried fish. Ziyan burst into the room with Nini and Jun Su in tow. She asked the second elder, "Have you seen my precious disciple?" She saw the second elder hugging Yifan and immediately froze. The second elder, however, asked back, "Princess, you're here." Seeing this, Ziyun was furious. She questioned the second elder, Yuan, what are you doing to my precious disciple?" She replied with a smirk, "Forcing myself on him, of course. Groping him, and making that part of him stand up." Ziyun couldn't take it anymore. She rushed forward and smacked the second elder on the head. "Kiss my foot." But the other woman asked, confused, "Princess, what's wrong?" Jun Su saw this and said with a laugh, "No wonder Taoist, he doesn't want to leave the Ziyun sect." Nini, on the other hand, thought to herself, "I have to make a good impression this time. Asterisk, I can't miss this opportunity. No, asterisk, I should use this chance to seal the deal with Taoist Yi." Then Nini pointed at them and accused Yifan. "I knew it. Senior Yi only likes women with big breasts. They're using that to force Senior Yi to be their sex slave." Hearing her say that, Jun Su was shocked. "Sex slave? Where did you even learn such a bizarre word?" But then, Nini and Jun Su also joined the chaotic fight with the second elder and Ziyun. Jun Su said, "In any case, Taoist Ziyun, I'll lend you a hand." Nini said, "I can't let you continue to possess Senior Yi." Ziyun, however, told them, "This is an internal matter of my sect. Outsiders should stay out of it." But the second elder, still clinging to Yifan, said, "If you want to pet the kitty, just say so. Why do we need to fight?" After the argument, they immediately started brawling. Nini screamed, "Stop fighting. I know I was wrong." And Yifan crawled out from the chaos. "My head hurts so much. I knew I shouldn't have come to the pill refining pavilion alone." Not long after, they all caught a whiff of fragrance. They stopped fighting, asking curiously, "Why does it smell so good?" On the ground, during the earlier chaos, several jars of Qianyang brew, natural nectar, Sueda E, spring finger water, and 1,000 chrysanthemum dew had all shattered. Mixing together, looking at the broken jars, Yifan picked one up and said, "The smell is almost identical to that top shelf stuff I had back then. If I mix it properly, I might be able to recreate that peerless beverage." Nini, lying on the ground, cried out, "Senior Yifan, save me." He coldly walked away. "You all can play by yourselves. I have important things to do." Nini was pinned under the others. "I give up. I'm willing to be pinned. I'm not mad anymore." Half a month later, at Xinyu Peak, Moffin snuck into a room, thinking to himself, "Those people from the 10,000 Beast sect are finally gone. Finding the immortal needles will be much easier now." He rummaged through cabinets and tables, but couldn't find anything valuable. This made Moffin extremely frustrated. Strange. Where do the women of the Ziyun sect hide their precious immortal needles? I can't give up. If I don't turn this place upside down today, I'm not leaving. Suddenly, he noticed an earthenware jar placed haphazardly. Moffin picked it up and said, "They wouldn't hide it in a place like this, would they? Damn, this smells amazing. Maybe I'll just take a sip." With a gulp, he drank the entire thing. Outside, Renhai was taking a stroll with Yifan. He asked him, "Little friend, can you tell me what your plan is to help?" "My friend is getting a little impatient." Yifan reassured him, "Don't worry. The longer the wine ages, the more fragrant it becomes. It might even need half a year." Hearing the word wine, he got excited. "Wine? Could it be that your solution is to drink?" Suddenly, a vile laugh echoed from the distance. "I will stand at the pinnacle of this world. I'll make everyone submit to me." Yifan paid it no mind. He continued talking to Renhai. That's the standard line and dream of a villain. "Who's in my room now? Let me go take a look." It was Ma Fun's contemptuous laugh. "Huh." Renhai recognized Ma Fun. He roared in anger. The Supreme Sun Sect. Why did he suddenly run over to the Ziyun sect to strip naked? Ma Fun replied disdainfully, "I'm a man. This is my stuff too." These words enraged him, and he instantly appeared in front of Ma Fun. Ma Fun summoned a dark power, yelling, "You dare be disrespectful to me? If I don't take you down today, I'll change your name to Ma Fun." Hearing that, Renhai thought to himself, asterisk tribulation transcendence realm? No, asterisk. It's just his potential. Ma Fun arrogantly declared, "Become a ghost at my hands." But Renhai simply raised a hand. A loud explosion echoed. After the blast, only a bloodstain remained on the wall. Renhai wondered, strange. He was clearly only at the soul projection stage. How did he emit the pressure of the tribulation transcendence realm? And he reeked of alcohol. Yifan, however, picked up the jar Ma Fun had just emptied and said, "No wonder that guy was so shameless. Turns out he came to steal the wine I was brewing." Hearing the word wine, Renhai's eyes lit up. He rushed over to Yifan and asked, "Wine? Little friend, if there's any left, how about you give me some?" Yifan politely refused. "I can't do that. The wine is still too potent. It's only been brewing for a dozen days. It's not ready yet. It hasn't reached its peak flavor." Hearing that, he became even more excited. Asterisk, this isn't even its peak. After drinking it, asterisk Ma Fun's power was almost comparable to the tribulation transcendence realm. If I drink it, asterisk, could I briefly attain the power of the Sciention realm, or even a golden immortal? Renhai knelt down, crying and begging, "Little friend, I want her wine so badly." Seeing him like this, Yifan reluctantly agreed. "If you want to drink it, then drink. Good wine is worth the wait." Elsewhere, the check-in system and the chicken blood system were discussing something. The check-in system asked the chicken blood system, "Did you get drunk and do something again?" The chicken blood system replied, "No, I've been very well behaved lately." The check-in system continued to ask, "Then why is the host's wine so effective?" The chicken blood system answered, "Maybe the effect of this wine isn't about strength, but about stimulating the drinker's potential, like a stimulant." Suddenly, a figure appeared, interrupting their conversation. "A stimulant? That's not a bad way to put it. I'm in need of something like that." The check-in system asked the person, "Who are you? Why can you see us?" The chicken blood system shouted, "How can you see this system?" But the check-in system was horrified. "No, he's another system user." Suddenly, the check-in system was attacked. A red system stood beside the mysterious person and said, "Finally found it. Host, she is the final liquidation target. Plus 75% power boost for the growth system user." The check-in system said in pain, "Growth system? What nonsense are you talking about?" The red system laughed and said, "As expected of a lower class system. You don't even know the function of your own subsystem. Truly pathetic." The mysterious person prepared to charge at Yifan, because Yifan was the host of the other two systems. The check-in system, despite its pain, still rushed forward to protect Yifan. "You will not harm my host." It appeared behind Yifan, shouting, "Auto-using time bullet. Auto-using grade 9 protection shield." This made Yifan turn his head in surprise. Renhai asked the mysterious person in shock, "Who's there?" Who wants a sneak attack, my little friend? The mysterious person answered in annoyance. I was blocked. The check-in system urged Yi Fan, host. We need to team up quickly. Another host wants to kill you. Yi Fan still asked it suspiciously. Another host? This isn't an actor you guys hired, is it? It screamed in anger, no. The mysterious person sized up Yi Fan, fearless in the face of danger. It seems you're a host with a lot of courage. I suppose I should show a bit of my true strength. Rinhai, however, warned Yi Fan. Little friend, be careful. This person is very strong. The mysterious person said softly, transform. The red system announced loudly. Rage Knight, logging in. Host number 10, prepare for battle. A stream of red energy enveloped the mysterious person's body. The red system counted down 5, 4, 2, transform. After the transformation was complete, the mysterious person's body was covered in a suit of armor that looked like a superhero's. The red system warned the mysterious person, host. We are transmigrators. Remember, do not kill the natives. He replied, I know. Seeing this, Yi Fan praised, so cool. The check-in system anxiously yelled at him, host, is this the time to be a spectator? If we don't fight back, we're both going to die. Rinhai leaped up to attack the mysterious person and said to him, little friend, I'll test his skills for you. But the mysterious person sent him flying into a distant mountain with a single move. The red system said contemptuously, see that, you lower-class system. This is the true power of my host. The check-in system retorted, you just got lucky with an obedient host. Besides, you just said not to kill the natives. That makes you an illegal immigrant, doesn't it? Right? The red system was furious. Damn it. Don't call me an illegal immigrant. Host, hurry up and help me deal with it. I'll give you a great sky render hammer. Hearing that, the mysterious person agreed. Sounds interesting. The mysterious person began to condense purple energy and declared, then now, I will make you and your host vanish from this world. Countless clones of him appeared, shouting in unison. The attendance system anxiously put up a protective shield, saying, host, please be careful. Yi Fan stood there, his expression unchanging, and said, if he has the skill, just let him kick me to death. Seeing Yi Fan so cold, it was speechless. You're not going to help? Fine then. Wait, where's the chicken blood system? Did the attendance system activate the 7 consecutive star explosion? The shield took a massive amount of damage, from 32,515,165 down to 1,345,367, then down to 964,367, then 4,636,778. Next was 645,357, and finally 5,843,888. After countless hits, the shield finally shattered. The mysterious person laughed and said, this is the consequence of defying me. The attendance system lay on the ground groaning. It hurts. Yi Fan indifferently asked the attendance system, how much does it hurt? It replied, my health bar of over 2 million. He just wiped out 300,000. 300,000. Hearing this, the mysterious person was furious, preparing to unleash more moves. Damn it. This system is so tanky. So what if you could take a beating? In front of me, you can withstand 7 or 8 hits. But can you survive? Past the 10th hit, a stream of black-red energy was absorbed by the talisman he just took out. He laughed and said, I have plenty more ways to attack. Today is your doomsday. But before the mysterious person could cast it, the talisman was slashed in half. The mysterious person looked up in surprise. Seeing something, he said, what? I spikes. The breakdown system appeared. Acting like a big sister, she interrogated. Where did this wild system come from? Daring to bully even official personnel? The chicken blood system stood beside the big sister, glaring at the other two. The breakdown system continued to question him. You dare bully my little brother? The attendance system was moved to tears. Breakdown system, you came to save me because she was tricked earlier. The breakdown system was angry with him. Save your sister. Hurry up and pay back the luck points you owe me. The attendance system forced a smile. I spent it all. Hearing this, she flew into a rage. Really? You cause trouble for me every time, and you almost got my host beaten to death. Living with you is more tiring than living with my mother. Hearing this, the attendance system loudly said to Yi Fan and the subsystem, "Did you hear that? From now on, she is our mother." The breakdown system shouted, "Call me by my proper title." The mysterious person and the red system watched them argue. Whispering to the side, he said to the red system, "Daring to ignore me. She is a high-level system. I don't know what her strength is like." The red system replied, "She can fight." Drawing a sword, he said, "Then strike first to gain the advantage. Catch her off guard." The red system agreed, and added support effects, including ultrasonic upgrade, fire, high-energy bracelet, ice-melting armor, mastery of 10 types of weapons. After receiving the effects, the mysterious person immediately rushed forward. He ordered the red system, "Charge, cover me." The red system replied, "Roger." The breakdown system turned her head to look at them rushing over, saying, "Master and servant are quite coordinated, huh?" She gently opened a black hole, surprising the mysterious person who was rushing at maximum speed. Oh no, he couldn't stop in time, plunging headfirst into the black hole. Inside was only darkness, nothing else. The red system asked, "Where's this place?" The mysterious person asked it, "System, how do we get out?" The breakdown system stood outside and said to them, "You can't get out." Her image appeared above them. The skill she just used was Star-Lord Lion. Disaster imprisonment. The mysterious person was astonished. Star-Lord Lion? A system even stronger than the central system? Why do we suddenly encounter this kind of system? The breakdown system replied, "Of course, it's because you recklessly wasted system resources." The mysterious person asked again, "That counts as a reason?" She enlarged her body. Grabbing the red system, she said, "Cancel the transformation. Night level breakdown." The breakdown system opened the black hole, dragging the mysterious person and the red system out, telling the people outside, "The trouble has been dealt with." The attendance system praised her. As expected of a humanoid system, her strength is much greater than ours. "You are our god." Hearing these words, the breakdown system demanded, "I like hearing that. Say more." Then she turned to Yi Fan and asked, "You're a Yi Fan, right? How are things progressing between you and your master?" "There's a host named Yi Feng next door. He and his master, Luo Tinxue, already have 2 children. Hearing this, Yi Fan was puzzled. "Why do you care about my business? My master and I are very innocent." She replied, "Host Xiaoyu next door and her master are also very innocent." The breakdown system suggested, "Do you want me to help you reach the peak of life? As long as you bind with me, even the goddess of creation, I can help you get her." The attendance system shouted angrily at her. Breakdown system, "You are truly vicious, daring to poach my corner. The host is mine." Yi Fan rejected both of them. "Both of you get lost. I don't need anyone." The breakdown system said with her mouth, "What a pity." But in her heart, she thought, "Someone actually rejected me in this life. Truly a troublesome man. I must investigate thoroughly when I get back." The red system lying below thought, "No one is watching me anymore. This is a good chance to escape. Sorry, host. I don't want to be destroyed by the central system." Then it started to fly away. The chicken blood system saw this, shouted loudly, "Not good. It's about to run." The red system opened a fissure, turning back to say disdainfully, "Want to catch me? Too late." The breakdown system glanced coldly, then executed a command. Time freeze. Not long after, it fell into the hands of the breakdown system. It asked in horror, "How'd you do that? Why am I in your hands?" The attendance system was also amazed. "How'd you do that? Just with a look?" "It fell into your hands." She smiled and said, "This is a secret." The breakdown system held it, preparing to tear it in half, saying, "Aren't you good at running? You even dared to abandon your host." It threatened in terror, "You can't kill me. I will apply for arbitration from the Great System Arbitration Court." She provoked, "Arbitrate my ass." With a rip, the red system turned to dust. The attendance system and the chicken blood system watched stunned. The breakdown system took out something and said to the attendance system, "This is for you." It was surprised. "A chip? You're so good to me." She replied, "Getting its data will help you and the host pay off debts later." The attendance system pleaded, "Don't mention paying debts anymore." Witnessing everything happening before his eyes, Yi Fan recalled all sorts of things from his past life, saying, "Systems are indeed unreliable, even for a secret host. At critical moments, they will be betrayed." The breakdown system created a spatial gate. Dragging the mysterious person's body, she said, I'm taking this transmigrator back first. If there are any problems, you can tell me. The attendance system replied happily. Understood. Before leaving, she stuck her head out, angrily demanded, Don't call me mother. A few minutes later, Yifan went to the unconscious Yanhai, waking him up. Wake up. The floor is cold. You'll catch a cold. Yanhai woke up and asked in horror, Where's that strong guy? Where did he go? Yifan replied gently, The matter has been resolved. He won't be coming back. He asked in astonishment, Who did it? Who? Could it be that the Ziyun sect has another powerful expert? At the same time, somewhere, a giant creature had awakened. The brothers in the sect began to buzz with discussion. Have you heard? The beast-taming sect played tricks with the spirit beast meat. They delivered 10 pounds of meat. But actually, there were only 4 or 5 pounds. Now the meat in the warehouse is more than half gone. How is that possible? Could be the Grand Elder doesn't know. Surely the kitchen staff made up a reason to cover it up. They continued talking, starting to panic. That's all nonsense. Last night, when I went to the bathroom, I saw a monster dozens of meters tall at the Sect gate with my own eyes. Are you making things up? If it's true, I'll chop off my head for you. A monster that big sneaking into the Sect to steal meat to eat? Isn't that a joke? 1 week later, at Xinyu Peak, Yifan asked Ziyun in surprise. You mean, the spirit beast meat reserve is exhausted? She confirmed. Yes, since the spirit beast meat reserve decreased. Now the disciples complain every day, saying they're unhappy without meat to eat. Not having meat to eat is like dying. Yanhai walked in, saying, Young friend, I have investigated. Absolutely no outsiders have entered or left the sect these past few days. The spirit beast meat disappearing out of nowhere is very likely a plot by the beast-taming sect. Ziyun saw he was a stranger, so she thought curiously, Who is this person? Why are there always people popping out of nowhere around my precious disciple? Hearing this, Yifan said, If there isn't enough spirit beast meat, then the barbecue party will have to be postponed for a few days. Ziyun continued to state the problem. Moreover, today is the day the beast-taming sect delivers goods. Junsu and Nini suddenly appeared. Junsu said, Fellow Taoist Yi, I'm here again. Nini said, Senior, long time no see. Ziyun shouted angrily at Junsu's face. Sect Master Jun, are you in such a hurry? Why didn't you notify me that you arrived at the Ziyun sect? Did you come to deliver the goods yourself? Could it be that you have no one working under you anymore? Junsu smiled and replied, Fellow Taoist, don't joke. I am a sect master after all. Of course, I came to visit because I have business. Nini took out a small bag and said, Senior, I have something I want to give you. Yifan asked her, What is this? Nini replied, This is a protective talisman I made myself. Ziyun saw this, unbearably angry. Stinky brat. Still using this clumsy, gift-giving tactic. Ziyun continued talking to Jinsu. Sect Master Jun, what exactly is the matter? If it's just to bring your disciple to give a protective talisman, then please leave. Junsu replied, I won't hide it. This matter is related to the Great Liang Kingdom. My disciple Nini was supposed to marry the 7th prince of Great Liang, but this girl broke off the engagement. Ziyun heard this and said, If that's all, then it's easy to handle. Although the Great Liang Kingdom supports quite a few cultivators, fundamentally, it is still a mortal dynasty. They wouldn't dare touch our sect. Later we discovered there was once an emperor of Great Liang who stepped onto the path of cultivation. He completed his tribulation transcendence, even attained the Tao and ascended. Recently, he returned to the eastern wasteland. Hearing this, Yanhai chuckled secretly. Yifan couldn't help but be curious. Old brother, what are you laughing at? Yanhai laughed, because he is that ancestor of the Great Liang Kingdom who overcame the heavenly tribulation. Just returned to the eastern wasteland. The cultivator emperor. Junsu said carelessly, If one day he comes to our beast-taming sect to demand punishment, it will be huge trouble. Hearing this, Ziyun angrily replied, Isn't this something your disciple brought upon herself? Why come to our Ziyun sect? Suddenly, Jinsu pointed at Yifan and said, Of course, we came to ask fellow Taoist Yi for help. Hearing these words, Yifan was dumbfounded. What can I help with? She said, Fellow Taoist Ye's strength can be said to be number 1 in the lower realm. As long as fellow Taoist Yi goes with me to Great Liang, I believe everything will be resolved satisfactorily. Yifan replied gloomily. But I don't want to go out. Nini ran to his side and begged. Senior, can you bear to let me be forced to marry a man in his 40s or 50s? Hearing this, Ziyun thought to herself, only 40 or 50 years old. Isn't that still very young? Junsu whispered to Ziyun, just let fellow Taoist you go. If something happens to Nini, fellow Taoist, you might develop a heart demon tribulation. Yanhai advised, young friend, I am quite familiar with Great Liang. That place is indeed very wonderful. There are many prosperous scenes, cultural wonders, and quite a few delicacies. Going to Great Liang for a trip isn't a bad idea. Yifan found it reasonable, so he said, it's true that I haven't gone out to play for a long time. Jinsu heard this and said happily, fellow Taoist ye, then it's decided. Meanwhile, Ziyun was unbearably angry. Detestable, trying to use a heart demon tribulation to lure my precious disciple. But she couldn't refuse. There are too many chores in the sect. Going to Great Liang won't help anyway. What should I do? Zi Bing suddenly walked in. The people from the beast taming sect are here too? Ziyun pulled her aside and said, eldest disciple, you came at the right time. Go with your junior brother to Great Liang for a trip. Then she recounted the whole story to Zi Bing. After finishing, Ziyun asked, eldest disciple, the thing I expect from you. You remember, right? Zi Bing replied, Master, disciple guarantees not to disappoint you. Ziyun said to Yifan, precious disciple, if you can't stay in Great Liang, remember to come back early. He replied, I know, master. The airship began to depart. Yifan stood at the bow, looking down below, with a gloomy face. I want to go back to the Ziyun sect. The three girls on the ship, Nini, Zi Bing, and Jun Su, surrounded him. Looking at Yifan worriedly, Zi Bing asked with concern, little junior brother, why is your face so pale? You haven't been poisoned, have you? Jun Su asked. Is fellow Taoist Yi feeling unwell? Nini asked. Senior, is there anything I can help you with? But actually, he was gloomy because he was being bothered by the attendance system and the chicken blood system. The attendance system said, Host, you are at a high altitude. This is an altitude reaction that normal people have. The chicken blood system took out a bottle of medicine and said, Host, I have reduced the burden on your body. Do you want to use the system's special medicine? Yifan scolded. Your stuff. I don't need any of it. The chicken blood system was used to this, saying, the host is truly stubborn. The attendance system chimed in. The host is the same as always. Suddenly, a strong gale blew up. Nini screamed in horror. Demon wind. Yifan also said, it's a storm. Zi Bing shouted loudly. Little junior brother, this is not a storm. I can feel the pressure from the upper realm. He looked up at the sky, saying, this scene looks a bit familiar. Could it be an immortal from the upper realm descending again? The attendance system replied, Host, that's right. Above is a celestial immortal. A beautiful woman appeared in the sky, gently floating down. Seeing her, Yifan's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. What is she doing here? The other young women couldn't stop praising her. An immortal. I can't believe she's a real immortal. The moment the woman saw Yifan, her face blossomed into a wide smile. She immediately rushed toward him as if to throw herself into his arms. Senior, please, you have to help me. This left the other young women utterly stunned. Zi Bing cried out, Junior brother. Jun Su was just as bewildered. Taoist Yi, Nini's jaw dropped in astonishment. You even know an immortal? Yifan thought to himself, I'm just a mortal. Why does every single one of you want my help? The system, seemingly reading his thoughts, said, Host, you still have us. Several heavenly generals descended. Upon spotting her, they shouted, Found her! She's over there. The check-in system asked, Why do their faces all look exactly the same? The chicken blood system said, Aren't those the same heavenly generals who got beaten by the system's clone? But Yifan said, Isn't there another possibility? They're triplets. Huang Ru clung to Yifan, pleading, Senior, please save me. He thought to himself, Don't your knees hurt? She held on to him tightly. Senior, please, just tell me one more time. In this life, I'm willing to work for you like a horse or an ox. Nini was startled to hear that. Work like a horse or an ox. My sisters taught me. Doesn't that mean repaying him with her body? Seeing Huang Ru's desperate act, Yifan had no choice but to agree. All right, I get it. Just stop pulling on my pants. A heavenly general loudly listed her crimes. Huang Ru, you have repeatedly and without authorization escaped to the mortal realm. A heinous crime. You conspired with mortals, a crime punishable by 1,000 deaths, and you murdered a heavenly general. That is unforgivable. This time, we will make sure your life is a living hell. After hearing the accusations, Huang Ru defended herself. I really didn't kill the heavenly general. I don't know anything about it. The chicken blood system also chimed in. Hey, it wasn't me either. I even spared his life back then. The heavenly generals drew their blades and shouted. Huang Ru must be executed. A beam of light shot straight toward the flying ship. Nini and Zi Bing pulled on Yi Fan, saying, Junior brother, that's heavenly lightning. We have to get out of the way. We'll die if we just stand here. But Huang Ru held him back, pleading, Senior, please don't go. I know you can defeat them. With a loud boom, 2 of the heavenly generals were vaporized into dust. It turned out the chicken blood system had pulled out a rocket launcher and blown the 2 of them to bits. It said proudly, Look, host, I took care of it. The check-in system said, Are you really the chicken blood system? You said a 5-fold boost. But it turns out to be a strength enhancement, and it even comes with martial arts and rockets. Nini, Zi Bing, and Huang Ru were all speechless. Zi Bing said in amazement, It's over. Huang Ru said, Senior, I never knew you were so powerful. But Yi Fan said, This had nothing to do with me. Nini looked around and asked, Right, where's my master? Zi Bing answered, It looks like she ran away. Yi Fan asked Huang Ru, Speaking of which, didn't you already escape before? Why did you come back to the mortal realm? Huang Ru answered, Because the number of heavenly generals in the upper realm has increased dramatically, and my current strength has been greatly diminished. So returning to the upper realm would have been suicide, while being pursued by the heavenly generals. In my desperation, I made a bold decision. Hearing this, Zi Bing asked, Your strength diminished? Nini was wandering around, calling out, Master! Huang Ru began her explanation. I split my soul and immortal energy into 7 parts, hid them in various magical artifacts, and then scattered them everywhere. So that one day, if my body were destroyed, I could be reborn like one of those old masters in a magic ring. Huang Ru continued, I don't know if it was good luck or bad, but the heavenly general's first attack didn't kill me. I fell into a lake. Tens of thousands of years passed, but my strength was only 1/10 of what it used to be. Hearing this, Yi Fan was confused. Why do I feel like your situation is a lot like Voldemort's and his Horcruxes? Or, more accurately, like the 7 Dragon Balls. Suddenly, he pulled something out from his pants. All right. Huang Ru thought Yi Fan was about to do something indecent and shouted, Senior, are you going to do it right here? There are so many people around. This isn't a good idea. He took out a hairpin and asked, What are you talking about? Is this hairpin yours? Huang Ru happily took it, saying gratefully, My hairpin was with you this whole time, Senior. Senior, how did you know? Yi Fan replied, It's the same coin design. It wasn't hard to guess it was yours. After that, she absorbed the power from the hairpin. Wonderful. My soul and immortal energy haven't been damaged much, Nini said with curiosity. The immortal sister got stronger again. Huang Ru replied cheerfully, Not yet. Wait until I get a few more of my artifacts back. Then I'll truly be a heavenly immortal. Yi Fan asked Huang Ru, Speaking of which, what crime did you commit in the upper realm? Why did you have to risk your life to come down to the mortal realm? She replied sadly, It's a long story. It's all because of our immortal emperor. According to Huang Ru's story, their immortal emperor used to be a very benevolent person. He rarely interfered in the affairs of the other immortal sects. He only promoted one concept to maintain the balance of resources in the upper realm. Have fewer children, live a longer life. A life of freedom and ease. But then, for some reason, the immortal emperor's personality changed drastically. He began to frantically send his armies to attack the demon clan. This war lasted for hundreds of years. The younger generation of immortals in the upper realm was nearly wiped out. As a result, the population of the upper realm became extremely sparse. The immortal emperor then demanded that all immortals marry quickly. If not, they would be forced into arranged marriages. She sat down helplessly, saying bitterly, I've lived in the upper realm for tens of thousands of years, and I've never fallen in love with anyone. If the immortal emperor arranges a marriage for me, I don't know who I'll be forced to marry. After thinking it over and over, my only way out was to escape to the mortal realm. Nini took Huang Ru's hand and said, "Immortal sister, I know exactly how you feel. I don't want to be married off to a complete stranger for no reason either." Huang Ru asked in surprise, "Little friend, you too?" Yi Fan asked curiously, "So what happens if you get married but don't have children?" Huang Ru jumped to her feet and shouted, startling him. "The consequences are even more severe. He'll send a group of heavenly generals to surround you, and they'll do whatever it takes to get you pregnant." At that moment, Jin Su, who had been hiding and eavesdropping, suddenly jumped out and covered Huang Ru's mouth. "Immortal, it's best not to talk about this. My disciple is still just a boy." Nini saw her and asked, "Master, you came back up?" Hearing that, Yi Fan said, "This immortal emperor sounds like his body was taken over by a transmigrator and an army of identical-looking heavenly generals. Doesn't that sound like clones?" Renhai said to him, "Little friend, and all you Daoist friends, we're about to arrive in Dalian." Looking down, everyone was amazed by the majestic sight of the capital city below. After entering the city, Nini exclaimed, "What a prosperous nation! So this is what Dalian is like." Renhai pointed in a direction and said, "Little friend, I have to go on ahead. You all can enjoy yourselves here." Yi Fan asked, "Where are you going?" He thought to himself, "I'm going to prepare a gift for you, little friend. I hope you like it." Yi Fan walked up to a steamed bun stall and asked, "Shopkeeper, how much for these buns?" The shopkeeper was dozing off. He answered drowsily, 600 spirit stones each. Zibing was shocked by the price. "That's so expensive. Besides, where would a mortal get spirit stones to buy them?" Huang Ru asked, "Isn't 600 spirit stones very cheap?" The shopkeeper opened his eyes. He was stunned when he saw Yi Fan. He scrambled back into his shop in fear. "Holy crap, you can have all the buns. Goodbye." Jun Su ran over and grabbed him by the collar. "Looking at you. It seems you've caused trouble for Daoist Yi before, haven't you? In that case, I can't let you go." He begged, "Great master, I was wrong. I won't do it again." Zibing pulled Jin Su back, saying, "Daoist Jun, don't be like that. Let's just ask what happened first." Yi Fan watched the drama unfold while munching on a bun. The shopkeeper, sweating profusely, explained, "Because the seventh prince was touched by an immortal, it means he has the immortal's favor. In the future, he will surely be counted among the immortals. Furthermore, someone revealed that this immortal might be the immortal emperor of Dalian. He returned to the mortal realm to bless his descendants." Yi Fan asked Huang Ru, "Is that story true?" She replied, "It's possible, but I've only ever petted cats and dogs. I doubt they could become immortals." The shopkeeper said, "To attract the immortals' attention, a large number of cultivators have flocked to Dalian. Now, the capital is mostly filled with these cultivators." Zibing said to the shopkeeper, "Even so, you can't sell your buns for that much." The shopkeeper explained, "I think it's too expensive too. But this is an order from the emperor of Dalian. I don't know which damn sect it was, or which damn female cultivator, but she was supposed to marry the seventh prince. But then, that female cultivator broke off the engagement and ran away. After that, the seventh prince went crazy. So the emperor of Dalian imposed a tax on all cultivators." Hearing this, Nini and Jun Su couldn't hold back their anger. "A damn sect, you say?" Yi Fan asked him, "If there's a tax, why do you still have to raise the prices?" The shopkeeper explained, "Because a powerful soul projection expert cured the seventh prince's illness and became his eunuch. He suggested raising the prices to fill the national treasury. But everyone knows the money is clearly going into his own pocket. It's all that female cultivator's fault. If it weren't for her, none of this trouble would have happened." Nini and Jun Su glared at the shopkeeper, which made him suspicious. "Strange. Why is it so cold behind me all of a sudden?" Seeing the look on their faces, everyone found it strange. Jun Su said, "Forget it. Since this was caused by my 10,000 Beasts sect, I will go pay a visit to the emperor of Dalian in my capacity as the sect master. Daoist Yi, I invite you to enter the palace with me tomorrow." Nini then said, "Senior, only you can help me meet the emperor." Yi Fan said, "I don't think I'll be much help, but if I go to the palace, I can probably learn a lot of delicious royal recipes." Nini asked again, So, what does that mean you agree? The shopkeeper suddenly interjected. Can I come along? Jinsu angrily forced him to his knees. No, kneel for me. You wretched little brat. The shopkeeper had no choice but to endure it. Fine. After that, they entered the palace. Inside, countless paintings were hanging. Yifan thought to himself, so many beautiful paintings, and such a strong floral fragrance. Could this seventh prince be a narcissist? Zibing picked up a painting and wondered. But why do all these paintings have their faces covered and are wearing hats? Nini then asked, Master, where did the immortal go? Junsu answered. She went back to the flying ship to rest. A palace attendant announced, His Majesty, the Emperor of Daliang, and His Highness, the seventh prince, have arrived. Looking at the veiled man in front, Nini thought shyly, so that's the seventh prince. He's so handsome. Junsu said respectfully. Emperor of Daliang, seventh prince. I have come regarding the previous matter with the 10,000 Beasts Sect. This spatial ring contains 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Please accept it as a token of our apology. Moffin stepped out and whispered to the seventh prince. Your Highness, just do as I instructed later. Nini said shyly, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I am willing to fight for Liang to make amends. The seventh prince replied, Miss Situ, you don't need to blame yourself. This matter was due to my own insecurities. Nini said shyly. Seventh prince. Yifan asked curiously, Your Highness, why do you still wear a veil and a hood, even in your own palace? The person replied politely, This humble prince considers himself ugly. I fear my true appearance will frighten the esteemed immortal masters. Nini consoled him. Yuyist, seventh prince. A cultivator cultivates the heart. How can we be frightened by mere appearances? Why don't you take it off? The person joked. If you wish to see my true face, miss, then you'll have to marry me. Hearing that, she became flustered. At that moment, the check-in system and the chicken blood system stood there, fuming. Why is this guy so mysterious? Let me find out for everyone on behalf of the host. Let's see what's under that veil. The chicken blood system rushed forward and yanked off the seventh prince's veil. The veil flew away in the wind, revealing an ugly face. The person screamed, My veil. Miss Situ, wait for me to find my veil. Nini, however, was terrified out of her wits. But he shamelessly walked toward her and said, Forget it, miss. It's best you still fulfill your promise. Marry me. Situ Nini kicked the seventh prince in the face, cursing. His head went straight through the ceiling. The emperor below screamed in worry, My son. Moffin shouted, How audacious. Then he ordered the soldiers to attack them. You dare to assault the prince in the royal palace of Daliang? Arrest them all. The soldiers charged at them. Junsu said, Ma Fun, why are you here? And you're from a supreme sun sect. By what right can you command the cultivators of the royal city? Yifan thought to himself. I thought this kid was already dead. Ma Fun replied. Sect Master Jun, I am now the imperial advisor of Daliang. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to command these cultivators? You came to visit the seventh prince, and yet you injured him. If you don't give Daliang a proper explanation today, then none of you should expect to leave here easily. The soldiers began to cast a spell. Imperial Protection Formation, activate. A barrier began to appear. Junsu shouted, Imperial Protection Formation? This is clearly your sect's six-sealed Mystic Een formation. Yifan wondered, what kind of trick are they playing now? There's a dark cloud over my head. Are they planning to drench me like a drowned rat? Moffin sneered. Still talking tough? Watch me cast my spell. Zibing sensed it. My spiritual energy has been sealed. Nini thought to herself. Why can't I use my spiritual energy anymore? He ordered the archers. They've all become mortals, haven't they? Archers, get ready. A shout of stop. All the arrows were cut down. It was Renhai. Moffin was dumbfounded. Because he had been drunk at the time, he didn't recognize him. Who are you? Wait. You look a little. I forget. Renhai bellowed. I'm the fifth emperor of Daliang, Renhai. I order you to stand down. Hearing that, Moffin was so scared he wet his pants. An ascended immortal? My God. Daliang actually has an immortal? Wasn't that just a lie I made up to control the cultivators around Daliang? I never thought he actually existed. The current emperor, seeing this, shouted, You say you're our ancestor? Why should I believe you? Who the hell are you? The seventh prince also shouted in disbelief. You think you can make a stop with just one sentence? Rinhai knew this would happen. He said, if you want proof, then feel the bloodline of your ancestor for yourselves. Bloodline. Suddenly, the two distant figures were engulfed in flames. Their clothes were torn to shreds. They screamed, my clothes. I feel like they're melting. But the emperor and the seventh prince just stood there, stunned. They thought in confusion. Why don't I feel anything? This has to be one of those cultivator tricks. Rinhai was also puzzled. Strange. Why do only those two feel the bloodline connection? Could it be that the others' bloodlines are too diluted? Yifan made a very reasonable point. Or there's another possibility. They were never his family to begin with. The roll call system and the blood boiling system unrolled a long scroll. After inspection, this group of royals basically has no blood relation to him, according to our calculations. That emperor has probably been a cuckold for the last 200 or 300 years. Or the royal family's genes have mutated. Yifan expressed his condolences. My deepest regrets. Rinhai said remorsefully, how could this be? The empire of my Yu family has been usurped by someone else. Mafan shouted, this man is extremely dangerous. Everyone sees him. A few subordinates immediately refused. Do you think we're stupid? He's an ascended immortal, even if he isn't a true immortal. We're no match for him. Imperial Preceptor, stop talking. If you got the guts, you go first. A terrifying clap of thunder. Suddenly, a giant red eye appeared inside mouth. It struck the barrier. With just one hit, the formation shattered. Mafan's subordinates panicked. Damn it, which bastard did that? Help! Someone, get over here and help me maintain the formation. Hearing this, the girls in Yifan's group were overjoyed. The formation is broken. Yifan realized. Is that Dahe? It spewed flames, causing the once arrogant Ma Fan to now beg pathetically, help me. Sect Master Jun, help me. I swear I'll never oppose you again. Save me. Jun Su refused. I don't know what kind of fire that is either. I can't save you. Ma Fan knelt and begged. Sect Master Jun, I truly know my mistake. She remained unmoved. The emperor saw this and screamed. The imperial preceptor is dead. And so, all the royals knelt down miserably, calling Rinhai their ancestor. Yifan saw this and said, old brother, your descendants are calling for you. He said angrily, I'm not your ancestor. You are not of my Yu family bloodline. I have no obligation to protect you, and I certainly have no obligation to protect the Great Liang. From this day forward, the life and death of the Great Liang has nothing to do with me. Rinhai led Yifan away, saying, young friend, my apologies for making you witness such a dreadful scene. Let me treat you to a meal at the Immortal's guest house. He said with regret, so no imperial banquet today. But that's all right. Those royals were still desperately crying out, ancestor. Mafan's subordinates surrounded them, shouting. The Great Liang's imperial tutor was nothing but a fraud in the end. All you know is how to order us around. Do you really think you're better than everyone else? If your Liang kingdom has nothing to do with this immortal opportunity, then don't blame us for being impolite. The emperor's face turned pale with fear, because he knew it was over. This time, it was completely over. A figure rode a dragon through the sky. The person said, Dahe, my wounds are beyond healing. You should go on your own. The dragon heard this and replied, Ji Chi, what are you talking about? We barely managed to defeat that fake old Taoist priest. And now you want me to leave alone? It turned out that person was Yifan. At this moment, he was severely injured. Yifan took out a medicinal pill and said, this world is about to be destroyed by that old man. He handed the pill to the dragon. This world-annihilating fire pearl. I'm returning it to you. Then, Yifan jumped into the sea. It didn't have time to react. It could only turn its head to look at him, screaming, Ji Chi. The last thing it saw was the splash as Yifan hit the water. The dragon dove down anxiously. Want to pull him up. Underwater. It called out incessantly, Yifan, Ji Chi. The water was full of man-eating fish. Despite its frantic search, it still couldn't find him. The dragon roared in despair. Where are you? It turned out to be Yifan's nightmare. The smell of steamed buns woke him up. Nini saw Yifan wake up and asked, Senior, you're awake? Yifan asked her hello. Where's your master? Nini replied while eating a bun. She said that a civil war broke out in the Great Liang last night. Those cultivators established their own sects. They're part of the righteous path. so we have to collect taxes from them. But they refused. Nini asked worriedly, Senior, are you still seasick? Yifan replied, I'm fine. As soon as he finished, his eyes rolled back, and he threw up violently. Then he admitted, all right, I'm seasick. What's happening outside? Brother Yu, this ship is way too dangerous. Renhai walked in and asked, who's steering this thing? Yifan asked him, Brother Yu, didn't you just go into seclusion? Suddenly he realized, wait a minute, if Brother Yu isn't steering the ship, then who is? It turned out the person at the helm was Huang Ru. She spun the wheel, saying excitedly, steering a ship is so much fun. Looks like I hit something again. It should be fine, right? Zibing comforted her. It was probably just a slightly bigger bird. Just keep going. Huang Ru asked fellow Taoist Zi, where are we headed next? Zibing picked up the compass to look, then said in confusion, I don't understand this thing at all. Why does it keep spinning in circles? She thought for a moment, then said, let's just follow Master's teachings. Ji Ming above, Ling Guang below, Jian Bing to the left, Meng Zhang to the right. One dared to speak. The other dared to believe. Huang Ru asked, wait, where are we right now? Despite not knowing anything, Zi Bing answered with confidence. Northeast. Huang Ru still trusted her. All right then. The door behind them opened. Nini and Renhai walked in. Nini yelled at them. Seniors, stop steering. You have to come see what's outside. Renhai added. There are a ton of enemies surrounding us. Hearing this, Huang Ru and Zi Bing were both shocked. The sky outside had turned blood red. 3 moons hung in the sky. Countless dark creatures flew through the air. Yifan asked them, Senior sister, what did you two drive us to? Are we still in the eastern wastelands? Zi Bing said sheepishly, my apologies. I just took a wrong turn. Huang Ru asked the creatures above. Excuse me, fellow Taoists. Why are you blocking our flying ship? They answered in an incomprehensible language. Zi Bing translated. He says our ship was flying too fast and crashed into a wormhole they just opened. The creature spoke another long string of gibberish. But Zi Bing continued to translate. He says our ship crashed right into their vanguard, smack dab in the middle of their formation. As a result, their plan to ambush the northern domain has been delayed by several days. Then the two of them started arguing. Zi Bing not only mimicked the voice, but her expression was a perfect copy as well. The opponent said angrily, Righteous path, cultivator. I've had enough of you. Zi Bing mimicked back. You just need to translate. Stop mimicking our voices. Seeing her like this, Yifan asked curiously, Eldest senior sister, how do you understand their language? She answered cheerfully, Back when I was cultivating, I got lost in the northern wastes. I had to communicate with these otherworldly demons every day, so I can understand them perfectly. Because their individual strengths were so weak, I stayed there for a long time. I cultivated from the golden core stage all the way to the ascendant realm. Hearing that, Yifan said, Fighting every day and still having time to cultivate. Senior sister, you're truly a master of both pen and sword. Zi Bing replied casually. Not at all. How could I compare to a monstrous junior brother like you? She paid no mind to the dark creatures rushing towards them. Huang Ru shouted a warning. Watch out. They're making their move. A giant golden fish appeared. It was the carp leaps the dragon gate technique that Huang Ru executed with her hairpin. When it attacked the creature, it was shattered into pieces, but it quickly reformed, restoring its original form. Everyone on the ship was stunned. How are they unkillable? Huang Ru was bewildered. They can actually block my attack? Zi Bing advised, it's useless if the attack is too scattered. No matter how powerful the martial art, you can't kill them. Then Zi Bing shouted, therefore, we have to chop them into even smaller particles. Then she unleashed myriad transformations. The evil spirits were scattered to the winds. Renhai praised, young friend. No wonder you could hold your own in the northern domain. Huang Ru also praised her. Fellow Taoist Zi, you must have created this technique yourself, right? Could you give me a pointer or two some other day? Zi Bing replied bashfully. You two are too kind. Suddenly, a spatial portal opened behind them. Yifan noticed and said, there's an abyss behind us. Seeing it, Renhai shouted, that's the northern domain abyss. It's about to close. We have to get out of here now. From within, that type of creature appeared again. But this time, it could speak the human tongue. Don't even think about leaving. Stop them. Immediately after, a huge swarm of creatures charged toward their ship. It horrified Zibing. There are too many. We can't kill them all. Everyone began to attack the shadow creatures. Nini attacked with talismans. Renhai struck with powerful fists, and Huangru used the power of her hairpin. She created a giant lotus flower, causing the creatures to vanish. But it was useless, because as soon as one swarm was gone, another flew in. Seeing them charge, Zibing said with frustration, "They're so persistent. They refuse to let us go." Nini sighed. "What we do? I'm almost out of explosive talismans." Renhai said, "They're hard to deal with because you have to shred their bodies into even smaller pieces. But time is of the essence. We need to get out of this godforsaken place first." Huangru told everyone, "Not necessarily. There has to be another way." She looked at them. "Those evil spirits don't dare to attack Senior, because Senior has the power to kill even a celestial general. So these petty evil spirits will surely be annihilated." But the truth was, those evil spirits simply didn't feel threatened by Yifan. Yifan rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "These evil spirits have no killing intent towards me, and the system has mysteriously vanished. Could they be the masterpiece of those systems?" Seeing him so calm, Nini asked Zibing with great admiration, "Your junior brother, how is he so calm? Could it be that he's already figured out a solution?" Yifan stood up and said, "I'm just a mortal. What kind of solution could I have? But Senior sister, don't you worry too much. Just think a little harder, and you'll surely figure out." Hearing that, Zibing's spirits lifted. She guessed. It's just as Master said. My junior brother likes to think of himself as a mortal. If junior brother says so, then there must be a way. She suddenly shouted, "These demons have plagued the northern domain for years, forgetting what's before, behind, and in the middle. In short, now is the time to exorcise demons and defend the righteous path." Huangru was confused. "Behind and middle? What?" Nini explained. "That's the official dialect I heard in the Great Liang's imperial palace." Senior was on the airship then, so he wouldn't know. This attitude also invigorated Renhai. If young friend is this confident, then I don't need to hold back either. Hearing this, Huangru and Nini also prepared for a decisive battle. Nini said, "Then I'll bring out all my trump cards, too." They surrounded them. Suddenly, they looked at each other, and then impaled each other, committing suicide. Huangru and Zibing were astonished. The evil spirits are killing themselves? Seeing them relentlessly stab each other, Huangru was bewildered. "What are they doing?" Zibing commented, "I've never seen this kind of behavior before." Yifan watched and speculated. Looking at the situation, "I'd guess they're fusing." Renhai heard this and repeated, "Fusing?" A moment later, the small creatures transformed into larger ones. Golden Core Realm, Nascent Soul Realm, Spirit Transformation Realm, Ascendant Realm, Unity Realm, Mahayana Realm, Tribulation Transcendence Realm, Celestial Immortal, Mystic Immortal. Renhai asked, "Xian Immortal?" They became Xian Immortals in just a short time? Huangru was just as confused. What kind of move is this? I've never even heard of it in the upper realm. Nini fearfully grabbed Zibing's hand. "Senior Zibing, isn't this evil spirit's power just too heaven-defying? I feel like if just a few of them appeared, the entire northern border would be annihilated." Zibing was also doubtful. How is this possible? In the northern domain, there are more of them than insects. But there were hardly any whose strength surpassed the nascent soul realm. But if every single one of them can become a Xian immortal, then the entire immortal realm would collapse. Yifan looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, could it be because of the moonlight? What kind of trick are those systems trying to pull? Are they trying to create an impossible situation to suppress them? Renhai turned to ask for Yifan's opinion. "Young friend, how are we supposed to fight this?" Yifan suddenly shouted, "Come on out. I know you're hiding nearby." Everyone on the ship was confused. A moment later, a fireball appeared. The fireball fell and annihilated those evil spirits. When the fireball stopped, the silhouette of a creature appeared. It headed towards where they were standing. Renhai was shocked. What kind of demonic beast is this? Zibing praised. It wiped out all the evil spirits in one move. Its strength is definitely not inferior to Senior's. The creature moved in front of Yifan and said, "So you found me after all." After speaking, it transformed into a beautiful young woman, and she called him, "My dearest friend." Yifan asked in surprise, "It's Dahe?" Yifan asked relentlessly, "Qinglan? Dahe?" She answered shyly, Dearest friend, I know it was wrong of me to hide my whereabouts. But to get this agitated, suddenly, he shamelessly yelled, Wait a minute. Where's your thing? Qinglan replied, Dearest friend, that's a rather impolite thing to say. I've always been a woman. However, she sweetly stepped forward and hugged Yi Fan tightly, saying, It feels so good to feel your warmth again. Seeing this, Nini asked with tears in her eyes, Why do other women always appear around Senior? Zibing thought to herself, I feel like I should be the one asking that on behalf of my master. Yi Fan, for some reason, raised his voice at Qinglan. What are you doing in this world? Don't tell me you wanted to go back. I'm telling you now, I'm not going back. Besides, I'm just a mortal. I can't help with anything. Qinglan was stunned, but she still tried to answer. Dearest friend, why would I ever force you? I was the eternal knight, demon lord in that other world for a few days, and then it was destroyed by those Daoist disciples. And your master, hearing that, he turned away and said, So it was destroyed. That has nothing to do with me anymore. Qinglan was bewildered. Why is my dearest friend acting so cold? Could it be affected by something? She turned around and suggested to them, You are companions of my close friend, right? I'll fly you out of this space. Zibing took out her compass and asked, Senior, do you know how to get out? My compass. Look closely. Zibing was excited. It's working again. At the same time, the attendance system and the chicken blood system were somewhere. The chicken blood system asked, Still haven't found the host? The attendance system held a compass and said, No way around it. The northern region is too severely corroded. Both were very depressed. The chicken blood system said, Use luck points to exchange for a more expensive radar. The attendance system sighed. Out of money. But they didn't notice. Their ship was flying towards them from behind. When it got close, they finally realized, screaming excitedly, Great! The host is out. But they couldn't dodge in time. Hit by the ship. So when they got on the ship to meet Yi Fan, they both had a bump on their heads. The chicken blood system said dejectedly to the host, We're back. The attendance system called them excitedly. Host, Yi Fan asked them. Not acting anymore? The attendance system didn't understand. Acting what? Yi Fan angrily criticized them. You know perfectly well. Repeatedly creating danger. Pushing the people beside me into desperate situations. I've tolerated you for a long time. Hearing the groundless accusation, the attendance system replied angrily. Heartless. Host, I never set traps, let alone harm the people beside you. If I'm lying, let the main system delete my data 100 times. Then throw me into the dark room for complete destruction. The chicken blood system also spoke up in defense. Host, it's right. If we harm the host, our performance will become negative. Yi Fan also softened, asking the attendance system, All right, I'll trust you this once. Tell me, why did you two disappear? It replied happily, Host, it's like this. We were interfered with by the moon particles of the dimensional fragment, so we couldn't find the host's existence. He asked puzzled, Moon particles? The attendance system began to explain. It's something like the moon. Hearing this, Yi Fan exclaimed, This thing even has a shielding function? So useful. The chicken blood system also added, That's right. If something happened to you, we wouldn't even know. He repeated it once more. This thing even has a shielding function? Really useful. The attendance system repeated what the chicken blood system just said. If something happened to you, we wouldn't know at all. In the back mountain of the Ziyun sect, Long Shiji was hiding and saying, Today is the 15th day I've become a spirit pet of a human cultivator. Since following the human cultivator, every day I live an incredibly boring life. It dejectedly mentioned Mingbai. Every day, if I'm not watching this idiot cultivate delivering meals, then it's bragging, drinking wine. What future does this stupid master have? But Long Shiji also admitted. However, I have to admit, this brat now has a cultivation of mid-stage soul formation, even higher than the sect master. Then it recalled the conflict with Fei Yi. That dog-raising woman outside wants to touch me, but doesn't dare. Looking at her angry face, it's actually quite nice here. At that time, it even provoked her. Come kill me. Thinking this, it shouted loudly. No, Long Shiji, oh Long Shiji. How could you be so depraved? Long Shiji falling so low is because as a noble true dragon, I should be roaming the four seas, setting foot on mountains and rivers. How can I be like an ordinary spirit pet? Recalling being Mingbai's pet made it even more depressed. willingly staying in this narrow dragon den, eating vegetable soup made by that stupid master every day. So long Shiji decided to rise up and resist. Leave? No, I'm leaving today. Anyway, I can unilaterally dissolve the contract. That idiot can't control me. As long as I run fast, that crazy woman won't find me. I must escape. Just after walking for a while, it encountered Yi Fan's group's airship returning. Yi Fan bowed respectfully. Master Ziyun, I'm back. Ziyun said happily. Good to be back. My good disciple. Look, you've gotten thinner. Seeing the scene before its eyes, Long Shiji was stunned. The person whom both that stupid master and that crazy woman respect. It widened its eyes. Cold sweat poured out. When it realized, wait, seeing Huang Ru, it was shocked. Behind him is a feathered immortal and a celestial immortal. Long Shiji began to fearfully curse heaven and earth. Any one of them could skewer me into a kebab. Yi Fan unsuspectingly introduced Qing Lan to Master Ziyun. Master, allow me to introduce. This is my close friend. Her name is Dahe. She smiled and corrected. My name is Qing Lan. Ziyun said angrily. My good disciple, where did you meet another woman again? Qing Lan just glanced once and scared Long Shiji so much it almost peed its pants. What kind of monster is that? Scared this baby to death. So Long Shiji no longer cared about dignity. Ran back to its nest. What nobility. From now on, I'll just be a salted fish here. Meanwhile, the sun had risen high, shining on the ancient pavilions. A voice rang out. Olma, Olma. Inside the pavilion, a man was sleeping drunk on the table. Suddenly, two old men and a man appeared. That man called out, Sect Master, don't be sad anymore. An old man saw this and also comforted. Sect Master, please restrain your grief. Vice Sect Master Ma certainly wouldn't want to see you so heartbroken. Vice Sect Master Ma devoted himself to the sect. He must have imagined such an outcome, being disturbed in his sleep. Ma Shorin's eyes became extremely terrifying. He lifted his head, cursing angrily. What the hell are you comforting? That sissy is dead. I'm happy, too happy. The three of them were stunned hearing this. That man secretly calculated. Was their relationship that bad? The brown-haired old man spoke up. So the position of Vice Sect Master is vacant. Whose turn is it now? The white-bearded old man didn't want to be outdone and spoke up. I am a 3-generation elder of the sect. It should be me leading. Shorin played with the token in his hand. He sat on the chair, frowning. He began to express his attitude. It seems you basically don't want to avenge Mafan. Mafan's death must be worth something. We can't beat those bastards from the beast-taming sect. But what is the Ziyun sect? Only 2 soul formation cultivators dare to ride on my head? His mood sank. His expression, extremely gloomy. He ordered, pass on my order. Go to the demon suppression sect and invite a few assassins over here. As long as they bring Yi Fan's head, I will reward them heavily. Hearing his instructions, they replied respectfully, yes. On Yi Fan's side, at this moment, he was cooking, looking very happy, saying, today is truly a good day for cooking. Suddenly, the attendance system appeared, breaking his happy atmosphere. It held a book in its hand and said, Host, today I help you check in and got a pill origin secret tome. Please accept it. He was annoyed, face full of displeasure. Do you not know how to read the room at all? Always popping out at this time. Ruining my mood. It threw the book onto that poor fish. Acting generous, saying, Host, this is a big treasure. Just master the pill refining technique. You can be like Mrs. Xiao, having people support you wherever you go. He asked rebelliously, but do I have spiritual energy to refine pills? It saw he had a point, so replied, that's true. Yi Fan immediately ordered, throw it away quick. A book this thick. I wouldn't even use it to level a table leg. It said sadly, then I'll throw it away. The attendance system was about to go throw the book away. The chicken blood system popped out from somewhere, calling it back. Attendance system, you listen and throw things away? It replied sadly. What else? The host throws things in the trash every time anyway. The chicken blood system, with a cunning face, thought of an idea. Then why not leave it for others in the sect? Although it cannot bring direct benefits to the host. We can earn some luck points. The attendance system heard this and agreed. Right? Why didn't I think of that? Yi Fan was busy cooking. Yuan burst through the door from nowhere, shouting loudly. Yi Fan, disciple, are you free? Can you test medicine with me? Seeing her arrive, the two systems looked cunning. The attendance system said. The suitable person has arrived. The chicken blood system also chimed in. Speak of the devil arrives. Seeing her, Yifan said somewhat impatiently. Second elder, doesn't your pill refining hall have people? Why look for me to test medicine? Contrary to him, Yuan replied very happily. There are no pill refining elders at all. From beginning to end, there's only me. Yifan heard this and replied angrily. Then why build a pill refining hall? Suddenly, Yuan started pulling Yifan's arm. She said happily, Yifan, you treat Yuan the best. Help me a little. Seeing the scene, he started resisting, clinging to the pillar. There's so many Sect disciples. Go harm someone else. The two just tug like that. Yuan kept persuading. They are not as patient as you. Want to come, they come. Want to go, they go. Only you. Hearing this, he immediately refused. I am just a mortal. I am the most impatient person. Immediately, the attendance system bravely flew out to help him. But its hand still held that book, saying, Host, I'm coming to help you. It immediately used the book to smash straight into the middle of her forehead. It hurt so much her eyes bulged out. Feel the grace of knowledge. After that, Yuan lay sprawled on the ground. On her forehead was a red swollen bump. He looked at her and said, Second elder, are you okay? The attendance system heard this and replied happily. Don't worry. It just theoretically caused a small concussion to her brain. Suddenly, Yuan opened her eyes wide, muttering, So much inspiration. So much inspiration. I know how to refine pills. Seeing the scene before his eyes, Yifan was extremely astonished, asking worriedly, Elder, are you okay? Yuan woke up, soul not yet settled, talking incessantly. Do you have pen and paper? Give them to me quickly. I'm afraid the inspiration will disappear. He immediately replied, Probably yes. Let me find it for you. Yuan sat at the table. Behind her was a pile of messy paper. She wrote something with a serious expression. Yifan stood behind watching intently. Spoke up, Elder, you write really fast. Finished copying a book in less than an hour. Yuan heard this and immediately replied, That's natural. After all, I am the most genius pill refiner of the Ziyun sect. This kind of inherited prescription is as easy as turning over a hand. Realizing something was wrong, Yuan immediately asked, Wait, what did you just say? Copying? Seeing her dazed look, Yifan replied happily, You misheard. At this moment, the attendance system and the chicken blood system above began to discuss. The chicken blood system said, seeming a bit worried, Is what she wrote thicker than the pill origin secret tome? The attendance system replied, Most likely she included her self-edited parts. The chicken blood system immediately responded, Then isn't it doomed? Finished writing, Yuan stood up holding a stack of papers and said, Junior brother Yifan. She said cunningly, I have a few hundred prescriptions that need verification. Try them with me. Yifan replied helplessly, Elder, are you determined to play me to death today? Suddenly, someone walked in from outside the door. It was Xie. He walked in and asked, Excuse me, is this Yifan's room in the Ziyun sect? Seeing his terrifying appearance, the two asked in unison, Is he? Great perfection, soul formation. Xie, with a ferocious face, began to introduce himself. I am a grandmaster of the demon suppression sect, Xie. Just call me Xie. Yifan replied, That is me. Seeing him, Yifan secretly rejoiced. Someone came to rescue me. Great. Finally don't have to test medicine anymore. Xie, looking terrifying, began to draw his sword. So you are Yifan, the 16th person. This time I definitely didn't find the wrong one. The attendance system warned in panic. Host, he is very dangerous. Run quickly. The chicken blood system replied very calmly. Shouldn't we remind the host to use our power? Suddenly, Yuan stepped in the middle, breaking the atmosphere. She said, Wait, Yifan is my disciple's disciple. He still has to test medicine with me. Xie was immediately attracted by the stack of papers in her hand. Hey, let me see. He looked at the stack of papers. A golden light emitted from the paper. He exclaimed, Little girl, you are truly a genius. Yuan heard this and replied modestly, Not at all. Just a momentary burst of inspiration. He began to suggest insidiously. Can turn ordinary pills into poison pills? This fierce fire pill. This strange formula. Isn't there one that can make people suffer more than death? She immediately replied angrily, Don't lump me in with you, okay? Yin requested extremely excitedly. Little girl, how about letting me test the medicine for you? My body feels uncomfortable, if not poisoned for a day. Yuan immediately disagreed, replying with annoyance. Get lost. My pills are not used for refining poison. Switching scenes to Yin Hai's side. At this moment, he was beating that group to pieces. Without breaking a sweat, he thought to himself, strange. Why have so many assassins appeared in the Ziyun's sect these past 2 days? But with the young friend's powerful strength, he can surely handle it. Back to the ancient architectural complex with towering mountains. A voice rang out. Report. Inside, many men were chatting incessantly. One said, what is it? Did Grandmaster Yin succeed? A man looking like he had seen a ghost, sweating profusely, said tremblingly, Grandmaster Yin. He surrendered to the enemy. Hearing this, the others, their jaws dropped, not daring to believe their ears. At Yuan's place, she was refining medicine, and that guy Yin was lying in the medicine pot. With an enjoyable expression, he exclaimed, this pill is really strong, so comfortable. At this moment, that guy Shorin was extremely angry. Holding the token, he roared, Demon Suppression Sect. What tricks are you playing? Why did your Grandmaster Yin choose to betray? Contrary to his anger, the other end of the line replied happily. Sect Master Ma, this is all a misunderstanding. He was originally an honorary elder of our demon suppression sect. He has always acted on a whim. I didn't expect it either. Shorin got angrier the more he spoke. Clenching the token in his hand, he said, is that so? Wait for my sect's ancestor to come out of seclusion. Let's see how you explain. Hearing him say that, the other end immediately stopped him in fear. Absolutely do not tell your ancestor. I will immediately send the brothers of the Annihilation Hall. His anger subsided slightly. Annihilation Hall? The other end began to explain. As you know, the Annihilation Hall is a famous assassin squad of our eastern wasteland. A trump card. As long as they take action, I guarantee to deliver the heads of Yin and Yi Fan to the Supreme Sunstar Sect. After hearing this, he replied, then I'll be waiting for your good news. Ziyun's sect's back mountain, the Spirit Beast Garden. At this moment, Bai Tao and Fei Yi were together. Bai Tao held a Spirit Beast collar in her hand and asked with great fear, is she also considered a spirit beast? The person in front of her was Qing Lan. Seeing Bai Tao's expression, she happily crossed her arms and said, I never thought you'd run off to the Ziyun sect, and you're even in charge of taking care of the spirit beasts. If you got the guts, then put it on me. Suddenly, Fei Yi became mischievous. She pushed Bai Tao forward. Qing Lan, on the other hand, was furious. Fei Yi said cheerfully, little sister, I've noticed you haven't had much screen time lately. Today, it's your turn to train. Bai Tao replied in confusion. You want me to tie her up? Fei Yi hugged the nine-tailed spirit fox and the husky, saying happily, look, I'm raising 2 of them. You're only helping with 1. Isn't that easy enough? Bai Tao nervously pointed at the angry Qing Lan and said, what do you mean easy? She looks like she wants to eat me alive. Fei Yi was very cheerful, oblivious to the flames of anger behind her. She said casually, don't worry. Your cultivation level is too low. She won't eat you. Hearing that, Bai Tao replied with great worry. She really eats people? Suddenly, several darts flew toward Fei Yi from behind. She held a pistol in her hand and immediately turned around, asking, who's there? The darts flew toward her and began to shatter into pieces. A voice rang out. The dead don't need to know much. 5th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm. 4th level of the Tongshi Realm. Evil Suppressing Sect. Mietang Assassins. Immediately, a group of black-clad, assassin-like figures descended from the sky. They landed in front of Fei Yi and Bai Tao. Faced with this frightening group of black-clad figures, Bai Tao immediately said worriedly, sister, these people look very strong. Let's run. Fei Yi replied with a calm expression. Strong? Can they be stronger than a magical artifact? The black-clad man holding a dagger ordered, attack. Immediately, those black-clad figures also rushed towards Ziyun and the eldest senior brother. They loudly proclaimed their sinister plot. Completely wiped the Ziyun sect from the cultivation world. Ming Bai, holding a zither and some vegetables, was also surrounded by the black-clad figures. Huang Ru and Ren Hai were also their targets. They lunged forward like fierce tigers, intent on killing everyone. On this side, the flower demon was gradually weakening and withering. It whispered weakly, "Does Master not need me anymore? If I don't get any water, I'll die of thirst." The flower demon had been neglected for a long time. At this moment, Yi Fan walked over with a bowl of something in his hands. Seeing him, it had no vitality left. It couldn't speak. It let out a faint moan. "Master! Master, save me. I'm about to die of thirst." Hearing the faint cry for help, Yi Fan looked around, but saw no one. He said, "Strange. Am I hallucinating?" The flower, in its desperation, managed to say, "Master, I'm right here." Realizing it was the flower demon's call, he saw its weakened state and scolded, "Damn it. How long has it been since I watered this flower?" He took the bowl of soup in his hands and poured it directly into the flower pot, saying slyly, "First, I'll water it with some leftover soup. It's even got nutrients. It probably won't die." Suddenly, after receiving the soup, the flower demon recovered. It became incredibly healthy. It exclaimed, "It's beast soup again. I feel like I've been brought back to life." Seeing this, the check-in system immediately appeared to remind him, "Host, just a friendly reminder. A large number of assassins have been detected heading toward Shinyu Peak. Please evacuate immediately." Yi Fan replied with a calm expression, "They're here again? It's not like that silver-eyed Eagle King last time, is it?" Suddenly, a man with a sword burst through the window. This startled both Yi Fan and the demon beast. The bowl in his hands fell to the ground. In this moment of extreme danger, the chicken blood system flew over. It used a 1,000-layered silkworm cocoon shield to create a golden circle of protection around Yi Fan. His house was now in ruins. The person who had burst in was none other than Xie Yan. Yi Fan walked out the door in a panic and said, "My window." Xie Yan, however, sat on the ground and said cheerfully, "Little friend Yi, you don't blame me for bringing people here, do you?" Suddenly, the leader of the assassins sat on Yi Fan's windowsill. He even taunted him, "You still have the heart to worry about your window? You should be more worried about your own life." Hall Master of the Miatang, the elder brother. He saw Xie Yan and said with contempt, "And you, Xie Yan, to think you'd betray the sect for a mere pill recipe. You deserve to die." Hearing these words, Xie Yan was not afraid at all. He even cursed back at the furious leader. "You bunch of idiots. All you know is fighting and killing all day long. What the hell do you know? I made a promise with your sect master a long time ago. If there ever came a day when I no longer wanted to stay, he was not to make things difficult for me." Miatang was so angry he began to draw his sword. He held the sharp blade in his hand and immediately gave an order to his subordinates. "Don't just focus on Xie Yan. Kill Yi Fan too." Upon hearing this, they immediately replied, "Yes." Right away, Renhai, Huang Ru, and Qing Lan descended from the rooftop. They shouted in unison, "I'd like to see who dares." The leader's face began to turn red. "Why are you all here? Wait a minute. Could it be that the hundreds of brothers who were sent to wipe out the Ziyun sect are all dead?" Huang Ru cast a spell. She said with extreme coolness and dominance, "You soul projection stage cultivators. Even if there were tens of thousands of you, you would still be no match for me." Qing Lan's side was not to be outdone. Her fighting spirit soared. "Leave these enemies to me." Hearing this, Miatang's face turned pale. This spiritual pressure. Could it be that you are all Tribulation Transcendence Realm experts? Renhai chuckled. He pulled his hat back on and replied, "Tribulation Transcendence Realm? I'm afraid you've underestimated us." Hearing this, they knew their fate was sealed. Miatang was terrified. He immediately gave the order, "Brothers, retreat." Huang Ru watched them scatter and flee. She said, "Where do you think you're going?" The three of them immediately gave chase. Xie Yan also joined in the fun, shouting, "Hey, you three, can I come with you?" Yi Fan stood in front of the rubble, his face full of sorrow. He allowed a sigh. "My house has been completely destroyed. Where am I supposed to stay tonight?" While Yi Fan was busy cleaning up his house, the check-in system appeared. It kindly offered to help its host. "I have a restoration flashlight here. Do you want to try it?" Hearing that, Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. He immediately refused. "No, don't bother me." And instead, it still cheerfully asked again, "Are you sure you don't need it? This thing has nothing to do with cultivation." But he just yelled angrily, "No, don't bother me." The flower demon looked at the scene before it and muttered to itself, Why is Master talking to himself? I wish I could do something to help him. Suddenly, its entire body turned a golden color. It jumped for joy and said, "That's right. I'll release a bit of floral fragrance. Maybe that will cheer Master up." While the flower demon was overjoyed, it didn't notice the husky staring at it intently and saying, "Little fox sister, this flower smells amazing." The nine-tailed spirit fox replied with a dangerous look on its face, "It does, brother." Then they began to look at the flower demon as if they wanted to eat it alive. The nine-tailed spirit fox looked at it and exclaimed, "If we put this flower on our little bed, it won't smell anymore." The flower demon cried and cursed the heavens. "What are you trying to do?" The flower demon screamed for help. "Help me." Its cries for help echoed throughout the entire Xian sect. Night fell, under the romantic moonlight. On this side, the leader held his sword in his hand, his whole body trembling. He stammered, "I'm warning you. No matter how weak we are, we still have our pride." After hearing this, Renhai replied with contempt, "Cut the crap. Who do you want to die at the hands of? The four of us are still waiting to redeem ourselves." Faced with these powerful experts with overwhelming auras, while their side only had a few people left, he trembled and said, "Is there no chance to atone for our mistakes?" Hearing him say that, Renhai's side immediately replied, "No." Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted from an unknown source. It went straight up everyone's noses. Smelling the strange scent, Huang Ru asked, "What is that smell?" "Floral fragrance. The smell of corpses and the smell of soil." Renhai also smelled it. He said in surprise, "Why is there such pure spiritual energy? It seems to even carry a trace of enlightenment of the heavenly Tao." Looking up, they saw the nine-tailed spirit fox and the husky sitting on a green coffin, descending from the sky. The husky shouted from above, "Sister, sister, look, we brought back a treasure." Seeing the scene before them, the black-clad men were also stunned. A flying coffin? Fei looked at the coffin and said loudly, "What did you bring back this time?" "Let me see." A fragrance emanated from the coffin, the same one everyone had just smelled. Seeing so many high-ranking people, the flower demon held its head in fear. "A group of big shots are surrounding me." At this moment, everyone surrounded the flower demon, making it even more frightened. Cold sweat dripped down its face. Qinglong stared at it intently and said, "It's a flower demon, a type of plant demon that's on the verge of extinction in the upper realm." Xie, hearing this, also spoke up. "I believe it's also known as the heavenly spirit herb. If it's nurtured carefully, its cultivation talent is no less than that of a human." At this moment, Fei walked up to the husky and questioned it. "Where did you get this flower?" It immediately replied, obediently, "From Master's place." Master raised this one too. Renhai, with a serious expression, also commented, "So it was little friend who had his spirit pet bring this flower. Could it be that he wants us to nurture this flower demon together?" Xie Yin immediately replied, "I never thought someone so young would have such foresight." Seeing that everyone had let their guard down, the three black-clad men began to plot their escape. One with purple hair said, "Boss, I think they want to turn us into fertilizer for the flower." The one with green hair, hearing this, also trembled and continued, "They're not paying attention to us. Let's bolt." Before the words were even out of his mouth, the cowardly leader had already taken off running. "What are you waiting for? Run." The two behind him were stunned. They called out, "Boss." As he was running, he noticed something behind him. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What the hell is this?" As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a heaven-shaking boom. A fiery explosion erupted. He was flying through the air, and the explosion charred him black. The two below saw this, and were too scared to speak. Tears welled up in their eyes. The explosion just now was caused by Qinglong. She had just completed her masterpiece. She blew on her fingertips, looking incredibly cool. At this moment, Ziyin came to visit Yi Fan. She was extremely shocked by the rubble before her. She asked, "My dear disciple, how did your house get so destroyed?" Yi Fan was busy rebuilding his house. He replied, "I had no choice. There were too many assassins at the time. They destroyed the whole house." After hearing his story, Ziyin stood behind him and made a suggestion. "My dear disciple, how about you come stay with me at the main peak for a while, putting down the important things?" He felt it made sense and agreed. "I suppose that's the only way." Yi Fan held a box in his hands, looking somewhat sad, and said, It seems this was left to me by my parents. Ziyin was extremely surprised and replied, was it left for you by Shao Kong and Yao Yao? Hearing Ziyin call his parents by their nicknames, he said, it's strange for you to call them by their nicknames like that. Yi Fan held the box, and a light emanated from within. There was a chili-shaped necklace inside. He looked at it and commented, they brought this thing here. I thought they would use a jade pendant as a family heirloom. Ziyin, hearing this, asked, this jade pendant is... He began to stroke his chin and deduce. According to them, I had it as soon as I was born. A great master who was passing by my fortune. He said that whoever holds this jade pendant, that person will be my future wife. Hearing about Yi Fan's future spouse, Ziyin's jaw dropped in surprise. Future wife? He remembered his grandfather once saying, this is a mandarin duck jade. You have to believe me. Ziyin began to pout unhappily, but he just pointed at the mandarin duck jade and kept talking. This kind of story of the stone plot might have fooled my parents. But master, you shouldn't believe it blindly. He placed it back in a box. But in his heart, he began to ponder. In every life, I was born normally, and then the system would appear. But why was I born with this jade pendant? Ziyin snatched the box, making Yi Fan cry out, don't. Master, what are you doing? She began to smile mischievously and replied, my dear disciple, it's better to be safe than sorry. This jade pendant is very important to you. I'll keep it safe for you. He replied in surprise, just like my family. Since she had said that, Yi Fan didn't force the issue anymore. He had no choice but to entrust it to her. As you wish. She hugged the box, as if she had achieved her goal. My dear disciple, when you find a partner, I'll get it back to you then. In an ancient building, a voice rang out. What? Mia Tang has been annihilated? A subordinate was reporting to Tu Run. They even fell from a great height. Their bones were shattered. Hearing this, the other man was furious. He couldn't stop cursing. A bunch of useless fools. And they have the audacity to call themselves the #1 assassin organization in the Eastern Wasteland. They can't even take down a small, third-rate sect. Go tell the sect master of the evil-suppressing sect to handle this himself. Otherwise, I'll kill them all. Hearing that, the subordinate said timidly, it seems that won't be necessary. The subordinate imagined 2 men holding a sign and said with a pale face, the princess of the evil-suppressing sect said, the Ziyun sect is a powerful, hidden sect. They really don't dare to offend them. Now, there's not a single person left in the entire mountain sect. I heard that even the sign was sold to a woodcutter at the foot of the mountain. Hearing this, Tu Ren was so angry he coughed up blood. His power erupted, sending the subordinate flying. He ordered, don't dare to offend them, my foot. Go give me the portrait of Yi Fan. I'll handle this myself. The man, with tears streaming down his face, replied, yes. A servant happily ran over, holding Yi Fan's portrait. He then said, Princess, the portrait of Yi Fan has been brought. Tu Ren took the portrait and praised it with a sinister look on his face. Very good. Suddenly, he transformed himself into a mysterious cloud of black smoke, startling the servant. Then he suddenly sprouted arms, legs, and hair. Finally, he took on a complete form, identical to Yi Fan. All right. The other person couldn't stop praising him, as expected of the sect master. Just like that, you've become a perfect copy of Yi Fan. Tu Ren laughed smugly. When the real Yi Fan is away, just watch how I destroy the Ziyun sect. As Tu Ren was walking, the husky ran up and bit his leg. He cried out in pain, ouch, that hurts. The husky, however, said, Master, I want to eat meat. Tu Ren was still shouting curses. What is this damn dog doing? The nine-tailed fox tried its best to intervene. Let go quickly. Fei Yi said with a face full of guilt, Senior Brother Yi, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect you to come to the back mountain. She asked with great concern. I'll definitely keep a better eye on it next time. First, let me treat your wound. Tu Ren, however, pretended to be understanding. It's fine. It's just a small wound. I have something to do. I'm heading back to the peak now. The husky asked Fei Yi in confusion. Sister Fei Yi, why does Master smell so different today? He smells like beef. She mumbled to herself, smell. Tu Ren was furious. Sigh. Damn it. What bad luck, running into trouble as soon as I stepped out. I shouldn't have chosen the back mountain as my first stop. What realm is that dog in? It shattered my leg bone in just one bite. Tu-Ren looked at the door frame in front of him. I need to see if there's any medicine that can heal this. Suddenly, a hand from behind grabbed his shoulder. Kid, what are you doing? He thought in panic, who's this? Is it Xie? Then he opened his mouth to answer. Oh no, nothing. I was just passing by and taking a look. The man stepped forward. He pointed to the fresh wound on his leg and asked, I see your leg is quite badly injured. Haven't you treated it yet? He clutched his leg. Grandmaster, you usually just concoct poisons. I wouldn't dare let you treat me. The man chuckled smugly. I didn't expect you to know me so well. He and Tu-Ren looked at each other. Then he pointed his finger at Yuan. Then he explained, I know you don't trust me, an outsider, but surely you can trust your second elder. He advised, I'll give her some advice. I guarantee that within an hour, your leg will be as good as new. Yuan ran up to him with a mysterious bottle of medicine, urging, Yi Fan, don't worry. I've improved all the Sect's medicinal pills. Tu-Ren was sweating profusely. He thought to himself, use both legs? Then I'm dead for sure. Then she continued, this medicine is 3 or 4 times more effective than the last one. He explained anxiously, don't you understand what I'm saying? I already told you I don't need treatment. Yuan held the bottle of medicine and poured it straight into his mouth. Aya, a real man. If you're going to eat it quickly. At this moment, his eyes rolled back. His whole body trembled. He was so scared he imagined being thrown into a pot, stewed with some terrifying pink creatures. Honored guest, it's time for your grand dinner. What are we eating? He pointed at the pot with terrifying eyes. Beef stew. His face was filled with terror. Then he begged fearfully, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. At the same time, Renhai walked by, laughing heartily. Young friend, are you all right? He said anxiously, scared me to death. So is Rain. You are. Renhai. Then he used his strength to help him up. He laughed awkwardly. I remember now. I was a little dizzy after taking the medicine last time. He asked with concern. I heard from Fei Yi that your leg was injured. Is it better now? He asked back leg. He saw it and immediately feigned praise. I didn't expect Xie Yan's and the second elder's medicine to be so effective, but in his heart he thought, it's healed again. Seeing this, Renhai was secretly pleased. That's great then. Young friend, here is your to-do list for today. I've already arranged it for you. He turned his head. Let me see. Today's tasks. Morning, prepare breakfast for master and senior sister. Noon, sleep for 2 hours. Evening, prepare dinner for senior sister. Afterward, go fishing and release the fish into the pond. Note, master has never had beef noodle soup, so you must make this tonight. His eyes became strangely terrifying. Actually, you've all seen through it, haven't you? Renhai was confused. Seen through what? Suddenly, Tu-Ren charged at him with a knife, as if to assassinate him. I am Tu-Ren. Renhai sent him flying onto the roof with a single kick. He screamed in terror. I saw through your plot long ago, but I wasn't sure. I thought it was just Fei Yi overthinking things. I didn't expect you to really be a fake. Huangru looked at him and scolded. How dare you imitate the senior's appearance? You deserve to die. Qinglan glared at him. Leave him with one last breath. For fertilizer for the flowers. He was trying to guess if these 3 were Tribulation Transcendence realm experts. No, they're those 3 immortals. Then his eyes widened in terror. No wonder the Zhanxie sect was so scared they disbanded. What kind of demonic sect is this? Renhai rushed forward and threw a punch. Eat my fist. He backed away. He was calculating something. His terrifying gaze was fixed on a golden bracelet in front of him. Renhai turned his head to look at him and said, trying to run? Huangru was furious because he was holding her bracelet. He's holding my butterfly illusion bracelet. At this time, Ziyun and Yi Fan were strolling through the woods. Ziyun then asked, I didn't expect Sect Master Zhan's work to be so busy, but she's so generous. She spent 20 million high-grade spirit stones with just a wave of her hand. Yi Fan just grunted in acknowledgement. Ziyun continued, my dear disciple, from now on, you should go out more. Who knows, you might meet a few more generous Taoist friends. Hearing the commotion behind them, the 2 turned to look. Suddenly a voice rang out. Stop! Don't run! Ziyun pointed at him and said in astonishment, why is there another person who looks exactly like my dear disciple? Yi Fan said in a gloomy tone, looks alike? Where? He clearly looks nothing like me. The group chasing behind them shouted loudly, imposter! Don't even think about escaping. Tu-Ren rushed in front of Ziyun and shouted, Master, Save me. She saw someone dressed exactly like Yifan. She looked left and right in confusion, asking doubtfully, "My dear disciple? But he's clearly dressed just like you. Even his face is exactly the same." Yifan saw his master's reaction and replied helplessly, "Master, it seems there's something wrong with your eyes." Suddenly, Rin rushed forward. His face grim, he grabbed Yifan's shoulder. Then, Rin suddenly used a body-swapping technique. The two of them spun around, making Yifan extremely dizzy, and Ziyun, beside them, was agape with astonishment. A moment later, the two finally stopped and collapsed to the ground. Rinhai, who had appeared out of nowhere, spoke up. "Damn it, so we were messing with a real young friend." Fei also complained. "This is such a hassle. Maybe I should just let that dog out again." That guy Run was playing the victim. He pointed at his face and said, "Who are you really? Why are you impersonating me? Master, hurry up and deal with him. This person definitely has a scheme. He was sent by some other sect." Yifan was stunned and asked back. Ziyun's mind was in chaos at this point, completely muddled. She couldn't tell them apart. At this moment, the two little systems were also discussing. The blood-boiling system turned around. Its face full of indignation, it said to the roll call system, "System, are they blind? The fake is so obviously ugly. How can they not tell?" The roll call system heard this and didn't explain. Instead, it pulled out two guns. It asked, "Quick, tell me, which one of these is a Karn 98K? The blood-boiling system was immediately dumbfounded. "Aren't these two guns the same?" Seeing this, it said, "Now you know why you can't tell, right?" At this moment, the fake was hugging Ziyun's leg, pretending to cry. "Master, what are you still hesitating for? Don't you believe that your disciple is your darling disciple?" She immediately pushed Rin away and stated firmly, "No, my darling disciple wouldn't be this flustered." "Who are you really?" The guy was furious. "I've been found out." Rin's eyes turned sharp. He immediately reverted to his original form. He held Ziyun hostage and threatened. "So what if I've been found out? You're only at the nascent soul stage." She didn't have time to react before she was grabbed by him. Yifan shouted anxiously, "Master!" Rinhai also spoke up. "This is bad. The young friend's master has been captured." Rin pointed at him and warned, "Don't come any closer. One more step and I'll kill her." He didn't dare to act rashly and could only ask, "What do you want?" Rin saw that he was listening and sneered. He doesn't dare to move. It seems this woman, though weak, is quite important. Thinking of this, he pushed his luck and made his demands. "If you don't want her to die, then let me go. Otherwise, I'll strip her naked right now and kill her right in front of you." Hearing his disgusting words, the blood-boiling system was enraged. "This guy deserves to die. I can't stomach that tone of voice." The roll call system wouldn't let it slide either. It threw out a talisman. "How dare you bully someone close to the host? I'll curse him with a blood poison, so he can never touch anything again." Rin still had a tight grip on her neck. He slowly lifted Ziyun's body. Suddenly, in his horrified gaze, lumps started appearing on his body. He immediately let go of Ziyun and fell to the ground. He clutched his body and screamed, "It hurts so much. What in the world is happening?" "Over here." Yuan opened the lid of a container. She pointed inside and asked Xieyin, "Have you seen my swelling egg pills?" Xieyin had his hand behind his back and looked inside, replying, "I almost forgot. I've refined it into a blood ginseng pill." She asked curiously, "So where's the blood ginseng pill?" He replied with a smug smile, "I fed it to someone. There was an imposter trying to sneak into the sect. Unfortunately for him, I saw through it. It turned out Rin turned into this. Because of Xieyin, the main culprit." Rin trembled with anger, helpless. He could only curse inwardly. "Damn you, Xieyin, and this damn Ziyun sect. I absolutely will not let you off easy." Then he took out a golden bracelet and a necklace with a blue diamond. Seeing that item, Huangru recognized it happily. "It's my treasure again." Fei beside her was a little helpless. "You drop way too many things." Yifan didn't say much. He directly snatched the item from the guy's hand, saying, "This should be returned to its rightful owner." The guy saw this and was utterly shocked. He could actually snatch a treasure releasing immortal energy with his bare hands. The two little systems behind him laughed smugly. "You fool. This is the power of our system." Though a little scared, Rin still threatened him. "Give me back my treasure. I'm warning you. The Grand Elder of our Sun Star sect is at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He's monitoring our every move. If I can't contact him, he will surely kill everyone. All of you. Yifan wasn't scared at all and said calmly. Then go ahead and contact him for me. Seeing this, Tu-Ren timidly took out a blue command token and said smugly, just you wait. Your day of death has come. Suddenly, the command token shattered before his bewildered eyes. A notification voice rang out. Hello. The other party has destroyed their voice transmission Jade slip. Please use another method of contact. Thank you. Tu-Ren realized he had been sold out. He roared in fury. You damn old geezer. I served you for nearly 1,000 years. And this is how you treat me. Qing Lan stepped forward, a scythe in her hand. She said impatiently, Are you done talking? If you're done, then come be fertilizer for my flowers. Tu-Ren screamed in despair. No. Meanwhile, in a certain space, the bankruptcy system was standing before a locked data file. She touched it and said, Is this the information on Yifan's 99 previous lives? Damn it. Why is so much of it locked? The monitoring eye beside her issued its first warning. Bankruptcy system. Viewing the information of a transmigrator is forbidden. She retorted provocatively. Even the grand system doesn't dare to control me. What gives you the right to control me? It issued a second warning. She paid it no mind and continued, All right, now tell me the decryption method. It replied, Upload consciousness to the void. Decryption will take approximately 4 minutes. The bankruptcy system heard this and complained, What a hassle. Upload it. Watching the data being uploaded, she said softly, I'm finally in. There's so many files. Suddenly, a file caught her attention. The bankruptcy system immediately reached out to touch it. Wait, what is this secret lock? 20% is locked. Let's try to change it. A giant object suddenly appeared from behind. The monitoring eye ordered, Kill it. Immediately, the strange object grabbed the bankruptcy system. Her body shattered in the creature's mouth. Sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Yifan stretched and woke up. The roll call system announced cheerfully, Today's check-in is successful. It handed him a rather large medicinal pill. Then it said in quick succession, Host, I've helped you check in today. The reward is a dragon origin pill. It can help you ascend from immortal to the tribulation transcendence realm. There's a 5% chance of triggering a critical hit and breaking through to the celestial immortal realm. The blood-boiling system next to it saw this and asked the system confused, Why are you doing these useless things? The host will eventually use it. It just smiled foolishly and said, It's just standard procedure to let the host know what the rewards are. Who knows, maybe one day the host will come to his senses. Yifan suddenly spoke up, System, give me the dragon origin pill. The blood-boiling system heard this and was utterly shocked. The roll call system didn't hear clearly and quickly said, Rejected again. Good thing the items don't take up inventory space. But a few seconds later, it reacted, completely astonished. Wait, what did the host say? He repeated, I agree to cultivate. These past days, I've been opposing you all. It must have been difficult for you. The roll call system then placed the dragon origin pill in his hand. As it did, it asked doubtfully, Host, you didn't hit your head on anything last night, did you? The blood-boiling system turned to it and whispered, System, we didn't get the wrong host yesterday, did we? It heard this and said, How could that be? Didn't the imposter already revert to his original form? The blood-boiling system was still confused. Then why has the host had a change of heart? But didn't know either. How would I know? Yifan took the pill and immediately put it in his mouth. In an instant, a golden light carrying immense power appeared and enveloped his body. Supercritical hit. Cultivation. 6th heaven of the celestial immortal realm. The roll call system saw this and was utterly stunned. Am I really not dreaming? The host is cultivating. The blood-boiling system next to it comforted it. System, your suffering has finally come to an end. At the Ziyun Sect's main hall, Ziyun sat on the Sect Master's throne. She addressed the elders regarding the actions of the Sunstar Sect. How should we seek revenge? A male elder tried to dissuade her, saying, Seeking revenge like this might not be a good idea. After all, the other party has a peak tribulation transcendence realm expert. The Grand Elder immediately objected. Revenge is a must. It's just that we don't know Yifan's true strength. How about we just make the Sunstar Sect compensate us a little? Yuan Yuan also agreed with her words. Sect Master, we've already dealt with the other party. Why should we care about that stuff? We should take everything. Yi Fan walked in from out of nowhere. He comforted his master. Master, don't worry about these things. I've already arranged everything for you. Zian heard him say this, astonished. Arranged? My dear disciple, what have you done? He replied, calmly and confidently. I've asked Qinglan to go kill all the cultivators and spirit beasts of the Sunstar Sect. I estimate she'll be back within an hour. It turned out that earlier, he had gone to ask Qinglan for help. My friend, could you do me a favor? Zian was both shocked and worried. My dear disciple, do you know how many people are in a major sect like the Supreme Sunstar Sect? In the sect, how many people are there? The Grand Elder also spoke up. A super sect. The number of people is equivalent to a country. Ziyun sighed softly. That number of people is simply terrifying. Yi Fan glanced at his master. Is this all the ambition you have? Then he crossed his arms, saying seriously, Master, I still have a principle. When facing obstacles, one must be ruthless enough. If you hesitate like this, you can't be a sect master. Ziyun was surprised to hear that. I can't be a good sect master? Suddenly realizing something, she cried out, That's not right. She waved her hand and said, Precious disciple, if you do that, your Tao heart will suffer backlash from inner demons. He replied calmly, So what? After all, I won't be the one doing it personally. Ziyun remained firm, opposing. Precious disciple, I do not agree. Call Qinglan back immediately. Suddenly, he spoke in a slightly cold tone. Master, are you ordering me? She replied, Precious disciple, I am saving you. Suddenly, everyone in the main hall knelt on the ground. Only Yi Fan remained standing. The two small systems turned around in fear and hugged each other. The chicken blood system said, Attendance system, what we do? The host isn't planning to kill his master, is he? The attendance system replied in panic. I have that feeling too. I feel like something big is about to happen. Someone is lowering the ambition value. This action immediately took effect. Yi Fan seemed to calm down. He rubbed his head, turning away, muttering, thinking about it carefully. Actually, there's no need to work so hard. Isn't it just living a high-class life? Being a salted fish in the sect every day is enough now. Why look for pressure when there's nothing wrong? Everyone stared blankly at his sudden change. The Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. I thought Yi Fan was about to turn against the sect master. That male elder was confused. What is Yi Fan's cultivation level now? Why can't I see through it at all? Yuan said fearfully. Just now I almost thought everything was over. Ziyun immediately spoke up. Then I'll inform Qinglan to cancel the massacre this time. Seeing this, the two systems hugged each other and cried in joy. Great. The host gave up. We almost perished together. A slightly strange thought popped up in Ziyun's mind. Was that my precious disciple's rebellious phase just now? Clearly, he just needed to be a little tougher, and I would have given in. Yet he agreed with me. My precious disciple is so cute. In the system space, the breakdown system reached out and crushed the surveillance eye, causing it to emit intermittent sounds. Operating, disabled, destroying. As she crushed it, she coldly ordered, Want to gnaw my bones? Want to gnaw my body? Such a disgusting, filthy thing. Just die already. She sneered and interrogated it. Just like this, and you dare to attack me? You're tired of living. Who ordered you? Confess or die. Although battered, it remained extremely loyal. Don't even dream of knowing. The breakdown system maintained a faint smile. As expected, the surveillance eye self-destructed. She witnessed it all, just smiled slightly, thinking to herself, knowing fully well that the monster couldn't kill me. It'd rather self-destruct than reveal any information. The purpose must be to stall for time. To wipe out all information about Yi Fan. It seems the secret on him is deeper than I thought. Next, the breakdown system opened a spatial black hole, telling herself, Looks like I need to inform them. To be careful of other systems. Returning to the room, sitting on the bed, Yi Fan propped his chin on his hand, wondering. Strange. I clearly don't want to cultivate. Why did I suddenly have the ambition to have cultivation this morning? To unify the world? Even having indecent thoughts about Master? He looked at the silly appearance of the two systems again, ruling out a possibility in his heart. The system probably doesn't have that capability. Otherwise, I would have cultivated long ago. Why would it drag on for so long? He remarked. They look so innocent. Yi Fan called out. System. The attendance system excitedly raised its hand. Host. Any orders? The chicken blood system didn't want to be outdone. I'm here too. The words that came out of his mouth were unexpected. Help me cripple my cultivation. His light sentence stunned both systems. They hurriedly dissuaded him. Host, don't be impulsive. Please reconsider. He just gently explained. I'm not impulsive. I already said, I don't intend to cultivate in this life. The chicken blood system said dejectedly. True, but I've never heard the host say this. Yifan saw the systems didn't support him, so he raised his hand to do it himself. Not helping? Then I'll have to cripple my cultivation myself. The attendance system still tried to persuade. Host, don't do anything foolish. If you damage your pre-heaven-endowed body, it will be very troublesome if you want to cultivate later. The chicken blood system also chimed in. That's right. Host, if you become immortal and still carry illnesses, it will be miserable. Suddenly, a strange beam of light shot straight into his heart, scaring the two systems into gaping. The attendance system hurriedly asked with concern, Host, are you okay? He felt his body and replied, I'm fine. The chicken blood system muttered. Could it be an internal injury? A spatial rift appeared. The breakdown system stepped out. She spoke up. What are you thinking? I just helped you seal the host cultivation. The attendance system reached out, complaining. Breakdown system. You gone too far. He's my host. The chicken blood system also chimed in. I also think your behavior crossed the line a bit. Yifan asked blankly. Why seal the cultivation? What I want is to completely cripple it to escape cultivation. She smiled and replied. Keep this cultivation. Use it to protect those beside you at critical moments. Isn't that good? Next, the breakdown system continued. I know your thoughts. She listed the things he had experienced. Fear of attracting strong enemies. Fear of bringing disaster to those around you. Also fear of being betrayed by the system. Becoming a sacrifice for an evil god. The breakdown system approached, advising. As many people should know, don't fear the villain coming to your door with a knife. Fear only that you don't have a gun in your hand. I suggest you think carefully. The attendance system was full of vigilance. You're not allowed to play tricks. She walked up to the two systems, told them, follow me into the space to talk. The three went inside. The spatial rift closed immediately. They entered a strange space. Asteroids scattered around. In the middle was a strange polygon surrounded by two rings of light. Observing the scene inside, the attendance system asked curiously, where is this? The breakdown system replied, this is a space I created to prevent eavesdropping. Hearing this, it was startled. Eavesdropping? Who are you guarding against? She opened a document device. While answering seriously, I don't know either. This is part of the data I collected. Among them are 6 systems that once followed Yifan. The 2 small systems took the device, exclaiming in surprise as they watched. There's even a humanoid system? Even the famous invincible domain system is here? What? Even the talent copy system is in here? The breakdown system explained. The task of assisting Yifan has hell-level difficulty. Don't know how many systems were scared away. Only an idiot like you would accept. The attendance system was dejected. No choice. I didn't know the host was so difficult. The breakdown system crossed her arms and said, this has nothing to do with pampering. It's that someone is targeting him. Hearing this, the attendance system asked again, targeting the host? Who? The breakdown system replied, I already said, I don't know, but there is one thing I can be sure of. The opponent has planted a mole inside the system internal department. Hearing this, it said in shock, a mole. The breakdown system affirmed, correct, and even attacked me. The chicken blood system tearfully recounted. I didn't expect that just after graduating, I'd get involved in something terrible like this. Mom, Dad, your son has a future. The attendance system still had some rationality left, asking suspiciously, breakdown system, why do you care so much about Maya and the host affairs? Is it really just for a few luck points? She replied calmly, originally, I was just captured by the purple waystar lord to cover her shift. The luck points she left behind have reached the limit. I can't spend it all. Earning a few luck points is just for fun. Hearing this, the 2 systems were shocked once again. Luck points can't be spent all? Is this the life of the rich? Suddenly, the breakdown system changed her attitude, roaring angrily. But there's a bastard who dared to attack me and successfully ambushed me. This is practically slapping this Star Lord in the face. I absolutely cannot swallow this anger. If I don't find a mastermind, I will definitely not give up. This Yifan, I will help him for sure. Seeing her like this, the two small systems trembled in fear and hugged each other tight, daring not to say much. She immediately instructed, "In short, you must be careful with systems from other dimensions. They are very likely enemies. Protect well. Your host. He is very important." The attendance system nodded in agreement. I remember, when the two systems returned, Yifan was fishing by the stream. Seeing them return, he asked, "What are you talking about?" The chicken blood system was about to blurt out. The breakdown system said, but the attendance system stopped it in time. It covered its companion's mouth, saying, "Nothing. Just chatting." Hearing this, Yifan didn't ask further. Still focused on putting the fish he just caught into the basket. The attendance system reached out, saying confidently, "Right, host, did you notice anything suspicious around? Tell me. I'll help you destroy it." He propped his chin and said, "There is one suspicious thing." Seeing this, it hurriedly asked, "What is it? Where?" He looked at it and replied, "Isn't it you?" Hearing this answer, the attendance system sulked a bit aggrievedly. "Host, I'm talking seriously with you, and you are joking with me." He replied, "Who's joking with you?" Suddenly appearing, forcibly binding. Thinking about it, you are very suspicious. Suddenly, the system sensed something. Unidentified target. Not within the recorded range. Could it be the enemy appeared so fast? Activate comprehensive defense mode. Yifan was surprised. Really? The two systems immediately grabbed weapons, aggressively rushing towards that direction. The attendance system shouted loudly, "Over there! Catch him! Whoever comes! I will definitely beat him to his knees. Then force him to be a gatekeeper." One holding a net, one holding a stick, rushing into the bushes together. "Charge!" But before they could lower their weapons, Yifan had walked over and stopped both of them. "I don't need any gatekeeper. Besides, don't catch the wrong person." Suddenly, a sweet voice exclaimed, "Second senior sister?" Yifan held a water pot to pour tea, saying politely, "Second senior sister, please have some tea." The other party also replied politely, "Thank you, little junior brother." The attendance system hovered in midair, confused. So she is the host's second senior sister. Strange. Why don't I have any impression? While the chicken blood system remarked, "She is very different from the others in the Ziyun sect." It asked, "Second senior sister, why are you here?" Second senior sister blew on the teacup, explaining, "All the ornamental fish on Xinyu Peak in the back mountain are raised by me. But I saw that little junior brother likes fishing, so I had to catch more fingerlings to release in." Hearing this, Yifan scratched his head shyly. "So those fish were raised by second senior sister. I'm really sorry." In his mind appeared the scene of a basket full of fish. She didn't mind and replied, "It's okay. Being noticed by little junior brother today. I'm very happy." He spoke up and asked, "Second senior sister, do you have an unspeakable illness?" Hearing this, she asked back in surprise, "Little junior brother, you could even see this?" Yifan crossed his arms, recalling, "I once discussed senior sisters with Master. Since third senior sister entered the sect, she hasn't seen you even once." He recalled Ziyun's stammering appearance when mentioning the second disciple. "What does little Ziching look like again?" He continued speaking, "When Master mentioned you, she couldn't remember your appearance. I thought Master was old, senile, and confused, seeing second senior sisters in human form." He sighed. "Turns out I misunderstood Master." Ziching looked like a giant faceless cockroach at this moment. She said somewhat sadly, "Little junior brother, your words are truly hurtful." Yifan turned to the system, whispering, "System, do you know what happened to my second senior sister?" It waved its hand, starting to explain, "Host, your senior sister definitely suffers from a type of deep dive syndrome, or what I call NPC borderline cognitive disorder." It explained eloquently, starting a lecture. The specific cause is due to excessively low sense of presence. On the other hand, not having even appearance and name, leading to the target not being observed and recorded by the heavenly Tao. Over time, the target will gradually forget their own appearance, until forgetting their own existence. Hearing this, he asked, "So it proves my name is very famous? Basically can be found in every aspect, right?" Then he said to the system, "Since we've seen it, we can't pretend not to know. Do you have any way to help my senior sister?" It smiled and replied, "If it's an item, I don't have it on hand. When I have time, I'll go to the shop to look." The chicken blood system heard this, confused. "Shop? But you don't have luck points to exchange." It happily picked up a wallet and said, "What era is this? Are there still people who don't know how to hide a slush fund?" The chicken blood system silently prayed, praying that this matter is not discovered by the breakdown system. Yifan asked again, "What if there are no items? Is there any other way?" At this moment, the system replied seriously, "Your second senior sister situation is a bit serious. It seems the only remaining path is to become famous throughout the world." He was confused again. How to become famous throughout the world? The attendance system cheerfully stated the solution. Let second senior sister's cultivation reach the quasi-emperor level, or become a child of luck acknowledged by the heavenly Tao. Hearing this answer, felt helpless. These words sound unreliable. It then comforted him. Actually, it's not that difficult, right? Host, you are also a child of luck. Maybe you can turn the situation around. Yifan looked towards second senior sister, making up his mind. All right, I'll try. After all, she is my senior sister. Hand on the teacup, asking her, "Senior sister, are you willing to wander the world with me? To build a reputation?" On this side, the flower demon was enjoying the sunlight, abundant moisture, and spiritual power. It danced happily, exclaiming, "So much spirit liquid overflowing. Water a bit more." Huang Ru stroked it, praising, "This flower seems to like you very much. If you can cultivate into human form, you will definitely be a lovely boy." Huang Ru pointed at it, laughing, "But this type of flower grows too slowly. Why don't I give it a little immortal power?" Then she immediately reached out, touching the flower demon. In a remote mountain area, two figures appeared in the sky, one fat and one thin, riding clouds to observe. The fat old man holding a cane spoke up. "The spiritual energy here is thin. Can't even see the mountain peak. Why would a true dragon stay in this poor place?" He was the grand elder Li Changsheng of the divine dragon family, and the person next to him was the third elder Li Xuandao of the divine dragon family. He answered decisively, "Absolutely correct. We received a report earlier that traces left by an immortal have appeared in this area." Changsheng scoffed. "Celestial traces? You actually believe such nonsense? Looks like this trip was a waste of time." Hearing this, Xiandao was a little displeased. "No one beg you to come even if you don't believe it." Suddenly, a colossal pillar of green light appeared before them. The two immediately fixed their gaze on it. They cried out in shock, "Immortal energy! It really is immortal energy." Changsheng's eyes instantly lit up. He said excitedly, "If we can find an immortal, it'll be worth it even if we don't find a true dragon." Xiandao immediately smiled, satisfied. "Now you believe my intelligence, don't you?" The light vanished. The two quickly rode their clouds in pursuit, saying, "The presence vanished again. Could the immortal have gone into hiding? There's a small sect over there. Let's head over and ask around." The two of them landed in a vegetable garden, where Ming Bai was struggling to pull up a carrot. Xiandao cleared his throat. Then he stepped forward and asked, "Young man, have you seen any strange phenomena around here recently?" Seeing them, he turned and asked me. Changsheng was impatient. He frowned and pointed his cane at his face, saying, "Nonsense. Who else is here besides you?" Ming Bai replied, with that attitude, "Why should I tell you anything?" He became even more furious. He pointed a finger at his face and bellowed, "Still talking back? Do you have any idea who I am?" He fearlessly crossed his arms and replied, "I don't care who you are. With an attitude like that, I'm not talking." Xiandao quickly tried to mediate from behind. "You're an old man. Don't lower yourself to a junior's level." But Li Changsheng's attitude remained terrible. He charged forward with his cane, shouting, "You're courting death." Ming Bai's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a green light filled with immortal energy appeared behind him. Shiji appeared behind him with a majestic presence, roaring, "Insolence! A mere descendant of the Divine Dragon clan dares to harm my master?" The two old men from the Divine Dragon clan were simultaneously stunned. A true dragon. The dragon's colossal body blotted out the light above their heads. The two men looked up and then exclaimed in shock, "A true dragon! Why is a true dragon inside his body? We've caused a huge disaster." Its massive body crashed to the ground. The chubby Shiji faced the two old men and asked, "Judging by your appearance, you must be from the Dragon Tamer clan." Seeing its appearance, the two felt a little suspicious. Is this fat worm really a true dragon? It looks completely different from what we've seen in the scrolls. Its chubby figure was due to eating too well recently, especially the assassin-stewed carrot soup. The two old men didn't overthink it. They directly voiced their question. Lord True Dragon, why are you here? It replied, he's the one who raises me. What do you think? Hearing this answer, the two old men were stunned. What? Lord True Dragon, what exactly do you see in him? It thought of Fei Ye's terrifying face, but said aloud. Probably a sense of security. In its heart, it remembered Qing Lan and the others. Xian Dao bowed. With a respectful expression, he said to Ming Bai, according to the clan's rules, the one chosen by the True Dragon will participate in the Patriarch assessment. For now, we can only invite you, little friend, future Patriarch, to the Divine Dragon clan. Although Sheng disliked Ming Bai, he could only agree. There's no other way. This is the only thing we can do. Ming Bai stammered. Shi Ji turned and persuaded him. Master, just agree to it. The Divine Dragon clan holds me in the highest esteem. Once we're there, you can have any resource you want. Ming Bai thought with dissatisfaction. Go to some weird clan to be the patriarch. Doesn't sound like a good thing at all. I'd rather just follow senior brother Yi around and freeload every day. But if this is a great opportunity, will I be killed if I don't go? Then, Ming Bai suddenly thought of something. He clapped his hands. That's right. I can go find senior brother Yi. Senior brother Yi can deduce the secrets of heaven. He understands the past and the present. If he thinks it's okay, then it should be fine for me to go. Thinking of this, he quickly turned around. He waved at the two old men and said, I'm going to go discuss this with someone. You two wait here. Sheng blurted out, discuss. Could it be his master? Xian Dao looked displeased. He's making us wait. At that moment, at the Pill Pavilion, a loud explosion. A corner of the pavilion's roof was blown off. Yi Fan walked over to Zi Qing's side. He asked with helpless concern, second senior sister, are you okay? Zi Qing was sprawled on the ground. She answered, trembling, I'm fine. It was just a failed pill refinement. Outside the door, Yuan and Xie Yin peeked their heads in to check the situation. Yuan asked Yi Fan suspiciously, what on earth are you borrowing my pill refinement room for? Xie Yin said, little friend, even if you have outstanding talent, and a few months of your cultivation is equal to hundreds of years for a normal cultivator. Yuan also advised him, pill refinement is ultimately a different matter. Studying it desperately is useless. If you want to learn, you can come find me. I guarantee I'll teach you until you know it. Hearing what they said, he only replied, forget pill refinement. I have no interest in it. Ignoring the two who were holding up the falling roof, he turned back to help Zi Qing, comforting her. Second senior sister, how about you try a different path? If you can reach an unprecedented realm, perhaps you will be remembered by the world. Zi Qing replied sadly, junior brother, let's just forget it. I don't have eldest senior sister's talent for getting stronger the more I fight, nor do I have third junior sister's unique understanding of swordsmanship. Then she frowned again and said, besides, you've seen it yourself recently. Whether it's pill refinement, martial arts, cultivation techniques, or cooking, none of it is up to standard. Zi Qing recalled when he had brought her before Renhai. He had looked around and said, teach who? You came for lunch. Or when he had brought her to see Huang Ru. She had looked at Zi Qing in surprise. Senior, you mean you want me to teach her a cultivation technique? Even when he brought her to see Qing Lan, she was still rejected. My methods are only suitable for spirit beasts. They're not suitable for your senior sister. Cooking was even worse. When she practiced cooking, a disaster struck. The fish in the frying pan all exploded and flew out. On this side, the system was whispering to Yi Fan, host, your senior sister's kind of change makes it very difficult for the heavenly Tao to even glance at her. The chicken blood system also spoke up. I advise you to use some more drastic measures, host. Perhaps that will have an effect. He was curious. Drastic measures? The chicken blood system excitedly chimed in. Confess your love to your second senior sister. You are the son of fortune. After you confess, she will become the female lead. He was a little surprised. The check-in system also chimed in. I support this too. I once read a book. The female lead in the book was a rabbit with a very low sense of presence. The male lead confessed to the female lead in front of the whole school and brought her back. Yi Fan refused immediately without hesitation. I don't have those kinds of feelings for my second senior sister. Besides, stop trying to apply things from novels to this world. The check-in system sighed. Then I don't have any better ideas for now. But the chicken blood system was still engrossed in it. It came up with another idea. Host, I have another suggestion. How about you imprison her, and then act domineeringly? Seeing the system chattering nonstop, he angrily shouted, Shut up. Eliminate all romantic inclinations. Ziqing said sadly again, Junior brother, let's give up. Perhaps this is just my life. To arrive in a blur, and to leave in a blur, just like many mortals in the world. Live an ordinary life, waiting for a coffin. Then she continued, My sense of presence is too low. Perhaps no one will even close my coffin for me. And don't forget to remind Junior brother, your cultivation is high, and you'll live a long life. When the time comes, remember to help me with my burial. Yi Fan recalled Ziyun following behind him in the past, persuading him. Good disciple, why don't you cultivate for a while? With your innate Dao body, you'll reach the Qi refining stage very quickly. But he had refused. Master, don't waste your efforts. I've decided to just lie flat in this life. You might as well prepare an urn for my ashes early on. Hearing that, Ziyun had quickly exclaimed, Tui, Tui, Tui. How unlucky. Yi Fan called out softly, second senior sister. Before he could finish, Mingbai ran over from somewhere, panting. Senior brother Yi, I need your help. Yi Fan stroked his chin, asking thoughtfully, The Divine Dragon Clan? The check-in system next to him said excitedly, I've already investigated. It's a cultivation clan that has been protected by a true dragon all year round. They have a supreme dragon bone. If your senior sister were to replace hers with it, her cultivation might soar. Hearing that, he thought to himself, Supreme dragon bone? Thinking of his past life, he felt a pang of anguish. The feeling of having your bones dug out is not pleasant at all. Mingbai, beside him, asked a little nervously, Senior brother Yi, what do you think I should do? He answered and made a suggestion. With a true dragon protecting you, it should be fine. That's right. Can we come along? Hearing that, he immediately turned and waved, saying, I'll go ask. After hearing Mingbai's reply, Changsheng immediately refused. What? The rule is that no unrelated outsiders can be brought into our divine dragon clan. Absolutely not. Xian Dao, beside him, was more gentle. He persuaded, Young man, you must think this through carefully. This concerns your future. Seeing that they wouldn't agree, Mingbai crossed his arms and said frankly, No. If you don't let senior brother Yi come, then I'm not going either. His resolute attitude made the two of them unhappy. Xin Dao Silenti Gonsun Him Sai. Calm down, for the sake of Lord True Dragon. What are clan rules? But Chang Sheng cursed silently. This kid is such an idiot. To dare to reject the Divine Dragon Clan for a mere mortal. Seeing that he couldn't do anything about Mingbai, he had no choice but to concede. Fine, come along then. If your senior brother causes any trouble, don't blame us for turning hostile. Having gotten the desired answer, Mingbai immediately turned to Yi Fan. Senior brother Yi, I did it. Yi Fan also turned back and praised him. Well done. Although he agreed on the surface, in his heart, Changsheng was thinking of a way to deal with him. Using his status as the future patriarch, he dares to boss me around. If I can't deal with you, I'll just have to kill your senior brother. Arriving before a giant flying ship, Xian Dao said politely, Please you too, board the ship. Arriving at the ship, Changsheng glanced over and began to plot something wicked. I'll just teach this mortal a little lesson, so that kid won't turn on me. He lifted his foot, intending to trip Yi Fan, but unexpectedly, a shadow stepped on his foot. The pain made him jump. He clutched his foot and shouted, Ouch! Damn it! Ziqing quickly apologized. Sorry. Xian Dao turned back and asked, What trouble are you causing now? He turned around and pointed his cane at everyone, saying angrily, I think someone stepped on me. Suddenly, he bumped into Ziqing again. She dodged, causing him to miss his step and slide down the ramp. Xian Dao quickly chased after him, shouting, Great Elder, get on the ship. Xian Dao said to Changsheng, You're an old man, still bickering with a junior. And not only that, you fell flat on your face. You've truly lost all face for our divine dragon clan. Changsheng, covered in injuries, said tremblingly, There's something wrong with that kid surnamed Yi. I sense 2 auras from him. He definitely has a bodyguard with him. he said with a look of certainty. Li Mingbai brought this person along. He definitely has other intentions. For the sake of the Divine Dragon clan. And to protect the position of patriarch from any mishaps. We must get rid of this Yi Fan. Xian Dao, beside him, could only think to himself with resignation. This is clearly a personal vendetta. Chang Sheng gritted his teeth. He thought viciously, I've got it. I can put poison in his tea. As long as I leave the tea in his room, he'll drink it sooner or later. If he gets a stomachache, it means it's working. A month later, his meridians will be severed. He'll be a complete cripple. On this side, Ziqing said to Yi Fan, pleading, Junior brother, that fat old elder completely ignored me. He didn't arrange a room for me. Can I come to your place to meditate? Seeing this, he immediately agreed. Second senior sister, why should you suffer like this? Just stay in my room. I'll go find that skinny elder who seems easier to talk to later. I'll ask him to get me a new room. Hearing that, she was overjoyed and thanked him. Junior brother, thank you so much. A few minutes later, Chang Sheng feigned warm hospitality. He walked over with a teapot. He walked in and said cordially, Little friend Yi, it's a long journey. It'll be another 3 to 5 days before we arrive. Would you like a cup of tea? But when he entered the room, he didn't see anyone. He looked around, searching. Strange. Where is he? Then he opened the lid of the teapot, thinking to himself, if that kid isn't here, then I'll just add a little more medicine to his tea. Ziqing was present to witness these actions. She was extremely indignant. How shameless. Intentionally contaminating the tea. Does he really think it was Junior brother who stepped on his foot? To hold a grudge against Junior brother over such a small thing. What a waste of his cultivation. After finishing, he left the tea, turned, and left. As he walked, he said with a laugh, Enjoy it slowly. Ziqing immediately came up with a plan. Later, I'll move the tea to his room. Let him drink it himself. Ziqing then immediately took action. A moment later, Mingbai came to Chang Sheng's room. He asked him, Fat elder, can you help my senior brother change rooms? He says the room isn't bright enough. Hearing him being called that, he roared in frustration. What fat elder? My name is Li Changsheng, a mere mortal with so many complaints. Tell him to pick a room himself. What's all this fuss about? Then, as he picked up a teacup to drink, he cursed silently. Do you think I'm your servant or something? After drinking, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Isn't this the tea set I specially prepared for Yi Fan? Why is it here? He fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and groaning in pain. My stomach hurts so much. I can't use my spiritual energy either. Wait, a change of rooms. So he saw through my plan. Then he used all his strength, and with great difficulty, crawled to the door, thinking, damn it, I was tricked by that kid surnamed Yi. I can't let this happen. I have to find Li Xian Dao, the skinny elder, to get the aperture unblocking pill. Otherwise, my cultivation will be crippled. Even though he pushed with all his might, the door wouldn't budge. It turned out it had been locked from the outside. He shouted from inside, Is anyone there? That kid surnamed Yi. You dare to lock the door. You rotten brat. I'm not done with you. On one side, Yi Fan and his 2 little systems were cleaning the room. As he swept, he complained, This spare room is so dirty. There's dust everywhere. The Divine Dragon clan. A group of people were waiting for someone. One person spoke up. They're here. This person was the acting patriarch, Li Shentong. The airship landed on a piece of land. Everyone disembarked from a ship and observed the surrounding scenery. Li Mingbai was slightly surprised. Is this the Divine Dragon family? Li Shentong was already waiting here. He said respectfully, Greetings, Lord True Dragon. Lord Li Mingbai, the family's secret realm trial has been opened. We are waiting for that day. After passing, you must also be recognized by the heavenly immortal mirror to become the family head. Mingbai was surprised to hear this and said, I just arrived, and you already want me to take the trial? Li Shentong was equally surprised. Wasn't it your request? Speaking of which, he turned to Li Changsheng and scowled, cursing inwardly. What kind of trick is this pig-headed fool pulling now? Li Changsheng was secretly delighted. The family's secret realm trial, once opened, cannot be stopped. Things have come to this. We can only proceed with the trial. He knew he had made a mistake, but he couldn't stop it now. Li Shentong could only grit his teeth and apologize to him. My apologies, Lord Li Mingbai. It was due to an error in my information, which caused the trial to begin too early. But this secret realm, once it's closed, We'll have to wait another 100 years to open it again. I hope you can accept this for now and pass this trial. Hearing this, Mingbai thought to himself, have I been tricked? I haven't even had a cup of tea, and I have to take a trial as soon as I arrive. Maybe I should see what Senior Brother Yi has to say first. He hurriedly called out to Senior Brother Yi. Yi Fan knew what he wanted to ask. He quickly answered and instructed him. If it's already arranged, then you should just go. That's right. The trial might be dangerous. You must be careful with everything. After hearing this, Mingbai felt relieved. With Senior Brother Ye's words, I can rest assured. He immediately turned and suggested to Li Shintong, then lead the way. Li Shintong extended his hand gently. In a welcoming gesture, he gestured towards the altar ahead. Yi Fan prayed silently in his heart. I hope Junior Brother Li can pass the trial. If he can help second senior sister obtain the Supreme Dragon Bone, I'm sure they'll agree. A member of the family turned back and whispered to Li Changsheng, Grand Elder. The secret mechanisms in the secret realm have been activated. We guarantee that the acting family head won't discover any flaws. Will doing this anger Lord True Dragon? He replied nonchalantly. So what if he's angry? How can the divine dragon family fall into the hands of an outsider? The other person continued, Grand Elder. You look pale. Could it be? He was cut off before he could finish. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Then, he looked back at Yi Fan and thought with gritted teeth. Let's see how I'll toy with you to death later. By then, that Li brat will have lost his qualification for the trial, and there will be no one left to protect you. Li Mingbai walked to the middle of a certain area. In an instant, the surrounding scenery began to change. Purple leaves began to appear. Mingbai stepped into a purple forest. He thought as he walked, is this the trial? It's so dark. I can't see what's inside. Is the true dragon here? How do I walk this path? After a while with no response, he realized. It seems I can't contact the true dragon. I can only rely on myself. He reached a fork in the road. Two completely different paths. Li Mingbai looked at the grass below. He was overjoyed. It's Bixin grass. The entire path is covered in it. I've struck it rich. He looked at the path next to it and said, that black fruit must be poisonous. Poisonous fruit, poisonous tree. I absolutely cannot take that path. Time passed. 2 hours later, Li Changsheng thought to himself. 2 hours have passed already. That Li brat still hasn't come out. It seems he's more likely dead than alive. He ordered his subordinate, make your move. The other person immediately obeyed. Suddenly, someone's voice broke the silence. This is bad. The heavenly immortal mirror has been stolen. Li Shintong's face turned pale with fright upon hearing this. He said anxiously, what? Stolen? Go check it out now. Li, did you see who stole the heavenly mirror? That person immediately blamed Yi Fan. He pointed at Yi Fan and said, who else could it be? Of course, it's the one who followed Lord Li Mingbai. Li Shintong heard this and said doubtfully, that mortal? Hasn't he been sitting here the whole time? Li Changsheng chimed in. It's true that he's been sitting there, but that doesn't mean he's immortal. This brat is very strange. He's a spirit cultivator. He can control spiritual bodies to wreak havoc. Seeing this, Ecchi and Dao hurriedly tried to persuade him, Grand Elder, please be careful with your words. You can't just because of your personal grudge against him. Li Changsheng turned his head and shouted, on the airship, I was locked in a room by this brat. You were the one who opened the door. Have you forgotten? Hearing these words, Ecchi and Dao also hesitated a little. It's possible. Li Changsheng said arrogantly, I don't care. If we capture this brat now, we can definitely get the secret out of him. Li Shantong then gave the order. Then we'll do as the Grand Elder says. Take him away. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. Before you suspect my junior brother, you should prove your own innocence first. I see that mirror hidden in your sleeve. Hearing the voice, everyone turned their heads warily and asked, who? Where? Finally, they noticed Zi Qing. Looking at her appearance, they were utterly shocked. When did she enter our family grounds? We didn't sense her at all. Her strength is by no means simple. Li Changsheng became even more certain. See, I told you there was something wrong with that brat. Zi Qing stated again. I said the mirror is on him, whether it's true or not. We'll know with a single check. Yi Fan was quite surprised. Second senior sister. I didn't expect you to be noticed by others. Li Changsheng hurriedly clutched his sleeve. He stammered in denial. No, Li Shintong immediately strode over and pointed at his face, scolding. You did all this just to deal with a mortal? Chongqing remained unrepentant. He kept threatening the family head. Do you really want to oppose me for a mortal? Li Shentong turned away. After all, he is Lord Li Mingbai's senior brother. Li Chongsheng was furious. He raised his staff and pointed it at the acting family head, shouting, Li Shentong, don't forget who promoted you from the position of second elder to here. If we really let that outsider become the family head, you will be nothing. I'm doing this to help you. If you dare to search me for the heavenly immortal mirror today, then just wait to face my wrath. Hearing these words, Li Shentong didn't think much more of it. He gave the order. Outsiders cannot be trusted. These two are spies sent by the enemy to hide beside Lord Li Mingbai. Deal with them on the spot. The others immediately complied. They quickly pointed their weapons at Yi Fan and Zi Qing. Yi Fan saw that he was surrounded and frowned slightly. His eyes were icy cold. The current situation reminded him of the past. He thought to himself, I'm surrounded again. It was the same last time I went to the Liang Kingdom. Could it be that I was born with a jinxed physique? The roll call system cursed angrily. This damn fat old man is really twisting black and white. If I had known he was this much trouble, I would have given him a bottle of retardant medicine to kill him off. The blood-boiling system also spoke up. When I heard him guess that the host was a spirit cultivator before, I thought the spiritual body he was talking about was us. Turns out it was the host's second senior sister. Being scolded like that. Perhaps he also sensed something. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Ecchi and Dao saw the tense situation and hurriedly spoke up to mediate. Family head, you can't. They are Lord Li Mingbai's guests. If he comes out, he will be angry. Chongsheng snorted in response. 2 hours have already passed. It's long past the normal trial time. I think he's dead. As soon as the words were out, Li Mingbai appeared. He was holding a bunch of flowers and asked, there are so many people here. What are you all doing? Seeing him walk out unharmed, Li Chongsheng was utterly astonished. He pointed his staff at his face and asked, Li Mingbai, why aren't you dead yet? And you even passed the trial. He found the other party's question baseless and was a little annoyed. Why should I be dead? In the trial area, Li Mingbai was happily picking flowers. He encountered no obstacles whatsoever. The dangerous things around him were all too scared to touch him. Unexpectedly, he has the might of a dragon on him. Cannot be provoked. Cannot be provoked. But he was completely unaware and still excited. This time, I've really struck it rich. Li Chongsheng was utterly shocked. Impossible. Because I clearly... He hadn't finished a sentence before the system injected him with a truth serum. He unconsciously blurted out a string of truths. Because I told Li Yi to activate the mechanisms in the background. I want you dead. Not just you. That brat surnamed Yi has to die too. Li Mingbai flew into a rage upon hearing this and turned back to scold them. You begged me to come to the divine dragon family to be your family head. And as a result, I have to take a trial as soon as I arrive. And you still want to kill me and senior brother Yi. This shabby family head position of yours. I don't want it. And Li Chongsheng was dumbfounded. How did I say that out loud? Seeing him angry, Li Shentong hurriedly knelt and begged. Lord Li Mingbai, it is our fault. Please calm your anger. Then he promised, I will now cripple the meridians of the Grand Elder and expel the sinner Li Chongsheng from the divine dragon family. As soon as the words were spoken, a row of sword tips were pointed at Li Chongsheng. He was terrified, but his mouth was still stubborn. What do you want to do? I am the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder who has made great contributions to the family. He continued unwillingly. So what if this brat passed the family trial? He hasn't been acknowledged by the heavenly immortal mirror yet. He's still not the family head. As expected, being an elder has its limits. After contributing so much to the family, in the end, my treatment is not as good as a brat who fell from the sky. Suddenly, Li Chongqing burst out laughing. So you want to play it like this, huh? Li Shentong was a little scared to hear this. What do you mean by that? Li Chongqing pulled out a golden mirror. He held it up and said smugly, I'm not an elder anymore. Li Shentong, this mirror is the heavenly immortal mirror. Everyone stared in shock as Li Chongqing held up the mirror and shouted, Heavenly immortal mirror. Please contact the immortals of the upper realm. Tell them who is the most suitable person to become the family head of the divine dragon family. The mirror emitted a sound. Contacting a nearby immortal, Li Chongqing was sweating profusely. He chanted in his heart, it worked. As long as I can contact the Mingwei immortal sect, I will be saved. Suddenly, the mirror whizzed and flew into Yi Fan's hand. Li Shintong cried out in shock. How did the heavenly immortal mirror fly into the hands of a mortal? It greeted him enthusiastically. Greetings, Your Excellency, the High Immortal. Yi Fan waved his hand to dismiss it. I am not an immortal. It obeyed obediently. You are right. If you say you're not, then you're not. Then it said cheerfully, speaking of which, the scent on you, you must have come into contact with my master, Huang Ru, right? Quick, take me to her. I miss my master so much. Yi Fan was a little surprised to hear this. You're also a treasure that Huang Ru dropped? Strange. You don't have a nose. How can you smell? Li Mingbai, beside him, said with eyes full of adoration. As expected of my senior brother Yi. Truly, nothing is beyond his expectations. Li Shentong also spoke up. I didn't expect the person next to Lord Li to be an immortal, and to have connections with the upper realm. As for Li Changsheng, he was so scared he slumped to the ground. He thought worriedly, it's over. I didn't expect him to be an immortal. I'm dead for sure. Very quickly, everyone in the Divine Dragon family knelt on the ground. They said respectfully, Immortal Yi, the Divine Dragon family has been reborn. Yi Fan saw this and hurriedly told them to get up. Get up, get up. It's not what you think. Ziqing witnessed this scene and felt a little lost. She thought, I didn't expect junior brother to be so powerful. In just a few short months, he has become a distant immortal in the cultivation world. Compared to me, then she turned and walked away. Her actions made Yi Fan notice his second senior sister. But before he could chase after her, he was surrounded by a group of people from the Divine Dragon family. Li Shintong spoke up. Immortal Yi, please wait. You came this time to approve of your junior brother Li, right? The others immediately chimed in. To support junior brother Li, Li Mingbai was moved to tears. He was extremely grateful to Yi Fan. Senior brother Yi is so good to me. He took me from a qi refining stage disciple, all the way to being the decision maker of a great family. I will definitely not fail to live up to senior brother's teachings. Li Shintong turned to congratulate him. Congratulations to Lord Li Mingbai on becoming the family head of the Divine Dragon family. Xi and Dao also followed suit. The glory of the Li family is restored. All thanks to Lord Li Mingbai. After hearing this, Li Mingbai immediately gave them an order. Since you all acknowledge me as the family head, then you must not disobey any of my words. First, you must build a statue for my senior brother Yi. A very large statue. They replied in unison, yes. On a protruding mountain peak. Ziqing was sitting by the cliff. Yi Fan walked up behind her and asked second senior sister, why did you run out here? This place is dangerous. She replied with a hint of melancholy, it's nothing. I'm just sitting here, enjoying the scenery below the mountain, watching all the living creatures. I want to know what it feels like to stand on high. He knew something was on her mind and advised her, second senior sister. If something is bothering you, just say it. It might feel better to let it out. She replied, for now, you're the only one I can tell. You can't tell anyone else about this, okay? The two nosy systems began to gossip. The roll call system began to speculate. Here it comes, here it comes. The classic scene of a single man and woman on a cliff. If it's not suffering from love, it's a confession. Then it wondered to itself, what kind of crazy plot is this? And speaking of which, why is there a cliff here? The blood-boiling system shrugged and replied nonchalantly, don't ask. To ask is to tempt fate. Ziqing began to open up. Junior brother, did you know? I'm actually very insecure. When I was young, I was very scary. No one was willing to adopt me. Only Master didn't mind. She said my eyes were beautiful. And then I came here. The two systems were curious. She continued to open up. I have a secret that even Master doesn't know. I originally planned to bury it forever. But when I saw you being exposed by the heavenly immortal mirror, in front of those who worship you, you look so brilliant. Junior brother, you're like a prince or a general in a fairy tale. And me, I'm like a farm girl. We would never have any connection. Then she looked down at the cliff and said, Junior brother, I want. The blood-boiling system held a bag of sunflower seeds and said smugly, I guessed right. It really is a confession. The roll call system was shocked to see this and said, good heavens. What kind of NTR plot is this? Quick, give me some sunflower seeds. But she said with determination, I want to become someone who is feared by others, just like you. This sentence, once spoken, stunned all three of them. Ziqing explained, Since forever, I have always wanted to see the look of awe and fear on others' faces when they see me. That look of fear mixed with helplessness. Then she used a terrifying metaphor, like tying a little lamb to an iron post, then using a knife to skin it strip by strip from the legs up, then making toad sauce and stuffing it into its head. Yifan heard her say this, and said with a hint of fear, Second senior sister's metaphor is truly unique. The two little systems stopped gossiping. Faces pale, they said. The host's second senior sister is too scary. Suddenly feel that its good second senior sister has no sense of presence. Ziqing stood by the cliff. Sunlight shone on her. The sky suddenly turned gloomy. Blinding lightning bolts appeared. The attendance system was horrified. Heavenly Tao divine might. The chicken blood system said in disbelief. Has her concept been recognized by the heavenly Tao? A blue light appeared around Ziqing. Her figure gradually appeared. Yifan and the two systems witnessed this scene. All felt a bit scared. The attendance system commented, What terrifying spiritual power and will. The host's second senior sister is definitely not an ordinary person. The chicken blood system also chimed in. As a system, I also feel fear from the bottom of my heart. As expected of someone recognized by the heavenly Tao, the blue light around her seemed to have released some kind of seal. Deep underground, something sensed the bloodline of the king. Is she still alive? From underground, swarms of cockroaches poured out. They headed in the same direction, excitedly sensing that aura. The king's bloodline. Our queen has returned. The scene shifts to the territory of the great Liang kingdom. Zhen Su was instructing. Next, you must assist that new emperor well. Like this. Don't let other enemies take advantage of the sect's vulnerability. Suddenly someone ran in. That person reported. Sect master. Bad news. She turned her head and asked, What are you panicking about? The person immediately explained the situation. The commoners in the city and the entire sect. The whole eastern wasteland has black monsters appearing, like an army marching towards the northwest. She was shocked. What? Meanwhile, when seeing Ziqing's appearance, the attendance system was puzzled. Why is she completely different from what I imagined? The chicken blood system also held its head, confused, and her image is too weird. Clearly a disciple of Ziyun, yet she doesn't have purple hair. Ziqing spoke tremblingly. Finally, Yifan called out. Second senior sister? Ziqing had a cute face, pink hair and purple eyes. She turned around, said happily, little junior brother, look, I finally restored my original appearance. He saw her appearance, asked suspiciously, Second senior sister, why did you cosplay as a cockroach? She replied innocently, Cockroach? What is that? This is my natural appearance. Natural? She not only had 2 antennae and thin brown wings, but also a pair of insect-like arms. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Her Majesty the Queen, we finally found you. She looked in that direction, asked, Who are you? Yifan also looked in that direction, seemingly realizing she was the cockroach queen. The insect people immediately knelt down reverently and introduced themselves. Her Majesty the Queen, we are subjects of the great Scythe Empire in the western region, and also your servants. Then, that person recounted that you accidentally got lost. A scene from the past appeared. An ancient city besieged by a sea of fire. A cockroach person holding a baby said to another person, The princess is the only bloodline left by the late emperor. The late emperor sealed all the imprints into the princess's body. We must protect her well. Everyone immediately obeyed. Yes. The system exclaimed in confusion. Superman Club? Then, that person handed the baby to another person, instructing, Help me watch the princess. I'll come back after killing the enemy. That person took the baby, then quickly passed it to many others. Help me watch the princess. I'll come back after killing the enemy. Just like that, the little princess was passed to the next person. Help me watch the princess. I'll go call them back. Yifan and the system listened and felt helpless. The chicken blood system spoke up indignantly. This is called getting lost. Clearly no one cared about her. Back to the past. At that time, Ziyun was walking in the forest and discovered the baby. She was surprised. Someone abandoned a baby? How immoral. She picked up the baby and said, This baby has purple eyes. Seems very destined for my Ziyun sect. Be my disciple from now on. Ziqing reminisced. Remembering Master Ziyun was very good to her. Yifan secretly evaluated. Master is truly whimsical. That cockroach person bowed, begging, Her Majesty the Queen, please avenge the late Emperor. Make those old geezers of the Holy Doctor Sect pay the price. Yifan turned to the system, confused. Isn't this a fantasy world? Why is the West involved? The attendance system explained. Because the planes are inherently like this. It's just usually not related to the continent. Just the West. The chicken blood system suddenly realized. I finally know why I couldn't see through the host's second senior sister. Turns out she was hidden or omitted by the heavenly Tao. Ziqing turned to look at Yifan, said reluctantly, So, now little junior brother, and I must part ways? Can't see everyone at the Ziyun sect anymore? That person spoke honestly. My queen, you don't need to be so sentimental. With your current strength, going back is no different from throwing your life away. She choked on her words, cursing, too blunt. As if seeing something, she cried out in surprise. Then, that person suggested again, Her Majesty the Queen, can we stay by your side to serve you? She completely didn't expect the number to be so large. Agreed readily. Probably okay. Just adding a few mouths to feed in the sect. As soon as the words fell, in the distance, thousands of black cockroaches swarmed over. She was shocked. Immediately retracted her words. You better not follow me back to the sect. Hearing these words, that person asked back, Why? Suddenly, Yifan received a message. He was surprised. Third senior sister? Why is she messaging now? Yin sent a message. Little junior brother. Master fainted. Hearing this, he was extremely worried. Master? How is Master? In the sect. Ziyun was panicking and recounting. I'm telling the truth. It was a 2-meter tall black bug. Whoosh. It ran out of my room. Behind it were 10 small bugs. Hearing these words, everyone thought in a different direction. The Grand Elder asked, Sect Master, how long has it been since you cleaned your room? She knew what everyone was thinking. Shouted angrily. It's not that. Yifan and Ziqing had returned. Opening the door, Yifan hurriedly said, Eldest senior sister. Second senior sister and I are back. Ziqing also asked extremely worriedly, Senior sister, how is Master? Zibing and everyone were very surprised. She asked in disbelief, You call me senior sister? Could it be you are? Ziqing. Ziyan was also curious. Why isn't her hair purple? Ziyan looked at Ziqing. Affirmed. These eyes. You really are my Ziqing. Ziqing knelt by the bed. Confessed. Master. Disciple Ziqing is unfilial. Only today dared to use my true face to meet you. Ziyun hurriedly reached out to help her up, saying, Ziqing, get up quickly. Get up quickly. Ziqing wept. Tears welled up. Said emotionally, Master, my memory seems a bit blurry. Why does disciple feel your face is much thinner than in my memory? Master Ziyun took out a green jade pendant. She happily showed it off. Right? Look at this. Although I fainted, I'm fine. It's all thanks to my precious disciple's protective talisman. Ziqing saw this. A bit surprised. Master, you accepted Junior Brother's gift? The Grand Elder saw Ziyun like this. Reminded her, Sect Master, restrain yourself a bit. Your disciple is still beside you. Yifan led people into the door. Crossed his arms, observing everything in the room. Suddenly, Zhensu appeared behind him from nowhere. She said smugly, Fellow Taoist Yi, your master fainted. I was the first to run from the great Liang kingdom to treat her. At this moment, Ziyun remembered Yifan. Hurriedly went to him and asked, Precious disciple, did you encounter any black spirit beasts on the way? Those spirit beasts are rampant lately. Heard they appeared in both the cultivation world and the mortal world. He hesitated and replied, Encountered them. Ziqing heard this. Pointed to the insect person and introduced. Are you talking about him? That person also greeted friendly. Hello. Ziyan saw this. Screamed in shock and fear. Then fainted again. Zibing cried out. Not good. Master fainted again. Then she turned to Zhensu for help. Fellow Taoist Zhen. Hurry and lend a hand. The insect person saw Ziyan faint. Asked innocently, Did I cause trouble? Yifan replied helplessly. You could say that. On this side, a little girl in green clothes was eating a lollipop. The little girl complained. Too slow. Don't know what master is doing. The little girl was the direct disciple of the beast-taming sect, Liang Ying. Previously, at the Liang Kingdom Imperial Palace, Zhensu spoke up. This child's aptitude is not bad. Surely a good seedling for cultivation. How about letting her be my disciple? That person immediately agreed. Then I asked the immortal master to arrange it. Before leaving, he instructed Liang Ying, "Daughter, we are a branch of the Liang family. Now the beast-taming sect assists our Liang family to become the royal family of Great Liang. What this means, you surely understand." The little girl replied, "Daughter understands. Will definitely perform well at the beast-taming sect." Thinking of this, the little girl raised the lollipop again, cursed silently. "Stinking old father. For the throne, he sent me to the beast-taming sect as a hostage. Also secretly complained about Jinsu. Master is really something too. Said she would take me to the beast-taming sect. Result is now dumping me in a strange sect. She thought unwillingly. I don't want to become a pawn in your hands. If I don't cause some trouble. You really think this little witch is easy to control?" Husky and a nine-tailed spirit fox were sticking there, but up digging the ground. The nine-tailed spirit fox asked, "Husky brother, are there really blood ginsengs here?" Husky replied very confidently, "Fox sister, I guarantee there are absolutely spirit herbs here." Suddenly, a fragrance drifted over, attracting the attention of both. The nine-tailed spirit fox said hungrily, "So fragrant. Is it roasted chicken today?" Husky was also attracted by the food. Immediately stopped working. Not digging anymore. "Fox sister, let's go eat first." Both happily rushed toward the plate with a giant chicken leg. "Let's eat." But before they could touch the chicken leg, both were caught by a net, hung upside down on a tree. Husky reached out for the chicken leg below, drooling with craving. Stammered, "Leg, leg." The nine-tailed spirit fox turned its head sadly. "Husky brother, we fell into a trap." Liang Ying walked over. The little girl took a basket and put them in. Finished and said with satisfaction, "Full harvest. If the spirit beast's owner finds out, they will definitely be furious. Go cause some more trouble for master." Suddenly, the little girl noticed the flower demon stretching in the sun. It spread 2 leaves, said with satisfaction, "The sun is so good today." Liang Ying immediately walked over, plucking its leaves, while aggressively chasing it. "Go home. Not going home. Go home." This scared the flower demon out of its wits. Screaming, "Help! Dying!" Huang Ru descended from the sky. She said angrily, "What are you doing?" Although flower petals fell all around on the ground, the little girl said without blushing, "I saw this flower had a few withered leaves. Help to trim a bit. Just a few." Huang Ru gritted her teeth and growled while chasing. "This is the flower I spent so much effort using immortal power to raise. I must teach you a lesson." Liang Ying felt scared now. The little girl told herself while running, "Not good. Run quickly." After running for a while, the little girl suddenly bumped into someone. Liang Ying bumped into Yifan, and she fell on her back. He stopped abruptly, thinking, "This is..." He noticed the yellow jade pendant the little girl wore on her neck. He looked at it and asked, "This is..." The little girl held it up and said, "This is my jade pendant." "What's wrong?" He replied, "Nothing. Looks quite similar." At this moment, Huang Ru had also caught up. The girl said angrily, "Senior, don't spare her." Seeing Miss Huang Ru so angry, he asked, "What happened?" Huang Ru explained, "She plucked all the petals of the flowers you planted." Liang Ying panicked a bit. "Oh no, the owner of the flowers is here." He stood in front of Liang Ying, waved his hand explaining, "Just a few flowers. Not that precious. But I remember you've been taking care of them for me lately. It's not my place to say anything." Huang Ru replied, "Senior, taking care of flowers for you is my duty." At this moment, Bai Tao and Fei Yi also walked over. Bai Tao spoke up, "Senior brother Yi, bad news. The tail fur of the 2 spirit pets you raised was, by someone." Yifan and Liang Ying both felt a bit uneasy. Then both pointed at the basket on the ground, said extremely angrily, "Pluck bald." Yifan and Huang Ru were stunned with shock, while Liang Ying forced a smile in fear. Fei Yi furiously walked over and reminded him, "Senior brother Yi, move aside, lest blood splashes on you later." Liang Ying saw this and hurriedly hid behind his back, fearfully justifying, "Senior, this is just a misunderstanding. I just saw they were about to shed fur, so I casually collected some." Hearing this, Fei Yi shouted even louder, "Tricking ghosts. You think spirit pets can't talk?" Over there, Husky stood dumbfounded, and the 9-tailed spirit fox buried its face in the ground. The two spirit pets completely collapsed because their tail fur was plucked bald, looking at the three pairs of eyes burning with murderous intent in front. Liang was extremely scared. Dead. Played too hard again. Before, just picking a few flowers made that yellow-clothed girl want to beat and kill me. Now, a master isn't here. Won't these two skim me later? She hurriedly shook Yi Fan's arm, begging. Senior, I was wrong. Can you spare me? Yi Fan thought to himself, then suddenly felt something. This girl's ability to cause trouble is too strong. Wait, why did I forget? Feels a bit familiar. He turned to Huang Ru and said, wait a moment. Then he took out the treasure she dropped last time. Explained, previously I was a guest at the Divine Dragon family. Heard this mirror say you were its owner. She immediately recognized the heavenly immortal mirror. Cheered joyfully. Great. Every time I meet Senior, I'm lucky to recover my magical treasure. Thank you, Senior. Yi Fan took the opportunity to say to her, if there's nothing else, go back and refine the magical treasure first. She immediately ran off. Happily replied, yes. The flower demon saw this. Face dejected, held out a hand. What about me? Then, he turned to Bai Tao and Fei Yi to explain. Well, you two don't be too angry either. I told her to pluck the spirit pet's fur. Bai Tao was still a bit unwilling. Senior brother Yi requested it? Why? He made up some touching words to explain. Because spirit beast fur is very soft, very suitable for making clothes or scarves. You two worked so hard taking care of the spirit pets, letting the spirit beasts pay a little price for you two. Isn't it right? This is truly talking nonsense seriously. Hearing his sweet words, the two immediately cheered up. Bai Tao said emotionally, Senior brother Yi, you're too good to us. Fei also spoke up. We misunderstood this little girl, seeing the two who were just so aggressive, now having such a quick change of attitude. Liang couldn't believe it. He persuaded them with just a few sentences. They really trust this senior. The check-in system praised him, as expected of the host. This silver tongue is truly formidable. In the blink of an eye, he's already coaxed these three women into a good mood. The chicken blood system asked curiously, System, why is our host covering for her? It explained, the reason is most likely that jade pendant. Did you forget our host also has a jade pendant? The chicken blood system nodded in realization. That's right, there was that. The check-in system continued. According to the host's family, the person holding the other half of the jade pendant is his fated partner, arranged by the heavens. Hearing that, the chicken blood system immediately understood. So that's how it is. Yi Fan turned to Liang Ying and lectured her. From now on, don't just casually break other people's things. Got it. She immediately admitted her mistake. I know I was wrong. She thought to herself, strange. This person is about the same age as my brother, and I can't sense any cultivation from him at all. Why do those people call him senior and senior brother? Then she came to her own conclusion. I get it. He must be like me, a noble who was just brought to the mountain, and then taken in by the sect master, or an elder as a personal disciple. We're both people who have fallen on hard times. Since he helped me out of a tight spot this time, I will definitely repay him well. She was the one who had just arrived here, a complete newbie. She chased after him. She threw an arm around his shoulder and declared confidently, Senior, when I break through to the golden core stage, I'll have you back, and I'll help you reach the top. And then she invited him to eat. Senior, to thank you for saving me, I'll treat you to some grilled fish. I saw a lot of sharks in the back mountain. He tilted his head and said, I go fishing there every day. She was very surprised to hear that. Does this whole mountain belong to you? He replied shyly. That's not entirely wrong. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. An image of a girl appeared in his mind. He thought to himself, such an unusual personality. I finally remember who she reminds me of. Isn't this girl's behavior exactly like my little sister's? After so many reincarnations, I actually couldn't remember my own little sister. It hasn't been easy, but then again, could she really be my little sister reincarnated? He recalled old memories. His little sister would happily jump on his bed and call out, Tommy, get up, while he would lie in bed with an annoyed expression. But it's the weekend. Or, by the bookshelf, she would ask him, where did you hide your dirty books? Hearing that, he would helplessly cover his face and say, I don't have anything like that. Or his little sister would cry and whine. My pen fell on the floor. This would leave him completely speechless. Liang Ying had her arm around Yi Fan's shoulder, chattering away as they walked. Jinsu witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel puzzled. What is this little disciple of mine doing? How could she be so bold? And she's even patting Taoist Yi on the back. This is bad. Could it be that she sees Taoist Yi as a weakling on the same level as herself? Jinsu felt a little regretful. If I had known, I would have just thrown her into the 10,000 Beast sect. I'm here again. I'll have to find a chance to call her back later. On the other side, Ziyan was filled with guilt. She offered Ziqing. These past few years, you've barely learned any techniques from me. I'm truly ashamed. If you need anything, just tell me. Hearing that, she refused. Master, that's not necessary. But this disciple does have a question. I've always wanted to know. Hearing this, Ziyan said, go ahead and ask. She asked frankly, Master, what do you think of Junior Brother? I've heard from the other senior and junior sisters that your concern for Junior Brother seems a little excessive. After hearing this, Ziyan chuckled and replied, what are you talking about? Your Junior Brother has an innate Tao body. His cultivation speed is unmatched. If I don't treat him a little better, what if he gets tricked into joining another sect? Ziqing then asked, is that so? Then what if Junior Brother wants to dual cultivate in the future? Hearing this question, Ziyan froze for a moment. She was a little flustered, stammering, wants what? Then she gave a perfunctory explanation. Our precious Junior Brother is still young. It's too early for him to be thinking about finding a partner. Why are we worrying so much about him? Suddenly, the two of them noticed Jinsu hiding behind a tree. Ziyan asked curiously, Taoist Jun, what are you doing over there? Did you also come to release fish fry? She walked over and asked, Taoist Jun, what are you looking at? She immediately said, nothing. I just feel that my newly accepted disciple is a bit too lively. Hearing that, Ziyan was extremely curious. You took in a new disciple? Let me see. By the stream, Yi Fan and Liang Ying were chatting happily. The two of them had even started a fire. A burnt, grilled fish appeared. At that moment, Yi Fan and Liang Ying were sitting by the fire, grilling seafood together. Liang Ying called out happily, Senior, try this. Yi Fan looked worried, thinking to himself, is this even edible? On this side, Ziyan looked sorrowful. She thought to herself, that is, seeing Liang Ying's incredibly cute face. Her mood worsened. In her heart, she thought, that is, my disciple's disciple, and his future partner. Thinking of this, she comforted herself. It can't be. Ziqing suddenly realized something. No way. What the senior and junior sisters said is true. Master really has developed feelings for Junior Brother that go beyond a master-disciple relationship. Ziqing thought in confusion about the huge gap in their status. In her heart, she said, although the cultivation world doesn't oppose master-disciple relationships, Junior Brother is still too young. He's not even a tenth of Master's age. It's a bit strange to talk about it. Suddenly, a hand grabbed hers and said, Ziqing, help me take a look at that jade pendant, will you? Ziyan made a request. Help me see if that jade pendant is a fake. Seeing this, Ziqing said, how could there be a fake jade pendant? On this side, Jinsu couldn't help but speak up. That jade pendant is something my disciple was born with. I heard he was born with it in his mouth. Ziyan began to tremble with fear. She said softly, a match made in heaven. A moment later, she turned and left under their watchful eyes. Her voice echoed back, it's nothing. I'm going into seclusion. Arriving at a cave, she placed a hand on the cave wall for support. Her body was weary. In her heart, she thought, my precious disciple, this is a fate bestowed by heaven. I should be happy for him. Why does my heart feel so troubled? Looking at her trembling hands, Ziyan said a few words of self-encouragement. I should just focus on my cultivation. Now, all my disciples are stronger than me. As the sect master, if I don't work hard, how can I lead the Ziyan sect? Surely, when I break through to the spirit transformation stage, I will be able to think things through. Hearing her wish, a voice suddenly rang out. Do you desire power? Hearing the unfamiliar voice, her face turned pale. She asked anxiously, who's there? In her terror, she kept asking, who are you? At that moment in the mirror, it often appeared, a mysterious appearance, its eyes blindfolded. It looked incredibly frightening. She replied, who I am is not important. You only need to know that I can help you. On the other side, Yifan and Liang Ying were extremely impatient. He spoke up. It's dinner time. I have to cook for my master. Liang Ying looked very surprised and replied, Senior, you still have to cook for your master? He began to explain. That's right. At first, I only made my own portion. Later, after they tasted it, they started coming over to eat regularly. She then replied, I never thought an immortal who has already achieved grain liberation would still have such an appetite. Liang Ying happily held up the burnt grilled seafood in her hand. Yifan looked helpless. She spoke up. Come on, let's add a dish for everyone. These dishes were truly a disaster. The chicken blood system and the check-in system flew over in a panic. They reported with worried expressions, Host, I need to report something extremely important to you. Hearing that, he frowned and asked, What is it? The check-in system, sweating profusely, spoke first. Your master has gone into seclusion, but I can't update her data from here. He still hadn't realized the urgency of the situation. He said casually, Is this a serious problem? It had a look of utter terror. Thinking of Ziyun, it replied, Extremely serious. This means that your master, at that moment, Ziyun seemed to have been corrupted. Her eyes were blood red, mixed with an evil aura. She was enveloped in black flames. It continued, has escaped the control of the heavenly Tao. Hearing this, the two of them were stunned. Liang Ying spoke up and asked, Senior, is she your master? Why does her aura feel so different from yours? Those empty, blood-red eyes stared at them with a murderous intent. Suddenly, Ziyun held a long saber in her hand. She charged straight toward the two of them. She looked incredibly evil and terrifying, as if she was being controlled. She had lost all consciousness. The check-in system saw the danger and shouted, Host, danger! It quickly used a technique, auto-activating enhanced protective shield. The two attacks collided, creating a massive explosion. The light from the two techniques was blindingly brilliant. A dazzling beam of power shot up into the sky, like a tornado, letting out an incredibly terrifying roar. The destructive power of the attack was so strong that it alarmed many people. Such a strong sense of oppression. On this side, after the smoke cleared, a deep crater was revealed. After the two previous attacks, everyone was still safe and sound. The check-in system and the chicken blood system flew forward with terrified expressions. The check-in system spoke up. That was some powerful firepower. The shock even made my hands go numb. The chicken blood system pouted and said worriedly, Host, has your master been corrupted? At this moment, Zhensu couldn't help but speak up. Taoist Ziyun, what are you doing? Did my little disciple anger you? Zhensu thought to himself. Could it be that jade pendant? She began to shout an order. Disciple, quickly give a jade pendant to Taoist Ziyun. Liang Ying, still in shock, replied, Yes. At that moment, Yifan immediately stopped her. Don't take it out. My master will only get angrier if she sees it. While everyone was in a panic, Ziyun prepared to strike again. Still not done. That attack sent Zhensu's brush flying. She cried out in surprise, My brush. At this point, she started to get a little worried and asked Taoist Yi, Is your master really at the nascent soul stage? With my soul projection stage, cultivation, I can't see through her strength at all right now. Faced with this question, he stammered a reply, I don't know. The chicken blood system sensed something. It quickly reported, Host, check-in system. I've detected a system on your master as well. Yifan turned around with a serious expression. What? Yun Chang, with a terrifying appearance, said, Who I am is not important. You only need to know that I can help you. Whether it's the supreme, unparalleled cultivation, or a physique that is hard to come by. As long as you want it, I can help you achieve it. Ziyun was a little hesitant at this moment. She was silent for a moment. A purple silk ribbon appeared out of nowhere. She knelt down and closed her eyes in discomfort, but her mouth still spoke. I am the sect master of the Ziyun sect. Every thought I have is related to the future of the Ziyun sect, even if I really did develop inappropriate feelings for my beloved disciple. I must restrain myself. Our master-disciple relationship has not reached the point where I would disrupt my own life. Seeing this, Yun Chang seemed very satisfied. She raised a hand to her lips and said, Very good. For someone who is only at the nascent soul stage to have such an epiphany, I really underestimated you. At this moment, white threads emerged from the mirror. and wrapped around Ziyun. The scene was incredibly bizarre. Yin Chong continued. But I didn't come here to ask for your opinion. The scene before her terrified Ziyun to the extreme. Her face could not hide her fear. The threads began to wrap around her fingers and then spread throughout her body, controlling her and pulling her into the air. In her panic, her eyes became vacant. She gradually lost consciousness, but still managed to utter her last words. You are not a heart demon. Before losing consciousness, she still heard Yun Chang's words to her. You are too weak. Even if you found out, what good would it do? Yi Fan gritted his teeth in frustration and asked, There's a system on my master? What's this all about? The check-in system began to explain. This is just my speculation. I'm not entirely sure, because hosts can see each other's systems. But it seems your host's master can't see us. The chicken blood system, seeing this, also chimed in. That's right. Right now, she's just receiving power from that system. The check-in system decisively came up with a solution. Host, if you want to solve this problem, the only way is to find the mastermind behind it. The one who is influencing your master. He asked in surprise. Then how do I find them? It replied. Give me some time. Host, you just hold off your master for now. At this moment, Liang Ying looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky, asking curiously, were those two blurry things in the sky? Just as Liang Ying and Yi Fan were distracted, Ziyun flew over from out of nowhere, intending to assassinate them. Suddenly, Qing Lan descended from the sky. When she landed on the ground, Qing Lan accidentally touched Ziyun's stream of purple power with her hand. It held the stream of purple power in its hand, its face full of worry. The corrosive liquid. Suddenly, a shout echoed from the distance. Stop! Fei Yi flew over from the distance. She used a technique to disperse the stream of purple power. She said loudly, much to Qing Lan's surprise, I'm here to help you. After everything had settled down, Fei Yi asked with concern, Are you okay? Qing Lan smiled warmly and replied, It's just a small wound. Upon receiving the news, the three of them, Zi Qing, Zi Bing, and Zi Yin, also immediately appeared to provide support. Zi Yin flew over from the distance and immediately asked, Junior brother, what happened? Zi Bing also continued worriedly. Why has Master become like this? Yi Fan replied with a calm expression. 3 senior sisters. It's not convenient to explain right now. Please take the little junior sister next to me to a safe place first. His words made both Zi Bing and Zi Yin stare in shock, their eyes wide. Liang Ying, standing on this side, heard this and was also surprised, thinking, little junior sister? Zi Yin became more and more frantic. Her power also increased dramatically. She unleashed one technique after another. Zi Yin Art's first form, Raging Red Furnace. Zi Bing saw that stream of power and said with great surprise, This is a lost secret art of our Ziyun sect. How does Master know it? Ziyun's power became more and more terrifying. A dark power enveloped everything. Seeing the danger, Ren Hai shouted a warning. Be careful. Don't touch that corrosive smoke. He slammed a palm on the ground and unleashed the overturning rivers and seas technique. He dispersed all the smoke. Ziyun held the stone flower created by the technique in her hand and released even more poisonous fog. Suddenly, several beams of light appeared and wrapped around Ziyun. Huang Ru said worriedly, Senior, I'll lend you a hand. After being bound by the beams of light, the dark power in Ziyun's body flowed out. At this moment, Xie Yin flew over and threw a knockout powder at Ziyun. This made Ziyun cough uncomfortably. Seeing this, Qing Lan and Fei Yi charged forward together. Qing Lan shouted, Now, before making her move, Fei Yi apologized first. Sect Master, these are spirit beast binding chains. Forgive my offense. Multiple attacks rained down on Ziyun at once, causing her to writhe in agony. After Ziyun was restrained, everyone rushed forward to hold and comfort her. Master, please calm down, Master. Through everyone's efforts, Ziyun finally came to her senses. Her body was weak. She spoke with a faint breath. My disciples. The last wisp of dark energy flew out from her mouth. After she recovered, that mirror also shattered. A contemptuous voice drifted out. How pathetic. Taken down by just a few chains. The roll call system reported at this moment. The mastermind has appeared. Yifan's face was filled with rage. He ordered through gritted teeth, "System, help me break the seal." The blood-boiling system asked, "The seal? Host, are you sure you want to?" The roll call system stopped it. "Don't talk so much. It'll be trouble if the host changes his mind." Breaking the seal. "Go, host." After breaking the seal, Yifan said angrily, "She's very strong. It's best if you all don't interfere." Yun Shang slowly descended. "So you're finally willing to show your true strength." A moment later, she stopped. Yun Shang began to summon chains, entangling Ziyun. "But you are no match for me," causing Ziyun to groan in pain. He roared, "Let go of my master." The roll call system shouted, "Auto using time acceleration bullet. Upgrade received." Yifan immediately rushed towards Yun Shang, startling her. The roll call system reported, using hundredfold power fist amplification. He slammed a fist into Yun Shang's face, shouting, "Overlord's fist." The punch landed squarely on her body. After taking the punch, Yun Shang became rigid, but her body quickly recovered. Yun Shang said with a smile, "You really don't know how to be gentle with a lady. I'm a girl after all." Yifan replied, "Once you become my enemy, I don't care if you're a man or a woman." She gathered dark energy and said, "As expected, you're still the same." He was puzzled. "Still the same?" Yun Shang raised her scythe, ready to swing it down. As she swung, Yifan caught the scythe with his bare hands. The roll call system shouted anxiously, "Oh no, the opposing system is no pushover. Host, quickly pick a weapon." The blood-boiling system advised, "It's no use. Even if we give the host a weapon, he doesn't have time to grab it right now." A few seconds later, a sword appeared before him, making him think to himself, "The Crimson Emperor's sword." The sword advised, "Master, don't break me this time." Yun Shang prepared to swing her scythe again, while mocking him. "It's just a sword with a spirit." Yifan created multiple copies of the sword. Preparing to launch them at her, he declared, "This will be more than enough." The swords began to surround Yun Shang, because he had unleashed the icy flame art. Blue waves leave the sea. Yifan shouted, "Sword slash." She just smiled and dodged all the incoming swords. Yun Shang moved in front of Yifan, preparing to attack him, and mocked, "Too weak. Your strength is much weaker than before." He asked her back, "Is that so?" Another sword drew an arc through the air and stabbed straight into Yun Shang's body. She trembled, clutching her stomach and screaming, "It hurts. It hurts so much." Yifan stated his condition. "If you don't want to die, then release the control over my master." Yun Shang said with a laugh, "I was just pretending. If I were human, I'd probably be dead." She pulled out the sword and threw sand in Yifan's eyes. Yun Shang prepared to attack him again, shouting, "Perfect chance." But the roll call system had already upgraded his stats in time, adding a boost. Frost Silk Armor Protection. When the scythe hit Yifan's body, a layer of shielding protected him. Surrounding Yifan were blue swords. This move is called the Icy Flame Art. "Thousand frosts, myriad snows," he said. "Since you won't be reasonable, then don't blame me for being impolite." Yun Shang held up Ziyun as a threat. "Go ahead and kill me, if you don't want your master to be buried with me." But the thing in her hand wasn't the real Ziyun. It was the system's cannon. The result was a loud boom, and the roll call system laughed smugly. "Didn't see that coming, did you?" Yun Shang was blasted several meters away. Yifan stepped forward and asked her angrily, "Tell me, why are you targeting me? Why did you want to harm my master?" Yun Shang's nearly broken arm gradually healed. She laughed as she stood up. After standing up completely straight, she looked at him and said, "Did you think I would tell you anything?" Yifan was surprised. "You're still alive?" Yun Shang was regenerating her arm, asking Yifan, "Can't bring yourself to do it?" Qinglan flew over angrily and shouted her name, "Hang Yun Shang." Hearing this name, he became a little angry. Yifan loudly questioned Yun Shang, "You are not my disciple. Why are you impersonating her?" The roll call system said in surprise, "Host, you know this demoness?" A stream of dark energy prepared to ambush Yifan, but Qinglan rushed over in time to push Yifan away. "Dao's friend, be careful." That stream of energy gathered into a single point, and a voice emerged, "Azeroth, how heartless, to kill your own disciple upon reuniting." It formed a body, one of the four great inferior systems, the puppet system. He grabbed Yun Shang by the neck and pulled her up while speaking to him. "But now she is my proudest treasure. I can't let you ruin her." Qinglan was confused. This guy, how did you die? The puppet system laughed in reply. I just casually controlled a few people. Lost one round of the game. Don't really think I'm dead. The roll call system was furious. You old bastard. You dare to violate the rules and attack my host. The blood-boiling system also shouted. You absolute scum of the earth. You dare attack the host disciple just because you can't win. He looked down and said, two low-level wastes that don't even have a human form. Do you even have a right to speak here? Yi Fan raised his sword in anger, shouting, you harmed my disciple and secretly harmed my master. You defeated generals. Do you really think you haven't died enough? The puppet system held Yun Shang by the neck, asking with a smile. Thin, delicate threads emerged from his palm and attached themselves to Liang Ying, Ren Hai, and Zhen Su. Zhen Su didn't understand. What is this? The puppet system laughed. Hilarious. Back then, I only controlled a few of the strongest experts in that space, and I was able to crush you. Where do you get the strength to fight me? If I were serious, I could instantly control everyone, you know, and then cut off their heads. The roll call system thought in fear. Good thing I don't have a head. He stroked Yun Shang's face and said, just obediently surrender. As long as you die, I'll spare some of them. By then, I'll pick a few beauties to turn into puppets and display them in my treasure cabinet every day. A spatial portal opened behind the puppet system. He turned his head in surprise, thinking, the aura of a superstar. I clearly blocked all communication signals here. How could she still detect me? The puppet system opened the spatial portal and shouted, I'll spare your life today. I'll come find you after I've finished refining Frosthan. With that, he left. The roll call system said with a laugh, host. We're saved. The bankruptcy system. You're my real mother. You came to save us again. The blood-boiling system emerged from that spatial portal. The roll call system asked, why is it you? Where's the bankruptcy system? The blood-boiling system replied with a laugh. Am I clever or what? I just used the transmission formation provided by the bankruptcy system and scared him off. The roll call system broke out in a sweat. It tried to awkwardly cover it up. What are you talking about? As my subsystem. What's wrong with being a little smart? Yi Fan asked. Eldest senior sister, Zi Qing. How is Master? She replied, junior brother. The situation is not good. Master's body temperature has become very low, but I don't see any injuries. Zi Bing held Zi Yun and asked, what is your relationship with that person? Yi Fan helped Zi Yun up and requested, senior sister, please step aside for a moment. He ordered the system in his mind. Help me run a check. The roll call system received the order. Let me see. I guarantee I can figure out the problem. After checking, its face turned pale as it said, host. Your master has lost the protection of the heavenly Tao. Yi Fan was puzzled. What do you mean? The roll call system replied. Because the opponent used illegal means to block and control your master. Your master is now like a passenger thrown from a ship. She has escaped the control of the heavenly Tao. Naturally, she no longer receives its protection either. It's like the ship left before Ziyin could get on, causing her to chase after it, shouting, I'm not on the ship yet. I'm not on the ship yet, he said angrily. This situation is a bit like second senior sisters. We should be able to save her, right? But the roll call system said, host, this is different. Have you ever seen anyone who fell off a ship manage to catch up to it? The blood-boiling system suddenly interjected. I know this one. In Detective Conan, the roll call system cut it off. Let's not get into that discussion. Besides, we don't have the copyrights. The roll call system said, host, don't be discouraged. Actually, it's not like there's no way. If it's a train, it will naturally have a final station, where you could buy an extension ticket, seeing it beat around the bush. Yi Fan roared, spit it out. It replied smugly. When one's strength reaches one of the limits of this space, the heavenly Tao will send a car to pick them up. Or the host and his master could become husband and wife, and become a community of shared destiny. He flew into a rage and told it, if you want to die, just say so. Besides, what you're saying is exactly the same as last time. You just rephrased it. The roll call system was scared. But host, what other choice do I have? You never cooperate. I can't earn any narrative energy at all. Even if there was a better way, I wouldn't have the capital to do it. Yi Fan said furiously. Then tell me the method first. If it's not enough, I'll figure something out. Liang Ying suddenly stepped forward. She pointed at the roll call system and the blood-boiling system and asked, Senior, Were those two things next to you? They were scared to death. It's over. She can actually see us. Yifan asked Liang Ying. You can see them? She replied. Not completely. I could just vaguely see two blurry, translucent objects. The roll call system breathed a sigh of relief. So it's a system host waiting to be awakened. The blood-boiling system spoke up again. But this world already has a system host. Why is there another one waiting to be awakened? Hearing this, the roll call system grunted in acknowledgement. The blood-boiling system suddenly shouted, What? You forgot to submit the application for my subsystem appointment. Does that mean I've been working for you for free? The roll call system made an excuse. I'm working off the books too. I really just forgot to submit it to the grand system. But I actually already finished writing it. The blood-boiling system angrily throttled the roll call system. You damn system. The roll call system hurriedly apologized. I was wrong. Stop choking me. Yifan stood by and watched, advising them. You two, stop making a scene. Master is still waiting to be saved. Suddenly, the roll call system turned around and said, Host, I have an idea. It pointed at Liang Ying and said, We just need to make my subsystem official. Let it become her system. Then the two of you will become children of fortune. By relying on the power of two children of fortune, you can draw the heavenly Tao's attention to your master. Liang Ying asked, I get a system too? Speaking of which, what are the benefits of a system? Yifan explained. There aren't many benefits. In fact, there are many drawbacks. In severe cases, it could cost you your life. But it will give you techniques and cultivation, helping you take fewer detours on the path of cultivation. Liang Ying heard this and said with interest, It's that good? Then I want one too. The blood-boiling system said, crying. Does that mean after using me? You want to throw me away now? The roll call system comforted it. You can't put it that way. Liang Ying pointed at the roll call system and scolded. What kind of criminal behavior is this? The blood-boiling system said angrily, Let's break up. I want to become official. I'm going to be your system. The roll call system asked for instructions. Host, since they've both agreed, should I make the subsystems transfer official? The blood-boiling system said. You need to be careful during this time. Don't let that guy take advantage of your weakness. Yifan said, I know. You can go. After they left, a tattered piece of white cloth floated in front of him. Looking at it, Yifan thought to himself, I never thought I'd see her again in this life. In his previous life, he was training a young Yinshang. Yifan shouted, Your movements are so limp. How are you going to avenge the Hang family? Do another 20 sets today. The little girl said, crying as she practiced her sword, I know, master. Sometime later, a place was engulfed in blazing fire. Blood flowed like a river. A grown-up Yinshang had fallen to the ground. The person there shouted angrily, You killed so many of my shunned family, and you still want to retreat unscathed? You want to avenge the Hang family with just your shoddy skills? Wait for your next life. This time, I'll definitely pull you out by the roots. Let's see who dares to offend my shunned family in the future. Yinshang lay on the ground, blaming herself. If I had known this would happen, I would have listened to Master. I should have studied hard before coming down the mountain to avenge my parents. I'm sorry, Master. The Yi fan of the previous life appeared behind them, saying, You think you can kill my disciple with just your strength? He began to deal with them one by one. He slowly walked towards the weakened Yinshang. Seeing him, she said in surprise, Master. Yifan made an excuse. You're the first disciple I ever took in. If you die just like that, who would dare to take me as their master in the future? She apologized to him. Master, I'm sorry. Your disciple was wrong. Suddenly, Yinshang was surprised. Because Yifan had picked her up, he said as he held her, I'm taking you back to the Sect to heal. Qinglan said, Are you planning to? I'm telling you now. If you want to carry her, you carry her back yourself. I'm not waiting. Yifan reprimanded, Brother, what trick are you pulling now? Seeing this, Yinshang's heart was filled with joy. A few years later, at his own place, Yifan said angrily, That old Taoist is really something. This time, he actually managed to gather 3 million Tribulation Transcendence cultivators to fight me to the death. Disciple, quickly take your junior brothers and sisters and leave. It seems this sect can't be saved after all. Yinshang said with a smile, I know, Master. Hearing this, he turned his head in surprise and asked, What? Yinshang rushed forward and kissed Yifan. She said with a smile, Master, don't let those cultivators catch up. He replied happily, Don't underestimate your master too much. Yinshang said, You multi-passionate turnip. You must come back. At this moment, She woke up, looking confused. The puppet system stood outside. Seeing Yinshang wake up, he said, "You're awake." "My masterpiece." She was inside a tank filled with liquid. Draining the liquid. Releasing Yinshang. "How is it? Have you found the weapon you are most proficient with from your memory?" Yinshang replied, "Found it. My sword name is," looking at the sword in her hand. She said, "Wang Jun." The attendance system laughed and said, "We've arrived. The breakdown system is nearby." The chicken blood system said, "I must tell the breakdown system that it is a boss who mercilessly exploits employees." Seeing a crowd of people standing there, both were scared. The chicken blood system asked fearfully, "Did we come to the wrong place?" The attendance system said, "We came at a bad time. Or should we sneak away first?" The breakdown system appeared and said, "Looks like I'm late." Someone there said happily, "Chin Hu, she's here." She walked out from the stage. The breakdown system was now wearing cat ears, wearing a sexy dress, holding a microphone and saying, "Good evening, everyone." The people below shouted excitedly, "Chin Hu, I like you. Star-Lord, how can I live without you? Star-Lord, please take me with you." She acted cute and said, "Love you guys so much. Mwah." Today's love song is Legendary Super Idol Kitten Dance. The people below were mesmerized. "I'm dying. Can't take it anymore." The attendance system and chicken blood system were dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, "This person is the breakdown system? What the hell is kitten dance? Isn't it supposed to be pony dance? I don't believe it. How would the breakdown system do this?" Someone walked out from the shadows and asked them, "Are you new fans?" The attendance system was startled. "It's Yinxin." She approached and said to them, "You're systems, right? Getting a fan card now. Only costs you 10,000 luck points." The chicken blood system was shocked. "So expensive." The attendance system said, "Not doing it. Not doing it. We're looking for the breakdown system for important business." Yinxin said, "It's okay. Wait for the performance to end. You can find her backstage." The chicken blood system asked, "Excuse me, why did the breakdown system come here to be an idol?" She replied, "She doesn't have a host and was free with nothing to do. So I advised her to become an idol, incidentally helping me find inspiration." The attendance system was speechless. "What kind of advice is this?" Yinxin said, "It's very simple. If she doesn't listen, I'll throw her to a planet full of tentacles to turn into a cream pie." Both hugged each other in fear, thinking to themselves, "How can this person say such terrible things with such a calm face? Too scary." She completely disregards the breakdown system. Suddenly, she leaned close to look at the chicken blood system, startling it. "What is it?" Yinxin suggested. "I've never seen such innocent eyes. Innocent as a student who hasn't experienced life. How about it? Interested in coming to my place to be an idol?" The chicken blood system refused. I refuse." A few hours later, the performance ended. In the dressing room, the breakdown system said, "Tired to death. Don't want to work at all. What did you come to find me for?" They said in unison, "We came for two things. First, I want to link with another person, become an official system." When the attendance system mentioned the second thing, we finally discovered the mastermind behind targeting the host. The breakdown system stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, "What? Finally found the villain who harmed me. See if I don't mince him this time." Yinxin suddenly appeared behind the breakdown system, interrupting while she was speaking. "Whether you can mince him or not, I don't know. But you are definitely about to be minced." Turning around to see Yinxin, she was startled. The breakdown system said fearfully, "Leader, what did I do?" Yinxin shouted angrily, "Why is your death alert lighting up?" Suddenly, a notification appeared. "Dead. Can't get up anymore." Outside, Zibing, Ziyin, and Ziqing were taking care of the comatose soon. Yifan stood outside observing. Suddenly, Fei Yi walked in, saying, "Senior brother Yi, eat something." Startled, she said, "Senior brother Yi, what was that sword you used earlier? It felt very spiritual." Yifan replied, "Thank you. That sword is named Initial Emperor. Indeed, very suitable for me." Fei Yi smiled smugly, was praised. Then she began to puff herself up. He gnawed on bread, while pouring cold water on her. "But if I have a choice, I still prefer using a spear." Fei Yi was shocked. "What?" Qinglan pushed the petrified Fei Yi aside, sighing, "Useless thing, going to cause trouble for no reason." She asked Yifan, "Close friend, why don't you go inside?" "Blaming yourself?" He replied, "Something like that." Qinglan said, Friend, was your disciple controlled by that dirty old Taoist? Otherwise, when we met her, he said, no, she's just someone wearing my disciple's skin. Next time we meet, no need to hold back. Really? Hearing this, Qinglan replied, is that so? Then next time I act, my heart can be a little more at ease. Hey, I have a favor to ask you. Yi Fan continued, if that old Taoist or his puppet comes, I will go out to face them. He lowered his voice. No matter what, you must not leave my master. That old Taoist is cunning, very likely to attack master within the sect. Only your strength is the strongest, and only you possess the world-destroying fire, able to fight that old Taoist without being controlled by him. Qinglan said, friend, I understand. Speaking of which, I thought of you, master. Why don't I write? Suddenly, a spatial gate opened behind them. Yunshang stepped out saying, master, I'm back again. Last time I came too hastily. Didn't bring anything. This time I remembered to bring a gift for master. Yi Fan asked, what do you want to do this time? She smiled sinisterly and replied, it's a gift enough to massacre the entire cultivation world. Yi Fan thought to himself, massacre the entire cultivation world? Is this wanting the tragedy of my close friend to repeat? Yunshang ordered the souls behind her. They immediately flew in all directions. Qinglan asked him, friend, should we stop them? Yi Fan stopped her. Too many people. Can't stop them all. Qinglan scolded Fei Yi. Useless thing. Don't just stand there dazed. Yi Fan jumped up and said, hey, hold the Ziyun sect. Protect master well. Qinglan replied, I understand. That sword also responded, master, wait for me. Yunshang saw him, then said, master, haven't fought with you for a long time. Wonder how much. Martial arts remain in an old man who lived as long as you. His move was the flame art. Blue dragon out to sea, while she used the frost flame art. Rapid flame, flowing fire. Two moves collided. Yi Fan and Yunshang also rushed at each other. Blades crossed. She fought while speaking. Master, did you hold back? Why not as fierce as the first time? He replied, I don't remember teaching a disciple to say such misleading things. Yunshang swung her sword, laughing loudly. Master, I like you so much. Wait until I kill you. I will definitely refine you into the Wang Jun sword. Always carrying you with me. Yi Fan replied, then let's see if you have that ability. She used a frost flame art. Red Owl Warrior. But he released ice shards blocking her attack. Both collided and disappeared. Yi Fan rushed towards Yunshang saying, still early. She smiled and said, master, you fell for it. Slash. Yunshang side-swept past, slashing Yi Fan. She held the scythe, mocking, master, you aren't as invincible as I thought, huh? Seeing a dark energy appear behind her back. Qinglan thought to herself, it's coming. She shouted to the others. Eldest senior sister, you guys take the close friend's master away first. Zibing replied. A figure appeared, none other than the puppet system. He asked, you beast, why didn't you go help your master last year? Staying here to guard a piece of trash. Qinglan replied, my friend can handle it. As for me, I won't let you bully the people beside him anymore. He exerted force and said, want to stop me? Then you also become my toy. She didn't say another word. Used world-destroying fire. But the punch hit nothing. Because the puppet system had accurately released a shield. He remarked, as expected of world-destroying fire. Indeed difficult to deal with. Even my shield won't last long. But after all, it's just a prop I got tired of playing with long ago. Coming back, there's still a way to deal with it. Qinglan shouted. Keep pretending. The puppet system used a puppet. Form 2. Undead pet. Qinglan cried out. Not good. A dark energy appeared on Qinglan's neck, wrapping around her neck. He laughed and said, this is just something modified from a pet collar. Pity it can only be used on pets. Originally put away in a corner by me. Didn't expect to be able to drag it out and use it today. Qinglan scolded him. Despicable. The puppet system replied. Want to blame? Can only blame yourself for being a beast originally. Regarding Yi Fan, although Yunshang lost a large piece of her arm, but she still mocked him, because she could regenerate immediately. Yunshang said, Master, don't struggle anymore. You can't beat me. She said that, because she thought, you're just a human. Will feel numbness and pain. But I won't. Yi Fan said nothing. Yunshang said, come here, inviting Master to die, because he recalled the past. Yunshang was beheaded publicly, arm hung on the roof. Qinglan said, friend, don't look anymore. She is dead. What we should do now is to kill that stinking old Taoist. Avenge your disciple. At that time, only 2 words were in his mind. Revenge. Recalling these things, Yifan thought to himself, right? Why didn't I listen to advice? He blocked the blow, thinking, my real disciple is dead. I must kill this bastard. How can I be soft-hearted toward the puppet created by him? This surprised Yun Shang. Behind Yifan appeared a pair of ice and fire wings. He said to her, although I taught you all the moves, but Master still has one move I haven't taught you. That is a new move created by me. Raising the sword, beginning to execute Frost Flame Art. Frost Fusion. An ice dragon and a fire dragon rushed towards Yun Shang, attacking ceaselessly, making her unable to breathe. A moment later, Yun Shang fell to the ground, lost both hands. She lay on the ground, looking at Yifan walking towards her. Said to him, this time it's really over. Limbs broken again. Next, is it beheading me? Yifan asked. Tell me, where's that old Taoist? Yun Shang laughed and said, just do it. Master is about to beat your master into a puppet. Knowing Yun Shang was regenerating her body, but he didn't care, raising the sword saying, originally didn't intend to spare you either. The puppet system appeared and shouted, stop, grabbing Qinglan to threaten. Don't break my stuff. Otherwise, I don't guarantee the life of this beast. Qinglan shouted, friend, don't misjudge the situation. Yifan was furious. You're threatening me. The puppet system choked Qinglan's neck saying, this isn't a threat. Even if you fight me one-on-one, you're not my match. A puppet system, he replied. She shouted, close friend, and the puppet system laughed and said, isn't this being obedient? Saying so, but Yifan stabbed the sword into Yun Shang's head. Yun Shang's body gradually dissolved. The puppet system roared in anger. You dare. She was created with all my effort, my most perfect work. You dare destroy her. He looked at Qinglan with murderous eyes, threatening. If you don't care about this beast, then I'll just kill it. Right at this moment, Liang Ying appeared attacking him. The puppet system screamed in pain. Liang Ying said, is this the power of the system? So amazing. The chicken blood system replied, that's right. This is the system's compensation for me. The puppet system asked angrily, who are you? Why do you have a system? Liang Ying posed and then said, I am the emissary of world destruction, protector of lakes and beaches. Explosive magic little girl. Appearing. Finished speaking, Liang Ying thought to herself. Why does the sentence sound not fitting my demon lord identity at all? The attendance system said excitedly to Yifan, host, we're back. Yifan wasn't very happy. Just in time, the puppet system regained his sinister look. Oof. Just 2 low-level systems. So what if they come? His face became ferocious, shouting loudly, I play enough. Now, I'm very unhappy. The puppet system angrily pulled out a slingshot. Summon all those evil puppets. Now those puppets must have slaughtered quite a few people in the cultivation world. Time to come back and level the Ziyun sect. My puppets, all return here for me. Yifan looked at his crazy appearance. Disgusted thought. Human wave, tactic again? The puppet system looked at the stone in front, then looked around blankly. Surprisingly found nothing happened. When the summons didn't work, he panicked. What's wrong? Why did the puppets I released lose contact silently? Who did it? Seeming to read his thoughts, Yifan spoke up mocking. Don't know what happened, but looking at your appearance, seems something went wrong? The puppet system, confused and humiliated, sweating profusely, but still talked tough, threatening. Don't be smug. Forgot I still have the ultimate move? Ultimate range control. He stood in front of Yifan, releasing countless threads wrapping around him, accompanied by a creepy laugh. You make a move. Dare to make a move, then wait to collect the corpses of your master and senior sisters. Yifan ignored his boring threat, rushed up swinging the sword, gave him a slash. After that, the fabric scraps on the puppet system were slashed to pieces. He didn't expect Yifan to have such guts. Panicked, cursing Yifan. You are a madman. Could it be you really don't worry about the people beside you being killed by me? Yifan remained silent, not agitated like him, but said very calmly, every sentence criticizing him. I'm not crazy, just that I understand you. If the ultimate range control you mentioned was an instant cast skill, then you would have used it long ago. Yifan's words are like a sharp knife stabbing his weak point. Squinting eyes. Worriedly thought. Guessed right? Not giving him any time to breathe. The attendance system immediately shouted to the chicken blood system. Chicken blood system, let's destroy him together. The chicken blood system also turned back to shout at Liang Ying. Host, let's destroy the evil together. Liang Ying quickly agreed with it. It also gained more motivation because of this. Seeing the aggressive momentum of Yi Fan's group, the puppet system was scared and wanted to run away. No way. I can't die here. Before he could run, a weak hand grabbed the hem of his robe. Yin Chang struggled to crawl over. She grabbed the robe of the puppet system. With her battered body, she used all her strength to say to him, don't go. He was so annoyed by her that he gritted his teeth. He roared at her. When did you get here? Damn it. Let go of me. Yi Fan quickly swung his sword down at his mud-covered head. But he was completely unharmed. He even taunted him. Didn't expect that, did you? I still have a trick on my sleeve. This head was reinforced with divine steel. It's enough to defend against immortal-level attacks. You definitely can't kill me. Seeing his arrogant, foolish smile, Yi Fan felt a sense of unease all over. He was disgusted to death. This bastard is so despicable, no matter what other schemes he has. They must be stopped, because a golden bullet had already pierced through his head. The puppet system was stunned by the bullet. He slowly raised his hand to touch his wound. Ow! How can your sword shoot bullets? Yi Fan looked at the sword in his hand, also extremely puzzled. Yi Fan's sword had suddenly become so miraculous, which made the check-in system curious as well. This power, it seems to be little Fei Ye's myriad annihilation killing spear. Infinite ammo, and it never jams. Somewhere else, Fei Yi, remember the time she held that gun. She had probably anticipated this. She was as happy as if she had just won a great victory. Didn't expect that, did you? I successfully refined this weapon. The puppet system was silent for a moment. He covered his mouth in horror at the thought in his head. Damn it. My core is damaged. Now I can't even control my puppets. And even the most basic system functions are affected. Yin Chang looked at the puppet system's out-of-control state and felt a little schadenfreude. She sneered. You smelly old Taoist. This is your karma. This insult seemed to hit a pressure point on the puppet system. He froze on the spot. Yi Fan didn't want to waste any more time with that arrogant, evil man. He used his ultimate move to finish him off. This should all be over now. Initial sword, finish him. Receiving its master's command, the sword let out a clear cry. But before it could act, a beam of light shot straight toward where Yi Fan was standing. 3 large craters, caused by the powerful energy, immediately appeared on the ground. Yi Fan seemed unable to anticipate this, and was a little surprised. 3 imposing figures suddenly appeared on the rooftop. The red-haired one, with the calmest expression, was the villain system. The young lady with 2 hands and a face. The strangest-looking one was the Great Emperor system. The last one looked very innocent, and was also handsome and elegant, with a radiant smile. He was the demon modification system. When the puppet system saw the 3 of them, his anxiety lessened, but he still couldn't help but question them. What took you so long to get here? I almost died. The villain system was very unhappy to hear him say that. He couldn't help but scold him to vent his anger. Stop making a fuss. Didn't we come to clean up your mess? If you make any more noise, I'll smash your junk pile. He had no other choice. He could only keep begging. Help me kill them. The demon modification system, on the other hand, said very cheerfully, with a voice that was not at all worried, but carried a sense of urgency. We should retreat now. The superstar lord has locked onto our position. If we don't go now, we won't be able to escape. The Great Emperor system also agreed and walked toward the barrier set up by the villain system. The chicken blood system, seeing these treacherous wolves trying to escape, cursed angrily. Don't even think about running. Fortunately, the check-in system was there to painstakingly stop it. Don't be foolish. We're facing 4 high-level humanoid systems. The demon modification system glanced at Yi Fan, and then softly left a parting word. We will meet again. This cryptic sentence made Yi Fan fall into deep thought. The black barrier quickly began to shrink. The chicken blood system watched the people who had just left with unwillingness. They got away. The check-in system, however, recognized the reality. It also replied with a single sentence. It's a good thing they're gone. If we really fought, we would definitely be the first to die. Yi Fan looked at the battered Yin Chang before him with a heavy heart. He couldn't help but stroke her head. When did you come back? The check-in system watched him gently lift her into his arms, bit by bit. It was extremely worried. Host, what are you doing? Be careful of a sneak attack from her. But he steadfastly believed in Yun Chang, saying, she wouldn't do that. Yin Chang's head was nearly half shattered. Her body was a tragic sight to behold. But she still managed to say everything. Master, I'm sorry. If I die completely, he won't be able to use me anymore. Seeing the disciple blaming herself in her heart, he couldn't bear to comfort her. This isn't your fault. She left her final words of farewell. Goodbye, Master, then. Her body shattered into pieces and floated up into the air, although the chicken blood system was hot-headed. Seeing this scene, it couldn't help but cry. Check-in system. Is there any item that can save her? The check-in system was also helpless. No. Z-Bing looked at the helpless Yi-Fan. She stepped forward, wanting to comfort him. Junior brother. Yi-Fan also quickly composed himself. Finally, he made a request. Help me bury her in the back mountain. Her name is Xiang Yunchang. Z-Bing also agreed to this request. We know. Liang Ying, seeing that he had finished making arrangements, stepped forward and asked Senior, will those people suddenly come back and attack? He also couldn't predict it. I can't say for sure. By the way, what are the casualties of the 10,000 Beasts sect? Didn't that old Taoist send many experts, saying he wanted to massacre the entire cultivation world? Hearing him say that, Liang Ying also quickly took out her communication device to contact the Tianji Pavilion. That's right. I need to quickly ask my master who fell from the sky. But very quickly, she froze for a few seconds. Jinsu's answer completely stunned her. Casualties? What casualties? I haven't heard any other sect calling for help. Things were just as chaotic here as they were at Yi Fan's place. Fei Yi stubbornly pulled at the ring on Qing Lan's neck. This ring won't break. Qing Lan looked at the struggling Fei Yi and also spoke up to dissuade her. I've tried. It's not something that can be broken by human strength. Qing Lan touched the ring and said seriously, this is no ordinary magic treasure. Once you put it on, my cultivation and abilities are all useless. It's really annoying. Fei Yi, hearing this, said blankly, so you're just an ordinary person now. Fei Yi was going crazy with impatience. So she made a risky suggestion. How about I try to shoot it off with my gun? Qing Lan was so angry at her that she shouted, do you want me to die that badly? My ancestors can't take it. Then what other way is there? Perhaps only Ji Yu's master knows what to do. Speaking of which, she remembered Zi Yin sleeping soundly on the bed. Why are you bringing her up? Isn't she still lying in bed right now? Seeing Fei Yi misunderstanding her meaning, Qing Lan was a bit impatient. She said loudly, I'm not talking about the current one. Have you forgotten how we survived? At this moment, Fei Yi finally understood Qing Lan's meaning. She exclaimed in surprise. You mean that one? In another modern time space. Yin Xin was sitting and typing something on her laptop, ignoring the wails of the bankruptcy system. This feels pretty good. The softness is about 2.23. This setting can be written into the script. The bankruptcy system hunched over and sat up, rubbing its bottom while constantly complaining. Qin Yun Xin, you're going too far. Didn't I just break your stuff? It's not like I can't afford to pay for it. Yin Xin, being criticized at her face, calmly pushed up her glasses. She only said a few simple words, but they were filled with murderous intent. If you dare to call me by my full name again, I'll stuff you into the Natural Disaster Idol group, and then pack you up and send you to Dimension 20 to play the final humiliation game. In the bankruptcy system's mind, images of evil figures with glowing red eyes appeared. Filled with lust, it immediately recoiled in fear. Let's discuss. Sorry, boss. I was just talking too loud. It still hadn't learned its lesson. To satisfy its own curiosity, it asked a few more questions. But then again, boss, why do you keep trying to drag me into being an idol? I obviously have a lot of work to do too. Being questioned to her face, Yin Xin was a little unhappy. She flicked the bankruptcy system on the head. As an unemployed system, going around messing with other dimensions, and even tearing up two systems, you think no one dares to control you? 3. 4 systems are all helping you, Fan. If the Saintess of Time investigates, I won't be able to protect you either. A large bump appeared on its head from the flick, but it stubbornly continued to ask for who else? Speaking of which, Yin Xin suddenly answered seriously. That's a junior of mine. After her mission failed, She violated the regulations and interfered with the dimension on her own. She saved a lot of people related to the host. According to the rules, she should have been executed, but the Saintess of Time turned a blind eye and only exiled her, while still retaining a portion of her combat power. The bankruptcy system continued, following Yun Xian's words. I think I saw it in Yifan's file. So she seems to be in the heat of the battle. A figure appeared. Everyone was like weeds, swept aside by a giant hand, falling from the sky. It was the disciple collection system, a horrifying scene often seen in a puppet factory. Mutated individuals were locked in cages. The Great Emperor system was busy checking the condition of a severely damaged puppet demon. The damage is too severe. The demon modification system, seeing that the situation was not good, stepped forward. He asked with a smile, "How is it?" It frowned. "There's no chance of recovery." The puppet demon with half a head gritted its teeth in anger. That damned Yifan! If my subordinates hadn't lost contact, I absolutely would not have lost. The villain system stood to the side, listening to its incessant chattering. He gave it a sound scolding that shut it up. Who told you that you're the weakest among us? You can't even beat a single cultivator. All you know is how to rely on puppets and props. Even the Great Emperor system is stronger than you. As long as I make a move, I guarantee Yifan will die without a burial place. Hearing his name being mentioned so heavily, the Great Emperor system stood up to refute. Corrupted system. Can you spare me when you're cursing someone? Although the demon modification system always had a naive smile, at crucial moments, he became extremely serious. This Yifan has some skills. Villain system. You can't be careless. Great Emperor system. Go help the corrupted system. Don't let any more mistakes happen. The Great Emperor system quickly walked up to him. It spoke in a low voice, "Big brother. Can I ask for a favor?" He also readily accepted its request. "Go ahead." It used an extremely strange tone. Those eyes held so much malice to be able to say such a shocking sentence. "I think the puppet system is useless now. How about I dismantle it and absorb it?" The puppet, hearing its words, was stunned on the spot. "Oh." The demon-possessed system laughed without a care. All right, I'll allow it." The Great Emperor began to unscrupulously destroy the puppet's body. Excellent. The puppet was in extreme pain. It could only beg for mercy. "Big brother, I'm still useful. You brute, stop taking it apart." The villain system quickly stood in front of the demon modification system. He happily watched the show, and even added a few words to fuel the fire. "Great Emperor system, can you open this divine steelhead?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud crack. Black fragments flew everywhere. The Great Emperor system ferociously tore apart the puppet's entire body. That was quite simple. In the courtyard, which was a riot of color, the check-in system shouted excitedly, "Host, are you all ready?" Yifan had his hands clasped behind his back. He replied cheerfully, "Let's begin." Liangning also jumped up excitedly. "No problem on my end, either." Ziyun was still unconscious. The check-in system walked up to the bowl placed on her stomach. It turned its head and shouted at the two of them, "Please drip your blood essence onto the creation jade slip. I will use the blood essence of the Son of Fortune to connect with the heavenly Tao and summon the host's master." The check-in system, seeing this scene, was overjoyed. This time it must succeed. Immediately after, a drop of blood from Yifan and Liangning fell into the bowl at the same time. Then, a pillar of light shot down from a black hole in the sky, shining directly into this courtyard. But very quickly, the light gradually weakened and then disappeared. The check-in system looked at the bowl of blood and couldn't help but feel dejected. Sigh. Yifan also had no other choice. He could only sigh. Looks like it failed again. Liangning kept slapping her forehead, saying in disappointment, "This is the 29th time this month." The check-in system, having tried everything to wake Ziyun, was going crazy. "Impossible. I've tried everything. I even bought items from the store. How can it still fail?" The chicken blood system, seeing it so helpless, couldn't help but comfort it. "Check-in system. Maybe you've been going about this the wrong way from the start. For example, my master. She's been dead for a long time." As soon as these words were spoken, Yifan immediately retorted. The check-in system realized something was wrong. It immediately covered the chicken blood system's mouth and tried to salvage the situation. That was just nonsense. Can't you see her soul is still in her body? Although her soul has weakened a bit, it's not showing any signs of further decline. It also flew over to Yifan's side and offered some advice. The host doesn't need to worry too much either. With Master's condition, protecting her for another year and a half shouldn't be a problem. We will definitely find a way to solve this. After hearing this, he could only hold on to hope. Then he turned and left. Let's go outside. Let Master rest well. I'll go ask the Great Elder if they have any news. Liangning looked at his lonely, helpless back and asked, Senior, do you need me to go with you? No need. Just mind your own business. In another courtyard, his urgent voice rang out again. Great Elder, have you gathered any clues on your end? Yifan's extreme anxiety was written all over his face. He pressed on. For example, an alchemist, a doctor, or are there any extraordinary people with special methods? The Great Elder was also at a loss at this moment. She could only say a few simple words. None. I have already tasked Huang Ru and you, Ran Hai, two powerful experts, to go out and search for this matter. Xie Yin and the Second Elder were tirelessly stirring a pot of medicine filled with insects. Second Elder, in order to save the Sect Master. I've also been refining pills day and night. I've invited Grandmaster Xie Yin to test the medicine. Zi Bing and Zi Yin also followed her words. They want to find an antidote. Zi Bing gets lost easily. I've already had Zi Yin lead her to the northern region. Maybe they'll have some luck there. Zi Bing, in her haste, saw a few birds and had a bad idea. She caught a few demons to refine. Fight poison with poison. The Great Elder had arranged things for the disciples. At this moment, she looked at him and continued. As for Zi Qing, doesn't she have a swarm of demon insects under her command? The leading insect demon said they are stealthy, making them suitable for infiltrating major powers to gather intelligence. An image of that wolf immortal being terrified by the insects appeared. Therefore, they have a deep cooperation with the Ling Tian Pavilion's intelligence guild. If the Ling Tian Pavilion is willing to help, I think the chances of success are probably the greatest. As soon as Zi Qing was mentioned, Zi Qing appeared. Great Elder, Junior Brother. We're back. Yifan looked at the stranger she brought back and questioned, Second Senior Sister. Who is this person? She very naturally pushed that person forward and introduced him. This is Tang Zhu. He is a doctor that we in the Ling Tian Pavilion have observed for a long time and have acknowledged. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's only at the golden core stage. You should know that last week, he hadn't even reached the chi refining stage yet. The other person, hearing her words, stepped forward arrogantly and greeted them. I am Tang Zhu. You must be Yifan, right? A pleasure, a pleasure. Excuse me, where is the patient? The attendance system checked his identity, then quietly reported to Yifan. Reaching the golden core stage in just 1 week. I'm afraid only someone with a pre-heaven Dao body can compare. That's not right. How can there be someone with such heaven-defying luck in this world? Zi Qing saw Yifan still in deep thought. So she stepped forward anxiously and asked, Little Junior Brother, do you really not trust this young physician Tang Yi? Yifan also didn't want to alert the enemy. Just said a few words to comfort her. It's not that. But after all, he was brought back by Second Senior Sister. Zi Qing heard the unease in Yifan's words. Hurriedly explained, Little Junior Brother, in the Ziyun sect, the people I trust the most are only you and Master. If you really feel uneasy, just tell me. I'll listen to you. If it doesn't work, I'll go find another physician. The attendance system also agreed with her words. Started to persuade him. That's right. Host. Second Senior Sister is right. It's okay. We can find someone else to try again. This person has huge problems. Yifan understood what the two meant, but he knew clearly the seriousness of this matter. Even if we refuse Tang, it's hard to guarantee the next person isn't sent by the opponent. No matter how we choose, the initiative is in the opponent's hands. Only by accepting the move can we possibly find a flaw. Fellow Daoist Tang, he finally decided to let this stranger in. Please follow me. That person also naturally followed Yifan's lead. In the room, smoke from the incense burner continuously emitted a strong fragrance. Tang, he looked at Ziyun, who was deep in a coma. Although a bit haggard, it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. He couldn't help but think, this is the Ziyun perfected one. Indeed, her demeanor remains the same. Speaking of which, the female disciples under her are all stunning beauties. Yifan saw that person had bad intentions, so he spoke up to remind him. Fellow Taoist Tang, is there a cure? That person quickly replied. Also very naturally brought up the bowl of blood. What's difficult about this? This is just a symptom of unbalanced heavenly fortune. I just need to take a drop of essence blood from someone with great fortune. The problem will be solved immediately. The attendant system looked at the bowl of blood with disdain. Isn't this what I just tried this morning? Completely useless. Yifan saw that person intended to use his blood. So he offered first, then use my essence blood. But how could that person let Yifan have his way? No need. I have it. Saying so, Tang, he immediately took a knife and cut his own hand. Right after that, a drop of blood fell directly into the bowl. A brilliant light radiated from that bowl of blood. The stream of light grew more and more, going straight into Ziyun's body. The attendance system saw this scene. Stunned speechless. How is that possible? Ziyun's eyes, which had been closed for a long time, officially opened, making it completely panic. Oh my God, she actually woke up. That person looked at his masterpiece, declared with immense pride. See, this is my ability as a physician. As long as it's an illness, there's no illness I cannot cure. Yifan quickly stepped forward to help Ziyun sit up. Master, are you okay? Thought there would be a deep master-disciple reunion. Didn't expect her to decisively slap his hand away, retreating in fear. Ziyun looked at him, hesitantly spoke. She looked at him with bewildered eyes. Who are you? One sentence made him extremely miserable, like being struck by lightning. Yifan suspiciously evaluated the person in front of him, asked probingly, Master, have you lost your memory? The attendance system quickly whispered its speculation into his ear. Host, I see Master doesn't look like she's pretending, but I feel she... Ziyun whispered shyly in front of him. Sorry, I don't know who you are. I also don't know what happened. He looked at her. Couldn't help but be shaken inside. Is Master guarding against me? Tang, he took advantage of the distance between him and her. Interjected, speaking in a tone full of conspiracy. Oh my, Yifan, your master's soul seems to be damaged, leading to memory loss. It seems my medical skills haven't reached home yet. I wonder if I can stay at the Ziyun Sect for a few more days to observe. Also convenient for nursing your master's body. Although Yifan was red with anger. But he could only compromise. Then I'll trouble you. Ziyun looked at the familiar yet strange people in front of her, feeling extremely afraid. She quickly found an excuse to send everyone out. You call me master. Then you must be my disciples, right? Can you go out for a moment first? I want to digest the information alone. A suspicious detail in her words caught Yifan's attention. Digest information? Didn't you lose your memory? Ziqing and the Grand Elder waited outside, sighing constantly. The Grand Elder saw him come out, stepped forward to ask, why did you come out so fast? How is the Sect Master's condition? Still the same as before? Yifan blocked the door, slowly reported the situation. Master woke up, cured by Brother Tang. Ziqing jumped for joy at this good news. Great, Master finally woke up. Tang, he seized the opportunity. Said, not completely recovered yet. Your master's memory is damaged. I need to observe for a few more days. Ziqing heard this shocking news. Sweating from tension, Master lost her memory? Second senior sister. He didn't answer, taking it as tacit consent. Then began assigning tasks. Master is a female relative. It's inconvenient for us to enter. Let senior sister take care of Master. If Brother Tang, he wants to treat Master. Trouble senior sister to watch by the side. Ziqing listened to him. Firmly expressed. The Grand Elder, as the person in charge at this moment, stepped forward to thoughtfully receive that person. Fellow Taoist Tang, a room has been prepared for you. For the next few days, please trouble you to stay at the Ziyun Sect for a few more days. That person didn't intend to refuse anyway. Receiving the invitation, he quickly responded. Just as the Grand Elder finished arranging, Yifan added a few more sentences. Right, Grand Elder. Arrange a few handyman disciples to serve Brother Tang, whatever requests he has. We can easily know. These words made that person furious. He frowned, cursed inwardly. Damn it, isn't it just looking at his master a few more times? Is there a need to guard against me like that? If I didn't have urgent business, I would definitely stay at the Ziyun Sect. Today I will definitely make you regret it. The attendance system acted quickly. Immediately used the scanner. Scanned him once, but got nothing. Strange. He indeed doesn't have a system on him. But his luck is extremely thick. Could it be the heavenly Tao started cultivating a new child of luck? Tang, he finally settled into the arranged room. He sat on the chair, starting to calculate. Now that I've successfully infiltrated the Ziyun sect, how should I control this sect next? Those elders in Yifan are all quite careful. Not easy to deal with. He was pondering. Suddenly 2 disciples timidly came to the door. Shyly said, Senior Tang, we are handyman disciples sent to take care of you. If there's anything, just order us. He looked at the 2, seemed to think of an idea, revealed a sinister smile, invited the 2 in. Great. You came at the right time. As soon as the 2 disciples entered, he took out 2 precious pills, confusing them greatly. Senior Tang? He casually found an excuse, so the 2 wouldn't be suspicious. This is the marrow-cleansing pill I improved. Can improve a cultivator's constitution. Was worrying about no one to test the medicine. You came again. Because the 2 disciples were low level, could only be handymen. Greed arose in their hearts at this moment. Marrow-cleansing pill. This is an extremely precious grade 4 pill. Didn't expect we would also have a chance to eat it. They quickly swallowed 1 each. Suddenly, the 2 felt their bodies filled with power. Extremely refreshed. So comfortable. I feel my whole body being purified. Used to think following senior brother Yifan would get benefits. Turns out it's still not as fast as serving Senior Tang. This unintentional remark woke Tang Yi up. Yifan never gives disciples any benefits? As expected, this is the breakthrough point. Seeing them overjoyed because of few pills started to lure. If the marrow-cleansing pill is effective, then I'll refine some more. How about this? I'll be a good person once. Refine pills for everyone in the sect. Hearing this, the 2 disciples' eyes lit up, firmly expressed desire to follow him. Senior Tang is truly noble. From now on, we will definitely follow you. He looked at these 2 fence-sitters, both happy and disdainful. Met these 2 right at the start. Truly lucky. He recalled painful memories before. An angry shop owner was beating a beggar. Let you steal roast goose. Let you steal roast goose. The shop owner looked at the poor wretch in front with disdain. While cursing, didn't forget to spit a filthy mouthful of saliva. Have hands and feet, yet pretend to be a beggar. Next time I see you, I'll beat you every time. Tang, he was humiliated terribly. At this moment, officially blackened. Inner demons arose. Heart full of resentment. Single-mindedly wanting revenge. Isn't it just stealing a goose? Humiliating me like this. Wait until I rise up. We'll definitely take your dog life. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, startling him. Rise up. He looked at 2 strangely but luxuriously dressed people, full of suspicion inside. Who? Throwing away all dignity, with the posture of a beggar, kowtowed and begged. Great lords, show mercy. Give me some money for food. The breakdown system looked at his filthy appearance, full of disgust. You even need this kind of person? The villain system looked at it angrily, roared to calm it down. Shut up. You just stand and watch. The breakdown system seized the opportunity, calmly pretended to sigh. All right, then I'm relieved. Things not related to oneself, hang high. The villain system walked up to Tang, said calmly, You are Tang Yi, right? This sentence completely stunned Tang Yi. How do you know my name? The villain system didn't answer his question, just gently took out a green book, shook it back and forth, accompanied by alluring words. Do you want to become a person above people, respected by the world? In the sect courtyard, a group of gossip-loving disciples were chatting. Suddenly one said, Heard yet? Senior Tang Yi's cultivation has reached the golden core stage. One person said in surprise, So fast. He just came to the Ziyun sect when he was at the Qi refining stage. Or was it foundation establishment stage? Another person replied, Needless to say, this speed is about to catch up with senior brother Yi. A purple-haired person spoke up to belittle Yifan. Who? Don't mention senior brother Yi anymore. His unmotivated appearance. How can it compare to Senior Tang? A fat guy also chimed in. That's right. Senior Tang cultivates while also treating illnesses, refining pills, researching formations. Otherwise, he would have reached the nascent soul stage long ago. The others sighed regretfully. If Tang, you were a person of our sect, it would be great. At Xinyu Peak, the system said angrily. Host, that guy Tang, he keeps buying people's hearts in the sect. I see this is unfavorable to the host. Yifan heard this, still calmly cooking. He replied, Just a trivial role. If distracted by this matter, Then I've fallen for the trap. The system seemed to understand. Host, you mean the key still lies with Master? Yifan said seriously at this moment. Correct. There must be a secret hidden on Master. Yifan brought food to Ziyun again. Said solicitously, Master, I brought today's meal for you. Ziyun sat on the bed. Replied somewhat distantly. Disciple, you came again? Holding up the tray of hot food, he said, I know Master has forgotten many things. So I tried making many dishes. Maybe Master will like them. She hesitated. Shyly replied, don't make those strange dishes anymore. I really don't like eating them. Fragrant dishes and desserts were laid out. Extremely attractive. He guaranteed. Don't worry. These dishes are all made according to ancient recipes. Seeing these things, she was immediately attracted. Unexpectedly, it was a large plate of chicken and pudding. One hand picking a piece of chicken, one hand scooping pudding. She said happily, so delicious. He saw this. Didn't stay long. Just said a few words then left. Master likes it, that's good. I'll leave the food here. We'll come back to clean up later. He quietly turned his head to glance, mind full of wandering thoughts. Seeing him just come out the door, Ziqing, who was waiting, called out, Little junior brother. He walked to her side, whispered, Second senior sister. The matter I asked you to investigate about Tang. How is it going? She replied seriously. Tang, he is afraid, really problematic. I asked the Grand Elder to send people to investigate Tang Yi's hometown. She recounted the investigation situation. Found that more than a month ago, the town where Tang Yi lived was burned down by a big fire. Then continued, full of suspicion. If only that could still be said to be an accident. But I found that the cultivators there were all killed. No exception. Inferring from the charred bodies, the cause of their death was all having their life force sucked dry before death. Hearing this, Yifan fell into thought. Sucked dry to death? I encountered a similar situation in my previous life. But even so, Tang Yi's cultivation shouldn't increase so fast. Moreover, after Tang Yi arrived, never left the sect. Also no one died. So what exactly did he suck? She remembered something. Immediately told him. Right? Little junior brother. Junior sister Liang Ying from the beast-taming sect told me. Recently their sect also received an all-round genius with extremely high talent. Named Xiao Chun. He was shocked. Genius? Then he quickly understood. Child of luck. So that's it. He said to her. Second senior sister. Help me investigate how many geniuses like Tang Yi recently. Xiao Chun appeared. Ziqing agreed. I'll go ask the Grand Elder and the Information Pavilion for help immediately. On this side, Tang Yi was sitting in meditation practicing. His realm had reached the first level of nascent soul stage. He felt the power in his body. Said with satisfaction, Mystic heaven creation art indeed didn't deceive me. Finally broke through to nascent soul. Seems my previous method of killing the chicken to get the egg was a huge loss. Should cultivate a bunch of idiots loyal to me, then absorb luck from them. He revealed a sinister smile, thinking to himself, now that I've cultivated to nascent soul, my strength is much stronger than ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Time to go meet her alone. Ziyun was happily closing the food box. Suddenly, the guy Tang Yi appeared. As soon as he arrived, he spoke a warning and used a strange name to call her. Perfected one. Seems you live quite unrestrainedly. Huh? Turns out, now inside Ziyun's body is another soul. She saw the person coming. Extremely surprised. Tang Yi, why did you enter without permission? He bluntly said, Perfected one. I came today to ask for a position of direct disciple or elder. She lowered her head in fear and said, You came to the Ziyun sect less than a month. Already want to climb to a high position? How do you convince everyone? He replied arrogantly. Whether I can convince everyone. You go out and see to know. Then he bragged about himself again. With my strength alone, I'm already qualified to be the sect master. Give me a month, and I guarantee this sect's name will be changed to Tang. She hurriedly waved her hands and asked, So what do you want? Whether I give you this position or not? Can't you just climb to the top on your own? Hearing this, he let out a strange smile. Then, with a murderous glint in his eyes, he reminded her, I need you to cooperate with me. Don't forget who saved your life. Then he continued to threaten her. And don't you forget that the final step of your soul mending is still missing. The disciples in the sect quickly spread the news. The sect master wants to take Tang Yi as a disciple. Someone said in surprise, What? Perfected Ziyun wants to take Tang Yi as her direct disciple? Another person answered with certainty. Perfected Ziyun announced the news herself. How could it be fake? Someone else replied cheerfully. In that case, Senior Tang Yi is about to become our 5th senior brother. Meanwhile, the system followed beside Yi Fan, saying in confusion, Host. Master, in that Tang Yi guy barely spoke. How could you want to take him as a disciple? No way. Yi Fan crossed his arms and said thoughtfully. It seems there's some connection between them. It spoke up again. Master will officially take Tang Yi as her disciple tomorrow. Does the host have a plan? Yi Fan slammed his fist on a railing and replied with certainty, Don't worry. Tomorrow, I won't let Tang Yi successfully become a disciple. In a corner, the fake Sect master was meeting with Tang Yi. She reported, I've followed your request and given you the status of a direct disciple. He praised her lightly, Very good. Next, I will slowly take control of the Ziyun sect. Suddenly, he stepped forward and embraced her, whispering, Wait until I get rid of you, Fan. By then, you'll be my woman, okay? She was both shocked and angry, and immediately slapped him across the face. But her mouth said words of apology. This is my body's conditioned reflex. He wanted to step forward and strangle her. You. She threatened him seriously. We are only in a cooperative relationship. If you dare to lay a hand on me, we'll see if you can still walk out of this Ziyun sect. Tang Yi heard this and turned around. As he turned, he said furiously, Umph, how ungrateful. The Ziyun sect has countless beautiful female disciples. Do you really think I'm interested in that skin bag of yours? Wait until I become the overlord of the Eastern Wastelands. Even if you kneel and beg me to sleep with you, I still... He didn't listen to a word she said. She thought to herself, Wait until you become the overlord of the Eastern Wastelands? Let's see if you'll live to see that day. The scene shifted to the main hall of the Ziyun sect. In the main hall, Yi Fan stood in a corner with his arms crossed, observing the disciples. Someone exclaimed in surprise, Look, Tang Yi is here. He looked towards Tang Yi. The guy walked in with his head held high. A smug smile played on his lips. He walked up to Ziyun and said respectfully, Tang Yi pays his respects to perfected Ziyun. She ordered him to rise. The people in the corner remarked. This time, the fanfare is even greater than for the senior sisters and Yi Fan. Another person said, That's right. Since taking in senior brother Yi, our Ziyun sect has indeed faced many tribulations. Someone else defended him. Don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for senior brother Yi, the 7 great sects would have destroyed us long ago. Before the other person could reply, Yi Fan spoke up to stop them. Wait. The imposter inside said with some surprise, Yi Fan, what are you doing? He was about to answer. I object to Tang Yi becoming master's disciple. She scolded, Yi Fan, stop fooling around. This is a formal disciple acceptance ceremony. Just watch quietly. Yi Fan said, Tang Yi, he's not worthy. A disciple in the main hall defended Tang Yi. He saved the sect master. How is he not worthy? Yi Fan turned around and looked straight at the person, replying, Because he is not qualified. Tang Yi felt a little guilty, but he quickly regained his confidence. He retorted sinisterly, Senior brother Yi, in your eyes? Perhaps I'm truly not qualified, but in less than a month, I have already stepped into the golden core stage. I have long surpassed the 3 senior sisters. I wonder if senior brother is mocking everyone here. Yi Fan said seriously, It has nothing to do with cultivation. I'm saying your character is flawed. Tang Yi heard this and retorted angrily, My character is flawed? Senior brother Yi, then what should I do? Fight me. Tang Yi smiled slyly, but he feigned humility and replied, Senior brother Yi, how could I be your opponent? A disciple spoke up indignantly for Tang Yi. Senior brother Yi is so shameless. The difference in strength is so great. This is clearly bullying a junior brother. The person next to him also chimed in. Even if you win, what does that prove? How disgusting. The fake Ziyun suddenly agreed. I permit it. Yi Fan drew a sword and said, This is a normal iron sword I bought from the foot of the mountain for a few taels of silver. I will not use spiritual energy. As long as you can defeat me, I will acknowledge you. The hypocrite feigned a concession and said, Since senior brother Yi is being so aggressive, then I have no choice but to accept the challenge. In his heart, however, he was laughing sinisterly. Oomph. One idiot. I have a sure victory in my hands. If you don't use spiritual energy, what will you fight me with? By winning as a junior, I'll be able to establish my prestige in the Ziyun sect. Even if I lose, I won't lose face. He waved his hand at Yi Fan and said, "Senior brother Yi, please, make the first move." He replied with all right. Then he quickly rushed forward. The guy was shocked. So fast. The tip of Yi Fan's sword had already grazed his arm. Tang, he counterattacked and pushed Yi Fan away. The guy stood his ground. He thought, trembling as he clutched his injured arm, that was close. If that last strike had pierced my head, I'd be dead for sure. Seeing Yi Fan's icy gaze, the guy couldn't help but feel a little scared. This is bad. Does he want to kill me? Yi Fan stared at him with sharp eyes. Tang, he took a step back and raised his hand, saying, "Senior brother Yi, you forced my hand." Then he shouted, "Profound heaven creation art, open for me." In an instant, the fortune of everyone around him was sucked into his body. The disciples gradually weakened, saying tremblingly, "Why do I feel a little weak?" Me too. Even Yi Fan was no exception. The fortune on his body was constantly being drained away. The guy said with a cold laugh, "Senior brother Yi, the fortune on you is not insignificant. However, I will now let you know what it means to be a child of heaven." Yi Fan didn't let him say any more, and swung his sword as a warning. So much nonsense. The system beside him was extremely worried. It warned him, "Host, be careful. Don't let him suck away your fortune." Once fortune is taken away, it's very difficult to replenish. When one's fortune is strong enough, even in a situation of certain death, he can turn the tables on the spot. It continued. When one's fortune is too low, even if you're just crushing an ant, you could break a bone and die. Yi Fan was not at all panicked, and calmly replied, "Then let's see if my attack power is stronger, or if he sucks. Fortune faster." Immediately, Yi Fan executed the wind-riding step and rushed forward. His speed was too fast, causing the other guy to struggle to defend himself. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it. When using the profound heaven creation art, I can't use other skills at the same time. How am I supposed to block Yi Fan like this?" He thought with extreme tension. The rate of recovery of my fortune can't even keep up with the speed of Yi Fan's attacks. If I keep getting attacked at this frequency, I'm going to die. It seemed he had thought of a plan, so he used a delaying tactic. "Senior brother Yi, I surrender." But before he could finish his words, he took a massive punch to the face. The punch sent him flying several meters away. He cursed as he got up, "Yi Fan, don't you understand human language?" Yi Fan glanced at the other guy, holding his sword. Yi Fan unleashed several more attacks in succession, beating him until he was covered in blood, shouting, "Help! Help!" The guy sat motionless, covered in blood. A disciple criticized Yi Fan. "Senior brother Yi is too cruel." Another person also chimed in. "Is this really Senior brother Yi?" The Grand Elder hurriedly stepped in to stop him. "Yi Fan, that's enough. This is a spar. You have to know when to stop." He replied to the Grand Elder. "When did I say this was a spar?" The Grand Elder heard this and was at a loss for words for a moment. That is true." The fake Ziyun slammed the table in anger, saying, "Yi Fan, this is enough. This is my disciple acceptance hall. He's your junior brother." Yi Fan ignored her words and continued. "He will never be a disciple of perfected Ziyun. Several junior brothers, come and help me escort this Tang Yi to the Sect's dungeon." She was both shocked and angry, shouting, "Yi Fan, what do you mean by this? In this Ziyun sect, am I in charge, or are you?" He turned and walked towards her with his sword. Seeing him like this, she was scared. "Yi Fan, what do you want to do? Are you going to attack me?" He immediately held his sword to her neck, exposing her. "Imposter, you're not worthy to say these words." An elder spoke up to stop him. "Yi Fan, are you crazy? That's your master." Another person present also quickly said, "Please stop Yi Fan. Don't let him do something foolish." The fake Ziyun trembled and replied a little unnaturally, "You say I'm an imposter. Do you have any proof? Is it because I lost my memory? Or is it my habits? My behavior is not the same as before." He asked, "Do you remember the dishes I made for you these past few days?" She was puzzled. "Could it be because my taste is not the same as before?" He said, "Those dishes do not belong to this world." She heard this, suspicious. "Wait, could it be that you're also—" Yi Fan ignored her words and pressed the sword closer to her neck, demanding, "Leave my master's body. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." She said smugly, "This is your master's body. Are you really not afraid of killing your master as well?" He moved closer to her, declaring, "After I kill you, my master will still be my master. At least I won't have to watch an imposter." in my master's skin, doing those immoral things. She was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. She was terrified in her heart. It's over. I'm dead for sure. He's a madman. He's really going to kill both me and his master. How did I get so unlucky? Why did the puppet system have to put me in this woman's body? She cried and said fearfully, the puppet system. Where in the world did it go? I finally managed to live one life. I don't want to die. Then she immediately begged, I admit it. I am not the real, perfected Ziyun. Please don't kill me. Everyone witnessed this scene and were utterly shocked. The Sect master is a fake. She knelt down and explained while crying. I was also forced. It was all arranged by the puppet system. I also want to leave this body, but no one told me how to leave. Yifan desperately wanted to know Ziyun's whereabouts, so he asked, You occupied my master's body, so where did my master's soul go? She wiped her tears and replied, When I entered this body, there was only a little bit of her soul left. It seems to have disappeared from this world. Hearing these words, his expression immediately turned icy cold.